for a decent amount of time.
Has to take up like the Blame Cloak. That's getting a lot of damage, but here comes the Black Hole.
Get excited, everybody. Only 3 days of regular season play left here in the DPC 2023 Division 1 Southeast Asia, brought to you by ePulse and EBN. I'm your host, Tsunami, for this third to last. It's not penultimate. I think penultimate is second to last. But we're getting close. We're getting close to figuring out who is going to be going to Peru from Southeast Asia, from all of the regions, except for China. China will figure out their thing a little bit after the 31st, but I am very, very excited because there's a lot of question marks still remaining here. A lot of other regions have at least 1 or 2 locks, not here. We keep things undecided to the very end, and that's why I need a panel of experts to guide me through these final 3 days. Mike Winter, welcome back. Mike, did you buy a duplicate jacket?
No, I just used the same one.
You used the same one?
It's a jacket, right? Like,
It is a jacket, and it's quite cold in the studio, so you're not sweating on it.
I was told there's going to be a fine if I don't wear it, so.
He even has a rabbit.
Yeah, I know. You went all in. Sophie's also had a rabbit. She had a rabbit shirt, red rabbit shirt. Winter, though, I almost want to make you stand up. Wait, did you tuck your shirt in?
Yeah, I did.
You had shame. You felt shame for your pajama-length shirt.
It's comfy, you know?
It is comfy, yes, and it looks good. Thank you both for staying in the Lunar New Year spirit, because yes, this. How long does Lunar New Year get celebrated?
2
years. Damn. 2 years with a rabbit.
2 weeks.
2 weeks. Okay.
Yeah.
And so you start technically on Lunar New Year's Eve, and then I guess 2 Saturdays later is when. Okay.
This Saturday is gonna be a big day. I don't know what's it called in Chinese, English, but it's the 8th day. So there's gonna be a lot of like firecrackers.
Oh, so it doesn't. Oh, okay. So on the day of, there's not as many. It's 1 week later that there's more.
No, but in particular that day, people are celebrating. I mean, to some deity, you know.
Oh, okay.
So
there's more symbolic significance.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm into it. Because this Saturday is also a big day for finding out what happens in the DPC. Yes, I keep alluding to it, but it's only a 3-week season, and we're basically coming to the close of 3 weeks. So let's take a look at what happened on Monday, because these results are critical to determining who is going to be going to Peru. On Monday, we had 3 teams, as always, duke it out and had a little bit of surprises. Talon 2-0'd Geek Slate. Unprecedented. Geek Slate was undefeated. Talon was looking middle of the pack, and they whip out a 2-0. Granted, if you can see at the top, there was a Meepo, which I'll be quizzing you guys later on some of the remaining uncontested heroes. First and only Meepo pick/ban in the entire DPC.
Oh, wow.
So, I don't know, Skem was on...
Also the bathroom, right?
Spirit Breaker has been contested in other regions, but first pick in Southeast Asia. But wild result. Second series, SMG versus Boom, went the distance of 3 games. And Boom ended up taking game 2 and game 3. Winter, what was your impression? Did you think that Boom was just consistently better, or was this a game of throws back and forth between SMG and Boom?
It's definitely not the the best kind of game. teams are just making a lot of mistakes, both the teams. But I feel like overall, I think Boom, they are starting to figure out what they need to prioritize within their drafts, because most of the time I feel like the carry pick is the one that's giving them issues. The other 3 to 4 setup picks for the carry, that's not much of a problem for them. They already kind of figured out what they need to pick around the carry. So I think the more games they play, they are gonna figure out which heroes they should be prioritizing a lot more than the other heroes.
Well, it's a shame because they only have one more series left to play, and it's versus Blacklist Rivalry. That is going to be on Friday, but at least they're kind of getting into their groove because they managed to get their second win. SMG still only has one win, and that means that SMG really needs to win today versus Blacklist Rivalry if they want to take a shot of staying in tiebreakers and not being relegated. And the final series of the day, Bleed versus Execration. Execration returned to form because they, I guess, really only dropped against Geekslate. But were they good all game long? Because we keep saying Execration seems to be like a late game team, and I feel like in this series, Bleed kind of had chances. In this game, it seemed pretty Execration favored, but I feel like, I think it was game 1, if Bleed kept like a strong momentum, they could have shut out Execration, but yet again, they give a chance in the late game and Execration sees it every single time.
Yeah, no, I feel like they just stopped this aggression. Like, and game 1, I felt it was in the bag. Execration would argue that, they had a better draft, but I felt if, well, I'm losing my train of thought here, sorry. Picking up.
Bleed lineup was this Leshrek DP Omni Knight game. That was the one that I was just like, man, they could have won this game much quicker.
They could have pushed it more after that, or within the first Aegis. I felt Corden never blinked in and became aggressive with the Heavenly Grace.
Right.
And after that, they just like stalled and didn't do anything and gave Execration the much needed time to come back, and Sniper just became a beast.
Yeah, I think I agree. I feel like overall, like he has been like a really, really stable mid laner. Yeah. Like when the time comes, he doesn't feel like he's someone that would put his neck on the line and make some play. Maybe it could be amazing, but it also could be disastrous for his team. So he doesn't really want to do something risky. So in games where it's very even throughout like let's say 20-30 minutes, he's not going to be that person that steps up, So, and I feel like in a team, usually you want to have at least one of the cores being able to do that, and usually you want your mid player, because the mid heroes are usually the heroes that are allowed to do that, try and do something funky, try to do some risky move, and maybe, you create an opening for a team to win the game.
Especially the young players. He's a mid laner and he's young. He's playing opposite. Like an old man sometimes. A conservative old man, he doesn't want to throw things. But
he reminds me of Super, the China.
Oh man, I can definitely see that.
DK, DP.
Yes. Oh man, that's a vintage. Wait, is that capital S Super or lowercase Super?
Oh, I think
it was capital S Super. Lowercase Super was the IG code.
That one's the code. Yeah, that's the code. Yeah.
Well, he's going to have to bring that killer instinct on Corden today, because it is going to be Bleed versus Talon as our very first series of the day, which is going to be Bleed's very final series. They are currently 3-3, as you saw in the standings, which means that they only have one series left, and it's versus Talon. Next series of the day is going to be Blacklist Rivalry versus Team SMG, which technically Team SMG can lose this game and still have a chance for tiebreakers, because Fnatic is still winless. And even if Fnatic win the next series on Execration, there is still a chance also for tiebreakers. This all seems very complicated. We're going to have some recipes coming up that will make these teams' paths to either relegation or major contention much more clear later in the day. But for right now, these are the series that we have on the docket. And if Fnatic can manage to beat Execration, that has to be like the biggest upset possibly of the entire DPC.
I wanted to win the last two series, so it really becomes spicy at the bottom,
Because there's actually a chance that Fnatic might even. Oh no, okay. So no matter what, if they win both series, they have to win both series to not be even in contention for relegation.
Yeah.
But if they manage to do that, I would be shocked, because the last time we saw Fnatic was last Friday, and it was versus Boom, and they still look just as lost as ever. So they have had 5 days off before today. A lot can change in a week.
And the mood and atmosphere in that boot camp must be rough right now.
I mean, their backs are against the wall. I feel like sometimes when the teams they are already at the edge of getting eliminated from the event, I feel like that's when they are going to be very dangerous because they've got nothing to lose already.
It's like it's not just eliminated in the event. It's like the next major, you're also not going to be a part of it,
true.
right? Like because you're in Division 2.
You basically just have to, and then theoretically that also means that even if you won the third season and won the third major, you would still not have enough points to qualify for TI, which is the implications of being relegated are substantial.
It's actually crazy missing, like being relegated. Miss 2 majors automatically.
So it's actually better to start from Division 2
I mean,
for the first season.
I think the assumption is that you would not get relegated.
No, I mean for sure, but yeah.
I mean, say you build a new team, you have no idea how the team is going to perform. Isn't it better that you start from Div 2 that way?
If you build a new team, you can't become Division 1.
Say you get a slot.
Okay,
I mean,
fine,
say you can
slot.
buy a slot, right? Would you rather just buy a Div 2 slot to build the team up?
Well, okay, so no matter what, you're going to miss out on 2 majors. Because if you get promoted between Season 1 and Season 2, then you have to stay in Division 1 for the second thing.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, okay, say you come up with a new roster, you go straight, you have a Div 1 slot, right? You do badly, then you drop to Div 2, so it means that you are going to miss 2,
I see.
And then you don't have time to, like, it's so stressful, because the teams you are playing are stronger.
Okay, so you're saying like get your growing pains out of the way in Tour 1, and Tour 2 you come into your own.
Yeah.
You are actually competitive in Div 1 and you stay in Div 1.
Yeah.
Whether or not you go to the major is a different story, but like at least you're still in Div 1.
Yeah, because it's a lot worse if you don't know what's the team's potential and you go up with the better teams and then you get trashed and then everybody feels so bad and then they might not want to stick together, and things get rough.
Is there a schedule ready for this year's TI? Like, I'm just wondering why it's only 3 majors. Like,
No, there are 3.
No, I know. I'm wondering, is there like a final date for TI ready for this year?
No, but I think the assumption is that with this compressed schedule of 3 weeks, that it'll get closer to August because August always used to be TI.
They want to bring it back.
Yeah, so I think I'm assuming that it'll fall somewhere in September. I have literally no information to back this up whatsoever, but I think an October TI was just kind of like a backup plan, and they want to move it closer and closer back to the original August because I think Tour 3 will probably end around June?
Yeah.
I think June,
Yeah, June.
it'll end.
Yeah, because I was speaking to Pontus earlier, and he's just like saying after the major, it's like the DPC starts all over again. So it's like, wow, that's really...
It's very hectic.
Yeah.
But it was like that last year also.
Yeah, no.
I think there was only because open qualifiers would go like the day the major ended is like when open qualifiers would start for the next tour. So it's still to 24/7, and I enjoy it thoroughly. I'm sure it's exhausting for the players, although at least now it's the 3-week schedule. And so, what do you imagine if you don't make it to the major? What do you do for the next 5 weeks? Because there's going to be 3 weeks of Division 2 and then 2 weeks of major. So you have 5 weeks off basically.
Boracay. Go to Boracay.
You're gonna vacation when you don't make it to the major?
That sounds like the worst thing to do. I mean, sure, have a couple of days off, but you gotta get back on that grind, right? Like, otherwise, your whole season's just screwed.
Yeah, but how much grind can you do? Because like I'm even seeing some Div 2 teams. Like I was watching Alliance in Western Europe. They're Div 2, and they've been boot camping for Div 2 for like the past 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Which is intense, I would imagine, because then you need to do a 3-week season as well. So I don't know. I imagine that none of these teams want to have to think about that.
Yeah, I mean, the results will definitely like play a factor there. Like if you're not motivated, like, and those losses start stacking up,
Yeah.
it's hard. Like it's rough to reset mentally.
And then I suppose, in theory, you may start mulling over roster changes, but hopefully not. Hopefully you accept the fact that these are, like Winter said, growing pains that you need to go into. But right now, we're not concerned with the relegation teams quite yet, because our very first series is going to be Bleed versus Talon. So stick around, and we'll be back with that after the break.
The Blade Cloak does get a lot of damage, but here comes the Black Hole.
All right, I was excited to see what food we had on Wednesday. Whoa, red eggs? It's not an egg. Oh no, you
That
dropped
is
it.
an egg.
It's egg.
What is that?
That's not century egg, is it?
No. Century egg's black.
It must be a
Was
fruit.
that a Malaysian? food?
That egg is usually you have that egg when you have a kid and the kid is 1 month.
Oh.
And then you give out that egg.
It's like a hard-boiled egg?
Yeah, hard-boiled egg.
Oh.
Just with a red colored shell.
The reason behind it.
I don't know. But all I know is you get to eat that when somebody's kid is 1 month old.
Yeah, okay. At least we finally got some Malaysian B-roll because I feel like we've had a lot of different cultures being shown off in the food, and I'm getting more and more enriched in Southeast Asian cuisine. I had that Romley burger piece. It was interesting. You weren't a big fan of Romley burger,
No,
Mike.
I mean, it's okay.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, I guess as American,
He wants in and out.
you're spoiled with good burgers.
Five Guys.
Right. Oh man, you know all of them.
You can't,
Can't blame the man. That was Avo's whole idea, was that America had invented the burger, but did Malaysia perfect it? I suppose that's in the eye of the beholder. And right now, we are going to be beholding Bleed going up against Talon. Now, Talon is entering a renaissance right now, because that Geek Slate series was not only dominant, but it was also the fastest series we've ever had in the entire Southeast Asian DPC. Game 1 was 30 minutes long. Game 2 was 25 minutes long. And need I remind the viewers that Southeast Asia's average match duration is 45 minutes. We've played an entire season, and our average match duration is 45 minutes long. It's absurd. But Talon came in here with an axe to grind against Geek Slate, and they 2-0'd them. Now, granted, Geek Slate were doing some interesting things. They did the IO Gyro in Game 1, and then they did the Meepo in Game 2. But still, Talon looked much cleaner than you've been seeing the entire season. Winter, you yourself said that if Talon can play like this, you think that they are the best team in Southeast Asia.
Yes. I felt like the two games that I watched, because I was casting those two games, I felt like they looked like the best team in Southeast Asia when they were playing against Geek Slate. Like the way they are moving as a team, the way they are using the smokes to observe wards, everything was amazing that game, that series itself.
Yeah, they were definitely prepared. And I felt like Geek Slate was a little bit experimental in the drafts, and they weren't as crisp as we saw them, when they played against Execration, and maybe it got to their heads, and they stepped off the gas for a bit, and Talon punished them.
Because I definitely, even in the webcams, I saw Geek Slate's coach/owner, or is it founder/coach?
He's kind of the I mean, I think there's two bosses.
He's the boss.
I think he's one of the bosses.
One of the bosses.
Yeah. I think he's the smaller boss. The other guy is the bigger boss. I mean,
Big boss and small.
It's also in size because
It's a Metal Gear Solid situation or something.
because the other boss is Joseph. The guy we see on the cam is Get. So
I see.
I think Joseph is the bigger boss, but Get is more hands-on with the team.
I mean, he felt
higher
very
MMR.
confident.
Yeah, he's definitely higher MMR.
In that game, though, it was not showing. I mean, granted, Geek Slate are still doing fantastic in the entire DPC, but maybe it's just Talon on point. You know, this is Talon has. I actually don't think that many of the teams that we asked in week 1 considered Talon to be top 3. I think Bleed was commonly remarked as being top 3. Geek Slate was in top 3, and then like
they include themselves.
they would include themselves basically.
Yeah, but something changed a lot. You know, there's no way like they went from playing average into something totally different. You know,
right?
Something changed. You know, and after the series, you know, there was like some controversial Facebook post. Like Q was so mad, you know, about something. He made a post and then he deleted it. But then after that, the whole team just became amazing. You know.
What's this? What's drama?
I mean, I don't know if it's drama, but he made a post like
Who's
saying, Q.
Q.
Oh,
Like, he just made a post like he was angry about something, you know, and then after that it got deleted. And then the next series they played,
no. I mean, sometimes a boom like fixes the team.
yeah, then Jabs made a post. Okay, everything is solved, no drama.
Oh, okay.
Go back to your.
Okay, I'm glad you confirmed that because whenever I heard about Q making that, we also did our post-game interview with him, and he seemed not entirely comfortable with the interview. I don't know if like I was asking complicated questions or something like that, and so I was just like, oh god, I hope this isn't in reference to me like throwing him under a bus in an interview or something like that.
Yeah, but it's a good thing, you know. They solve problems, you know, and then they move forward. You know,
Yes.
it's very normal to have problems in a team. You know, you have 5 people who are not actually friends. You know, you just come together to play Dota. There's definitely gonna be problems. You know, it's just about how you solve it and how you move forward. And from the way we see things have happened, you know, in the game, I'm pretty sure they already solved it and they're way stronger right now as a team.
Best to keep it within the team, though.
Sorry?
It's best to keep it within the team and not like, you know.
Yeah, that's why you need to have a person outside, like the coach, or you have a whatever sports psychologist,
Right.
whatever it is, somebody else to deal with it, so the players don't have to deal with it among themselves, you know. Because when they do that, it damages the relationship. Yeah.
Especially for a rapid-fire season like this, you got to solve your problems quickly. You can't let them linger. And Bleed, this thing is moving so fast that even after winning the M88 Invitational on like the first week of January, they are having a, you know, substantial amount of competition in this DPC. They're not just mowing it down, and they are currently 3-3, which means that they are still in contention to make it to the major. But this is one of many critical series. They have 2 series left. So this is the series versus Bleed, and then they have one more versus Fnatic. There are a lot of permutations depending on what they win or lose, what the situation will be, but they did not maintain the same amount of momentum that I was led to believe from all the interviews, which I don't know what to attribute that to.
I mean, I feel that some of the teams are doing well before because people don't really know how they play, you know. I've said this before, like the more games you play, the more you also reveal your weaknesses. So in certain teams, they are not so flexible. I feel like Bleed is one of them. They're not really that flexible in terms of a certain way of their drafting. They're prioritizing Masara's hero. He has to be playing some greedy hero, and sometimes they don't have stun. And Corden has to be playing that trifecta. He has to be Ember, Pango, maybe a Puck, you know. And teams are starting to exploit it more, you know. And sure, some games they prioritize Corden's hero. They pick his hero out early so it doesn't get banned out. But we're still seeing like they have a lot of other issues as well in terms of securing the kind of draft that they want to. Teams are just not letting them get it.
I will say though that Playhard and Dubu as a support duo have been impressing there.
No, for sure. I feel they've been on point and they gelled really well, and the way they itemize is like really like selfless and for the team, and I feel that way of itemizing also kind of backfires because, like I said, their aggression tends to fall off like midpoint, and like that going back to that game 1 versus
it was Execration.
Yeah, like I felt like the Greaves, the pipe, like all these utility items were like unnecessary because they didn't take any fights.
Yeah, I know.
And then the opponents just started scaling.
sometimes, these defensive items, these force staffs and stuff like that can be your undoing. You may think that, you have the advantage and you're like, I don't want to die, but maybe you should be thinking more about how I want to kill
when
them
your
more.
core is not carrying the game, you wish you have a Lance, you wish you had a Midas.
Yeah, exactly.
You wish you have a
Like, why am I saving this dude? I could be winning the game for us right now. Game number 1, Bleed versus Talon, Broodmother Mirana, Ember Spirit, Tiny Band, and Treant Protector has been shooting up yet again on the charts. He is actually in Southeast Asia. Okay, he is the 4th most picked hero in the entire DPC, Treant Protector.
What's the win rate?
54%.
That's pretty decent.
Yeah.
I mean, so right now you already see like things are starting to shape up. Bleed is already prioritizing getting Corden's hero right away. I mean, we mentioned this before. The games where his hero doesn't appear in the second phase and everything gets banned out, he seemed to not have a right hero.
And they tried like picking Void Spirit for him 2 times, and like the second time he had a better game, but it still felt like.
I mean, it's the hero. The hero is just not that.
I don't know why
there's
like,
no
they
good
kept pushing for that
there's
hero.
no good replacement for Ember, Puck, and Pango. I feel like Ember is probably the strongest out of the 3. That's why he got banned right away. And we see for Talon's side, we've always been talking about how they are always picking Jab's hero at the get-goes. And it might be his hero, it might not be his hero, but nowadays they're starting to mix things up, during the first pick phase. The 8th pick could be somebody else's hero, and in this instance, we see the TA. Could be a reaction to the Puck. They just want a direct lane counter matchup. So, and it works really well with the 3.
In the shard also, we've seen it like.
Yeah, the silence really screws up the Puck.
I'm surprised that they picked Treant over Rubik though. Like, Talon was prioritizing Rubik in the last series.
Yeah, and Treant's 4th most picked in the DPC. Rubik is the most picked hero in the DPC.
Like, this is all regions?
All regions, 54% win rate also.
I mean, I feel like Treant is much more. I feel like a stronger hero in the draft. Like Rubik is more like a general hero. He doesn't give away like a neutral hero.
I just don't see the value in picking Puck at, the 7th pick.
Like, they just want to get his hero. I mean, but then again, if they want to get his hero,
Pango.
it's better to get Pango, right? Yeah, I agree.
Like, sure, it's gonna be Bloodseeker counter, but like you said, like.
Yeah, I agree. Then you can put the Pango offlane if you need to, Yeah.
Weird. Now it's like, Puck offlane isn't a thing.
No,
Yeah,
this is not
it's definitely not a thing. I mean, this is why I'm saying, certain teams, they start out, they're doing well because people don't really know what they're trying to do. But as you play more games...
I'm surprised they even removed Ricky when Mirana's already out of the picture. I mean, for the Puck, I guess, but it's like, it's like a dart on its own. It's not really that
you feel
scary.
like the Puck, if you pick the Puck like this, you don't really need to use bans
like,
for him.
They have a Treant already. Like a Treant Ricky support combo kind of sounds iffy,
I understand where you're coming from. It definitely feels like Bleed is... They are not really sure what they have to do right now in terms of whose hero to get and how to use the bans.
These bans from Talon, like, Batrider just because TA and also DP, Master Ross has been playing it a lot.
Yeah, it's for the TA as well, the laning of TA. I mean, everything seems like they're really
It's
clear.
according to the plan.
They're really clear about what they want to do. They 8th pick the TA, the bans has to be directed at protecting the TA. And yeah, I think overall, Talon definitely looks like a team that knows what they want right now with the draft. I Bleed. I'm not really sure where they're going here.
Yeah. And then like all over the place.
Yeah, it's very worrisome,
I mean, you alluded to it in our pregame that you've kind of been noticing that Bleed let Masaros be the game winner to an extent. And so if Corden's not going to get his hands on Pango for whatever reason, then let's just let Masaros be the person to carry us. And so his Timber Stall is still available.
Yeah, I feel like that's why they didn't pick the Pango, because the Puck works better with his heroes.
Right.
So they are indirectly, they are still prioritizing Masaros very highly in this team. Because then again, it comes back to the point, I mentioned when Mike was bringing up Corden as a player, like he's really stable, he doesn't try to do too many fancy stuff, so the team just wants to give him his hero, just show his hero first, because then it's better for Masaros to come up with a hero that can maybe be more win condition,
Because for as critical as we're being of Corden not having the killer instinct and YOLOing, he also never really loses his team the game.
He's just stable. You get what you get from
his
him.
impact is there.
Always.
Like even that Void Spirit game where he got shut down so hard by the SF, it's like he still did some amazing plays even though he was so far behind.
I feel like he will be a very good offlane player next time if he decides to go to that role.
That's true, actually.
Yeah, because he's
that
reliable.
Is the kind of, that's the kind
he
of
plays for the
stability you
team,
need.
I feel like he's gonna be good on the offlane.
For sure, but
against the TA. I think Dubu likes to play this hero as well.
I mean,
Yeah.
is that the first time we've seen Jakiro?
In
I think it might
Southeast
be.
Asia, Jakiro,
Yeah,
uncontested, not
could be the
picked,
first
not
time.
banned.
I don't think it counters Trian as much nowadays because you don't break the armor. I mean, it's probably mostly for the TA. I mean, if anything, I feel like the Trian is countering the Jakiro because you can't kill the tower. He just keeps healing the tower and you can't break the armor.
Yeah.
I'm also surprised that they didn't opt for an Omni pick. Like normally they.
Yeah, you
that
want to
was-
dispel against the Trian.
That was like their Rubik. Jakiro,
Yeah,
like
actually, Omni would have been great against these two heroes. The ulti against the TA, the dispel against the tree.
yeah.
I'm trying to look if Corden has any history of playing mid Jakiro, because I guess the TA probably isn't going to go mid.
Neil,
The TA
please, no mid
Yeah.
Jakiros, please.
I mean,
all I'm saying is, should Jakiro just follow TA around no matter
Oh,
where she is?
it could be a Master Race hero now that you're pointing that out.
Yeah, exactly.
It's also a hero that's
so how's
pretty
the
good. with-
matchup? Okay, since you already bring it up, so if the lane is going to be Jakiro against TA, is TA
gonna be
like
rough.
is he just going to be like jungling from
He,
like
he
level?
just wants to push out and jump
Like, he
up.
can't play the lane at all.
Yeah.
You can't play the lane
Like,
at all.
after like maybe level 4, where you have like 2 points in each damage over time spell.
Liquid fire and
Dual breath.
the dual breath. So
Yeah.
the TA cannot lane out.
It's a good back user. He's very tanky already. He likes. Yeah, I mean, I can see it go on position 3, but it's like Jakiro core looks a bit iffy.
Yeah. Two kind of like heavy,
Like-
very heavy heroes.
If they're not ahead, and the TA gets BKB and just blinks in, like he's gonna delete this
Yeah,
Jakiro.
this kind of
back.
draft, you need a bounty hunter to make everything work. You track everyone, you keep killing them.
You just
then
keep running.
Yeah, you
and
keep
getting-
running at them.
Yeah, I can see that. But I don't think they're in that point as a team where they can just pull off a bounty hunter.
I mean, they played bounty hunter like last week.
No, but I mean, it's gonna be Jakiro core, right?
I mean, if I have a bounty hunter, I would probably put bounty hunter as the core and Jakiro as a support. So Kotal,
Talon bringing out this Coddle.
yeah,
Probably
just to
Jab's hero.
slow the game down because they sense that with the Jakiro pick with the
They're,
this kind
they're
of
at time limit.
yeah, they have a time, they have a timer on their
And
lineup.
no, they're not last pick. Bleed's last pick.
Blitz last pick.
Oh, what's a Jackie hero? It's gonna be like a melee, but what melee's good against TA?
You don't want anything like a.
I mean, a
Lina or-
Void could be pretty good for Bleed.
Now that there's a Jakiro, right?
Yeah.
I mean, if you want to play like an all-in lineup, it's going to be like some kind of drought, right? If you really want to all-in with this Jakiro puck.
But it's like, who's gonna be your front line? Like eventually,
I mean, they're going to pick some Timber, I guess, front line.
Slark.
Okay, never mind. That's a slug.
That's
That's pretty good.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, good against the tree, good against the TA.
Yeah, they have no real like AoE lockdown.
So then their draft becomes more like they want to split the map, farm here, go for a pick off here, and then just keep dragging the game because the slug has a later timing against the TA.
Bloodseeker seems pretty okay for
For Talon,
yeah, if they because they can just run the TA mid versus the puck, avoid the Jakiro.
Or let the Coddle go mid.
Yeah, you could. But I think the Tussa and Coddle could,
Yeah, it's a good
pressure the
plan.
Slark a little bit.
slug with Jakiro. I mean, if he can't pull the waves, I think the lane can be pretty rough for the slug. The Jakiro has to be able to pull the wave to survive.
Talon are
Yeah, so they're
expecting
gonna
it to not be an offlane Jakiro. They're banning out Monsteros, taking out his Timber Saw.
Yeah, I mean, they have Trian and TA, that lane's really bad against Timber. If it's a safe lane TA. But at this point, I'm leaning more towards the TA being a mid hero. Since they pick it, I mean, it's an option for sure against the puck. But for Talon, they need
Viper.
they definitely need an initiating. So I guess the TA could be a safe laner since they banned the Viper and Timber. They're looking for another like mid lane that can create some tempo
Yeah.
around the map.
I think with this Viper ban, they're opting to put this TA in the safe lane.
Yeah. So like a Pango hero, I guess there's just
You're
Pango.
talking for Talon, right?
Yeah, for Talon, they need like some Pango, some initiating hero, right? Or the Tusk is gonna be mid. The Tusk can be the mid lane.
No, I don't.
And then they pick another pulse 4.
Or the Tusk could be an offlane. That's actually, Jabs has played offlane Tusk twice.
Night Stalker.
Whoa.
It's pretty good
yeah.
against this.
It's actually pretty good. But who's going mid?
It could be a Night Stalker carry.
Wait, let me see. Let me think. If I'm Talon, what is Jebs playing? I think Jebs is gonna play the Kotal,
Yeah.
and then I'll put the TA as the carry, and then who's yeah, I guess Night Stalker mid, Mikoto Night Stalker, I guess. I feel like I will put Jebs on the Kotal and Mikoto on the NS. I mean, the lane is fine, right? Like either lane is free farm mid because it's a puck mid.
I'd swap it around. I'd put 23 on the NS and Kodo mid.
I mean, that could work too because the lane is easy for the TA mid.
Yeah, and Night Stalker doesn't really lose the lane, and he just wants to like sit back and farm. This hero is very good in catching.
It all depends on who is comfortable on what hero at this stage. You know, they can do anything they want. This is actually a really good overall setup for them.
Mm-hmm. They can adjust their lanes however they want.
And what's Masaros' game plan?
Oh, he needs to be like some frontline hero for sure, like a frontline hero.
No, I don't think Mars is going to be good. Like, they need that kind of hero, but I don't think Mars is going to cut it out.
Tight team fight hero?
Because it's like, what control do they... Like, you have to assume these two cores from Talon are going to have a BKB timing, and their heroes do nothing against a BKB timing.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, there's no off... I mean, the only offlane hero, like, you're talking about BKB, against BKB is like Raw. Beast Master Raw, but it's banned.
Maybe...
I think they just need a team fight frontline tank hero, like some tight kind of hero.
Yeah, I was considering Tide.
Yeah, they just need a frontline hero. I mean, it's hard. If they pick something like Bounty Hunter, it's very hard to play the game now. They're just dodging the whole time.
Bounty's going to be food for NS later on. Visage, so they're...
It's kind of like a Beastmaster-ish hero.
Isn't enough though.
Dude, this seems like such a hard, like,
The lane is hard though, I think.
The lane is hard, and I don't think you can push that quickly against Talon. Between a Coddle and a Treant Protector, yeah, Visage and Jakiro are great at taking buildings, but...
I mean, you're right, it's 23 on Night Stalker. Mikoto is TA mid.
Oh, yeah?
Jebs on the Kotal. But I feel like the Visage fits what they need, you know, in the draft. Even though it might not be the best Visage game, you know, against the Treant and Kotal, it's hard to push down towers, but I think it's what they need.
I thought you said you wanted someone who can go in. Can Visage go in?
Visage is kind of like a tanky hero. I mean, I think if you want to initiate as Puck already and the Rubik, and they need more like a mid shield in front, you know, that deals damage at the same time. You know, I think Visage definitely fits the bill. But my major concern is the lane though. The lane is going to be tough for him, even against the tree. The tree can bully him. And with the, I don't know if it's going to be a Jakiro or it's going to be a Rubik with him. Rubik cannot fight the tree. So what are they going to do in the lane? It's going to be a tough one.
Yeah.
There's too many wings and Graph would bleed. What? They're not gonna win, man.
I mean, for sure it's easier, you know. Like your first glance is easier to be on the right draft, you know, Talon's draft.
I just feel the BKB timing is gonna be too strong.
But I feel they can still win with this lineup, provided they get past the laning phase. They get to a stage where they didn't lose the lane too hard. Then the mid game is gonna be we catch one hero here, we catch one hero there, buy time. Slug eventually gets big, and then Slug will carry the game. That's what they are hoping for.
There's a very small window because then also once BKBs come out on the other side of the window, then all of a sudden bleeds start going downhill again. Let's see how much our casters are a fan. Cap and Avery. Avery, I know that Night Stalker safe lane is definitely a favorite in North America, but is it any good?
Probably means no. I think that answers your question itself, right?
Yeah, I kind of answered my own question there.
Yeah, come on, Neil. You played in the region. You know if anything is good in NA.
It is not reflected globally. Well, maybe let's see if Southeast Asia can bring it to success. Game number 1, Cap and Avery. Enjoy the game.
I like the pieces coming together for Talon. I feel like this draft kind of fits nicely. They've got a mid-TA versus Puck. They've got Night Stalker, who's going to get hopefully some good farm out of the carry role, can create some space for the TA. You've got a Coddle who pushes out, a core Coddle that pushes out waves while TA's hitting jungle creeps. True. I don't know, everything feels like it matches up pretty nicely to me.
I think you're just a Night Stalker lover.
That is true, yes. As an offlaner, I am a big fan. Whenever I see an offlane hero being played as carry, I'm just like, yeah, I know that guy.
I'm trying to think of where the Night Stalker lovers rank. It's probably like right below the Tinker Spammers, right above the...
What is wrong with Night Stalker? What the hell? What is this random Night Stalker?
Oh, I like the hero. But a true Night Stalker lover refers to him as Balinar. So get this Night Stalker nonsense out of here and call the man call him by his real name.
I prefer not to confuse the audience watching because, you know, there are tens.
I am tired of pretending that the Dota audience is not in their 30s and has been playing this game for 15 years. Can we just accept this? People have been playing this game since Warcraft 3. They know the original names. I'm going to start calling War Heroes by the original name.
I don't know what you're talking about. There are tens and tens of teenagers watching this broadcast right now, okay?
You can't even say that with a straight face.
Dota is a flourishing and growing game with an audience that is young and up and coming.
I consider myself the
Right?
best player.
Yeah.
Also, there are plenty of, just you know, not to point out how old we are, but there are plenty of boomers who didn't play Dota 1, played Dota 2 in the early days of Dota 2, so they don't know the original names, but are still boomers.
Yeah, and we call them posers. So,
You're not a real Dota fan if you didn't play Warcraft 3 Dota.
Yeah, I mean, if you were playing Dota by the time there were more than like 30 heroes in it, I don't know what to tell you. You're just late to the party.
Yeah, if you haven't played the Space Marine or Riki with a Death Ward, then I don't want to hear. You're not allowed to chat. This chat is for true OG Dota legends only. All right?
Exactly. And I think play hard.
They did not
might
go
be
for
late to
play
the party.
hard. They went for Masaros. Why did they choose that? I don't know, but they're easily going to get first blood. They're going to trade out heroes, but maybe they can Jackie too. One last shot. Mikado gets it. Double kill. Nicely set up by Talon using the Night Stalker's superior vision. Avery, you were saying picking Night Stalker into Slark is kind of cringe.
Well, I did not say that at all. I would never be caught using cringe. Come on, Cap, that's pretty cringe. But yeah, I mean, it is an interesting dynamic, right? Like Slark is
Oh
one of
my
the
god,
heroes
is
with the
Dubu dead too?
What is happening?
I have
Just the
never-
rumble in the jungle or what?
I have never in my life seen so much value out of
One more
level
hit.
1 shards.
He actually was okay.
Oh god! No way! Makoto, what a beast! Melt dodged the puck hit and then fairy fires the last
I don't
hit.
think that's good for him, though. I think he'd rather just die. And
Yeah, he is limping around on
he's gonna
AP
get
right now.
You can get abused on this lane now. You don't have these refraction charges to play through.
Yeah, this is no longer a favorable matchup.
I mean, he'll get there eventually. I mean, he's just so far ahead level-wise, I guess. The early kills, he's already level 2. The real winner, Jabs, he got both kills out of that and the first blood. He is Omega. He is double the net worth of Slark before the lane starts. That is brutal for a hero that is traditionally very dependent on how the early levels go.
No way. No goddamn way. What? Where do you think Jab's net worth went in? Guess right now, without looking. Guess.
God, this game. Well, now it's something ridiculous. I don't know. He bought like a Wraith Band or something.
Look at mid. Look mid right now.
Bottle?
Makoto has a bottle.
Oh, what a boy.
What a boy. Jabs bought a bottle for Makoto to recover his lane.
What a G.
Absolute
Wait, it's
gentleman.
It actually still counts as his network too. That's interesting.
What, a Jabs? Yeah, it does.
Yeah, it doesn't. It won't transfer. So it's actually kind of inflated network for his Coddle. Like if he dies, you know, you get some extra bonus gold. But that's
Well,
a
I
pretty
mean, it
good-
also means underinflated net worth for the TA.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, it's really nice for him. This is some next level strats right here. Jabs, unselfish.
I wonder if they just came up with that on the fly. Like Makoto's like, guys, I am absolutely going to be hurting in this lane.
I mean, it's a very heads-up play. This is not something you traditionally think about, right?
No.
So
there have been
pretty genius.
dark times where bottles have been bought for somebody else, but they are few and far between.
I mean, it used to be a strat where you could just pull it instantly from the support.
Yeah.
I think we saw it maybe once or twice at TI this year, actually, too, but not like this. I mean, this just makes sense, and it flows super well. The Coddle's going to free farm bottom anyway. It's not like he's losing out on some early timing.
For sure.
And he's just skirmishing, so Jackie going to get a leap, get some extra stacks.
Really nice full breath, and Q takes a lot of damage on his way out.
Wait, the early level advantage is really punishing these lanes here for Bleed. Like, this Coddle's already level 3. Just shoving in the wave, getting last hits, punishing the regen on this Slark, who has to try and get the 6, so this lane gets pretty hard level 4 and 5 if you're landing the blast. I don't know, first blood definitely favor Talon here just in terms of the skirmish, the levels, the gold, the bottle, the lanes. game's already snowballing.
It really
and they
is.
have Tusk, so thematic bonus as well.
I thought you were actually going to make a real Dota point there for a second, but
It's not what the analysts are for.
just a Dota pun. Yeah, that's true. You really have been studying Lacoste, haven't you?
Excuse me, Lacoste studied from me. For good, sir.
How is top lane going? Okay. No, 23 is kind of free farming there too. So
He's doing all right, but he's starting to get forced back a bit. This is a double range lane versus a double melee. So as long as you abuse right clicks, you can win it over time. It's hard for Treant to man fight in. Oh, okay. Well, that's 100 gold. And they say TPs don't grow on trees. See, that one was pretty good.
you got a lot of them today. God damn, you came prepared. Didn't do your research on the teams, but
What are you talking about? These teams like the back of my hand.
yeah, what's your back?
There was no follow-up to that one. See, you were waiting. See, you got to catch them off guard every now and then. That's because I literally wrote the information for these teams on the back of my hand. That's why I know.
It's true.
Jabs was level 4. And Jackie got solo XP, so he actually caught up. Dubu playing this lane pretty smart, because he knows it's going to be pretty hard for them to just fight, and ideally when you play these Sark lanes, you just want to give this hero solo XP. Even if he dies once, who cares, right? If he's the higher level, he's going to be happy in the long term. So Dubu sacrificing a little bit of his early levels to boost Jackie up to maintain the whole advantage with Jabs. Smart play down here. And still, Jabs is just so farmed, even with the bottle pull. Jackie trying to get aggressive. Body blocks as well.
Yeah, really nice.
Beautiful.
And stays on top of Jabs. Really well done. I mean, this was supposed to be a lane that was kind of free, but Bleed upsetting the status quo, getting a big kill on Jabs there. And good thing, too, because we were obviously watching as well that Makoto is pretty heavily dominating that mid lane.
Q might just go down bottom, too, as we see play hard. The nighttime hits on.
Yeah. Just started that nighttime, and they'll chase him down.
Action on both side lanes here. Talon got through that top lane pretty well, and this Night Stalker, he's going to heat up now. It's kind of a question of how much can you abuse before Visage hits 6, which he's a long way away. This Monstros Visage has not got the solo XP. In fact, it's just been double leech, so 23 has big level advantage. He has Helm of Iron Will.
Oh.
Nice body blocks.
Wow. I can't believe he actually lived through all that.
The problem, though, is your Rubik is weak. It means Monstros can't really enter this lane.
Yeah.
What is to stop 23 just running past the wave every time here now? Beating him down.
You know, just one more thing I like about this carry Night Stalker, a hero that abuses mangoes. I mean, this guy had like 5 regen a second. He still has some mangoes left, so he's constantly a threat in lane.
Yeah, he's 15 base regen. Just gets the brown boots now.
Yeah.
Monstros could die here super easily. This is a tough phase of the lane to get through if you're Visage. He's only level 4. So far away from the birds.
And it seems like in part probably because of that death, but they're kind of giving up on bottom lane now. Jabs is just opting to stack the hard camp because it's probably just as efficient as farming lane.
He just doesn't want to die anymore. I mean, this bottom lane was a disaster for Talon considering the start. I really thought Jabs was going to be able to snowball it more and abuse the Slark, but they just got killed back. I still think Dubu kind of just outplayed him. Like, somehow he gave solo XP to Sark, and he maintained blocking that big camp, which traditionally with Coddle is how you win the lane, because you shove it in, you stack this big camp. If the support contests, you kill Dubu when he contests. I mean, look at how aggressive Dubu's playing here. He should not be getting away with this.
Yeah, well, he's not going to get away with it. Blocked out by the shards, Q. Not playing the lane has just been kind of hanging around Jabs, and they will punish Dubu as a result.
I think this is what could have been happening on that side big camp pull for Talon on this lane, and that's how they abused it. I think Dubu got away with a lot more than he should have on this lane. And it's put this Bleed safe lane in a really good position because Jackie is level 6. So this Slark is having a very nice game considering the circumstances, and he's the fulcrum of this lineup, right? This entire Bleed lineup revolves around how strong is Slark when he goes into those mid-game fights with the night vision. He's kind of the initiator outside of Coil. Like, Puck's a soft initiator. Puck doesn't really just go in and start killing people unless he's having an astounding game in terms of really fast Witchblade and that type of stuff. So this lineup is built around controlling people and Visage providing auras for Slark to go in.
They just keep on attacking Masaros. They're going to kill Dubu here.
Oh, Dubu TP'd up here.
And if anything, whoa, they actually bring the Rubik over. So small chance that they can kill the Night Stalker. If they get another round of the nukes, they bring him down. What a big kill. Because you can see, even after that kill, Masaros is still level 4. Like, he is so under
He
leveled.
got zoned out of a ton of XP up here.
Yeah.
So both safe lanes doing very well in this game. Have some nice parity. I mean, I guess that rotation from Dubu works out, but his game is going to be very slowed down now.
Middle tower is under attack.
I mean, honestly, I'm kind of impressed with Bleed. Like, that kill right there was super big. The kill that Jackie was able to get. Like, I feel like in some ways they're over-exceeding their situations based off of rotation.
Considering how that Rune fight, River fight went. Yeah, like this game could have gotten really hard in the lanes for them with the start that Talon had.
Yeah.
You had a free bottle mid. You had this Coddle with the extra level. But you prevented it. Now you're in an okay spot. You have your puck spells up, so you can start to make some rotations. Question is, where do you move? Where do you go? Because you still need this Visage 6, and he's still a level off. I don't think I've seen a Visage starved of so much XP in a long time.
Yeah. And the supports aren't doing much better, so I was going to say, you know, maybe you can feed him the tome, but Rubik's level 4, Jakiro, who I would say his ultimate isn't that important.
And this is just
Also
a necessary
level 4.
move. Like, you have to come...
Yep, and Ollie's going to ruin it. He may get caught and die for it. You can come in and try and snowball. Oh, the coil. He's going to put a stop to that one. He does get a really nice shards with a tag team. They're trying to kill this Visage quick and possible. Yeah, they pick him up inside the snowball, and Q is able to get away as a result. Bubu, he's going to be run down as well. Playhard's going to go for a TP out. He will escape. But Talon, they're beginning to be like, okay, these guys are just trying, they have to rotate on us. As long as we're just ready for it, we can TP and defensively play these.
I mean, Talon is happy to bring this Coddle into the fights. He got earn charges off of that. He's level 7. Jabs now gets to go clean up mid. And remember, the whole time any of this is happening, Makoto is farming up like a beast. And he generally will accelerate a lot faster than this Slark. They are on parry, which speaks to how good of a start Jackie had down here. But he's level 10 on this TA. Now, this is incredibly high level. It's basically the free farm levels for a mid TAs you can get level 10 by 10 minutes. And let's just see what he wants to go here. He's going this Dragonlance Crystallis build. We saw this before, right? Was it him or was it somebody else? It just must be the C region TA meta. Because I don't see this in a lot of other places.
Yeah. Super interesting.
The early damage power spike is pretty nice for skirmishing. Like if you want to just go fight around traps and run into people, start right-clicking them.
There does seem to be, I will say, there does seem to be a bit of an obsession with Crystallis in this region.
Obsession, that's a
I was
strong
playing
word.
a pub yesterday. It was a, you know, top 500 ranked pub. And the Clinks went double Crystallis. We lost that game hard. But I'm just saying, I've seen a lot more Crystallises here than I've ever seen before.
That sounds like you buy double crystals when your throne is dying, you know, for the scoreboard.
Yeah.
I mean, he did have you on his team, so maybe there's some correlation there.
Our throne did die pretty quickly after that, but, you know. They had to go through tier 2s and tier 3s and tier 4s.
Yeah, then this third crystals came out.
Something like that.
Maybe that's how they should rate games, you know? You know, you have that post-pub game survey.
Crystallis out of 5?
Yeah, it's like, out of how many 5 Crystallises would you rate this game? How many Shadow Amulets would you give this?
Now that's the real rating.
4 out of 5 Shadow Amulets.
There you go.
This is daytime, so you have some breathing room here for the Visage. Finally, Masaros gets his birds up, gets the
backboard in. They're going to go for the kill, but it's Night Stalker silencing them during daytime. Nice use of the crippling fear to prevent some of the nukes coming their way. They do force a rotation out of Jab, but he's pretty fast. He'll just gallop his way back to bottom lane where Q is going to need some help. Jackie does manage to land the pounce on him. Makoto is going to try and force him away off of his support and does do so successfully.
Everybody's smoking down here, though.
Jab still on his way, tries to hit Jackie, 23. Pop the ultimate on the Slark, so chasing that hero is probably pointless. They're just going to focus on objectives. Well, not 23. He's actually going to keep them from being able to farm. He wants them, he's like, you got to keep out. This is my jungle now.
And the big question is going top here. Q TP'd. They're losing this tier 1 to the Visage, and remember, this is a Treant lineup, so Ollie kind of wants to stay up here and keep this tower alive so he can fight around it. Q just TP'ing to help defend. Pretty nice reaction from Talon. They didn't overcommit. Monstros has to back up. Mikoto is going to take this bottom tower for free. Last hit to the TA, and Dubu TV's back down here.
Yeah, that was crazy that Dubu wanted to be here.
You madman.
Yeah, no, now maybe it's fine though. Jackie's coming in. Can they actually get the counter kill? They burn through the refraction.
Jackie has no
thinks he's
ult.
got another one. Oh no, Jackie doesn't have his ultimate. This is
No
a
TP either.
Oh, the pounce away. The one last shot isn't going to be enough by itself. The side blade's not hitting, but the Void does. 23 picks up that kill. Looks
Gordon
like Jabs
does, too.
getting kills mid at the same time as they're still chasing down Play Hard. They've got more Voids. They've got more traps. They've got a melt shot.
my
Mikoto
God.
picking up a killing spree, and Talon truly running away with the game now.
Yeah, Bleed just crumbled here in that last minute. They just got split on the map with the wrong heroes. Dubu TV's at back at bottom. Jack feels like he has to defend him. Cordon's dying on mid to this Tusk Coddle combo with a Vessel and Solar behind. All of a sudden, Mikoto, who's having a good game, is now having a ridiculous game on this Templar Assassin. Crystal is paying off.
Yeah, and this is before what I would argue is a really big power spike is the second nighttime. Dubu
Just dead again.
dead again. Toss back though. Jabs. If they can get jabs, they got it. They got a double damage puck, so that fight is way better.
Yeah, that's a big kill to go to Corden here. They need the catch-up gold. It's like a 600 gold kill.
Yeah.
But still, Dubu is level 5.5. I don't know if he's getting ultimate this game, and they kind of need the macro power damage with Puck. It's kind of what this combo is designed to do.
Oh yeah, that's true.
He is 7 deaths on Dubu. I don't think I've seen him have this rough a game since he was playing NA pubs.
Monstros, another round of birds though was available, and Q kind of stumbled into that trap as all of Bleed are here.
Time to put the DD to work. It's going to run out, but you have a haste as well. Corden, the Rune God.
Odo. Oh, those side blades are lining up nicely with the extra damage from the Chrysalis.
23 wants to play. He has ult.
Dubu, nice ice path, but he is going to be run down here pretty easily, and they give up the second round of Familiar, so that's on cooldown for 100 seconds. Bleed, that big push mid lane.
Just awkward.
Yeah.
They don't have the best way to just start hitting this tower. The ult being up for Ennis can kind of deter them here, and of course you have to fight through this Jabs out spam. Makoto's happy to come in and clean up another Dubu kill. How many is enough for this dragon?
So I was going to say 15 minutes. Not only is the start of the second nighttime for Night Stalker, which is a big power spike, but also their lineup really likes Ag Shards. Right? Night Stalker, I think even as a carry, really valuable as a farming tool. He's got his coming in. Mikoto had well saved up for a shard, which is obviously one of those. TA counters Puck, not just in the laning phase, but now that you have this shard, massive counter to Puck.
Oh yeah, this is a decent power spike window for Talon. The next 5 minutes could be deadly here for Bleed. I mean, they were already having trouble skirmishing before.
Yeah.
Now it's even more difficult. And the whole time, Ollie just sat top. He's almost level 8 on this tree. He has strong spells right now. He has 2,000 gold.
Yeah, he didn't go maxing out living armor. He's gone 2 levels of Nature's Grass since we last saw him.
Yeah, so he's ready to fight up here. This is the benefit of keeping this tower alive. Now you have a pretty good anchor point if you're Talon. And look, they're already thinking about just squeezing Bleed out of here.
Yep, they're going to go through the triangle. Nothing there. Trying to cut off Bleed.
I mean, they don't
Never
have
mind.
to force the fight.
They've got a DD. Oh, man. It gets even worse. Instead of a fight, it's a free Roshan for Talon.
There's just no map for Bleed. They're all in the tree line. They don't know where to go. And there isn't anywhere to go. I don't think you can fight this Talon lineup right now.
The only way they can fight is, I think, waiting for Slark Agadim Scepter. I think that's the only timing that they have.
I mean, that's a long ways away, and I don't know if 23 is going to give you the time to get there.
Oh.
All right, this Bleed off lane it went so bad. They have no effective front line, and it's just given 23 Savage an absolute feeding frenzy on this Night Stalker right now.
That was something the panel was trying to puzzle together, was exactly what the last pick should be for Bleed. They were talking about Beastmaster, right, as just sort of like the frontliner, lane winner as well.
I mean, you wanted some stopping power,
Yeah.
even more than the front line, right? The issue is Visage can do it, but his lane just went too bad, and he got stumped in the early game, and now you have to catch up. He's the lowest net worth hero. He's very far behind her. He's getting doubled up by TA. It's just kind of a conceptual idea of if you need this last pick to go well for you to get into the mid game and keep the tempo even, and that hero gets stunted, you're kind of just screwed.
Yeah.
So some of that was just outplay. I think that lane could have gone better for Bleed, but Talon also did a decent job recognizing that they brought the heroes to those top lane fights. They made sure 23 could stay in the lane and they fought around him. Even when he got traded on, the Visage usually ended up dying in return.
I don't know if you saw that, but 23 shoveled up one of those kobolds, killed it, and it dropped a neutral item for him.
I mean, that's how you know the Dota gods want you to win these games.
He essentially just dug up a neutral item.
I mean, that is where they come from, right?
The ground?
Somebody has to dig them up.
You think the neutrals are digging him up? And they're just holding on to them?
That's my personal lore. The kobolds are just digging up these items and then you come and slay them.
Wait, so are they like dwarves in some way? They just keep on digging deeper and deeper and they get better and better items as they go?
That's why they had the shovel in the first place, right?
Right.
Think about it. If the shovel's a neutral item, you think this guy's just walking around with a shovel and he's not doing anything with it?
So the deeper down you go is the higher tier items?
Exactly. You know, once that like frost troll is digging, he finds some good stuff. I think Talon trying to find something. I mean, they have Blink on tree. They can be aggressive here.
Oh, yeah.
There's not much to dispel this overgrowth outside of the Greaves on the Saros. Ollie might just look for the Blink. He has the vision from Night Stalker as well.
We really got to be careful. Pokemon Makoto, who has an Aegis.
Trap on trap. I mean, these Rubik traps are actually seen a lot right now.
Yeah, it's...
They don't really have counter detection because there isn't invis on Bleed, so Ollie has a couple of sentries, but he's not throwing them down.
Oh, he also has a shard on Rubik. So he's got the save from telekinesis, but it also means the traps are a pretty powerful fighting tool as well.
This is a pretty tough fight, actually. Talon want to commit. They do find the Rubik,
but the Rubik
though.
gets caught first. The Ice Path trying to bail him out. Telekinesis himself. Oh, but he just got clipped by that one. Oh,
There's
he goes in for the
overgrowth.
punch now. Catches 3 inside the overgrowth. The snowball picks him up. They're going to deliver justice to Masaros as he's going to die first. Push back on Dubu. He falls as well. Jackie's trying to get into the mix of things, but could not stick on top of a hero. There's too many utility items. The Force Staff gets him away. He uses his pounce to get out. So he'll stay alive, yes, but Bleed. Oh, you're right back into it. See the opportunity to catch the puck in the last moments of nighttime there. 23 will keep him in that silence. A 4th hero goes down on the side of Bleed.
And the heals coming out from the Coddle and the tree just sustain these frontliners to go in the fight, and there's not that turnaround stopping power at this early in the game. Especially the Rubik got jumped first. I feel like the traps were maybe the best way for them to take that fight, but it's just not happening if Playhard gets jumped there.
Yeah.
And then you do have this Ags on Slark, but Slark's kind of a slow build-up hero at this point in the game. He's not just jumping on NS and killing him. There's too much mobility this early on, too much sustain through the heals, and the Aegis still on Makoto here. Another double damage for this TA.
Yeah, I feel like
mercy, son.
When Slark gets his Aghanim Scepter, he's like enough of a factor that it can tip it over one way or the other, you know, if fights are kind of close. But when you're just getting rolled over like this, there's no way a Slark has enough power to win a fight by himself.
No, you need a long fight, ideally during day, where the NS isn't a threat and Jackie can get in there. That's why they're looking for this move. Gonna be hard to catch jabs. Oh, they have the trap.
Thanks to the trap. Force Staff breaks the coil. Ice Path, another Force Staff gets him away. Q also lining up a snowball. Oh, what a beautiful overgrowth on 3 with the shards over the top. They are blasting down the support. Corey's gonna die before he gets anything off. This double damage TA starts going to work, and I don't know. I think Bleed. I don't think they have anything left.
No, that was a desperation fight in itself. Now, this game might just be over. I don't know how you're coming back. These overgrowths are way too deadly. Ollie just has 3 or 4 man free ones every time. You have DD Rune on Templar Assassin every time. That helps.
Yeah, it does a lot for you, for sure.
I mean, the Slark is just not doing enough damage, or even if he goes in, Talon don't care. All right, we'll just kill everybody else.
Yeah.
What are you going to do, right? They have a Force Staff on Coddle. They have a Snowball. They have some stall mechanisms. Now you have another Enisol. Play hard. No neighborhood is the right neighborhood for you.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And immediately going to go TP to bottom lane.
Oh, this is a nice move. They get it.
Yep. Let's see if they can catch up to the Slark, who, with the double pounces, seems like he had a pretty good read of what was coming his way.
Radiant's middle
I mean, even if you
tower
just kick
is
him out
falling.
here, like look at the map, it's collapsing very fast. 23 basically controls both side lanes. You keep the kill squad mid. Entire map disappears for bleed here. You have full control of your Talon. You can wait for next Roche. You can try and force the fight if you feel really strong. But honestly, there's no need to, right? Why do you have to force anything in this game? You're not worried about getting outscaled. You're going to have a Hex on this Coddle. That'll just seal the deal for Slark.
Did you see that? So 23, for whatever reason, wanted to kill that Rubik trap so badly he blinked up there. But he was stuck. And so in order to decrease the amount of time he was up there, Ollie passed him over the Tumbler's toy that he had. So 23 could hop himself down.
Efficiency of
Dude,
all means.
These guys just have little things that they're just real smart about.
Bodes well.
Gordon spotted. Oh, instantly blink silenced. I mean, I don't know how you play puck in this game.
I mean, he's not playing it.
Yeah.
There is no playing puck in this game.
Yeah, he is hands off the keyboard for most of it as his death timer total is really racking up. Oh, the snowball's going to catch him. I mean, we haven't even gotten to second Roshan with the shard or anything like that, and it feels like the game is completely one-sided and over.
Yeah, I don't know if we're going to get to that Roshan. That first 10 minutes was just a disaster for Bleed on almost every level. And I don't think there is definitely not a lineup you want to be behind in the first 10 on. I almost feel like that's never the case with Puck. You can sometimes come back with this hero, but generally you kind of want lanes to go well with Puck so he can play off runes. You have the levels on your supports because he needs extra damage and coil. It's like we saw early on with mid. You coil some guy, if you don't have the damage, he just sits there and says, "What's up?"
Yeah, that's funny. I feel the same way about the Slark, right?
Dire are
Yeah,
scattered.
Like
similar.
he needs somebody else to put in the damage because like he can do it at first, but like it's not going to be enough against like tankier cores or anything like that.
Dubu with the preemptive safety ice path. That's how you know you're having a rough one. He's got 10 deaths and Makoto's got 10 kills. That's basically the story of this game. Also notice like 5 buybacks up for Bleed here.
I mean, that's
a lot of gold that isn't going into items.
That's true. But it is just another form of like there is no other way to win this game, right? You can't win a straight 5-on-5, but maybe you can win a 10-on-5 when they push into your base.
Don't know if you're winning the 10-on-5 to be honest.
Well, maybe not, but there's a chance, you know?
I mean, you have a Hex on Jabs now. BKB closing in for Q.
Uh-oh, Jaggy, he's been spotted. The
There
side
it is.
stops his TP. Ay, 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 ay.
Well,
Sean's up in 5 seconds too, so they're gonna get that.
I mean, these types of games, they give you some time to evaluate what happened, you know? This was just a rough one. You played bottom lane well, but Slark just can't really do anything with it if the other lanes go as bad as they did.
Yeah.
This NS just took over. I like this hero's meta. I actually think he has a decent place. He's not some first early pick or something, but these later NS picks, when you know you're not going to get out-tempoed and you have a lane you can just sit him in, this hero's pretty scary. He scales well. He has decent uptime, a lot better than he used to. He jumps all these backliners.
And I actually think that this hero, the opposite of that, is losing his place on the meta. I don't know if Puck, like with the rise of Night Stalker and TA, like if those heroes are more viable, Puck becomes less viable. It already seemed like, for me, Puck wasn't succeeding nearly as well as other mids.
I think it's also people trying to figure out what they like for mid in general right now. Like, who would you consider the powerhouse mid heroes? I don't think it's super obvious. I think it's very player and team dependent.
Yeah,
I mean, you have like these Linas and
the Tusk was the first hero that came to mind, right?
yeah, you have like the
Lina's more often safe lane.
the Tusk mid who can always just make stuff happen with utility and scale pretty hard. But even then, I don't really consider it broken, right? Like,
No.
it's good, but you can counter it. I think Ember and Pango are pretty popular as well. But again, they're not like, oh, we got Ember, Pango, the draft's over. So sure, yeah. I think mid's very open right now. Another pretty decent silence here.
They just stick on to the
Where'd
Slark
he go?
once they hit him with that silence, and they know the Dark Pack isn't there. They can overgrowth him. And, well, Talon, it's all over but the building's collapsing.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Well, they can do that now with the second Aegis of the game. 14 charges on that Desolator from Makoto, so he's got the damage stacked up, and there it is. GG, finally called out by Bleeds. To be honest, as we've been alluding to, or flat out saying even, that it's kind of been over for a while.
Yeah.
Talon just
There
handled
was,
that game in the first 10 minutes.
There was no fight left in that game past 10 minutes. It wasn't much to begin with. I mean, after the room fight, all downhill. A completely one-sided game. So I feel for Bleed, but they have to go back to the drawing board here, figure out what went wrong. Probably going to do a different opener than that puck. I do not think that puck opener felt good for them.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of it was
It
also...
got very answered.
Yes. It's a hard puck game. Also, this Treant hero he is doing very well right now.
Yeah.
Like people like to talk about Lina, but Treant has arguably been one of the most contested heroes across all the regions stat-wise. He has very high win rate in a lot of these regions. I think he looks better the better you're playing as a team.
Yeah.
I think it's a hero that answers some of the stuff we saw at TI, and he wasn't at TI. Like, Treant was not being played during that TI meta, and now he's being played, and he's kind of solving some of the issues people had. Like, I think he's very good versus Tuskar, for example, because you get the armor versus a pure physical hero. You're good in the early skirmishes. You can lock a BKB jumper down with the overgrowth counter initiation. So certain things like that, I think he answers some of the prime picks in the meta with something new that people weren't used to at TI. Gives him a little bit of an extra advantage as well. He has cool cosmetics. You know, he had a new item in the cache. That always helps out. People want to play him to show it off. So he has a lot of stuff going for him. I think this hero's like, he was definitely a sleeper hero at TI. People are starting to figure him out more now. And we saw like, oh, you have Jakiro to answer him. You have Slark to answer him. But did they answer him? I feel like Tree still had decent impact.
Yeah, I think so too. And for more answers on that, we'll turn to the panel. Panel, or maybe our host, what's your favorite Treant Protector cosmetic?
So I think it was 9 or 10. It was the Crimson Witness version of the hopping living armor guys.
Sure.
That one's my go-to.
I don't memorize all of them, but yeah, I'll pick that one.
You
too.
know that one, though.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about. He knows what I'm talking about.
Anything red.
Anything red. Although, oh yeah, we have two red teams going head-to-head, Talon versus Bleed, but the superior red team is going to be Talon for this game number 1. And in what a fashion. Man, like, I think literally from the puck pick, it all started going downhill for Bleed. They set themselves up for failure, but I think Talon also really took advantage of the situation. Talon's draft was fantastic, even if we're not looking at Bleed's 5 heroes.
Yeah, no, their movement around the map and they're connecting with one another. It's really on point.
The bottle?
Oh, the bottle decision from Jabs too.
Mm-hmm. I hope we get an interview with Talon, because I would love to ask, who was it? Makoto's suggestion is like, dude, I fairy fired and I took Meld at level 1. Please buy me a bottle.
Probably should have just bet there.
And you probably should have just died.
Yeah,
I'm willing to bet it's Jabs. That's just
Jabs is like, dude, I see you struggling.
because that 600 or 700 gold doesn't really impact Coddle's lane.
Yeah, it doesn't.
He's not gonna win or dominate the lane.
He's
so,
not gonna like buy like a null talisman at level 1 or something like that. Yeah.
so he's willing to sacrifice, and yeah, I feel Bleeds just backed himself in the corner with this draft.
Why the puck first phase, man?
Not only that, also this Visage. It's like,
Yeah.
what was the purpose of it? I felt they could have salvaged the draft with opting to go for a Jakiro off lane and maybe picking like a melee, like a clock or something, just to kind of stop them from going in so easily. But like as soon as Nightstalker pops that ulti, and this was pre-BKB, they can't do anything.
Yeah, they have too many backline heroes. Not enough heroes that can frontline and hold the Night Stalker back. The game just got too easy. The Night Stalker's lane is like free farm, can't do much. The Visage can't do much against him. And then as soon as like 5 minute night time, he can't lane. Then I felt like at that point, maybe the Slug had to make some moves because he was the only one who had a pretty decent laning phase, I would say, like out of the 3 cores. And I felt like he needed to sacrifice his lane a bit, his game a bit to help the other players, especially the Visage, because he was so far behind in levels. Because there was this one point and you were telling me that, oh, he should have probably just TP'd. I think it was like minute
The top,
8
when
or
they spoke
minute
to
9.
top.
Yeah, when they spoke to top, he needed to TP top to just be there to help the fight. Maybe he can't kill anybody, but he needs to be there to help his team, you know, and then just vacate the bottom lane. Because the Jakiro needs the lane, or the Visage, if the Visage dies at top, he can TP bot to get XP, you know. Stuff like this needs to be given to his team, you know. He can't just keep taking, but not give anything back to his team, you know.
I feel like another way they could have salvaged, like say they have their picks. Why didn't they put the Visage bottom?
And go aggro try?
Like Slark Jakiro could win top.
Yeah, that could be because it's a Slug against Night Stalker. That could have
Why
been,
are they just autopilot going to the lane, like, like the basic lane?
Yeah, that's why I've been like saying like this team, they are getting to a stage where they're not really they're getting figured out and they're not really adapting towards what the opponents are doing to them in the draft. So they're finding it hard, you know. I mean, I feel like it's not entirely good to blame everything on them. I mean, given the situation, you know, like for us, maybe we are looking from the outside. We are outside of the game. And it's easy to see why they don't lane like this. You know, they should have changed the lane. It's easy to say, you know, at the end of the day. But within the team, they are probably dealing with a lot of issues with the draft itself, what they should be prioritizing, and it takes away a lot of attention from things like this, you know.
Perhaps the cracks are starting to show in Bleed, who had the assumption that they would be coming into this season pretty strong, but maybe Talon are just powering up to a major attending level. Only one way to find out, and that's after the break for game number 2.
Three, two, one.
This crowd is actually able to do so for a decent amount of time. Has to take up like the Blade Cloak, does get a lot of damage, but here comes the Black Hole.
Ooh, what's this one?
Glass noodle.
Glass noodles.
Yes.
Are they sweet?
Some can be, yeah, some can be sweet.
These look like potatoes.
That chicken?
It's definitely not chicken.
What was that one?
I think it's potatoes.
Yeah, it looked like
Probably some
potatoes.
deep fried potatoes, yeah.
Deep fried potatoes. Yo, I'm into it. Welcome back, everybody, to game number 2 of Bleed versus Talon. You saw it in the ticker. Daywalker, Night Stalker, Bleed, Killer, 23 Savage. I gotta say, playing an initiator as a carry and making it look good. Because I know the Doom game is still in everyone's head still.
I mean, Bleed made it so easy for
Yes,
him to
that is
do
true.
whatever you want, though. Like, there was nothing stopping him from going in.
Nope.
I'm baffled that Bleed are ignoring picking
Pango. Yeah.
Like, why? What is the reason behind it? You need wins. Like, why not just give him Pango when it's open? He dictates the game, creates the tempo.
Yeah, I think when you don't pick Pango, Ember has to be there. If there's no Ember, then you have to pick Pango.
It's like how I see Cordon's like situation is like how Nana was at the beginning.
But does it show that they don't trust him? Like,
It's
if
not
the
that, but it's just like you gotta build the system, or like you can't just widen the hero pool right away because like what we see is like the gameplay becomes so different. So like when Nana was first in the team, we just picked him Puck and Mirana,
Yep.
and it's like that's the stable core. You need one core that's always stable.
to build, so it's easy to build the other heroes around.
And then once you start racking wins, then you build confidence within one another, and then you can start widening the hero.
I mean, I think that's a pretty good way of for them dealing with the issues they have. If they keep changing so much every game, then it becomes hard, you know. And probably I feel like the expectation. I think you mentioned they have a lot of expectations like coming into DPC. They played really well before that. Probably honeymoon stage, you know, when you just make the team, you don't really encounter a lot of problems yet. But when you start to see shit, and you have to fix everything, you have to wipe the shit, you have to get the diapers, then that's when you see the true colors of the team, you know.
Get the diapers. This is the analogy that I'm getting here. For Bleed, they are having hemorrhoids right now, clearly. I'm sorry, I got too graphic. Winter put me down this path.
Okay, blame me. I take the blame, okay?
I'm with you though, Mike, because normally I'm kind of reluctant to throw the mid laner under the bus by being like, I have to pick you two heroes every single time. But we've cited the fact that Corden isn't necessarily the game winner for them. He's going to be stable no matter what. So if you give him Pango and they pick Bloodseeker afterwards, who cares?
Yeah.
Corden's still going to be useful.
Part of being a good drafter is like you need to know what you have, you know.
Yeah.
You can't just force him to be playing what you want to draft.
Well, let's see what they're going to give him this time. In game number 2.
Let's see. Who's first pick?
Who is first pick?
Oh,
Bleed.
It's going to be Bleed.
So they're gonna 8 Pat.
Just Rubik here.
Yeah,
like,
it's Rubik.
They're just gonna 8 Corden's hero.
Which is fine, because then second phase, ban out the Bloodseeker if Pango is available, assuming Talon don't steal it away.
Yeah.
But just based on how he's playing, I feel like he's already comfortable playing against it.
Yeah,
but sure, he'll be a little bit uncomfortable, but you know.
Who cares? He's still good.
Mark, what? You're giving Rubik to Talon?
Giving Rubik to Talon, perhaps.
He was like, I'ma take it.
Or Talon may pull some Naga shenanigans like they were doing earlier in the week.
What, Mirana, Naga?
I mean, I feel like they have like a system for this week, and they should just stick to it.
I think if I remember correctly, during second phase, they usually tend to do it like they pick the Jabs hero. So now they've changed a little bit. Before they keep picking like Jabs hero can be picked in the first two picks all the time. But right now when they're doing first pick, they don't pick Jabs hero first, they delay his pick. But I think in most of the games I remember when I watched their second pick, they usually go for the potential Jabs hero. That's still the same opening that they do in second pick.
Sure, this was their approach like before this blow up that you were mentioning earlier. So maybe they have a different game plan.
Blow up or glow up?
Seems like a
I
glow.
feel like blow up has a negative connotation.
No, I know, but the way Winter implied at the beginning was like there were some issues.
Ah, yes, okay.
Right.
Yeah, so it's the can be Jabs hero slash then one of the supports like some Tusk, I guess, some Clockwork.
And then Talon will just have to like remove Omni Knight because that's Bleed's go-to counter.
You didn't mention Rubik and your potentials for pairings for...
Yeah, because with Bat, you ideally want a body in the lane.
They'll probably pick like a Toss, Clockwork, but I haven't seen much Clockwork this week.
Yeah.
Yeah, what do you think about the hero? Do you think the hero is just... whoa.
Screw it, just pick two.
I mean, do you think the hero is more like a position 5 hero now? Like, less about
I think so.
+4?
I think so. It's harder to pull off a position 4 clock now just because of...
What the hell's happening?
Why? I mean, it's good against Bat in the offlane, but it's like you're not sure it's going.
Yeah, the bat could be a mid hero, you know.
I'm kind of like. I mean, maybe they practiced Silencer and had some success.
I mean, what if the bat?
It's pretty scary with Marcy. Like, you know, she goes in and like no one has any like early on.
Yeah, sure, I can
the
see
global
that.
side,
But it has to be a call. I think it has to be a call Marcy then for that to happen. You want her to be ahead in
Scaling,
levels, scale, and then she initiates the fight, then you pop global. I can see that.
Maybe they were inspired with Palos' Marcy. You see like the game?
But I don't know about like 8 picking the silencer in this kind of corner. You know, I feel like it shows me that this team, they have no idea what they want to do. They're just trying something else. You know, it just literally tells me that. You know,
yeah.
Jesus.
I mean, they have not played the hero at all, so it's not like this is some pocket strategy that they've shown.
And Rubik wouldn't mind stealing that arcane curse.
Yeah.
So what, now you have to use your bans to protect the position 5 silencer? You have to ban
Whoa, is it guaranteed to be a support silencer?
I think so.
Okay.
It's well, what's the is the shard still the? No, the shard is like on a certain hit it's silence, right? It's no longer the bounce.
I thought it's still the bounce. Let me check.
I think it's like after 3 hits it silences. Because like silencer core was kind of like destroying hubs and.
Oh, you're right. Yes, every 4 attacks, glaive silences the enemy for 1.75 seconds,
and then the bounce became a Talon.
It's a core thing, right?
And your int steal goes up from 2 to 4 per attack.
Yeah.
Or sorry, increases intelligence stolen per attack by 2 and per kill to 2.
Yeah. What level do you get the bounce for the Talon?
You get the bounce for the talent at 25.
He's not going to get that. He's not going to get that.
That's going to be far. It's too far away.
I mean, this is what I mean, you know, like you pick this silencer here, right?
It's a turbo hero.
And then you have to ban so many things just for a support silencer. I've been telling Mike just now, like when we were watching the game, I've been telling him about like how Idobu's been drafting, like a lot of the draft, right? He's prioritizing his own hero a lot, like as a support position 5. And I'm not sure if it's the right thing to do nowadays, you know. I mean, I feel like certain scenarios it's okay, but like previously in the previous game he picked himself the Jack hero, and I'm sure he really likes playing the hero. And the game has to be drafted in a certain way, you know, for the Jack hero to work, you know. And for me personally, I feel like as a POS 5, I feel like it's easier that I'm just there to facilitate what my core wants to do in the game, and then we try to build a game plan around it, rather than building a game plan around myself as a position 5.
I never saw you as a POS 5 though. You're always a POS 3 to me.
Do you take that as a compliment or an insult, Winter? I'm curious.
I don't know.
No, but I'm just like baffled like how different the approach for Bleed is. Like, you know, from week 1, week 2, like, so it's such a drastic change in terms of like their drafting.
Usually it's never a good thing when you see so much change, you know, like you want to see like a step by step, you know, okay, they changed this didn't work, then they move on to something else. But you can still see like the connection between what they are changing. You know?
Is that a first? I think that's a first.
Whoa, that's crazy. Okay, let's see. Elder Titan.
I think in Southeast Asia it's definitely first.
A POS 5, I think, for them, I feel.
I mean, with how Rubik's being played, right, it could still be a position 5.
Yeah, but what do you think of the idea of the ET here? Is it just for POS 5 to secure the lane? Like, it's a similar hero to Trian. You can secure the lane, then you're useful in the team fights.
Sure, and it's also like an open-ended hero, right? Like, it's also good as POS 3. Like, if, let's say they...
Sure, yeah.
Like a silencer, like what are you going to do with this?
And the aura is also very good with Bad Rider.
A buffed up Spirit Breaker, Elder Titan running into you.
It is indeed the first time this hero has been picked in Southeast Asia.
He's laughing.
Been picked twice in Western Europe by OG. Taiga and Misha have both played it.
Ollie is laughing. I think he's playing the ET. I'm gonna have fun this game. There's a silencer. I'm gonna smash his head.
So before, when ET was being picked, I've seen them like build a veil, just to amplify that magic damage. Beastmaster Pan. Okay. Yeah, no, that's pretty good to like round out with these 2 supports. They're really strong, like pre-BKBs from Talon.
I mean, would you feel like when you have this ET, you want to have like some Lash, some magic hero to abuse the aura, like some heavy magic damage?
I mean, you already have Bat, right? If you go Lash, it's also just maybe
too much of the same hero.
And it's like Lash into a Beastmaster. It's pretty scary, especially with a global follow-up. You can't really save the Lash.
And what would you go for? Like maybe DP?
Kind of runs in the same issue. Naga? Oh no, Naga's banned.
And
We need to
Lina?
find a way. Oh, I'm not also. I'm curious why they picked Beast into an ET. So now it's like now a position 5 ET looks pretty good.
Yeah, probably gonna do that. They're just gonna pick a. I mean, I think you kind of want to pick your carry now. You see the lane. It's a Pango. Sorry, it's a Beastmaster and Marcy. So you know the lane. So you pick a carry here, and then wait for the mid or off lane to be the last.
I kind of dig the draw, and then you can just remove the Spectre.
Yeah, draw is really strong.
Draw ET.
oh yeah. Wait, I thought that combination. Oh, never mind. Yeah. Why would you prefer Drow over Lina though?
Hard question.
Is it because of recency bias? You just haven't been seeing Lina win recently?
Yeah, and I just feel like draw is like the silence is really
Yeah,
impactful.
silence very good against the Pango. Oh, they go TA. So similar to the last game, TA is really good against the silencer.
And normally
Good against
you'd
Beast in the lane.
you'd want like a Manta carry against like a silencer just so that you can.
Oh, that's true.
Could be a safe play in TA. It's also good against Beast.
Yeah, because I feel like they're gonna let things swap between the bad and the potential last pick. That's how they're gonna go into the last phase here. And Bleed is gonna have to figure out what they have to ban at this point here. They definitely gonna need a carry that is, I guess, more fast-paced carry, like a fighting carry. Chaos Knight,
No,
Wave
no,
King,
no.
Monkey King kind of hero.
Draw Lina. So it's still up.
I like Monkey King. It's a Jackie favorite.
Oh, they ban Santo, so it's probably gonna be Jolina, yeah.
It's kind of like a double edge against a bat. You know, you can catch him off guard in a tree and
No, that's true.
you know you just lasso him when he Wukongs and.
I mean, but if you want something that's good against bad, it's probably gonna be like something like some Lifestealer hero, right?
Or
Because
some-
all the other heroes are bad against bad. The Drow, Lina heroes.
Oh wait, what about like a PL for Bleed?
Sure,
It could work.
It could work,
Could
but
work.
we haven't seen.
But they don't have the overall last pick, so I feel like
Oh.
it can be dangerous. You can run into some illusion killer off lane, you know, some problems.
They make it a core ET, Battle Fury. They ban out the Lina on Talon, probably gonna take out the Drow next, and meanwhile, Bleed taking out offlaners with the Centaur and the Brewmaster.
Do you think they will pick Terrorblade because they're banning Brew?
Yeah,
Terrorblade is good against. I mean, it's not good against bad, but it's good against TA.
but it also like Brewmaster can be good against like a silencer lineup if you get the split off before.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's also true. Doesn't mean that they want a TB.
Yeah, but I think you're on the right path.
Yeah, because generally when you pick TA, like the Terrorblade is like the,
Illusion.
the go-to hero against that. But it's kind of hard when you see the bat and you don't have like a Omni, Obadon, +5 or Oracle.
They pick PL, Talon. What can they go? Furion.
I mean, it fits their draft. It fits the draft
But
fast
they pick
pace.
Furion against a bat. And like normally, like that's the number one.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I feel like they don't really have a lot of good options.
No, I mean, but it definitely speeds up the tempo, right? Like Furion, Beastmaster, Pango. It's very cheap. Early game, early to mid, you get that first Roshan.
Yeah, I think now you put the bat against the MP and you pick another mid hero, right? I assume that's what they're probably gonna do.
I mean, they could. No, Spectre's might be a bit too greedy with TA. You don't have much time, 15 seconds.
TikTok. Take that sip.
Pod.
Pudge.
That's a good pick. I think that. So that's probably the
He
lane,
looks
right?
confused. He's like, wait,
Pu-
what? We picked Pudge?
Pudge against MP, right? That's the lane.
No.
No. It's gonna be Pudge against Masaros.
So Beastmaster can do pretty good against a Pudge.
Which build do you go against Pudge?
I think you still go the Axe level 1 and then... Oh no, for Pudge?
Yeah, against Pudge. What do you go?
You probably go like just Phase Boots
No,
Vanguard.
I mean in the lane for the Beastmaster. You're saying he's going to go one point in X?
Yeah.
and then go for the ball after the field.
Yeah.
What do you feel about the lanes though? Like, are they gonna do well across the board?
I don't know how ET does anymore. It's been so
Well,
long.
I mean, it is a silencer versus bat lane, so
That's
he
annoying.
should secure the Furion lane.
When it comes to mid game, it could be hard, you know, like the Pudge and the Bat running at you. If they have early BKBs, then that could be problematic. But I feel like with the MP kind of ties things together, you know, this time they have a very similar lineup with last game where they have to do well in the lanes. And I think this time they have good tools at getting out of the laning phase with a good lead and play a very fast game, you know, fast-paced game.
Yeah, Bleed definitely have the edge until the BKB start popping up from all the cores.
All right. Well, lucky for me, I have an authority on this hero. Avery, please come into your little box. Do you know what your most played competitive hero is?
Oh God, these questions. I don't know. It's probably like Bane or something.
That's third place. Second place is Witch
Not too
Doctor. First place is
Naturally.
Elder Titan.
Is it actually my most played?
84 games played on ET. You have 64 games on Bane. Not only that, you had a 70% win rate on Elder Titan.
NA though.
Yeah, but that's what I was gonna say. That's what I was saying. A lot of those games, you know, they're not Premier League quality games, right? You know, you're
Right,
you're
okay,
beating
fine.
up scrubs. I actually agree. All those win rates are inflated as hell. I remember going back and looking back, I'm like, I did not win that many actual games. You know?
I appreciate the honesty, Avery, but I hope you enjoy this game and seeing your boy hopefully do work
every
for game
time.
number 2.
Every time.
The true stat is what your win rate is against Evil Geniuses was, because that was your only competition within the region. So
Probably like 90% or something. I don't think I
yeah,
ever-
you lost to the scrubs with ET.
Yeah, it was always
but you
everybody
beat
else.
EG with. I highly doubt that.
I mean, ET, I love this hero. I did win a lot with this hero, but I also feel like this hero, he can be extremely hit or miss. There's not much in between. You either just roll the game with him or the game becomes very hard. The one upside I always felt about this hero is that the game goes late. There's not really a support you rather have in late game, as long as you're confident landing this hero spells.
Okay.
That was how I always felt about the hero. Like, he is just a monster in the late game. He has scaling auras. He's one of the strongest backline supports in terms of percentage-based spellcasting nukes that scale with EHP, right? Like, it's pretty hard not to like this hero the later the game goes.
Begins.
And he's gotten some buffs. So I still think the hero's very strong, but I think his laning phase has been nerfed over time. The last time we saw this hero at TI 10, I think, was when he was really strong. That was because he was a lane destroyer, right?
Yeah.
And so if this hero's lane is ever good, he's basically just auto pick. There's very few downsides to him outside of his early game can be weak. And right now his early game is still a little on the weak side. He's not that good of a mango user. He doesn't trade well into these heroes that get early region items. There was like the Helm of Iron Will meta for a while. You have these early Ring of Health pickups. It can be tough. Like once that item comes out, you're basically dead on the lane. His stomp is still pretty heavy in terms of mana commitment for damage. I think this is a lane he can do very well on though. Like Silencer does not interact well with this hero at all.
No.
He just gets double spirit, run in punch.
And you can kill boars too. Oh, what a snag there from 23 Savage. Not going to be enough to kill Dooku, but a hefty amounts of damage.
Yeah, I think this lane should be very free for Ollie. And I expect them to play very aggressive on it. If you get a kill and you get to level 3 fast, you are 100% going all in Silencer on this lane. There's not much Dooku can do. In fact, I'm kind of surprised they put him down here. I would have just put the Marcy here and you pull away for the Beast or something like this. Like, I don't think this is a lane you try and fight straight up.
Well, we'll see how they do right now. Bleed, I mean, they talked about it on the panel. Bleed really need to walk away with a better laning phase than they did last time. It did seem like they drafted a little bit more accordingly to try and give themselves a bit more of a boost. And well, when it comes to their early CS, it's going all right. We talked about that lane. Mid lane, I mean, I feel like that's relatively free for TA.
Yeah, he should be doing fine here. Pretty hard to abuse TA unless you have some dots. And even in worst case scenario, Makoto, he knows how to jungle like every good TA player does. And he's level 30 on this hero, so he can always come back. I'm not too worried about him. I think the mid game is going to be tough for him though, like relative to the last game.
Yes.
You're playing versus the Pango Disarm. Beastmaster tends to do well versus hero with BKB Pierce and multiple slows and units. Furion, can outrange you and just get you stuck in the sprouts later. This to me looks like a fairly tough TA game in terms of that mid range. As opposed to last time where once he got ahead, I mean, what was burning his refraction or dealing with him in the fights last game?
Yeah, there was
absolutely nothing. So very different set of circumstances here. And a lot of this game is also going to come down to just how does Talon deal with the summons pressure between the Furion and Beast. You can sidekick up Hango. Like, that type of tempo game could accelerate pretty fast.
And the stomp, 23 gets to, well, close range with both of the heroes and then decides, no, I actually don't want to take that fight. Understandably, because he doesn't have Flesh Heap yet.
Yep.
Which I think once you have level 2 Flesh Heap, you can fight in the middle of the creep wave, no problem. But
this lane bottom is a lot about preventing this Beast getting to Helm as much as you can.
yeah.
Again, they put the silencer down here to try and avoid the double melee lane, which makes his top lane fine as well. Like, I don't think Jackie's ever really going to get pressured here. He has early stick, he rushed the boots, he's doing fine versus bad. To me, a lot of the skirmishing is going to come down to bottom. Can he get a hook here? Nice angle.
Slips it right past the range creep underneath the tower. That'll be your first blood for 23.
Yep, really nice. He already has his ring up. That's the level 3 timing for the ET as well. So now Ollie is a monster on this lane. He goes 2 in Spirit. This is the huge early spike for this hero, and when you can really abuse people. I mean, it's basically just 2 spirits for 1, right? You're getting 36 damage a hero instead of 14.
Yeah.
It's a crazy level talent, a skill in the game. So I really want to see what Ollie gets done with this. I mean, I feel like he can almost just, I feel like he can just all in Dubu, honestly. You land a stomp, I think he's just dead on this silencer.
Yeah, over and over again. Interesting, 23. Ooh, hook a little bit off the mark there. Splits the wickets between Masaros and Dubu.
Yeah, he is low on regen down here, though. The one upside. He's going to use a spell Cursed. He's going to have to suicide.
Denying the neutrals. Nice.
All right, decent. That was very good, actually. Now he gets to come back full. The upside of Dubu dying and coming back was he brought Masaros' helm. So you did get to this on the Beast, but he got the late getting there, and 23 with the first blood. He's going to pull a decent amount ahead here.
I'm really surprised 23 did not go Flesh Heap. I feel like there are so many instances of damage in this lane. Axes is 2, Curse is a bunch.
I think it could have been good for sure.
Jabs is going to die to the tower there, but he does kill the Nature's Prophet nice and early. I actually looked it up on just the Dota buff stats, the counter stats. Batrider is 6th on that list as counters to Nature's Prophet.
I mean, historically, it's been good because Bat with bots can generally kill NP on the map, and he doesn't have very good direct counterplays to Firefly and Napalm stacks. But I think it's not as bad nowadays as it used to be. Like, maybe you get 1 or 2 cheeky kills here, but I think Furion has ways to just scale and not care about you later on. To me, it's not a super debilitating matchup, but Jab's making it work a little bit here early.
Certainly did.
There's also an interesting point of, putting the silencer down here means you take him off the Batrider lane.
Yeah, that was the whole reason I thought they picked the silencer was to help deal with Batrider. Oh, nice move there from Jabs, using the Flame Break to break Playhard's jump in with the rebound.
Yeah, very nice. Oh, gets thrown back, though.
Take some damage, but should be fine. Forced to use Firefly, though, and that's what Bleed really won out of that.
I mean, Jabs has a Quelling Blade. Pretty interesting. Not only do not see this hero on Batrider because he can naturally break anyway, but just doesn't want to get caught out with Firefly on cooldown.
Dire's middle tower is
A little
under
extra CS power doesn't hurt either. But yeah, it takes the silencer off the bat lane, and generally, that's one of the windows where silencer can really abuse this hero. Makes it very hard to commit on your Firefly aggressively,
Radiant's
and it kind of would
courier has
protect
been
this Furion. So you lost a little bit of value there. Feels a bit bad, but the main interaction with this silencer and bat is the river fights and this level 5 to level 10 area before bat gets to BKB, which pretty much counteracts all of silencer's jam.
All right.
I mean, you really screw this hero up. And if you get in those fights and start stealing some in, you become very annoying.
Top tower is under attack.
But Dubu is, again, sacrificing a lot of his game for the team, and he's just kind of not going to exist for a while. This is one of those games where he probably won't get the brown boots.
Playhard gets the information about the stacks, but will likely give up his life for it, as the plane break should be finishing him off. Corden is going to bounce around, see if he gets to stick onto Q. Makoto's going to try and help a little bit, but not too much he can do. Is he taken out?
Gonna be close.
Oh, Corden's going to go in and finish off the kill with the swashbuckle. And
That was all of his mana, though.
that was all of his mana, and I can't believe he ran back into Talon.
Yeah, I don't think that was necessary at all. He was dead for sure. Corden throwing a little bit of a freebie Talon's way. And the whole duration of this, it brings ET off the lane. Pudge gets the free farm bottom, who was already ahead of the beast. So 23 Savage wins, has early Vanguard. Jabs wins, he gets early fights and stacks up now. And Q gets to sit bottom. So Talon getting a lot out of that early exchange, efficiency-wise.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I think I got fooled a little bit by Bleed. Their first 3 series, they ended up playing the weakest of the teams, apparently. They went 3-0. I thought combined with Execration, having that one loss that they experienced, I thought Bleed would, you know, possibly end up in that major contention spot, but it seems like they're gonna be far away from it if they lose this series.
I mean, this is kind of a match for the major.
Yeah,
if you win this, you're in contention to go. If you lose it, puts you pretty far out. So the pressure is on. Maybe the pressure starting to get a little bit. This ward is definitely getting to them.
Yep, high ground ward completely stymies that little push there from Bleed. Trying to get into that triangle area. And if they're not able to get in there, it means that Talon is just going to get farther and farther ahead in net worth.
Yeah, I mean, they already cleared the stacks, but this is Makoto's ancient farming. That's why Talon really want to protect it. And this is also Jackie's ult being up the whole time. Ideally, when you play this carry Furion and he gets this fast level 6, even if it's from the off lane, you want to use these ults off CD. Like, you have Roar up, you have Furion ult up, you have Pango ult.
Yeah, I was going to make the same argument for Pango, right? That's a hero that wants to be using his ultimate every time it's off cooldown.
So these 3 low CD ultimates for Bleed, every time they're not getting used, they're just sitting here on cooldown. I think it feels a little bad. You want to be using this to force the Talon cores off the map. Like, 23 is still just sitting down here with a Vanguard. Jabs is still playing top. They are not getting forced off the lanes in an early game where I think you start to combine heroes, it can happen. You even have this deep lane war top too. Ostro's gonna roar Makoto just to run away.
Oh, the pullback. Jackie's gonna get run down by the Bat Rider. Corden might be able to get the rebuttal kill here, especially with how Dubu slowed him out. Corden actually taking the time to go all the way to hit the wall. Does finally come back.
Helps Dubu's game. At the same time, you're kind of just losing your bottom tower and maybe more. The
you traded kills and left a lot of space for Makoto and 23 to get aggressive bottom lane.
And I'm worried about how much this Pudge is getting in the early game.
Yeah, me too.
He is very farm.
I'm surprised they haven't rotated. I mean, it's a Beastmaster, right? Like, Beastmaster camps out in his lane, and Primal roars. They've got Nature's Prophet to teleport into it. Pango is a natural rotator as well. I feel like rotating to bottom lane should be very natural for Bleed.
I think it should have happened at some point, but they just weren't able to find the connection. Are pressuring top really well here. It's going to force a Makoto TP. I say that, though, and there's another Dubu death.
Yeah, had one more for the books.
Corden's out of mana again.
Oh, Corden also doesn't have the disarm just yet, so he has no way to stop this damage from Makoto.
That is not what you're looking for on those tower pushes.
No.
Like, if you're getting cleaned up at a 10-minute tower push by a Templar assassin, that is bad news. Because this is not a hero designed to clean you up at 10-minute tower pushes. This is a hero designed to be punished by 10-minute tower pushes.
Yeah. Instead, they're going to be the ones potentially losing objectives if they keep losing fights like this.
Now Bleed will make the move bottom, but Dubu just gets hooked.
Oh, Monstro's trying to save him. It's going to be too late. The Rot's going to finish him off before the Roar can come to the rescue. Now he's been slowed down by the TA trap. Teleport coming in from Q. Swashbuckles forward and steals the Roar. Oh, man. Just every little thing going against Bleed right now.
The pain does not stop. Now they're going to smoke and look for the return kill, probably on Jackie if they can find him. I don't think they want play hard here.
from the smoke.
This Furion.
Tower is under attack.
Q looping around, trying to get around Playhard if possible. The smoke is going to break thanks to Playhard's positioning.
He really didn't like that Treant.
Corden with a swashbuckle. Lands the Rolling Thunder, though. Where are you going, Corden? Back to Jabs.
Dire's
Does
middle
have quelling.
tower is under
Gotcha.
attack.
Jabs does not have Firefly, so.
And this is the silence or bad interaction. Every time Dubu can get in this type of scenario, it's just free cleanup. No way out of it. And that's extra int.
A little bit. Stolen 4 intelligence so far.
Now you're just grouping up here from Talon, though. They have a lot of levels on their supports. Both are level 7. You have Stolen Roar. You have an Earth Splitter, level 3 Stomp.
I mean, this Helmet Dominator creep is never staying alive.
There's the roar.
Immediate turnaround roar and a stomp to stop any response.
Beautiful.
The clap's going to go down. Mastro's going to be the first to fall in this. Corden's able to slip away with the swashbuckle, but Talon, once again, taking a fight, winning it, getting an objective. How does Nature's Prophet play in this game? This is a hero that needs to operate from ahead, and they're behind by 3K.
Yeah, they are down towers with a Beastmaster Furion line.
Radiant's top
Does
tower
not
is
bode
under
well in
attack.
terms of the map control, and you're probably going to be looking at another fast Roche here from Mikoto. Just going the same Crystals build, the early damage is going to be there. If Pudge can tank it, it's just going to be go time, and this Ags is going to come fast for 23.
Radiant's top tower
You're going
is
to have to
under
start
attack.
abusing the map
Dire
and some
are
vision,
scared.
find pickoffs, get your Pango involved if you're bleed here. Cannot fall too much further behind. It's just a beautiful stomp from Ollie. Perfectly has Spirit on the back line, gets the overcommittal on trying to save their buddy, and that's where ET punishes you. Global doesn't even really do anything here.
Diffuse the blade now done for Corden, so there's a bit of a power spike. Something to work with, perhaps.
Something. Not much.
No.
But you got to work with what you have, and that'll be time to smoke. No global for 50.
And they got Rod of Atos on Jackie. Not the full Gleipnir yet, which, I mean, if they weren't so far behind, they had the Gleipnir. This would be a really good timing for Bleed, but gotta make do with what you got.
Play hard, making sure his courier does not run through that mid lane and reveal this smoke. Nice little heads up play. It'll secure them a decent wrap here, but nobody's home. I feel like 23 kind of feels like something's coming here. Just sitting mid, almost daring them to go on him. And I don't think Bleed wants to.
No, they do not.
Is this just a signal to go Roche here? I mean,
Yeah, they're
you
not
have
willing.
ED on Makoto again. Why not?
Keeps on finding these. I mean, you give up Roshan.
I don't know if you're getting tier 1 mid if you give up Roche. And that's the problem here, because you need the tier 1 mid. It's full HP. Ag's done for 23. The timings align. Not the stars, because that's a different team. But the timings all aligned here. Even the BKB coming out for Jabs. And now 23 can just amble in.
Yep.
Zero cares.
You're pushing bottom tier 2. I'll show up half health. He's got an Aegis, so whatever he wants.
And now Talon can think of kicking Bleed out of their jungle here. They're
Yep.
confident enough to take the fight. They're going to smoke up.
Dire's top
Yeah, they're going to try
tower
and
is
make a
under
little bit
attack.
of a sandwich maneuver here. Pudge rushing in. The rest of the team quick to follow it up. Bleed giving up that
Dire's
jungle
top
area
tower
in
is under
exchange for
attack.
trying to snipe somebody middle because the Pudge is bottom. But just not finding anything.
Smoke on smoke action, just swapping places here.
Dire's top
Bleed
tower
does have this
is under
super good ward behind the tier 1. It's going to see everything here of Talon, but can they capitalize on it? And the answer seems to be no. Just no real good clear form of initiation outside of walking up and roaring somebody. And you have to do it outside of these traps. Now Talon's
the traps
chasing you.
is slowing him down. Oh, the flame break push. Oh, got him just barely. I think maybe the flame break, that small little push, got Q in range.
I think
Dire's
so.
middle tower
That's
is
brutal.
under attack.
At least you have some side lane pressure going, but These early moves had not worked for Bleed at all. And they have the vision advantage. Like, they see where Talon are, they just can't do anything about it. The lanes, again, like game 1. Early game just went too poorly. And these Talon cores are...
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Whoa, what Makoto's...
He's out so far here.
He's farming entirely by himself. There's nobody near, but Bleed is terrified.
Scanning.
They don't see anybody.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
It's hard to go on him there. You don't have the vision. You don't see anybody else. I feel for him, but Jabs is pulling your mid wave. 23 cut bottom behind the tier 1. So these other 2 lanes are going to shove in very fast here for Talon.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I think Bleed probably got to do some cutting of their own until they get BKB on Jackie, I guess.
Yeah, he's farming enemy ancients for it. So this is the best case of a hard situation. At least you can trade the map, keep the net worthly even. You are still scaling into some decent ball here. You can get to BKB on Furion, you can get to one more item on this Pango.
And Overlord complete for the Beastmaster. That all sounds like a decent chance of winning a fight finally.
Yeah, I mean, if you can land Roar on a good target and get the right clicks off, still take a decent fight here. Like, you can't counter initiate with stop if you save the global, things like this. Ideally, you find Jabs in this game.
Oh, we got the Blink Dagger. It's being delivered right now, but it wasn't there in time to be able to stop that TP out. He does know that there's vision behind the tower.
No, they have numbers potentially, but BKB.
And forced to BKB usage. Global silence being on cooldown, plus them having Aegis means that Talon just rushed down these towers, I think.
This is part of the power of the Bleed lineup, though. They are technically out farming Talon during this period.
Yeah, they're getting a little bit farther ahead. Bleed are finally going to make a move here. They're sneaking on past the TA. What are they hoping to find here? Oh, yeah, that was weird.
Courier betrayed them.
Yeah, but I'm not sure. I think they might have just thought it was the Courier was like... Now they see Cordon's cutting the wave. So that's really all they wanted out of that? They were just trying to cut waves? That was an interesting move.
Monstros just takes a tier 2.
He does get it. He's going to die for it likely. Gets the Primal Roar off on Jabs with the BKB still down. He might be able to get it with the help of the Black. The Dragon gets him in the end. Trading out. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, they run into Q. 23 does manage to hit a hook. 50 seconds left on the Aegis. Unfortunately, they can't stop him.
He's going
to blink forward. He's going to catch up to Dubu too. Dubu trying to do no! 23 wisened up there a bit. He's like, wait a minute. I should have seen him.
Can't juke the Rot. Rot does not care about your fog, son.
Don't need to see him.
I like the map play from Bleed, though. Like, overall, the idea is very good. And it pays off. They get a big kill on this bat. You get a tier 2 as well. Like, that whole Beast bat trade was hella worth it. And it's just, 23 lands a good hook. I mean, what can you do about that? But overall, those smoke plays and this type of creative stuff is what's going to get you back in the game.
Instead of, because he knows that Marcy's still around here, instead of like waiting till the Aegis timed out, he purposely killed himself just to make sure there was no chance of him getting the Aegis regen cut out.
It's the 10-head abomination play.
What do you think mechanically is happening when you are taking rot damage? Do you think the smell is so abhorrent that you're literally taking damage from being around him?
Are you asking me about the anatomy of Pudge?
Kinda, yeah.
Well, I think he's getting rolled on.
Yeah, and he's getting rolled in the bowling alley right now. Set up. Team joins him, and the Pudge just gets picked off. 23 was so far away from the rest of his team.
A little overconfident. Like, I don't think this game is that one-sided as maybe Talon Field is. That early game was really good for them, but again, you can't really progress the net worthly here unless you're killing Furion or Beast on the map, which didn't happen. And this 5-man ball for Bleed is still very strong. You got your Helm with Overlord. You have a Lotus on Corden. Now they're finding picks. Golem in front.
I almost kind of wonder if if this game was happening, he's going to be able to catch the Elder Titan. pickoff after pickoff now as the Marcy does catch him.
Cannot run.
If this game was happening in isolation, I wonder if Talon would be slipping as much as they are. I almost feel like the confidence that they, like the way that game one happened, they probably think to themselves, oh man, we're owning them just like we did in game one, you know?
Yeah, they probably felt like that, and they were owning them. But they couldn't transition it into map control. It's just the power of the rat, the year of the rat.
Yeah. I mean, last time we were at like game one, Bleed didn't have these same kind of options, right? Of split pushing.
Yes. I think their lineup is a lot better at coming back and playing the map. And honestly, their scale is, so we talked about, the scale for the TA is not nearly as good as last game. Last game, she can just enter the fight freely with the net worth lead and abuse it very hard. She can't, Mikoto can't do that this game. If you just blink in and start hitting people and you get roared, you're probably just dead. The Pango can disarm you, you can get sprouted, you start getting hit by boars. There's a lot of a random attrition that just messes you up. And he still doesn't have BKB on this Templar Assassin. He again went for this Blink Daedalus build, just pure damage.
Yep.
There's a lot of spells that can mess with him.
Swiftly to the temple.
We're gonna pop the haste rune, see if they can kill Playhard here.
Blink out jabs.
And get him with the lasso. Primal roared immediately. Now Playhard still caught in the lasso, but they will be able to deliver the final bit of damage. Corden rolling on in. Nice save there from 23. And stole shield crash, not the roll up.
Does Mikoto want to go deeper? He still haste ran out, but he has blink. He will show mercy.
Yeah, opts not to go for it just yet. Still doesn't have that Deso delivered.
He's not even going Deso. He's just...
Oh, you're right.
Yeah, he finished Daedalus. Very early Daedalus. So now it's a question, do you want the BKB or do you just go for some scale? I could even see Ags being decent in this game, just to help play the map.
That's interesting.
I don't think it's bad. Like, you know this game is going to go late because you can't really just force base or try and end it. So you may as well itemize and play to catch them. I think Ags helps you with that the most. BKB is the more 5-on-5 item here. If you think Bleed are going to give it to you. Maybe Bleed are. They're just going now.
I feel like if you don't go BKB and you lose this game, you're going to look back on that and be like, oh, it was because I didn't go BKB.
Yeah, but are you going to live your entire life based around a correct cap?
That's my day-to-day.
Okay, well, then I guess you go BKB.
Anything to limit
and
the
I recommend a
regrets.
therapist. I recommend a therapist. If your therapist tells you to go BKB, well, then you're screwed. But, you know, what can you do?
I mean, I became a Dota commentator, Avery.
That's
Every
true.
moment
So,
of my life is filled with regret.
yeah, there's no way you ever visited a therapist then.
15-10, a 5,000 net worth lead once upon a time for Talon has slowly been ground down to only 2K now.
And they lost another ward. Ollie, mad about this one. Telling his team, why are we not here? My precious obs.
Regeneration.
He's gonna plant another one. This is like the last real aggressive obs they have on the map. And this is kind of just for Roche control, which Bleed can always use the Hawks to play around. Shoving in mid. You do have some trap vision, but honestly, it's not amazing right now in terms of the aggressiveness.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
A little off the mark there. Playhard actually almost had BKB, so that's another team. Like, Bleed are beginning to get to a point where I think they can actually take a 5-on-5 instead of just split pushing and looking for pickoffs. Like, they get that BKB, they have Lotus Orb on Corden that feels really nice. He almost has a Heaven's Halberd, actually.
I think it's all about the jump for Talon. Like, it has to be some good core jump with the Bat Rider. ET can cover it. But if Jabs gets roared, or if there's some global that interrupts some of the stomp or a Rubik Glyph, something like this, then yeah, that fight turns for Bleed pretty fast. I do like the Greaves pickup for Q. It's not only good, helps him take the 5-on-5, but he can dispel the global or curse on himself. Remove that counter ability from Dubu here. So Talon thinking about how much they want to just force the Roshan. I think Mikoto just wants to force it here. Still doesn't have BKB. He went for the Hurricane Pike. But 23 has his.
They killed the Hawk, and immediately, like as soon as the lingering vision went away, Well, Kodo opens up on that Roshan, and Bleed, I don't think they actually realize this.
I feel like they realize it. It's just how do you contest? You just roll in here?
Oh, you think they just feel like they can't contest?
I think it's too hard.
Well, the scan goes down. They start moving that way, but it's too late.
Maybe if you had Monsteros' BKB, you can just commit with double core BKB. They did get this AC completed on Jackie, but a little too late. So now you're going to have to go back to playing the map, which not the worst case for Bleed. I mean, they were kind of winning the gold net worth anyway.
Yeah, they were succeeding at this before. There's nothing to say you can't just do it again.
It's just dependent on the vision. This vision battle is super important. You have to get deep traps if you can get them. Any good deep lane wards from both teams are very useful here. HS, high school.
That's what I thought as well immediately.
High school showed up, but it was not the real one.
Bleed almost look like they're willing to fight this, defend this.
I mean, if Mikoto goes deep, again, no BKB, you can kind of just like poke commit on him. Force a reaction. They're thinking about going on 23, but I don't know if that's the target you want to go on.
Yeah, that guy's got plate mail BKB.
Yeah.
Surely not.
It's got Grease back up. There's a Force Staff as well. Could turn into a very fast disaster if you overcommit on this Pudge.
Bottom lane keeps on pushing in. They're getting a lot of information, a lot of time for Jackie. TA is finally going to rotate down off of the Aegis. It looks like going back for the Desolator still is Makoto's idea. So no Aghanims, no BKB. Which, I mean, if you have the Aegis, I feel like BKB maybe isn't the play anymore, but...
No, definitely not.
I do like your idea of Aghanims up there.
Yeah, I feel like it would be really good this game. He just put so much pressure on the map. Like, he could be shoving bottom here, and then Talon could feel confident going into the enemy jungle, and he just joins, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Things
They
like
I had to rotate from the top side of the map to the
feels-
right side here.
And I think this is one of the reasons is, like, they're just losing net worth advantage every time the game stalls
Oh,
like
nice
this.
pick, though. Catch the silencer. Playhard goes in deep, but he didn't pop his BKB. Now gets lassoed up. He can pop it now if he wants to and TP out. No dismember, no way to stop him. The damage won't be there quick enough. Talon. Did they blow any BKBs themselves?
No?
Okay.
Pretty much nothing.
That was
used,
pretty
just,
chill.
Just some freebies there.
Yeah.
They're even gonna get the lizard. Not the Thunderhive. No. He has a family.
Should have hidden a little bit better.
And the boar. 23. You savage. Just killing mercilessly animals.
The great hunter. Well, looks like the safari's over.
Man, do you ever feel bad for neutrals in Dota?
Dire's bottom tower.
Like,
is
these
under
dragons and stuff, you know, they're just chilling, mind their own business.
Yeah.
Some dude comes along, starts killing your whole family.
I mean, I think the most
Stealing your
brutal
shovel.
one is when you go into the enemy jungle and you kill the daddy satyr, and you kill the mommy satyr, then you leave the little child satyr alone as a witness, continuing to block the camp. That's the most cruel.
What's wrong with you? Wait, isn't that little satyr the oldest one?
What?
You're talking about like the 3 satyr kings. Yeah. Yeah, the smallest satyr isn't, it's not a child.
I mean,
It's like the oldest one. Look at it. It's got a beard and everything.
That's a youthful face.
A youth? I don't know what youth you're talking
Look,
about.
just because he's got white fur does not make him old.
Oh, I think that's exactly how it works.
Look at the purple satyr. He's got gray in his beard.
If I've learned anything from streaming on Twitch for years, it's that the second you lose any amount of your hair or any of it turns gray, you are instantly 80, and you should resign from society and commit yourself either to a monastery.
I mean, I learned apparently going voluntarily bald means you're bald for the rest of your life.
You were bald before that.
Oh, the hawk!
The hawk block. 23 gets hawk blocked.
Oh, don't you hate it when you get hawk blocked?
Everybody does. It's a rough one.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I would dare Lacoste to come up with that one. He wouldn't even touch it.
He would have come. He probably already came up with that. You probably stole it from Lacoste.
Probably true. Please don't make a third. It's hard enough. to
Actually,
standards.
Lacoste made this up in 2019.
just done everything. It's like The Simpsons. Oh, Lacoste did that back in '94.
Masaros pops BKB, Primal Roar, turn around, but oh, the stolen roar once again!
You ain't going anywhere.
Oh no! They're gonna try and do something here, but the
Still
BKBs are allowing them to disengage on the side of Talon. Gleipnir will at least catch
This is good for
Q,
Bleed.
and Jabs actually slowed down as BKB ran out.
Never
No,
mind, Makoto.
He goes to strike, but the Heaven's Halberd! It stops him! Player's walking away!
Jukes.
He gets out!
They're too slippery. Oh, I guess Masaros isn't, but the rest of Bleed just dancing around them. Crazy fast halberd there from Corden saves his life.
Look at bottom tier 3 though. Look what happened to that tower during all of this.
Destruction at their doorsteps. The power of the Furion split push.
Yeah.
And Jackie, he's been quietly farming this whole game, but he is doing Furion things top of the net worth chart. He's getting the damage, right? He's got that Sprout Leash. He's got Daedalus, AC, Titan Sliver. He's going to be a force to be reckoned with if 23 can't get on top of him. I don't think TA is bursting him that fast anymore. And Jabs is just not getting impact in these fights. I mean, that fight's pretty weird how it all happens. Like, maybe they just thought Masaros is dead here. Stolen Roar looks great, but he's BKB'd, so there's no damage. Look, Jabs goes in here, gets global during the BKB.
The Lotus Orb. I think he was going to go for the lasso on Jackie, but then he stopped because the Lotus Orb was used on him, so.
Did him no favors.
Yeah.
Then the global comes out, can't
Oh, he
dispel
stole
it.
Gem. Playhard got the Gem away from Jabs.
Oh, super nice.
So that wasn't even just a trade-off. They actually got
Yeah, that's all he's gem.
a huge chunk of net worth over to the side of Bleed.
And that gem is for killing these hawks and stuff, so kind of secures some of Bleed's vision, and you're killing traps with it. That gem is very valuable in this game.
Certainly.
Talon want to get it back. You can understand why.
Playhard.
There it
Pops
is.
the BKB.
So much for the
Dismember,
gem.
though, it's going to last far too long for him to get out. That physical damage from Makoto is far too much. Good Primal Roar to keep Jabs at bay. Jabs still trying to chase
Got a
after
trap.
him, though. They've got a trap. Masaro's forced to use the BKB.
Oh,
Jabs is still going to catch up to him, though. He is so fast.
He's got the whip.
That is actually making the difference.
And so much for that gem that we talked about. They get it straight back. Jabs will take it now.
Bottom tower is going to take a bit more damage, though. Even though Talon have the control of the map, they always got to keep one eye.
I mean, 23 is almost full slotted here. Ollie's getting mad this game. He's like, guys, we need to defend these wards, man. Where's my Pudge? There he
Oh,
is.
snacks him.
Got the
He
good
does have
block,
Refresher
too.
2 on 23, so he can refresh and go for the Dismember
Got
again, but he had the Lotus. Jackie, I don't think you want to fight this anymore. He's going to look for an escape here. Pops Nature's Wrap, but he's going to be chased after Earth Splitter. Pulled back by the telekinesis, and they got him.
Seal his fate.
Oh, and Playhard gets two-shot by Makoto.
Damn.
And just like that, it was just constantly sitting at 2 to 3K gold lead. Talon, in the space of 1 minute, cracked the game wide open.
Do you see You see what happens when the 5-player yells at his team to defend wards? Good stuff happens. He said, 23, where were you on this op? Where were you? 23 said, oh yeah, look at this, son. And just blows the game open with a great hook on the best target. Put it behind him too.
Yeah.
I mean, double ulting the same Lotus, probably not ideal.
That wasn't great, but Nature's Prophet just happened to have teleport on cooldown, so.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you gotta send a message, right? You just wanted to take little bites out of them, saving the big ones for later.
Dire's middle barracks.
Just little nibbles.
Dire's middle barracks.
Yeah, this definitely was not the highest impact refresh for this Pudge. But I think 23, I don't think he's under too much pressure this game. I feel like he's been chilling for a while.
Yeah.
If he gets to Strength Blink, I don't know how you stop him, really. He's just going to go on you. Pop the fit flesh heap, and then he's invincible.
Yeah, we saw the damage from the Nature's Prophet was easily shrugged off by the Pudge.
Illusion.
You definitely have to wait till the heap's out, and then...
Well, he's got Refresher, though.
Dire's top tower
Double
is under
fleshy.
attack.
Yeah, I mean, you got to, like, roar him after the first set of spells and before the second to somehow kill him in that.
Yeah, I think you just say, I think you have to dance around him.
That's another method.
Keep your distance, you know?
It's just getting hard. There's a lot that can just randomly stun you between these ET spells, the aura. Also, the longer the fight goes, the better for these Radiant supports. Like, then you're just playing into stolen spells and stomps and Earth Splitter without BKBs up. That's also terrifying. No easy decisions here for Bleed. But they have to find something here, because if you give up this Roche, this is an Ags Roche.
I mean, they're saying
That
we
is-
can't give up this Roche. They're going to smoke for it.
Yeah, you cannot give this one. So you're going to have to find some good initiation here. Might just come down
but
to...
if they can get in there,
Corden going
inside
in.
of the Roshan pit with the roll-up, BKB already going off. Oh, the TA! He got hit by his stun, but they didn't have a follow-up, really. The Rolling Thunder could only hit once. Playhard's going to get torn apart by Makoto, but Makoto's already down to half health here. Can they finish him off? 23's taking a lot of damage as well. Who did all this damage to the Pudge? The big fat man goes down.
He is by. He's going to try and come back in on the
What a
outpost.
stomp!
Got them all.
Makoto goes back. Jackie, though, is going to fight with the Gleipnir. They can't fight back into
23
Jackie.
from
Now,
behind.
as long as 23 snags up the Beastmaster right in the middle of everyone with his rod. He's going to die. He's a die back. He did a lot of damage, though, in return, but Jackie remains completely undeterred. He still has his satanic, Avery.
He's a monster. Nobody can touch him. Makoto, he's rethinking his decisions
What
here.
are you doing, Q? What did I just say? You can't fight this man.
Nobody can. They can fight the big man, though. That punch melted. He wasn't tanky at all.
No, he wasn't. When did all this damage change?
Is under attack.
The Beast Aura, the sidekick, some Pango. Corden got the Basher and Halberd. It's making Makoto's life hell, and I did not expect.
Jackie is merciless. I mean, this is the Bleed that I thought was, you know, like had a pretty decent chance to go to the majors, because I thought Jackie's performance on carry was so sick.
And he's waking up here.
He is. They finally got to a point where he can put in some work.
Jabs thinking about that steal, but
Ooh,
not
that
in
would have
time.
been scary.
Now he's like to call it. No
almost got clipped by that swashbuckle.
Jeez, Jabs, giving me a heart attack here, man.
All right, so free Ags and Cheese and Aegis for the Nature's Prophet, or is
Took it
he
all.
giving it to somebody else?
I think you give Ags to Pango here. I think it's huge.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Like, he has Basher online. He has defensive items. You throw an Ags on this. Suddenly he becomes a damage threat on top of the utility he's providing with the disarm and the bash.
Corden's coming over for it.
That's huge for
Oh,
this
and he
lineup.
got Spell Prism too, so
Oh, man.
you're just going to have constant little swashbuckles coming out of that shield crash.
It's Pangolier. He's coming out of the endangered species list.
Yeah,
He's coming for you.
he's become a predator.
It's revenge time. I feel like this game is just Bleed flavored now.
Yeah, I think so.
You have a Basher on play hard, too. The scale is really here. This Marcy's becoming an issue.
Yeah, because all of their damage, now that the Pudge especially is getting torn up, all their damage is coming from Makoto, but they've got Heaven's Halberd, they've got Bashers, they've got like great anti-carry measures to make sure TA does nothing.
Dubu trying to flirt with danger here with the Lotus.
Oh, but they went for the bigger kill.
Yeah, that
they
is
got
the
the
big
lasso pull back on a play hard, much more important, and can still collect on Dubu.
All right, so Bleed getting a little over anxious here.
Yeah.
Still have to respect the trap vision and the ability for Jab to pick people off.
He left behind a Stormcrafter on the Pango.
Not what you want to see.
Yeah, he's swashbuckled, instantly TP'd,
And look at 23 here. He sold his boots to go back for a Ghost Scepter, which is not an item we traditionally see this late for Pudges, because ideally you're just tanking up with Shivas and the Flesh Eater that you don't care. But I think after that dieback, he's like, all right, Jackie's not messing around.
No. But like combined with that Ghost Scepter, he's got the refreshers, so he can't actually be touched. If he gets it off in the first place, he's going to survive a really long time in the fights. And he got the 25 talent, so if he takes some damage, gets off Ghost Scepter, eats somebody, that's a full heal right there.
Jackie teeping in his face or proposing the idea here.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
There's an aggressive push from Talon. Remember, Bleed still have Aegis on this Furion.
Yeah, that's why they're just going to poke at it a bit, and then as soon as some of these supports are getting closer to coming back up, they'll back away.
I was thinking if some of these saves for Talon might help him in the fight, but honestly, I don't think the lack of save is the issue, right? Like, you can get this Rubik Shard, 23 does have his shard now, but you kind of want to use Dismember aggressively. It's not really a save issue. It's just kind of a man fight issue.
Yeah, I think it's for me. I think Talon to win fights, they're very dependent on getting the initiation right. If TA can get 2 or 3 hits off, then you already have a numbers advantage, probably. But if Bleed, like if it's not a clean initiation, or Bleed even get the initiation first, they've got Heaven's Halberd on Makoto. Then he's going to get bashed and so on and so forth.
And Bleed are just abusing the vision. Like the Beastmaster vision, the lane vision that they're getting from Furion shoving the waves in.
Yeah, that's why Jabs has been spending so much time trying to push some of these lanes in to counteract that pressure. But there's only so much he can do compared to a Nature's Prophet.
And Talon read this mid move. They saw the Beast auras on these creeps hitting mid. So they know Bleed are here. That trap cemented their fate after the smoke wears out. But reading these auras on the lane.
Oh, and he goes in! Caught the silencer, decent, but Bleed can still fight without him, but they didn't go for Makoto. Splitter is going to land. Playhard gets pretty low as a result. Oh, they're going to try and reinitiate here on the side of Talon. The hook goes out, doesn't quite land. Jackie wants to fight here. He's got the 25 talent,
That's a good stop.
45 seconds left on the Aegis. They still want to go for this. Makoto, he saw us play hard. He wanted to go for him. Immediately got stunned up, though. They do manage to finish off Jackie on life number 1. He's going to come back, though. Will they have anything to help him out on this second life? He's got a BKB. Oh, no, it was still in his backpack. He tried to put it in, but it was still on cooldown for a second. Dead for 100 seconds. Uh-oh. Bleed, you fought so long and hard to get to this point, but now it looks like the outcome is still going to be the same. Talon can just win this game outright.
When the fact you have too many items betrays you.
Yeah.
Jackie cannot BKB because he's too rich. Sometimes greed is not good. I mean, that is a huge factor in that fight. He cannot ignore the fact this Pudge will destroy him out of that spell immunity. Or if he's not able to fight back with Satanic, and a super disjointed fight from Bleed. Great initiation from Jabs. You were talking about it. If he gets a good jump, just sets the fight up, and he has another lasso in 5. He's gonna look to go again here. I don't know if Bleed are ready for this. They're definitely not.
Yep, that's gonna be a dieback on the silencer.
This is Octarine Bat. He has 80-second ult. They're gonna find Playhard as well. This is just crumbling here.
Shared death timers between them. Talon, they definitely gotta know they can just go tier 4s now.
Or Megas. Take your pick.
Yeah.
This Furion does not have buy. That was his buyout fight with Nullifier. He didn't even get to use anything in 2 lives.
All right, Bleed to hold on to this game. We're gonna have to fight through Megas now. We'll see if Talon go for any more damage. I mean, especially if Jabs gets another pick off, gets another lasso. They could kind of just hang around and see if Jabs is able to find something.
Yeah, why not? You have Megas. It's not like anything's going to happen if you get wiped here anyway.
Yeah.
May as well just ward up and take the fight. Exactly what Ollie does. They see everything now.
Tempting Rolling Thunder. Oh, the hook's off the mark, though. Primal Roar is going to put a stop to the Pudge. Corden needs a little bit of help here. Distance to be able to get off the Rolling Thunder off. With the Pudge now down, they can focus on Makoto. Doesn't get a bash initially and hits the wall. Corden going to try and get over it to get on top of the TA. Does manage to with the shield crash, with the swashbuckle as well. A lot of instances. Disarm is out. Nullifier trying to slow him down. Makoto quickly dispels that one off. Turns back around. Kills the Pango plus the lasso. Jackie fighting for his life right now. The Satanic, and he's doing it too. Now he turns his attention. Playhard gonna start nailing into Makoto. Jackie fights through it all. Gives Bleed a chance. One little chance, a snowball's chance in hell to be able to still win this game too. And perhaps hold out the series. Playhard ticking out. Goes down to 4 health.
Oh, Jackie's still looking. Infinite teleports here. You cannot run from the god of nature himself. And that's Satanic putting in work with Sidekick. If Jackie can sit there and fight, he is not going down. That is a very different scenario with the Pudge dead. He's mostly under control.
Absolutely insane that he fought through the TA's damage by hitting the Elder Titan.
And the thing was, the Elder Titan is putting the aura on him when he's that close, right? You don't have the spell immunity, you're getting your armor destroyed, but he has enough armor between AC. Titan Sliver gives him some status resist to get out of that lasso a little bit faster. All those little bonuses adding up. mean he can survive long enough to get those heal right clicks off.
He's gonna go for a Moon Shard next.
I mean, the thing is, you can't get much off this. Like, that's why I think Talon should take that fight there, because even if they lose it, which is what happened, what are you getting out of this if you're bleed? There's no Roche. You can't push the base fast enough.
Like, really, you're just giving them golds, but they're not going to get any objectives to really
progress. It was a lot of gold.
It was.
I'm looking at it.
There was a chance.
You got 700 for Ollie,
Okay.
1,000 for Q, and 2,500 for Makoto. Because Makoto had a 10x kill streak.
So he pretty much just got Moon Shard straight up from those kills.
He almost got a Divine Rapier. Quick blink.
He might need a Divine Rapier.
That was kind of soft.
Problem is, Furion's like kind of the last hero you want the gold on. It's pretty much slotted as long as he has buyback and that Moon Shard, like you said, which he does consume.
Yeah, like what is he going to replace? The Gleipnir, I guess, maybe?
I don't know. You can replace... I don't know. I mean, you can buy another item to slot in after your BKB's down. That's about it.
Yeah, that's kind of awkward, though.
Buy a Moon Shard for somebody else. Oh, this is a good smoke from Bleed.
Yeah, especially since Jackie may come in so late to this fight.
Jab
gonna
from
teleporting in. Jab's coming in from behind, looking for the Nature's Prophet somewhere. He's gonna go for Jackie now. But
Jackie's
Jackie's
going ham.
throwing the damage at the Pudge. Refresher goes out, but the Pudge will eventually die here, and he got a bash onto the TA as well. The Gleipnir catches him. Makoto keeping his distance. He wants to fight through. He wants to go for this one. They do manage to hit another bash. Corden's gonna fight. Makoto, one more bash. Keeping the disarm onto Makoto. He's fighting for his life. He has to keep the TA controlled here. Otherwise he dies, but it looks like he dies anyway to the backliner. Jackie, 1 versus 4, takes one down, goes for another. He's fighting through with the Satanic. Makoto is gonna be able to take him down in the end. He instantly buys back though. What can he do with this? He has to defend his Ancient. The throne is under attack.
Oh, Jackie versus the world.
Here comes 23. He's going to go for the Dismember. Nullify up.
Man.
He's going to try and burst him down. Jackie's going to fight back. He doesn't have the Satanic yet. It's still on cooldown. GG. Jackie did what he could, but ultimately Talon, the full squad, are too powerful for him.
Valiant effort from Jackie here. I mean, that is a 1v10 scenario, it feels like. Everybody else just getting melted by Bat, but ultimately the god of meat is more powerful than the god of nature. And Jackie gets disemboweled as his throne falls.
I mean, Talon...
I respect that fight, though. That was a hell of a fight.
Talon did not have the greatest start. In fact, they were the opening series of this season of the DPC. They lost to Execration 2-0. The next week, they played Blacklist, lost that one 2-1. But ever since then, bouncing back pretty nicely, beating Geek Slate, now beating Bleed, really, putting themselves into contention for that top 3 spot. Because I think somebody has to lose too. Between this trio that's only sitting at 1 loss. So,
yep, somebody has to lose eventually. That's just the nature of the DPC.
That's Avery's motto. Somebody has to lose eventually. I just hope I'm on the other side.
That's all you can do in Dota. You just hope you're the team that eventually wins when the time counts. Everything else is, what is it? It's like a non-necessary Dota. You just gotta win the necessary games.
Is that the OG motto?
Yeah.
Just win the necessary Dota?
Yeah, everything else is just practice. May as well be scrimming. But when the time comes, you show up.
Well, the time did come for Talon to show up if they want to be able to go to Lima, and they do manage to pull through 2-0 over Bleed.
This was not just a formality game for Talon. They are taking it very, very seriously because now they are, like you heard from Cap, in contention, in very, very serious contention to be able to make it to the major. I think it's a very safe bet that we will have tiebreakers probably come Monday, Sunday? Monday.
It's going to be a long day.
It's going to be a long day because we're going to have to figure out who's going to get relegated, who's going to be making it to the major, and since there are 3 slots, we're going to have to figure out who gets the most points because we got to crown a first place. And right now, Geek Slate, Execration, and Blacklist Rivalry all have a shot at it because they only have 1 loss, but you heard it. Someone has to lose between this trio. But right now, Talon are looking to make it a 4-horse race because that was yet again another very clean performance from them.
Yeah, no. It kind of looked a little bit, you know.
Just because Jackie got massive.
Yeah, that Roche fight. Sidekicked us so much late game.
Yeah.
It's insane.
23 bot back, and you're just like, how am I dead again? It was,
But
Gets a go scepter after that.
no,
lesson learned.
it was the right call, but he could never press it because, you know, he popped the BKB and he's just dead within the BKB charge. But I feel Bleed should have had better laning, but they opt to put the silencer bottom.
Yeah, that's so strange, yeah.
Like, you'd want to avoid the ET as a silencer.
You want to be on the bats lane.
Yeah. And I feel before, like, Pudge gets all, like, a chainmail or a Vanguard, the Beastmaster and the Marcy can pressure him a lot and slow down his farm. The Pudge was just too rich. Like, he got, like, a 7-minute Vanguard or something.
Yeah, after they won the laning phase, I felt like they accrued this like 5k lead at some point, and then they start to farm around the map. I felt like the TA could have just gone a BKB and they just tried to close out the game, because he went a pretty greedy build. He went Daedalus, then he went a Hurricane Pike, then he went a Dagger Deso, then only he got the BKB. And then they were kind of like AFKing around the map, trying to just run around, they're not doing anything. I feel like at that point, with the 5k lead plus a BKB on the TA, they can just control the map, go with the bat in the smoke. Whoever you get lasso, you're going to kill. And it's just going to be really difficult for Bleed to play the map, you know. But instead, they chose to farm, chill. I mean, I guess because they won the first game so quickly, they felt like, okay, we're in the same position again, you know. They took a step back and allowed Bleed to come back into the game.
Yeah, I think they're also just giving respect to Bleed's lineup. You know, if they overextend and then like they blink into like a good global, and there's a lot of turnaround potentials in Bleed's lineup.
Yeah, but the key thing is if they get the correct initiation with the bat, with the lasso,
Sure.
I feel like even with the global, it's gonna be difficult
This one
for
was
them.
so sick. Like,
Yeah, how did he actually not die?
Sidekick plus Satanic.
yeah, that skill's definitely getting nerfed.
So we were okay with the Marcy first pick, but how about this 8th pick Silencer? What was
mean-
the point?
I feel it didn't really do its job, and it didn't, like, he had the perfect lane setup, and I felt Jackie could have avoided, how many times did he in lane? 1 or 2?
I think once, yeah, at least once. I remember once. I feel like it's not just the lane, you know. Like later in the game, I was like quite surprised at how is the Bat Rider getting the lasso on the silencer. Like if the Bat Rider lasso is like the other heroes, like in front, like the Pango, the Beast, or the Marcy, I can understand, you know. But he should never be getting the silencer. I mean, even if he gets the MP, I get it too, because the MP has to stand and fight, you know. So he's gonna get lasso eventually.
No, he's the one target that shouldn't be jumped.
Because it definitely felt like the Silencer was picked as a response to Bat Rider. This is our strat.
Yeah, and then he wasn't laning
And he
against.
wasn't laying against
Yeah,
us.
that's-
What is the strat?
I mean, I can only say that maybe they wanted to do a melee range lane, because both the lanes were melee and range.
Yeah.
That's the only logic I can see, you know, from that lane swap.
But it's like Marcy's not afraid of getting like slept into a hook.
Yeah, I don't know.
He just rebounds out of there.
Which, on the topic of the hooks, 23 Savage gets our rivalry MVP for game number 2.
Well, he's improved a lot, like since the first week.
Both of these games were not on like true hard carries.
Yeah.
He plays a Night Stalker, he plays a Pudge.
I feel like this might actually be really good for this team, you know, like when they get a specific draft where the mid hero, because Mikado sometimes can be put on a very greedy hero.
A position 1 hero.
Yeah, position 1 hero, and if the carry can play this sort of heroes to balance out the draft, then it's really good for the whole team. You know, even for the drafter, it's so easy to draft. If you have 2 cores, you can just, okay, I'm gonna farm this game. Okay, you help me to make space, and it's just one button, you know, and they can adapt to the game.
Well, let's see just how comfortable our MVP is feeling. Because I got 23 Savage on the line. Yo, congratulations. Did you see that you got our MVP?
Yeah, because I need to come here first, so I see it.
Well, you earned it. We weren't just doing it to make you happy before the interview. It was well earned, but not just in this game, but in this series. I know you may have also heard our discussion. We usually associate you with playing hard carries, but this series you were playing more mid-game oriented heroes. How does that feel for you? Do you like it, or do you like hitting creeps more?
I'm actually happy if I do anything and it wins, so yeah. So, it's
So
just, if we win, I can play anything. I can
Okay.
even play offlane.
You're already playing offlane some of the games, you know. Yeah, like you were playing I remember the Doom game. You were kind of off lane, and Japs was the carry that game.
Yeah, so yeah, it works for us.
Tree, I have a question for you. Were you worried after you died back at that Roche fight?
Yeah, I was kind of like, maybe I throw the game.
Because
Something like
when you bought back, you didn't have BKB, right?
Yeah. I didn't press third spell, that's why I died. I could have reduced so much damage, but I didn't press.
I think you're still gonna die regardless.
But still longer.
No, yeah, no.
I mean, how does the current team feel like compared to your team last year? You guys made 2 changes this year, and how does the team feel different from the last season's team?
So in this team, Japs is like our captain, and he leads us a lot on like direction of the team. He's a true captain, and in last year we didn't have captain, so last year we were kind of scattered like on how to play, how to move. But right now we have Japs and Sunby who's like have a true direction of playing the game, and Oli as well. He has a lot of experience, so they teach us a lot on like playing as a team.
I have another question. So week 1 and week 2 wasn't really the best for you. Like, what was the adjustments you guys made for coming into this week? Because you guys have been tearing it apart.
So in the first few weeks we were struggling because we were too chill. We were not like talking that much. We thought we can, win easily. But after Execration, after Blacklist, we started figuring out that we need to try hard, be more disciplined, and we talk more, so we play better.
No, it shows. I mean, the last game was a bit like you guys kind of threw a little bit, but you closed it out, so well played.
Yeah, whose idea was it to get the bottle last game?
It was Japs. It's pretty smart.
You called it, Mike.
Yeah, that was
I know my boy.
That was some game-winning shit right there.
I thought Makoto was gonna be all like, dude, I had to level up Meld. Please buy me a bottle.
Yeah. I was kind of nervous when I saw THP. It's like it's ridiculously low.
It worked out well. So now that things are going well for you, I'm curious, do you look at other regions at all? Do you look for inspiration from other carries or only in Southeast Asia?
I look to every region. Right now, Liquid is so strong, Bedpool as well. So I hope I can play them in Major if I can go.
You answered my next question. I was going to say, yeah, if you make your way there, you're looking forward to playing European teams then, it seems.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let's see if we can make it a reality 23. If you keep playing like this, it might just happen. So congratulations on yet another series victory, and hopefully we get to see you in Peru.
Yeah, hopefully.
Fingers crossed. Thank you very much, 23 Savage. He's become a much better interviewer because I actually remember speaking to him at the very beginning in the Singapore Major, like 2 years ago. And that was like when he first started getting his feet wet in competitive Dota. Yeah. Because I think 2019 was his Genesbras run.
Wait, forever, right?
Yeah.
Was it with you?
We fought them in the finals of the regionals.
And
they should have won game 4, but then they went for throne and they threw.
And wasn't he playing Morphling or something like that?
I think it was Jug. It was Jug and Nico Baby was Wraith King.
Yeah, and you came out on top. But since then, he has definitely grown into his own as a player as well. Because I don't think if I asked him 2 years ago, he would be like, yeah, I'm willing to play whatever gets us the win. I mean, yes, technically, I'm sure anyone is willing to play whatever gets them the win, but most carry players are like, I'm going to get the win on my terms. Whereas this series, I don't think many carries would be like, yeah, give me, well, the Pudge maybe, but not the Night Stalker.
It was a really good pick, though.
It was a really good pick.
I mean, it's the Thai connection you mentioned in the first week. When they have these 3 Thai players, you notice in the game, right? The 3 of them are moving a lot together. The way they play the game connects to each other a lot, and it allows like Mikoto to be on this like really, really hard carry in the mid lane, and he's just hitting creeps, hitting towers randomly, showing up to the fight if he wants to, not buying BKB if he doesn't want to buy BKB. That's easy to play enough for the rest of the players.
Yeah, and how much do you buy his argument of complacency at the beginning of the season? Because I don't know if they didn't win M88. I don't think they won M88.
No.
They got 4th at M88. So it's not like they were, top tier even before the DPC started.
Yeah, no, I think they were just like a little bit overconfident because every one of them are so individually skilled.
True.
So it's like if you think you can just get away with like treating it like a pub and not putting a lot of effort in behind the scenes and actually discussing and trying to understand each other's minds. And yeah, I guess they started talking.
I would consider them to be my most improved team over the course of the season.
For sure. Yeah. Unlike other teams, like they definitely didn't regret.
Other teams like either started good, stayed good, or started bad, stayed bad. Whereas I feel like Talon has shown a dramatic improvement in the last 4 games that we've seen, basically. And even before that, at the end of, or rather in the middle of week number 2, they also beat SMG on Wednesday. So they've been undefeated for their last 3 series. They haven't dropped a single game.
And they had like the fastest game score.
Correct,
also.
yes. Which was also replicated again in this series. So strong growth from them. But on the topic of them beating SMG, that is our next series. Because SMG is going to be going head-to-head against Blacklist Rivalry. So stick around and we'll be back after a little while with that series after a break.
Three, two, one.
This crowd is actually able to do so for a decent amount of time. Time to take up like the flame cloak. That's get a lot of damage, but here comes the black hole.
Oh, so this is
This is what, Mike?
Filipino food.
This is Filipino food. We got it on good authority that all of these videos that you've been seeing were actually filmed in Manila.
Is that crab?
Looks like a crab.
I don't know.
Scooping up some crab. Welcome back, everybody, to the Southeast Asian DPC, where we're not quite ready to get into our second series of Blacklist Rivalry versus SMG, because it was a quick 2-0 from Talon. But we've got other stuff planned for you. We are going to give a little breakdown on what you should be expecting for these last 3 days of the DPC. If you want to be starting to make calculations on who's going to be going to Peru, who's going to be going to tiebreakers, who's going to be getting relegated, well, I've got a somewhat straightforward way to explain it. It's still kind of complicated because there's still a variety of permutations and combinations that can happen. So let's just take a look at the standings right now and see where we're at as we are a third of the way through Wednesday. So, fresh result is Talon making their way to third place with their fourth win, and Bleed bumping down to fifth with their fourth loss. Fun and exciting times, because I don't think I saw Talon ever get the thumbs up on our chef's recommendation, or actually
The spice.
the spice. They didn't have the spice. They ain't got the spice, but now they do. Along with Execration and Geekslate, who have already established themselves as pretty high up there. But what does this mean for all the other teams? What does this mean for Fnatic especially? Fnatic are currently 0-5. They have no wins, which you would imagine means that they are guaranteed for relegation, but that is not quite the case. It's very likely the case, but it's not guaranteed. Their last two series are up against Execration and against Talon. That's a pretty tall order.
Yeah.
Execration got their 2-0 against Bleed on Monday. Is there any chance that Fnatic can beat either of these teams?
Maybe next season.
Maybe next season. Well, no, they won't play them next season because they'll be relegated if that's the case. What is going on, man? It's freaking Fnatic, dude. It's Gabby, Armel, KP, DJ, and John Well. What is going on? How can you be 0-5 with this roster?
I don't know. It still hasn't sunk in.
It has not. I don't understand.
I mean, I don't understand if any roster with DJ can be 0-5, you know. DJ is like, I think, how many years has he been playing, and he's always the top position 4 player. Like the guy has so much talent. Like even in some of the games when he was playing position 5, I felt like he was carrying the game. Like I feel like the team has a lot of like directional problems within like what they need to do in the game, what they need to do in the draft, what they have to do to win.
Got to the bottom.
One cup of sugar. Okay,
What's the sugar?
what's the sugar for?
What is the sugar?
One serving? No, one is not enough. It's gonna be 2. 2 serving of pizza party.
All right, this is how you make a Fnatic recipe to stay in Division 1. They have to beat, well, actually, it's a little bit out of order because they're playing Execration first. That happens at the end of today. So they have to beat Execration. If they straight up lose Execration,
It's over.
it's over. They're guaranteed relegated. Doesn't matter about tiebreakers, doesn't matter about anything. So they have to do that. And then they also have to beat Talon on Friday. And then Boom, who currently have 2 wins, also have to lose against Blacklist, which is fairly realistic. Boom, their only wins are against Fnatic and SMG.
Yeah.
So well, I guess we'll see how Blacklist are looking today, but they'll be going up against Blacklist. So that also has to happen. And then they have to also win the tiebreaker against Boom. But there's also technically a possibility that SMG could be in the tiebreaker. That is another combination, but this is the most logical path to stay in Division 1.
It's up to fate.
Yep.
There's so many checks you have to.
This picture just reminds me of what I think of this team. They have too many chefs in the kitchen. Too many
Okay. I'm picking up what you're putting down here.
You're making a pizza, but the pizza has pineapple. The pizza has some
Anchovies.
some weird ingredients over the top, and everything just doesn't make sense together.
But I don't get it though. Individually, all these players are amazing.
It doesn't matter if you don't mesh well together.
No, I think it really stems to like the captain issue. Like I don't.
Who is the strongest voice on this team?
I'm just looking at the 5 of them, and I mean, sure, KP is probably the best candidate for captain, but
He doesn't. I don't think he has that strong of a voice. Though. He says some stuff, but he's not that strong enough.
like being his teammate for some time, he doesn't really want that kind of responsibility. He kind of just wants to play.
I mean, he doesn't want that. He doesn't want to have to deal with the captain stuff.
Yeah.
Even though he feels like he can.
Yeah.
Well,
Like some people are meant to be captains. Some people aren't. Like
Some people they don't want to be
better
the
suited,
But some people they don't want to be the captain, but they have to be the captain.
Yeah.
You know, because the team's like who else?
those
You know?
teams. Give me
You look
an
at the
example.
fools next to you, like he's not going to be the captain. That guy's not going to want to be the captain, so you have to do it, you know.
But do those types of teams ever find success? Give me an example of a captain who's had the role thrust upon him as opposed to volunteered and brought the other fools to success.
Jesus.
Doesn't have to be in Southeast Asia. It can be anywhere.
I'm thinking.
I'm
like,
racking my mind because I feel like the teams, I mean, it seems obvious, although not always, because I know that sometimes some people think that like political leaders, the best political leaders are the ones who don't want to be leaders.
Yeah,
Those are the ones who are best suited.
yeah.
But that's probably because like those have actual power. Whereas if you're a captain in a Dota team, what level of power do you have?
It's stress that I don't think any player wants to have, right? Because you will take the shoulder of the blame and you have to fix the problems, and it's not a fun position to be in.
And you're on the pizza party menu.
Like sure you'll get like a big portion of all the success, but you know.
What
Goes
about
both ways.
distributing it? Like, I see some teams have a good way to allocate it where
5% is 20%.
not like that, but like like one person takes most of the responsibility for drafting. One person takes most of the responsibility for like in-game leadership.
So co-captain.
Yeah, co-captains, exactly.
I think KP would be a good co-captain.
Right.
Do you think so?
Yeah.
If someone else is there to do the bigger portion of the captain stuff,
Big
and then he
boss
can
and small
help.
boss.
But yeah, like I don't see any one of these players like really stepping up and wanting to be a captain.
Yeah.
Because it's just not a good position to be in.
Yeah, I feel like nothing against like General and DJ. You know, they're both very individually skilled supports, but they don't. I feel like they don't mesh well with each other. Because DJ needs a true captain, like for the team. Like say you cannot find a captain from the core roles, right?
Okay.
And then you need to have either DJ with a strong captain or General with a strong captain. And General had Scam before, you know. And
They had Jabs also last time.
yeah, and now a DJ before who he had as a captain before. The strongest,
Mushi.
He had Mushi, and he had
I
when he was in his in the Pinoy teams, who else did he play with?
Kimo.
Right? Yeah. He basically had people that are stronger in terms of voice in the game, you know, and then it allowed him to excel in the team.
Because it's like a captain's job. It like you don't get days off, right? You always have to like think of like solutions to fix your problems, and then if you're in a good position, okay, what are the possible drafts that I can start running, and you know.
Yeah, everyone's out partying, karaoke, and then the captain's back
You're
at
there
home.
printing out Dota buff pages,
like
reading over drafts.
The best way I can see is like it's like Kobe Bryant and his like mentality. It's like
Mamba mentality.
yeah, for sure.
Job's not done.
Yeah, no.
Job's not done until you win the TI, and then still job's not done.
For sure.
But if you want to get your own Fnatic recipe, well, you can put in coupon code FREEDJ. I see that in Twitch chat a lot. Maybe that'll get you one free pizza party from Fnatic. SMG's recipe, though, they've got a little bit else, some other ingredients necessary to stay in Division 1. So, off the top, they have to win this series that we're about to cover versus Blacklist. If they don't, there is still... Oh, yeah, there's the ore. Okay, I see the ore. Oh, wait, no, the ore comes afterwards. Wait, they can lose this. I think it's the first ingredient and the second ingredient that can be ore. They just need to win one of those two games. So either beat Blacklist or beat Geek Slate. And if you beat both, then you're in great shape because then you have 3 wins, which would put you in the same thing as Bleed. But so far unlikely. Then if Boom lose to Blacklist, that means that Boom sticks around with 2 wins. And then win tiebreaker versus Boom, and maybe Fnatic at the bottom. I mean, maybe Fnatic might make it. We don't know.
Where's the sugar?
No sugar for this one. It's only spice. That's why we have Ninja Boogie on the panel. Give me the spice, Mike.
Mid
You
one's
think
not
they can
captain
beat Geek
material.
Slate and Blacklist?
Yeah. I think he said it well. Like this team, I feel like they kind of have a half captain. Would you say like a half, not like a full?
You think
but-
mid one's a half captain?
I don't think he's captain material at all.
But who has the strongest voice in the team? Him, right?
Oh, for sure. He's not willing to step down. I think out of all these players, Boomy's like best suited to be the captain of the team, but I don't think mid one's gonna be willing to be under anyone.
Not even co-captain.
No.
Okay.
Like that's how like the vibe I got going into
Right.
the team. And yeah.
Which, given the interview that Avo did with mid one, I can definitely believe that, because he definitely seemed very prideful about the idea of making it not only in this region of Southeast Asia, but like he wants his name on it, kind of.
I think he's trying to prove something and like chase something, like, you know, because he's only been in 2 teams besides us, you know, aside from SMG. And first team was under Mushi,
Yeah.
and the other team was
Under Puppy.
Puppy. So I think he's like,
In OG, Brief Steam OG.
oh, I forget that. Yeah,
Yeah, that was, yeah, that's
was-
true. But even then, like,
forgettable.
it's still from like all the same alumni of storied, kind of bullheaded captains.
Like I can respect him trying, but I feel like at a certain point you have to understand also, like not everyone's
Suited for
for a captain role.
So you're saying he's chasing a ghost? Something that he shouldn't be chasing?
I guess.
The results definitely seem to indicate that, but if they are able to fulfill this recipe, well then, perhaps a second lease on life to stay in Division 1. Meanwhile, let's look at a more cheerful recipe. Let's take a look at Blacklist Rivalry's path to the Major. They are SMG's opponent in the upcoming series, and they have to beat SMG. So right now, Blacklist Rivalry are at 3 wins, 1 loss. If they beat SMG, that puts them at 4 wins, which, if you remember the standings, there are quite a few teams sitting around at 4 wins. And then they still, oh wow, they have 3 series left, actually. They got a lot of Dota left to play. So they have to beat Boom and or beat Geek Slate. Wait, win versus Geek Slate or lose to Geek Slate.
So they need at
They
least
need 2 wins
yeah.
because they're at 3, and then like it's if they win 2 wins, and then it's like potential tiebreaker, and then you have to win the tiebreaker. I don't know what this win game 1 is.
So does it
It's
mean
just
that
good advice.
I mean, does it mean that there might be a lot of tiebreaker games and they just need to win one of the tiebreaker games?
Yeah.
Yes, I suppose that's true, because that just gets you to the Major if there are a bunch of teams that are tied. I don't know how we will determine like first, second, third if there are multiples, but like, I guess just winning
With
one game
more
in general gets you
tiebreakers.
to the Major. Yeah, infinite tiebreakers. Everyone loves that idea, but I'm actually surprised that they still have 3 series left to play. But this team has a different foundation, definitely. No issues with strong voices on this team.
No, definitely, you know, the roles are set, and aside from that loss from Execration, I assumed they were going to make the Major already.
I mean, if anything, this team has been going from strength to strength, you know, from the first week until now. Some of the games, they showed a lot of like resilience, a lot of like team play, and I feel like they understand what they need to draft. I feel like overall they have a very, very good shot at this so far.
If they did make it internationally between Execration, Geek Slate, Talon, and Blacklist, which ones would you consider to be... Okay, let's take Geek Slate out of the equation because... Well, actually, man, do we take Geek Slate or Talon out as being the front runners for Southeast Asia?
Talon's the front runner.
Still.
Yeah, I think Talon is the strongest.
So this series that we just watched just reaffirmed your belief.
Yeah, because a team, there's no way a team can all of a sudden just become so good. It's either they were already that good, but they had issues in the beginning that stopped them from showcasing why they're that good. You know, it just doesn't happen, you know, overnight. And I feel like they were already that good in the first and second week, but they just needed to sort out some of the issues, you know.
So then if we did need to split 2 spots between 3 teams, Geek Slate, Execration, Blacklist, Which one are you giving the 2 slots to?
I'd go.
Blacklist? Or are you going Blacklist?
Are you?
Yeah, I'd go Blacklist just because they have like,
Experience?
yeah, so many.
Veterans?
Yeah, and they've been in this situation before. You know, they've lifted trophies together. It's not like a new squad, so they have that synergy already. So yeah, I'd give it to them, and then Geek Slate.
Oh, I knew you were gonna say that. Once you gave the veteran argument, I was like, my poor Execration boys. They need the LAN experience.
No, I mean like, cause like it's like if it's their first time, first LAN jitters. It's a thing.
That is true.
You know, once you start like facing these people that you've just been watching replays and whatnot, and then being in front of a crowd, it's.
March is there to calm them down.
I mean, he's not there in the game, you know, like, and maybe some people like they're shy in front of the camera, like, I mean, you know, in front of the stage. There's a lot of factors that come into play in LAN events, so.
Yeah, then given that argument, I do think Southeast Asia's best chances are probably, or like best chance of taking the major would theoretically be Blacklist, Geek Slate, and Execration. I mean, Blacklist, Geek Slate, and Talon. But Blacklist still have to get that win versus SMG first, and that's happening right now. So stick around and we'll be back with game number 1 of Blacklist Rivalry versus SMG after the break.
Three, two, one.
For a decent amount of time. Has to take up like the blame cloak. Does get a lot of damage, but here comes the black hole.
interview with Blacklist Rivalry's carry, Raven. Or how long have you experienced life in Manila?
Life in Manila? I think I've been here like a lot of times already because
It's on and off, right?
Yeah, it's on and off. So
Ah.
I'm not really sure.
Let's start with something simple.
Yeah.
Do you have a favorite food, Raven?
My favorite food is what's my favorite food actually? Bicol Express.
Bicol Express?
Yeah, that's a dish in the Philippines.
Uh-huh.
The,
Can you describe it to me?
How can I describe it? It's just something with milk, right? It's with milk, pork, and it's spicy.
You like spicy food in general?
I like spicy food in general. That's why when you're at Thailand at times, the kapaw,
Yeah, yeah.
they always eat that.
When do you get started with Dota? Like when do you start playing Dota? You
Is it
remember
Dota 1 or Dota 2?
Dota 1,
Dota 1 I started when I was grade 3.
grade 3. How
Yeah.
old is that?
Grade 3, maybe 10? I'm not really sure. I just remember that I'm grade 3.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
And how did you start?
Actually, I don't really know how to play computer, actually.
Oh, okay.
Then suddenly I go to church.
Okay.
I go to church, right? And then there's a girl in the choir, the singing.
Okay.
And suddenly I feel like I have a crush on that girl. So I just wanna like go to the church every day. They just started to join as a choir, but they didn't really accept me because I don't have a good voice. So I just joined the what is that called? Sacristan means like service in the church.
Okay, so like helped around. in
Yeah,
the
I
service.
help around in the church, and then that church, the other people there teach me how to play Dota.
Really?
That's my story how I started.
Was that your first computer game then, Dota?
I think so. Yeah, it's my first computer game, and then when they teach me, I just keep playing, and I forget about the girl, and then that's it.
Do you remember what it was about Dota that like felt attractive to you?
I'm not really sure. I just remember that I just kept playing it until I suddenly became good at it, and then like many people like trying to recruit me to play with them.
Oh, really?
So yeah, that's what happens in.
So you didn't make an active effort to become a pro player? Like you just played so much you became good?
In Dota 1, it's like that.
Right.
Like I just keep playing because I like it, but I don't really like. Am I gonna be a pro player here?
Yeah.
No. But in Dota 2, that's what I do. I wanna become a I wanna become a pro player.
How was the process for you? What does it mean to become a pro player?
To become a pro player in Dota 2 is just because I just want to be like, I just want to be good at it.
Right.
But I want to become pro player in the Philippines, not like this like international. So in my mind, I just want to be known in the Philippines.
Was it because back then international Dota was not a very big thing, or why the Philippines specifically?
I think it's not big in the Philippines because I think only TI1, the Philippines go to the international, but any other, I think it's just not known. So that's why I think it's just for the Philippines right now.
What was the moment that you start considering an international career?
I did not choose it. It's just something happens.
Okay.
I almost quit Dota, almost eh. Then suddenly, this guy, Nico, in our team, he suddenly recruited me to become mid player for them. And then, even I don't know how to play mid, I just okay, because no one's like recruiting me already. So, okay, I'll just play. Then suddenly, because they're really good and they're like really focused in Dota 2 also, and they teach me how to play. So that's where I really step it up.
Do you remember why you were about to quit Dota?
Because I feel like I feel like nothing's happening to me. It's like I'm stuck.
Okay.
So like, what if I just play a new game? Like it's new, and then I have a friend that likes to play new game also. So I asked him if he wants to play the game, but suddenly Nico wants to like recruit me.
Do you remember what that new game was?
Oh, it's Heroes of the Storm. So it's like 2015, I think.
Yes,
it's
yes,
a new
yes.
game. Then suddenly, oh, there's a new game. I wanna try this. Then yeah.
Was there a moment in your professional career that you felt like it was starting to become like a job, like it was serious?
I think it started when I'm at at Fnatic, I guess.
Okay.
It's like this is a job now. It's not really for, because I know it's fun, but I think it's still really a job because you guys have 5 players and you guys don't want to waste sometimes, some time. So you just really need to like own it as a job.
What was it about Fnatic that made you feel that way? Was it because it was like a big org? Was it because the players were also very well known?
It's not really like that. I think it's just everyone knows like what our job is.
Okay.
It's like we're in the game. I think this is mostly in like the 2021 at Fnatic because like we practice, right?
Right.
We practice, but we never really like banding a lot. So we just scream, talk about Dota, and then nope.
When you were starting to become a pro player, before you reached like international success, right? When you're like grinding per se, how old were you around that time when you feel like you reached international success first?
I started when going to international is when
You think you like made it a little bit?
Because I go to TI, so I think
Right.
I made that time, right?
Okay, yeah, that's making it. Yes, I think that's making it.
Yeah.
Do you remember how old you were back
Yeah,
then?
I was 17.
17. Holy shit, I forget how young you were.
Yeah, I was 17 that time.
Okay. So you didn't have to ever consider like the difficulties of having an unstable career like in Dota and stuff like that, right? Because you reached such early success?
No, not really. Because I stopped the school also because we kind of don't have money for the school. So I just started playing.
Oh, so it wasn't even an option for you?
It's an option, but I can go to school without the tuition, like public school.
Right.
But I don't really want that.
Oh.
So like, I just started playing because because I gained money, so I just started playing.
Did your parents support that as well?
Of course, at first it doesn't, but
because the money's not big.
yeah, it keeps going. They will just support it.
Is there a moment in your career that you think, wow, that was very lucky that that happened to me?
I think
Or moments? You can
yeah,
say?
I think the TI6 because
Okay.
the first qualifiers we lost.
Yes.
In the open qualifiers, we actually lost. Then there's a hero there that time that we just copy and we pick that every time.
Do you remember what hero that was?
It's the Terrorblade.
Oh yes, that was your signature hero.
Yeah, because we just copied that on the team. I forget about the name. We just copied on that one hero and then we just go to TI and get like top 8 that time.
Top 8, yeah.
Yeah.
That was the year that you beat the OG in the lower
Yeah.
bracket finals. How did that feel at the moment?
Oh, it just feels. That time it just feels so. I don't know what's the word. Surreal. It's
Yeah.
like so. You just don't really expect it.
Yeah.
You don't expect anything. You just play it.
Right.
And then this just happened.
It is a humble origin story for Raven. Disregard relationships, acquire MMR. Learning the most sinful game in a church. What a story of opposites from our boy Raven. But a fun origin story and nonetheless. And now he's looking to replicate those successes that he's had earlier in his career. It was kind of a tricky year for him last year. It was not as star-studded as we have expected from Raven, but perhaps Blacklist Rivalry is a return to form because so far they are making a strong contention to be making it to the major, but they still have 3 series left to go before we can confirm or deny that. And the first is going to be against SMG. And I've got a new panelist on here because if Mike was here, the pop-off would have destroyed the cameras if SMG lost. And so Adam, you're here to give a more measured analysis.
I'm here to be peaceful.
Thank you. Keep the peace.
I'm here to be bait.
Yeah.
That's true. Winter and Ninja Boogie together. A bit too strong.
Dangerous levels of baseness. So I'll get your expectations, Adam, because I've already grilled Winter. SMG, we've had, I guess, the rock, paper, scissors of Fnatic, Boom, and SMG at the bottom. I initially, after like week 1 and 2, was putting SMG on the top of the bottom, but Boom kind of starting to turn around because they got their second win. How do you think they'll fare against Blacklist Rivalry now?
I feel like SMG has showed that every game they play, they have like a good chance of winning. They just have problems closing out. I know it sounds like a broken record at this point. Week 1, week 2, it's kind of the same issues.
Well, they're not fixing them.
Yeah, and you know, I always feel like SMG, like you can't count them out. They always show like they can take games. I think they won 1 game in a lot of their series too. And Blacklist has also shown us that they kind of do look shaky, especially game 1 for some reason. You know,
They love losing game
they just
1s.
don't look like a well-oiled machine like they usually do. Game 2, game 3, suddenly you see this like tier 1 team again. You know, game 1 usually they look kind of lost. You know, just woke up. So curious to see if SMG can like take advantage of that per se. You know, they get 1 game from that, and then there's like another series. It's 2 more games to play. Maybe they'll take another one. So yeah, I think it's pretty even matchup in my head at least.
Winter, give me the based analysis. Is this an even matchup?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like SMG.
What? That's not based.
I mean, SMG definitely show that they can win games against better opponents. You know? I feel like the way they're playing the game, I like the way they play the game. They're fast, they're aggressive. It's just that when they have the lead, you know, sometimes they make a fuck up here, they make a fuck up there. They lose Roshan, they do some weird ass shit. But you can't deny the first 20 minutes they did good, you know? You have to give them credit.
You know a scene from Top Gun where he goes like, at the start, he goes like past 10. And then the plane just crashes.
Oh, yes.
That's SMG every game.
Yeah, they're trying to approach Mach speed and keep on just fumbling it at the finish line, which is a shame because this team, as you heard from Winter, is encouraging in the first few minutes. Also, I'm very curious if Blacklist Rivalry will continue their trend of constantly losing game 1s because they actually, well, they fully lost against Execration. They got 2-0'd. But all their other series that they have won, they look pretty clueless in game number 1. Like they're doing some very experimental stuff, which we actually got confirmation from them. I don't remember who we interviewed, but I was like, oh, it was AU.
AU said they like try to play against their opponent's best strategies.
Right.
But to be honest, I feel like they're playing with their left hand in game 1. You know, is what it looks like.
Which they should just do their own best strategies, which we'll see what they're going to bring against SMG for our game number 1 draft. Broodmother for who? Oh, for SMG.
Wait, but what?
Cuckoo Mother is
Mid one Broodmother.
Mid one Broodmother. I think that's like a hero. Like we've been talking about his Beastmaster. We want him to be on Beastmaster. I think that's a hero that we want to see from him as well.
Okay.
Like it fits the way he wants to play the map, control the vision, pressure, get the towers. But I don't know if he plays this hero a lot, you know.
So this looks like Liquid's opening, right? So this
it does actually.
Just
Hoodwink has not been first phased in Southeast Asia like at all. In fact, I'm shocked to see Treant Protector and Rubik completely ignored.
Yeah. I like the Hoodwing a lot. Personally, I'm a fan because I think SMG, the way they play is more of a tri-core too. So his Hoodwing, like, he's a strong laner and he just brings damage to like skirmishes. I think it suits their playstyle a lot.
Yeah, toss out a Boomerang against this Primal Beast, which was Primal 8th pick? Or was Hoodwink 8th pick?
I think Brew was first pick, right?
Brew was probably
Blacklist was first pick, right?
Oh,
because they got the ban there.
Oh, okay.
1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I think.
Yeah,
so.
You're right. So yeah, 8th pick Primal. What's up with that?
It's just a reaction to the Broodmother, I think.
Yeah.
It's a hero that can like kind of. Yeah, you kill spiders and you chase him into the trees. I think Zai played his Broodmother and he played against Legion. I think playing against Primal is the same. You don't go mech, but you go pipe straight away. I think it makes quite a big difference because the mech into Greaves upgrade takes a while and it's not as much heal as pipe actually blocks.
Yeah, that's true.
I think against a lot of the matchups,
your spider that just doesn't die.
That was also like a 5 Legion commander, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
But your Q still kills spiders.
True.
I mean, we saw that one time, right? I think
it was Talon.
Talon, right?
They took it from Gaming. Gaming ran it first. It was Celery who played the Legion. I think they won that game.
I'm not a big fan of that, because then the LC becomes like a.
I mean, you're a spider clearing
bot.
Buff bot. Yeah. Run draw. Jackie's Nature's Prophet was something.
I mean, just Nature's Prophet in general. That hero is
always top net worth.
He's always
every game.
He's always top net worth. I don't understand like why he has this talent. Like the talent just makes him already so busted in the league game. You have to buy 4 stuff. All the calls don't really have.
The TP is like so strong too.
Yeah, you just have too good of scaling, you know, with the talents and.
What's
everything.
this tiny centaur? What?
Huh? What's
Yeah,
happening?
hero.
Warlock?
And I gotta check the list because I think that this may have been one of the uncontested heroes of the entire DPC, not just
This is
Southeast Asia.
probably the first ever appearance.
So wait, think about it, right? So if you're looking at position 5 heroes and you want team fight from position 5 heroes, generally you think about like either Disruptor, Undying, and there's not many that's really good right now, right? And Warlock seems, I mean, the idea of the Warlock is that you have a pos 5 that's decent in the lane, and then you have some sort of team fight contribution with your ult.
We have Warlock hoodwing supports now.
Yeah,
Why not like a Snapfire?
yeah, I don't know.
I think they pick in Warlock because they want the Spectre, maybe.
Yeah,
That's like my only thing I can see. Like, it's a
yeah.
old man's combo, I'll say. It's not even old school. It's like back when Winter used to play Dota.
No wonder you're so fond of the pick. There are all regions. There are 3 uncontested heroes. Warlock was one of them. The other 2 are Clinks and Bristleback.
Oh no. What? No, Boom played Bristleback, didn't they?
No, I don't think
Oh,
so.
maybe it was before DPC.
Grimstroke and Primal Beast.
Another Brood Mother answer.
I'm scared of that lane. I played against that lane before. I don't want to be in that lane, man.
Kill them.
I'm a CM, I'm a Lich. I see that combo, I'm like, okay, bye-bye.
Tusker.
For the Lina.
why?
Just for the Lina, but I don't. Then I don't.
Soulbind and like.
Yeah, then I don't understand the Warlock really. I mean, they do have issues with their drafts, you know, like SMG sometimes in their games, right? I see like they are usually overthinking about how to counter. They have this idea of how to counter the opponent's draft, and then they just keep picking the heroes that counter, in their mind, counter the opponent, but that has
And
no
then
synergy.
their 5 heroes then make
no sense together, you know.
Because you're emphasizing, oh, okay, I'll justify a Warlock pick with team fight superiority. What the hell is Tusk doing in a team fight?
I think Tusk Hoodwing gives them catch to play the map. Warlock secures the lane and has a BKB Pierce against Primal Beast ulti when he finally gets BKB. And they need some godly last pick that will win them the game. And they also have Broodmother. So it's like, it's kind of Tundra-ish, right? Like this Brood plays the lane, then you have this Tusk Hoodwing who like kills people.
Yeah.
Warlock's like protect your area kind of hero, so we do have team fight if we need it. Just trying to justify what they're picking, you know, try to get into their heads a bit. I think Moon.
I mean, that makes a lot of sense, you know, like the way you explain it. I feel like
That's
their last pick has to be something so amazing for their draft.
Spectre's banned now. And it's also like Chidori's carry, right? It's kind of different from SMG. It's not something they used to like.
But you need some like really heavy carry. I feel like the games where they put him on the Weaver, or the semi-cores, I don't feel like he can play those heroes.
I was gonna say this looks like a good TA game, but I'm not sure if they'll pick it. Because TA Tusk gives you everything, Kappa. TA Tusk gives you Roche early.
Yeah,
you have like Pipe Brood.
How are you going to survive this lane? Freaking Grimstroke Primal.
I mean, nothing they pick, I feel like if you pick a core that can survive the lane, he cannot win the game.
How about Lifestealer?
I mean, Lifestealer can survive the lane, but he cannot. I don't think he can win the game.
That's not true. Lifestealer against Lina, okay? If it gets to like 60 something minutes, you buy Aghanim's and you infest into the Lina, and she's disarmed and she dies slowly.
Okay, sure, the game will last 60 minutes against Lina. Yeah, but I don't feel like they have that a very obvious pick that's gonna allow them to have a decent lane and have a win condition. You know, I'm thinking about something along the lines like PA, but PA has a very weak laning phase.
Wow,
that's that draft is scary, man.
That was a scary draft. They have push now, which I suppose they were lacking.
I mean, it's
good,
tough
yeah.
to last pick here. TB? No, TB can be good.
I feel like their draft needs the TB. You know, it's the same push out waves. You know, drag the game. You have pick off and like
TB is probably the best pick for them here. I don't see any other pick.
He's never played TB though, right?
Nope.
No, he played the hardest carry he played was it Morph?
Morph, yeah, he played Morph the other day.
He played Troll.
Troll is not Troll is not a hero, man.
Troll's not a hero. I'm preaching to the choir right now.
But he also was picked more than Clinks and Bristleback.
True.
That's hurtful.
I mean, do you know if he plays Terrorblade?
I'm sure he does, but he probably hasn't played in a while. I'm not sure.
How about
I mean, near Skadi hero.
How about Sniper?
Sniper?
But there's Primal and Claw.
I think the lane is like gonna make you super poor and then you get run at. It's very hard to play because their heroes don't really make space. You kind of need an independent, able to farm hero, so like some CKTB. I think Lifestealer got worse with the DP. Like I could have seen if they picked like another Strength Core Ursa. That's okay.
Ursa?
The Chidori hero gives them Roche early. They have pace and it's good against DP.
Yeah, but I don't feel like he can win the game.
I feel like his lane's gonna be rough. It's a rough lane.
I mean, this is one of those games where SMG has like a complete bonkers draft. We have no idea what they're trying to do, but you know they're gonna show us in the game. The first 20 minutes is gonna be amazing, and there's gonna be some rush fight. They throw the game and they're gonna lose.
The 2-time TI winner once said, "A boy no tail." Once said, "You can't go half chaos. You need to go full chaos."
That's not the word that he used. I know. You paraphrase
refrain, you know?
Yes.
Chaotic offering.
Chaotic offering. If you go full chaos and you don't know what's happening, neither does your opponent.
Which you're implying that they may throw at Roche, but that's why they picked the Warlock. They have a team fight ultimate around the Roche pit, so they don't throw.
Snowball and Aegis.
There you go. It's starting to come together. At least I have to go to the bat for Afu because I don't know what else is justifying this Warlock otherwise, because even Fatal Bonds does not seem that useful.
Yeah, it doesn't.
That hero feels so dog shit this game, you know? I don't know what he's gonna do.
Did they even ban the Centaur for the Warlock?
Yeah.
Because Upheaval, right? Stampede.
Why are you protecting your Warlock?
I don't know, man.
We'll just have to see, you know, their
We'll
drafts
find
never
out.
make sense. But sometimes they win.
Sometimes they win.
Yeah.
It happened once. Let's see if it can happen a second time against Blacklist Rivalry. Perhaps 2 more minds can bring some more information. You're mulling things over here, Avery.
I'm not mulling things over. I'm just, this panel is just not filling me with a lot of confidence. I feel like I'm about to see an utter stomp.
There's just a bunch of Warlock haters. That's all I'm hearing.
There you got the Warlock.
Well, you want me to pull up your Warlock numbers, Avery?
Yeah, pull them up there.
pull 'em
Neil.
up.
Pull them up. Okay, let's see here.
I'll have you know that I want to land with Warlocks.
Really?
You
I was there.
You played Warlock 29 times. It's like you're one of your least played heroes, but you did have a 58% win rate on the hero.
That's positive.
That's positive.
What land did you win?
It was the Thailand one I didn't get paid for.
I was about to say. You don't know too many lands.
All right,
I mean,
guys,
it's probably
enjoy
'cause I
game
played
number 1.
Warlock.
That was your chaotic offering. You won a land, but you know the old monkey paw, the finger came together. It said you won a land, but you will never get paid for it.
Why are we talking about my history? I'm not even playing, man. Afu is playing Warlock.
Okay.
He's about to pop off with it, I think.
Or he's about to give away first blood with it. Yeah, that's going to be your first blood.
Tuskar says hello.
Whoa, Carl, you almost knocked him down the cliff. That would have maybe killed your first blood.
I mean, this hero has gotten buffed.
Yeah.
That's all I have to say.
Okay. He has gotten buffed.
I mean,
Upheaval does do damage.
I get the conceptual idea behind the Warlock pick. You open with this Brood Hoodwink.
Okay.
Like, you get your auras, you get the heroes that can go in and start the fight off poke. Sort of force BKBs, do this dance maneuver, long range, target burst. So you kind of want this heavy team fight to back it up, so when they commit on your poke, you can punish them. So traditionally, when we see this Brood Hoodwink opener, we did see Tundra play it the most. You get like this Phoenix third pick or something, right? A similar idea.
Okay.
The downside of Warlock is he shoves lanes very poorly.
Yeah.
So his contribution to map state is pretty low. And he kind of wants heroes to combo off his spells a lot of the time. Like, Bonds is not that amazing on its own. It's okay. Upheaval has been buffed, so it's a little better on its own now. I honestly think it's his best spell. In games where enemies don't have BKBs up, that spell will just win you fights if you get it off. And it has been buffed. It does damage now. So, you know, there's something. And you can get this attack speed talent at 15. So the spell does scale a lot better. I don't know. It's an interesting hero. I like this hero. I always liked Warlock. But I also am the first to admit he can feel very limited in a professional match.
Yeah, when you talk about when it comes to killing creeps and pushing out waves, that aspect is pretty poor for SMG all around, right? Like, Ursa doesn't really want to necessarily be on lanes. He likes killing neutral creeps, which allows him to hunt better when he wants to be hunting. It really just comes from your off lane mostly, which is like the Broodmother, maybe the Hoodwink.
Yeah, I do feel like this lineup is very kill-oriented. Like, Tusk, Ursa, Hoodwink.
Yeah.
Kind of just want to be jumping and killing people. The Ursa does shove lanes now, though. You just go Battle Fury and you push waves and do Roche. You can play this wave shove game and then connect to kills. But yeah, it's kind of a question of like, what does Warlock do in the downtime of games? Not much.
Slap that backside, Moon. Get him. Show Carl who's boss.
I mean, he got his ass for sure.
Yeah. A few times, in fact.
The power of the walrus. What is a dinosaur? To a walrus with a club.
Does he have a club? No.
I mean, he doesn't anymore.
He's got some sort of gauntlet.
Too many hats in the game, man. What happened to hero fidelity? You know, like, I can't recognize this tusk.
All right, now you're really sounding like a Redditor.
All right, well.
LSA does land. Raven slowed down quite a bit. Ooh, if that Acorn had just been very lucky and bounced back to Lina, maybe they could have gotten the kill.
They're going to get this lane all the way back. They're pretty happy with this equilibrium.
Yeah, this is looking nice.
Another lane that mid one is kind of just having his way in. I don't think we've seen him lose that many lanes this entire season. Been impressive, to say the least.
Oh, got another bushwhack. And Raven's dead this time. Very nice.
Yeah, the lane's just way too far up. Like, clock is terrible when the lane is shoved in. You can't flank people around the tree line. You can't get separation between them and the creeps. Everyone's just chilling here with the web regen. Flag bearer is up. It's coming. So he's going to be able to sit here with a lot of bonus regen when Lina returns. Zero pressure on him. Carl?
He can charge out if he wants to, but he could also be snowballed if he tries to go for it. Glyph to protect himself. And Moon doesn't want to miss this CS under tower. So.
Oh, that glyph might have saved him, to be honest.
Yeah, I
he
think
solved
so.
the creep dying, so he doesn't take the tower. So heads up play from him.
Yeah, because if that creep does die, he has to onslaught out. But if he gets snowballed,
I think he dies. There's a decent chance he just dies there. So
yeah,
nice little small play coming out from Moon to start this game.
it is interesting. I think the Warlock versus the Primal Beast. When you were talking about the like counter initiation, like when they try and go on your poke, you can throw out the stun and then throw out the upheaval. And that upheaval, that slow, has got to be pretty debilitating for Primal Beast after he's used Onslaught.
That's the thing, though. He has Onslaught, and he's an early BKB buyer.
Yeah.
Generally just not that good for Warlock. Honestly, I don't think this is a great Warlock game. The interactions
what makes a good Warlock game? What does that look like?
I mean, it's traditionally lineups where you have a lot of frontline, and the enemy has to commit on the front line. Okay. Because the fight will get prolonged, and then your spells win the fight afterwards. Or if you have like the crazy combos, like the Veno, Warlock, these types of things where you just commit with bonds and yeah, you get screwed. So like his lineup doesn't really have the synergy, and they don't really have the best frontliners till way later. And then it's just about jump. Like the jump is just going to be Tusk and Ursa, single target jump burst a dude. What does Warlock do? I mean, you're going to bonds a guy off a punch, I guess, but in general, I think all three of these Blacklist cores are pretty nice versus Warlock because they have 3 BKB buyers. DP is generally pretty good because you can just kill the golem. And then Lina just kills the golem from outside of all the other spells range. So.
Oh, Moon. Oh, dear. He's trying to juke out Carl, but he'd been playing this lane, I think, pretty well all this time. But then, for whatever reason, he casted both of his spells to try and kill the creeps. And then Carl's like, okay, now you have no escape from my trample.
Yep, gonna shove it in, TV back to base, so max efficiency for him. And Raven does land stun.
Mid one still able to get the slow on out, though.
I'm done.
This lane continues. I mean, they are shutting down the Lina, which I feel like is the... Well, we were talking about recipes earlier, the panel was anyway. That is the recipe for success for SMG, I think. Shut down the Lina as much as possible.
And that is like the most effective thing you can do versus Zero. Give her a bad laning phase, I feel.
Yeah.
There's not much you can stop about him getting his farm in the mid game unless you just win the game by taking over the whole map.
Oh, run down.
Carl says hello. It'd be a shame, mid one, if someone came up here and ruined your day.
Ruined his day, ruined his lane. Moon did get a power rune off of that rotation, so we'll see if he can make things a little bit more even with this haste rune whenever he chooses to use it.
I could see him TPing to just one of these side lanes at 30 when he has it up and just running at the core with haste. I mean, what really stops that, right? Feels like a guaranteed core kill. They think one of these side lanes skewing it would be super valuable. The Lina's kind of already shut down, so maybe it's about this Bosku DP bottom who's having a decent time, but Chidori's free farming.
Yeah, I was gonna say Chidori, the Warlock does help your defensive laning a lot with Shadow Word.
Yeah,
you just want to be able to endure.
It definitely allowed them to pick this Ursa into a range matchup.
It's always going to be hard to land. Boomy trying to get the acorn to plant a tree and get the bushwhack off of it, but then you just trample. The tree's instantly dead.
Thing is, Hafu also wants to give Chidori solo XP as much as possible, and he's not getting too many pulls off. He's kind of just been wandering around, to be honest. And I think this Warlock is suffering a bit from what do I do syndrome. I think he should just be constantly chain pulling and healing Ursa. And just being, like, him going mid, what does it do? I don't think it does anything here. I think he's losing a bit of time. You just have to play greedy on Warlock. You have to get the levels up. It's not one of these heroes you're going to have impact doing much else. So I kind of don't like that he's lost this much time potentially threatening the pull or getting them off.
He's going to try and help go for the 8-minute rune. The haste rune about to expire for Moon, so didn't actually get anything done with that until maybe? No. I mean, Primal Beast is so tanky. He's going to go for him, but he's got a decent amount of armor. The onslaught will get him away in the end.
Not enough damage. Should have upheaved him.
True.
Those big ticks.
What a difference it would have been.
I mean, it's a 35 max damage. All he had to do was sit in it for like 5 seconds.
Has been killed.
That's true.
Dire's
Just ask him,
courier
can you stop moving?
killed.
Another rune for Moon, but not as good as last one.
Yeah, he didn't really even use the last one, but here he comes.
This is the level 6 Brood, so he's going to help Brood kick out the support. I'm not sure it's necessary. I don't know if... I guess Blacklist do want to try and contest this with their Primal Beast counter pick. So this could be an overextension here for Carl if he doesn't know Moon's up here. Anyone can play aggressive. There's Onslaught out.
Onslaught, Trample, both gone, meaning better up. Oh, what was that? Shards! Fumble by Moon.
Not even close. And you had the upheaval. That was your chance.
That was your chance. Block him in the shards, keep him upheavaled.
I mean, Tusky is good with Warlock. He is one of the better initiators that keeps people in place. It's like Clock. Now you don't have the upheaval. They don't have the damage. Nobody has anything up here.
There, I've got Jack.
This is just a giant stare at you fest. While Raven gets to farm mid. This is definitely not that good for SMG.
Radiant's bottom tower
They committed the cores, they committed the move. Chidori got kicked out of bottom. Bosku is now exorcisming this tower for free. Lina got to catch up. And Tim's is just stacking jungle. Blacklist very happy with the last 2 minutes here.
Hoodwink does what he can to push back Death Prophet, but the exorcism is likely going to take this tower.
Dire's middle tower is
Don't think SMG can really rotate down to punish it at all.
No, they don't have the early damage.
No, especially with Hoodwink not being level 6 yet.
Even then, this DP is tanky, man. Wraithband, Chainmail, she already has 12 armor for an in-hero with Siphons. Gotta just farm if you're SMG, I guess. If you can't kick this PB out of top, you don't really have another move on the map. Tusk did some decent damage mid with Illusion Rune and Catapult. So they have that going for them, but I feel like this looks like that other game where Bosku played DP and you give DP a free game like this. This hero is incredibly strong. You're gonna need the Ursa to burst her, and the Ursa doesn't want to have to join the early fights.
Yeah. He is going for that Battle Fury build, so it's going to be a long time before we see Blink BKB to make that kind of commitment.
I would definitely think about next Exo going mid here. If you're Blacklist, just force the fight. You have mech. You're going to have insane Primal Beast spells.
And I feel like Blacklist is getting way more value out of the jungle as well. They keep on getting big stacks up. I'm not sure if Afu has actually stacked anything.
And they're stacking triangle. Carl's killing spiders top. Definitely extracting way more out of the map right now. They're just clawing their way back in. Like Raven had a rough lane phase, but what is a rough lane phase compared to a great triangle?
Yeah, he's 300 behind the Ursa.
No cares in the world.
True.
Lina Gaming. This is a solid smoke if they can connect on it. Again, Blacklist is happy to keep a static map state right now until Exo comes up. any core kill they get sets SMG's tempo back a lot. And
hook shot with the ink swell. A really nice combo that will set up the Primal Beast to deliver the finishing blow.
It's like too easy right now.
Top tower is under attack.
It does seem really straightforward for Blacklist.
All right, they're gonna try for this DP.
All in.
But I don't think this is a play.
Yeah. I mean, it's a slow play.
He's just
They get it
gonna
out.
kill you.
Oh my God, he is. He pops the Exorcism. Bosku's like, wait a minute. I mean, at least the Exorcism was used in a way. I feel like that's a better outcome than them just not killing the Death Prophet at all.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you messed up this Exo go mid move. I don't know how sad Bosku is about it, but
yeah,
you're kind of getting your triangle stolen by Carl right now, who is very farmed on this Primal Beast. This is going to be a fast BKB, which is not good for your SMG lineup because you have 0 BKB Pierce until Tusk and Ursa are ready to just smack you back.
And if you don't have anything that go through BKB, the other option is like getting the initiation. But SMG don't have that really. Like, what are you going to do? You're going to snowball into him? He's going to pop BKB before that.
I mean,
a surprise bushwhack?
It's tough. I don't know. They've given way too much leeway to this Blacklist lineup, especially Carl just sitting top for this long. I think when you play Brood, you can't just let their Brood counter sit up here forever. Like, what is mid one supposed to do? He's getting pushed off a single camp that's not even there.
I mean, they're going for the Death Prophet again. This time they will kill him. So Bosku finally falls. So maybe all this attention they're putting on the bottom lane pays out. And well, Moon is closing in on a Blink Dagger. Which
this kill is definitely nice, but it's not progressing your game. You're not really taking over the map. You're not getting objectives out of it. You're buying a bit of time to farm up. Maybe that's something. Still, I think Afu wants to drop the rock here. It just has nothing to drop it on.
Well, they get the mid tower.
Kind of surprising, actually. They just get this tower, but
Carl just really doesn't want to leave top, you know. Another combo, Grimstroke plus Clockwork. That's a kill on most supports and maybe even some cores. You get a +1 involved like they have with Raven and Carl, and it's a guaranteed kill.
Now you have another Exo up. So is it a question of, do you want to try and repeat this play for this mid-tier 1? Do you want to just invade enemy jungle? What do you want to do with this early mech on DP? For me, Cuckoo just farming down here it's getting to the point where it's not amazing.
Yeah, I mean, slow game all around, but it does benefit SMG to some degree at least, right? They've got a Battle Fury Ursa.
Depends who you believe in. If you believe in the Ursa camp or you believe in the Lina camp.
It's hard to argue with the stats of Lina.
Trick question. You believe in the Warlock camp. King of all Dota games. He's got max upheaval online. This is the window.
My God.
It is time.
You just wait till that 110 damage a second builds up.
Hey, this spell is nasty, man. You're underrating it a little bit.
Okay, I like Warlock too, but I also think that Warlock is bad, like you. So you know.
Well, I didn't think he's bad.
That's almost legitimately what you said.
No, I think he's hard to execute in pro games. But if you're a true Warlock master,
you can win a land like Avery.
That's right, and not get paid.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Got the initiation on Bosku, but
there's
Moon does not want to jump that.
This is the power of Warlock, baby.
This is a cool idea. They're getting a lot of heroes here. Hey, congrats, you got the deny, but surprise, surprise, we've been doing Roshan this whole entire time.
Chidori says, "Give me your heart, sir."
Is that what the Aegis is? The heart of Roshan?
Isn't it?
I don't know.
I thought that was the lore. What is it?
I mean,
like his
an Aegis,
liver or something? No.
The Aegis is a shield, so unless his...
I thought it was like his life force.
Hook shot into the Warlock, not connecting on Chidori, which would have been nice, but again, he had the Aegis.
I mean, can any other hero do that, Cap?
tank a smoke
break
gang?
a smoke and end up on the cliff and
Yeah, that's like every 5-position player in Dota right now. That's like probably 80% of their job.
But can he do it with
standing in front of smoke gangs?
But can he do it with style? That's the question.
What, you like the robes?
It's the robe, it's the swag,
you know what?
the lantern.
I'm not surprised you're a fan of the robe. I feel like you would be a robe wearer.
Well, I don't know what that means, but
Bosku's dead. Dude, he was hanging around so long in this mid lane with his exorcism, and it's kind of weird. Blacklist is just getting picked apart. This feels sloppier than I've seen from Blacklist so far.
Just doesn't seem connected in terms of how they want to play the map, what they want to do. Like, Carl had his super farms, but they haven't really been able to get the fight with him. They have all the levels on Tim's too. Grimstroke is one of these supports where if you get the levels, he's insanely strong.
Okay, Carl forced to use his BKB, turn around with the ink swell and the channel. They do have the golem, but it comes in a bit too late. They've already lost 2. Now the Ursa's going to come back in. The upheaval gets stopped, so they're able to walk away if they need to.
They get ult off.
Chidori has to deal with the silence though and has to run away at this point.
No, they're ults on 3.
3 seconds. No, blink away first from the Ursa, so.
Well, that is the power of like this Ink Swell Primal Beast with the link on Tusk, kills the mobility. SMG biting off more than the Ursa can chew.
Yeah, I mean, that would have been okay if they had just done a 180 after forcing the BKB usage, but.
Yeah, you just blink, hit him, and run away instantly, you know? Could have been the play.
Yeah, you get a little hit and run.
Did get the Rock out, and we saw the Rock do absolutely nothing. So that's like a classic Warlock maneuver, you know? And Afu went early gem this game. He's toggling it on and off the courier. Pretty interesting. Like, this is a really early gem.
I love early gems. I love early gems, and when people use the courier to like protect the gem usage. I think that is the future of support play.
That's the TI-15 winner right there.
Yeah.
We'll see. We'll see how much it does. He didn't even go bonds this game. He just went 0 for 4.
Well, they're trying to protect this ward. Might be able to get a kill off of it, or they're going to die for it, trying to protect it as Boomy gets caught. Nope, never mind. The snowball picks him up, and Bosku is like, okay, I'm not fighting this if Lena's not fighting this. And Raven said, I definitely am not fighting that.
I mean, it's a level 1 EXO. He does not want to fight with level 1 EXO at this point. The physical,
yeah, that's a good point.
Physical burst is there from SMG. You're not winning that man fight.
He gets level 2 now, though.
But the downside is Gem back onto the Warlock, gets a D ward, puts it back on the Courier. Max efficiency here from the man in the robes, just clearing the map. I guess this is what you do in the downtime. And it's buying a lot of time.
Play a secondary hero, which is the Courier.
Yep.
Because you're not doing anything else on Warlock. At least not for another 30 seconds. That 30 seconds might be the window for Blacklist to take a fight. They've got the level 2 exorcism. Clockwork's back up.
Oh, you definitely
Raven?
fight now.
Oh, Raven's not going to join him. I thought they were waiting for Raven.
I don't think you want to let this Ursa get the BKB for free here. Not when you have a haste on Primal Beast, you have free initiation with Clock, level 2 Exo. Tim's has an Aether Lens on this Grimstroke. He wants to fight. He's be fighting items.
Stomp, 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 stomp. Grab.
Did get the pipe off.
The golem goes off. Can mid one get away? He actually healed up so much from that. The pipe blocked a lot. The mech goes down. Now Chidori's here. They get a decent leash, but they've already killed the Death Prophet. So much of the fighting power is gone for Blacklist. Now AU caught by the shards. They're going to keep chasing, but Carl should be fine. Maybe Tim's? Mid one?
Thinking about it.
Ganking me, huh?
More than thinking about it.
Oh, that snowball. He blinked right on top of him and did an instant snowball. Honestly, Moon, that was really well executed, but not good enough.
Sometimes life doesn't care if you play it perfect. And now Afu gets to run through with the gem even more.
Okay, he used his onslaught. They can force out the BKB and maybe still kill him. Turns around, uses the channel. That's only going to buy so much time. Chidori's like, I got to get out of here. He doesn't have Enrage right now. The Inkswell's going to clip him. They manage to pull back the Primal Beast, a little bit more magic damage, and they can kill him.
But
the shot goes straight into the Clockwork. They're going to try and finish him off. The snowball, they dodge a Slave out. Look at that upheaval, keeping a 4-staff forward. They still have the Warlock upheaval going, slowing all these heroes down. Bosku slowly jumping forward with the Ghost. They'll slice into the Warlock, and he's dead. without the Ursa. Oh, maybe the Tusk goes back in and finishes off Raven. He does. They have to keep their distance from this Exorcism. They're going to try and go for Tims and then get away from Bosku. Bosku's actually saying, I got to get away from SMG.
Exo running and you run away. That is not what he wants to have happen.
No, not at all.
Disaster of a tier 2 fight. They even clipped for that to get some extra damage out. Ursa didn't have BKB for that fight. He's going to probably have the next one. But remember, that started all the way in the corner with them going on mid one. This Brood is not the hero you want to go on. He's just pure tank. Like, what do you... It's just an overextension here, plain and simple, unless you get it off the burst clean. Because Cuckoo died on that start of that fight instantly. He got blinked on by Ursa, blinked on by Tusk, punched and evaporated.
Warlock did 2,300 damage in that fight.
Who did?
Warlock.
I mean, that's significant.
He casted 2 Shadow Words and Upheaval, and I think it was just the Upheaval.
Imagine he had the bonds running while the Upheaval got to max. I mean, that Upheaval messed him up. I don't think Raven was expecting it.
Doesn't have any levels of Fatal Bonds.
Nope.
What do you think about that? Maxing out Shadow Word?
I mean, I disagree with that. I think the value point is pretty decent. Imagine he throws it out here, right? You're getting 4 heroes probably. Like, this is your time to shine. But even so, look at this Upheaval's messing Bosco up, man. He can't move. He's like, what is happening? What is it? He can't move. I mean, in the end, I'm not sure it did too much, but it looked pretty good. Ultimately, it bought time for Moon to reset his spells, so he gets another jump here, and that's good enough.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
You know what legitimately kind of is broken against Upheaval?
Spell immunity.
The Boots of Bearing. Because it does that thing where, you know, like for the first like second and a half, you can't be slowed.
Yeah, but that's why you take this Upheaval Radius talent. So it's even bigger.
I'm just saying, I would like to see Clockwork maybe build that item.
I can see it.
I don't know if it's better than Force Staff, but certainly more expensive.
I don't know, Cap. You know what they say about Upheaval? It's not about the size of your Upheaval, it's about what you do with it.
I see. It's all about that positioning.
Who's going to put it to work?
Trying to blow up the Death Prophet. Goes bad. A Force Staff is going to allow them to reset, though. And Tims is here. Tims wants to be able to fight this one. Carl is just stomping forward with his BKB. Chidori just straight up goes for the supports, though. Kills the Clockwork. Tries to chase after the Tims, but wasn't able to do so. The Golem gets dropped, slowing down Carl. Carl does have an onslaught coming up, and he's got his axe going. A pretty decent amount of damage being thrown around. The Inkswell is out there as well, but it looks like the onslaught got canceled, and now they can use the snowball to catch up to Tims.
Destruction. Just super discoordinated fight here from Blacklist. Like, Carl's in, no one's around him. The clock just dies to Ursa immediately. Your link hits nobody.
Yeah, I think Raven saw the first 3 seconds of that fight and then it dipped immediately to go farm.
Yeah, he didn't want anything to do with that. Yeah, this looks terrible. I'm out, boys. Good luck. And the problem is, once you're engaged versus lineup, you're not getting out.
No.
Too much chase, too much jump from the cores. They have an issue with these BKBs. Like, who fights Ursa Tuscan in the BKB jump? Not enough stand your ground power. This Blacklist lineup, it needs Force Staves or some save mechanism to bail out the cores from the jump and be able to reset.
Dude, another ward found. This gem has definitely paid off.
Yeah, it has done work this game. He takes it out after every fight, clears the area, then puts it back. Pretty low risk. Warlock doesn't really need items anyway. The hero's pretty independent. It's one of the better 5s to do this on. Pretty interesting strat.
He's going Solar Crest next.
I don't know about that one, but why not? Go anything, right? Buff up.
He's got a lot of interesting ideas.
Wait, is this even a good solar game? Seems useless on their cores.
I mean, it's good for, the negative Solar Crest is really nice.
Yeah, but I don't know if you want to get in range to be... I feel like if your Warlock's in range to aggressively Solar Crest, you're probably winning the fight.
Yeah, maybe.
I feel like Force Staff is pretty good this game. Like, you force someone off a Primal or Clock Initiation. Oh, we'll see if it pays off. I mean, you can always Solar Crest the Golem. It is some extra damage.
Aghanim Scepter now done for the Broodmother. This is an item where you've got the teamfight items done, and if you're now winning the game and owning the map, this Aghanim Scepter just becomes, I think, a terror for the losing team. Like, the map gets smaller and smaller and harder to operate.
This is a good wrap, though.
Yeah, catching Boomy as a nice, easy initiation. Get both the supports. AU maybe looking for another cogs here, but the SMG are still going to fight this one out, especially with a buyback coming in for the Warlock. They're going to get right on top of Raven. Raven gets a force staff, a little bit of distance. Shidori's going to chase after him. Managed to get a bash in, and one last swipe, finish him off. But now the Enrage is gone, and he's right next to an Exorcism, and Carl, who pops that uproar, does a ton of damage. The Rocket's going to jump, and there goes the Clockwork. Straight to the moon he goes with that little jetpack firing array. SMG stuck in the upheaval. They're just keeping them kited out. Blacklist trying to chase after these heroes, but they can't move. Tim's, he's going to be slowed down. Oh, nice dodge there from mid one. Gets away from the Primal Beast, goes straight back for killing the Grimstroke. Snowball, grab. The BKB stops the stun, but they keep on keeping on. The Grimstroke goes down to the end. Carl going to pop another round of that uproar. See if he can kill the Dusk. The onslaught goes forward. Not quite good enough. Straight to the hands. Boom, he's back. This fight went way too long for Blacklist now. Oh, dear.
How many punches was that?
Like 3?
Yeah, like 4? 5? 6? I don't know.
Show fight recap?
Doesn't even show it.
He got 4.
Oh, okay, well, 4 is that's pretty freaking decent. I mean, fight goes on so long. I don't know if this upheaval.
He got 2 tag teams, 3 snowballs, 4 punches.
This upheaval is doing some work in the sense it just keeps it stalls out 5-6 seconds for the fight, which means Tuts gets another round of spells. Just killing him. And Raven just dies. He doesn't have BKB yet. He just gets charged. Of course, Chidori trades his life for it, but
I mean, my question is, how is Afu getting a full duration upheaval in the first place?
I mean, he died and bought back, TP'd outpost, came from behind, so it took 2 lives. But I think he's happy with that outcome because they get Roche.
They do indeed. And it's going to be the shard for Chidori. So now when he commits and uses that Enrage, a lot more survivability.
Oh, yeah. It's a very big deal for this Ursa. A lot of network.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
In fact, he almost has the 20 Talon as well, which big increase in burst damage, or the Earth Shock constantly being up.
His Brood is also just a big frontline problem. We were talking about who's going to go in the front to get vision for all these jumps and backline subs. The Brood is having this good a game and is this tanky. There's your answer. Nice hook.
Yeah, what a catch. I didn't see the lead up to that. How did they know he was there?
They had the sentry, showed on the wave. Boss Q tags him out, and rest is history. I mean, now you have a 5-on-4 if you want it.
Ooh, that should have been a catch. That Bushwhack barely missed on the Primal Beast. The Enrage really gets delayed out as that Pulverize is not stopped by the status resistance.
I'm surprised SMG decided to poke. I mean, that's a dangerous poke. You have no Tuskar.
Yeah.
And we're really seeing how much Carl's carrying these fights. He is getting multiple of these Ags breaks off. Multiple pulverizes. He is so much of their damage in these engagements if Cuckoo gets bursted or gets upheavaled out of the area. Which sounds absurd, but has happened a couple times this game.
Kinda does. I mean, like, all of their heroes have a stun to throw at Afu when he's upheavaling, but he just keeps on, or a stun or
2 silences.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have a lot to cancel it.
Every single one of them has a disable that can stop that.
But that is the power of Warlock. If you're going to throw a spell on him to counter an upheaval, that's basically a Linkens for your core.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Sure.
You sound unconvinced. He's level 15 now. He's got upheaval attack speed. He's got Solar Crest. He's got Drum. Yo, the attack speed stacking here.
It's adding up.
What's this upheaval?
What is this go from Moon? What is any of this? He's going to have to use BKB if he wants to stay alive here. Oh, jumping onto Carl, but Carl actually had the blast rig. So it dodged a decent amount of damage. If he could walk out of this, it'd be helpful, but the shards blocks him in. Now the jump back in. Oh, the axe kick.
The kick.
Knocked him out, and now the Bushwhack catching AU as well. Chidori chases after him. One nuke, mid one. He got it in the end, shot those little babies straight in. AU falls, 3 dead with no buybacks. SMG, a fresh breath of air for them perhaps, as they could take this game 1, hopes of winning the full-out series.
Look at the attack speed go. It's honestly not that impressive, but it looks really good. Nice for the golem.
Golem swinging.
Something else is like this boomerang just randomly shoots in. Boomy got it early. The single target burst is insane from SMG when they get the jump.
Yeah.
Get the boomerang into like a kickback with some brood spells on top. It's just disgusting. I don't know how you counterplay this displacement coming out from SMG at this point.
This much single target with the displacement, I agree. I think it's super hard to fight against, but
absolutely brutal.
Then again, maybe you never should have let them get to this space where they have Aghanim Scepter on Moon.
That is, that is the way to look at it here. I don't know, that early game was just very much a stalemate, and they just never got the good fight with Lina. Felt like it should have been that fight top tier 2, but it didn't happen. And now you're gonna get jumped again. Boomerang.
You are no longer that tanky frontliner that you used to be. Primal Beast gets off the BKB and does manage to get him out. Chidori, though, oh, what happened to the Lina? Stepped a little bit too far forward, and Chidori almost got him. They got a defensive force staff, and yeah, the upheaval. They cut down the tree, trying to work their way back, but between the shards and the upheaval, there is no escape. They used their force staff to get Raven out, leaving the rest of them high and dry.
Yo, this Warlock's putting in work this game. Say what you want. Yeah,
oh, he baited him! He baited him! Oh, you still got the kick, though! Oh, no, Raven.
Not like this.
Oh, and now inside of the cogs. Not trapped at all. That is a lion let loose, or a bear, rather, is Chidori tearing through hero after hero.
There is no escape. Moon will seal your fate here. At this point, this lineup's fully online. You can't 5v5 them. You're getting kicked into it. What choice do you have? The brood's too big. Only Tim's is alive.
Well, I mean, they don't have to call GG yet because they do still have a tier 1 tower alive in the bottom lane, so they can play for fighting around these tier 4s. Oh, no, the hook shot force staff into the fountain. Okay. That is why they call him Madman Moon, Avery.
That is why they, I mean, he got that courier. He messed that courier up.
Oh, and precast Yules. Great setup there, but is it enough? AU, Chidori, he's having to use the Enrage to retreat here. Has a BKB still, and they do not have hook shot.
Yeah, he can just TP.
Yeah, finally gonna pop it.
Stare and watch as the bear leaves them behind. I feel like Golem here punching Cuckoo, but he doesn't seem to mind too much. He'll clean it up, another 150. Oh, mid one. This is aggressive.
Yeah, don't
Maybe
need
too
to
aggressive.
Yeah, like we already had Moon doing that fountain dive. Like, I would be very disappointed in SMG if they just started getting picked off one by one.
Madman Moon. He just blinks in, destroys a courier, and insta dies. Like what? That's one of those plays where I would love to hear the team comms, because you know he was just like, yo, I'm gonna destroy these goons, and he just jumps in and insta dies.
Psychological damage, guys. Psychological damage. Go fountain.
That is what we need the like mini true sites for.
True.
Screw the like you win some team fight with a crazy. I want to see the mini true site for that blink courier destruction.
Yeah, I want to hear. I want to hear mid one go. What the hell?
Yo guys, chill. I messed up a little.
Yeah, the dial it back. The dial it back.
My keyboard was lagging. That's when you drop that line, you know.
Yeah, like.
Yo, anybody get a lag spike right there?
Meanwhile, you go through the replay, you see Moon's just full on casting multiple spells the entire time. This lag spike occurred. Oh! No. Run as fast as you can. You can't outrun a bullet.
Straight to the dome. Boomy, no mercy.
That's why they call him Boomy right there.
Oh, yeah. You're taking it too far now. One tap Boomy. That's boom. I mean, you can get another base defense fight here. Raven does have Silver Edge. Level 20. He doesn't get kicked.
Here comes
Somebody
the kick.
Kicked.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, Moon dives the fountain again. He's definitely the one getting kicked.
Like, show me your career. Just show it to me. I'll end it. Well, spiders are taking a throw. There's a punch.
Air punch first. Kick second.
Kind of messed it up, but I don't think it matters.
Yeah, he did. Maybe he wanted to be closer to the fountain, though.
Bosku has boss by.
Okay, two-man hook shot into the LSA. That's a nice setup there. They get the channel immediately afterwards, and it looks like Moon may end up dying here. They finally finish him off, but look at the upheaval go, slowing them all down. Once again, this exorcism is not actually doing much because he can't catch up with these heroes. And if anything, they can go back in. Chidori's gonna catch up to him. They finally get the silence off, but it's all too late. Raven.
Nice LSA.
Okay, Inkswell as well. If they can chain it, they force staff him towards it. Oh, don't get too close to that Ursa. The Ursa held back by a leash.
Another LSA.
Thanks to the hoodwink, they get another round of the LSA, another round of the silences. They're running over the squirrel, gets stomped by a dinosaur.
The zoo unleashed. Blacklist not done with this game yet.
SMG. Somebody's got to say it. You guys are 1-4. Let's just finish out game one first of this series.
Getting a little too Madman Moon for you, or what?
Maybe a bit.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if you want to throw too many fights as Lina. It's getting spooky.
Yeah, you don't have Megas yet.
Yeah, that's the crazy thing. You don't. You have all the wards in their base. Look at these observers. Boomy was getting one by the fountain. While he's getting one by the fountain, his team just jumped. That was a little discoordinated, but you have all the vision, you have all the time, you have all the Roche is up right now.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say Roche is up right now. Blacklist, if they take a peek inside there, they can force buybacks or get Roche on themselves. And one or the other is going to come out.
You have to give credit to Tim's in that fight. He's perma Inkswelling Raven to give him move speed and heal. And he forced him in with the Inkswell into the link. That was sick.
He was trying to get the stun onto the Ursa. Almost got him killed though, to be fair. That was a high risk move.
You got to play for the high risk moves. You were down 30K. Now you have an Aegis refresher shard for this Primal. Getting a little spicy here. Aegis is a huge deal in these base defense fights for a high DPS range here like Lina. I think now you have to look for the kick out and snowball proper. Because Moon did kind of mess that one up and it left him hanging there.
If they lose this game on SMG, 100% someone is getting removed from the roster.
This is such a hard game to lose because you can just do this.
Yeah, for sure. It's chill for now. Refresher trying to still get the onslaught. The hook shot coming in to try and save the day. The jetpack out. Bushwhack grabs him mid-air, drags him down to earth, and shoots him down.
Boomy.
Oh, another snowball, another kick. Carl forced out trying to get him away, but he still kicked back straight into the claws of the bear.
And rips him apart.
Oh, shards grabs him. Bushwhack pulls him into the shards, perhaps.
Okay,
and
Raven.
Caught and dead.
Raven finds something. Do you have buys here if you're Blacklist? You don't.
Oh, yeah. No more buys. No more Dota, perhaps, is kicked away after the exorcism. You're not going to help out the Lina.
Get out of here, son. I want the real prize. Leaves Kugu for last. Maybe poetic in that. Moon doesn't even look happy with that. He's like, this is what I expected.
Yeah.
Why are you making this game hard for me? He was having some fun. You know, he just gets to play Warlock.
I told you guys the Warlock would work.
He's up. Let me tell you something. When you're sitting there channeling a full duration up people and you're just staring at people stuck in it, there are a few things more satisfying in life.
Yeah, that's true.
That is one of the most satisfying things in Dota. Come at me if you think otherwise. He had a time of his life. He had pretty decent impact that game, honestly. Like,
it was very combative of you. Come at me otherwise. Like, you're very strong opinions.
I mean, let's just look at some numbers. Like, he had 11,000 heal. He had 11,000.
You took a look at those damage numbers and we're like, I'm not going to say that part.
He was 1-4 and 28. 28 assists. Not too bad when you're rocking 38 kills. He had pretty high kill involvement, got the auras up, he got to level 20. Decent talents. That upheaval was messing with Bosku in a lot of those fights.
Yeah, seriously. So many exorcisms did not go according to plan because of that upheaval.
He had no move speed. If you can't move, you can't move, and then
you can't move. You can't move.
You can't move on because you're losing the game. That's what I was gonna say. There you go.
Well, hopefully we're going to be moving on to the panel soon because I want to know what the Warlock haters have to say.
Yeah, where
about
are they now?
Afu's
where are they now?
There, because SMG haven't been winning too many games, but it seems like, you know, their 5th win of the DPC so far in individual games comes off the back of a Warlock. The whole entire lineup seemed like very skirmish heavy, which the panel did say was to their strength. So maybe SMG figuring something out just when they need it most to avoid relegation. Let's see if they can take on Blacklist, though, heading into game 2. But first, the panel.
I'll give them credit for figuring something out, but lest we forget, Blacklist Rivalry always loved losing game number 1. Of course, they surely expected the Warlock strategy, uncontested in the entire DPC of all regions. But Southeast Asia, they bring Meepo from the dead, they bring Warlock from the dead. At least this one, though, this one gets a win. And some people, they say Culling Blade, the most satisfying spell in the game to ever land. We got SVG over here, full duration upheaval. Oh, now that's what gets his engine revving. And it's hard to say that he's wrong, because after that game number 1, am I now a Warlock believer? Is this the new anti-Lina technology?
I feel like the Warlock countered the DP. It's a matchup that was like back in my day. You know, Warlock Tusk, we pick like double support against like DP or Razor, and the upheaval just kind of like, it out team fights you, right, in a way. And I think Cuckoo messed up going for his Greaves because it didn't prove valuable at all. I think he should have just gone like mech and then read the game and bought BKB or something. Because he had these Greaves and like team play kind of build, but his team wasn't like grouping up or something like that.
Yeah, you guys were saying that the DP can't move. I'm telling you that the person who should be moving is the Lina. She was like farming all the way, and I feel like there are a lot of times where his team is really strong, and even though she had, I think she had maybe a Dragonlance, maybe she completed
like
Pike and Maelstrom. I feel like she's already strong enough to join and like take some fights with the DP ulti. I feel like if the DP gone for the Greaves, yeah, sure, it might not be the best, but I feel like if they abuse that timing, they group up, they just fought them with the Lina. I feel like she's gonna do a lot more than the Ursa at that stage. You know, the Ursa is like he only had like I think a Fury and a Blink, if I wasn't wrong during that timing. And I feel like the Lina could have just tried to take advantage of that situation and win some of the fights for his team, but she was like, kind of like AFK farming all the way, and the 4 other heroes were like just trying to go for pickoffs, and I felt like Coco also, he's doing some kind of weird shit, you know, he's like getting picked off, farming alone. Maybe he felt like he was not really useful, he doesn't know what he needed to do in the game.
Yeah, I feel like every time the Lina came to the fight, she just kind of died.
Wrong times, you know, I feel like early, maybe I don't know if like not getting a BKB is that big of a deal against
I think it is a big deal because the Hoodwink throw spell Tusk blinks on you and there's the upheaval.
Yeah, even production is trolling us.
I mean, I think he had really high impact. He stopped like every Primal Beast ulti. The DP prevented the DP from fighting most fights, I would say. I think partially was Kuku's item build as well. And, well, damn, Afu.
Look at that, man.
How often
repping the Warlock.
You get MVP as a Warlock?
The dark technology.
The first time for everything. How did you feel about the decision for Blacklist to send the Primal Beast mid and have Grimstroke lane with a Death Prophet?
I think maybe they understood the lane differently from me. I feel like Primal Grim would have dumpstered the lane.
Yep.
I feel like the Ursa can't play, but maybe they felt differently about it.
Yeah, that's what I would have done too. Like, probably they feel like the DP can abuse the Ursa in the lane more than the Primal. I don't know. Like, I feel like if I'm Grimstroke in that lane, I feel like
there's nothing to do, right? I feel like SMG messed up too. Instead of like going to the Ursa lane and killing the DP, they went top, even though they saw Carl there, tried to kill him. Like, they kind of ruined their own tempo. Because if they prevented DP from taking bot tower until they had more levels to kill the Primal Beast, they actually would have had a 50-50 map. But they missed the kill on Primal and Cuckoo got bot tower for free.
Yeah.
And they're like kind of...
He got so fat because of that.
Yeah, they kind of made the game harder for himself, but they still look like so convincing towards the mid-lane game.
I don't think teamfight execution has ever been a shortcoming of SMG, no matter all the games that we've seen them. It tends to more be late game decision making, but in this game, they remain consistent. And so does Blacklist Rivalry remaining consistent and always losing game number 1. But maybe SMG are ready to fight their way out of relegation territory and close it out with a second win in this series. We'll find out after the break.
Three, two, one.
This crowd is actually able to do so for a decent amount of time. Has to take up like the flame cloak, does get a lot of damage, but here comes the black hole.
SMG pull out some new tactics to get themselves a win against Blacklist Rivalry. Cook up a spider stew with some Warlock garnish on top. Why hasn't Mid1 been playing Broodmother? We were like, does he play Broodmother? He clearly knows how to play Broodmother. Where has it been all this time?
Until you watch some Liquid replay. You see Liquid Zai, like Broodmother Hoodwink. Let's go, and then Sunny can play it.
It has to be on the ban list. I think they have to ban Brood plus Beast. Those are the two heroes I would ban.
I feel like judging by the bans, the Blacklist kind of planned to play against the Brood. Like they opened Lina Primal and they banned the Monkey, right, for the Primal, I would think.
But SMG haven't been playing Brood, so do you?
No, I feel like they banned the Monkey because they wanted Brood as well. Because I feel like they feel like SMG is not going to pick Brood, so they want to take the Brood.
Oh, is Monkey good against Brood?
Yeah, in the lane. It's good in the lane. Okay. So that might be what they were thinking. And now they know that okay, they play Brood. Okay, fuck. Okay, so we might have to ban it,
It looked really clean actually. Considering how the early game went, I think it's very easy to fall off as Broodmother. Like they failed to take his tower, the probably just sitting his lane all the time. I think Kat mentioned it too. Is like usually these games don't go too well. But meanwhile he scaled really well. The Aghanim's was super annoying at some point.
Yeah, I mean he definitely know how to itemize. He knew what he was doing throughout the game. I feel like he really excels when he's on an offlaner that cannot...
Just a 3-3 hero.
Yeah, just a 3-3 hero, and then he controls the map. He does like all the annoying shit, that makes it so difficult for you to play.
He's good at calling his team to him as well. I see a lot of smoke directions, like they kind of go to
what else does this in the offlane? Like I feel like Brood and the stuff that Brood and Beast does in the game is very unique.
I feel like it's a very ice play style. Like even this Timber Saws and stuff.
Yeah, but Visage is weak in the lane. Like that's why he did a one Visage game, I think. One or two, but he got
Prophet.
Yeah, he got trashed in the lane, and then maybe Nature's Prophet, but you have to build it.
I guess it's not the same. Brood and Beast are like two different kind of heroes. It's like these Timber and Night Stalker kind of heroes mainly, I think.
I mean, it's hard to find. Maybe they have a third hero, you know. I feel like if they want to keep winning, they need to make sure mid one is on this type of hero. They have to find a replacement. I don't think they're getting either one.
Okay, well, I won't keep you in suspense any longer. Sorry.
The bell problem. No
okay,
right,
good
Beast
call.
Brood.
They take out the Beast Brood, SMG.
Ooh, Lina though.
Take out Centaur Naga.
Marcy?
Marcy, yeah, probably.
Dude, so basically, they solved the mid one problem according to you. They took out Prophet by picking it.
Oh,
they
that's
picked
true.
Brood. They banned Beastmaster.
Now one's hero here. Primal Beast.
If it was week one, I would have said Doom.
Oh, he had a primal. Oh, I remember his primal beast.
Dude, his rock troll was so good though.
No.
I remember that game. He,
What
like,
was it
suffered
canceling?
so
It was canceling some channeled spell.
No, he was stunning the Lina.
Oh,
like,
yeah, he was
they
stunning
last
the
picked
Lina,
it
that's
to
right.
lane Lina, and then Lina like dumpster.
He was
so
level
bad.
5 at 10 minutes.
Yeah, it was not right. That's-
And all that happened was he rock trolled Lina like 3 fights in a row, and Lina died and won. Yeah. It's the Nature's Prophet counter. You walk through Sprout. So smart.
So smart. All right, so now we're gonna have to figure out what mid one takes in. I'm assuming phase 2. I don't think he can save himself for phase 3. There are gonna be too many bans otherwise. Because
He might though. I think they might like. I feel like he might want to see one more hero from. Like he wants to see the 4 heroes before he decides what his hero would be, or he could just decide based on knowing if the MP is a definite carry. So then he knows his lane matchup. But I feel like they are going to leave his hero because he's picking the hero. He's going to leave his own hero till last.
yeah. And Blacklist have shown flex possibilities with the Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, but I feel like every time they see Lina, they go for his Nature's Prophet carry.
Carry, that's
like,
true.
Statistically, like so, I would assume it's a carry, and I guess the Spectre ban was good, but I wouldn't want to ban too many carries here. I think
Yeah, just in case. I feel like even though they know that the MP might be
it's
most
still
likely
an option.
yeah, it's still an option for them to do something funny. So
I think they're even kind of banning for the NP, right? The bet. What else is there? They have 3 bans here.
I mean, Timber saw
I don't think Timber is good against Nature's Prophet.
only in the early game.
Is it actually good? Like, you don't stop him from farming though. Level 6, the Nature's Prophet just leaves.
Then what off laner? Apart from Bat Rider,
I mean,
like,
Nature's Prophet is pretty strong laner. Like, even Bat Rider we saw, I think, in the Bleed game, like, he doesn't, like, win the Nature's Prophet. But in the game, you're, like, strong. What's good in lane? It's probably, like, Tide, Underlord. Heroes with armor, Kunkka, LC.
Darkseer.
haven't seen
I think
that
the
hero a lot.
Darkseer lane is pretty hard, but it depends on, like, the supports as
Pretty
well.
hard for who? Pretty
Pretty hard for the Darkseer.
Oh.
Because Nature's Prophet, I mean, I don't know if people still do it, but level 1 you go up with Treants and you just kind of hit him. Like, you ignore the wave. And the Darkseer can never, like, come down.
That's true.
Sounds horrible for him. And he have to.
He has no armor too. He doesn't want to buy, like, armor
So he
items.
has the pull
He's
creeps,
fun.
and the lane is very annoying for him. Wow. Okay. Dark Willow with 3.
Doom Willow. Alright, so I choose Doom as their MP counter. I think it's okay because your lane's kind of free-ish.
Is that like a?
It's a mid-1 hero.
Mid-1 hero.
It's
or-
a mid-1 hero,
Oh, yeah,
I'm pretty
for
sure. But I think they might be flexing the Lina.
Yeah, something is getting flexed, but I don't know which one.
I mean, as a draft standpoint, you probably flex, but it's probably carry, right?
Why are you expecting Lina to be flexed?
Because I feel like a lot of the times Lina gets countered, she wants to go mid so she can go for this BKB first. As a carry, you always go like Maelstrom, but when you play it mid, you have this like 13, 14 minute BKB, and you kind of offset a lot of like your opponent's strategy, I think. I think that's like the only reason you flex it.
What is the clockwork the problem for her? Like, you're saying when Lina
I think
gets
the
countered-
Nature's Prophet pace and like what Blacklist, how generally they approach, like they pick this like Centaur, like kind of run at you and have a Nature's Prophet. So his carry Lina might not be too good against
You
that
don't have
strategy.
enough time to farm, so you want to farm faster by being mid because you have more levels.
I think it's more of the buying BKB first. As a mid hero, like you feel fine with like Brown Boots bottle.
Yeah,
BKB on.
because you have more levels.
Yeah,
right? So
that's
it's
true.
so it's okay for you to. Wow. Okay. You asked about what spell is most satisfying. I think the DK Stun is most
Real,
satisfying.
eh?
In it. Tong!
It used to be better when it had instant cast. Now it has a projectile. It's not quite as fun anymore.
Okay.
That's a good answer, though.
That
Adam,
is
what's
fun.
your answer for most
Witch Doctor
satisfying?
bounce.
Witch Doctor bounces. Okay. Do you have the coconut cosmetic?
Yeah.
Okay.
Look at it go.
Okay. So DK is I presume the off lane hero here. So
No, it's
Mid?
I mean it's kind of flex, I guess.
So what do you think is the idea of the
flexes,
DK here? So you want a hero that can...
He may just follow Lina. Lina goes mid, he goes mid. Lina
Is it
goes...
good lane?
But the lane, is the lane even that good for him?
Actually, it's probably better now, right? That Lina just right clicks. Actually, I'm not sure.
Oh yeah, that's
Honestly,
true.
not sure.
Because Lina, they only the build is like 113 now, so you just get like maybe you follow him, you also do 113 on the DK. and
But the
you
thing
sit
is,
in the
like,
lane.
is it enough to like withstand Lina?
Breathe Fire reduces damage as well, so...
I mean, the lane might be actually okay for the DK.
It's probably good against mid Lina, but not safe lane because you get Javelin really early.
That's true.
Okay, so Lash.
I saw a pick just now. Oh, I think this is a sick TB game, by the way.
Lash is banned. I mean, you think
TB is
SMG want
banned.
TB? Or
Possibly.
Oops.
Oops. Happens.
No one heard it. The microphones didn't catch it. Our set is...
Falling apart.
we only had 2.5 weeks worth of glue to keep the set together.
Ember Lash. They're expecting the DK offlane.
does
Well,
that mean
mid
they're
one did play an offlane Ember one time.
That is true. That is true.
Does that mean that they are picking some illusion hero, illusion carry, banning Lash and Ember?
What is there though? Like PL, TB. It's not that great.
Yeah,
right?
but they have Lina, you know.
Oh,
So they're just bans because they feel like it's good for the enemy.
I mean, it's just like very fast paced, right? And it's good against Trian Willow specifically, I think. And it's also like super paced. They have DK, Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, they take towers so quickly with the Lash.
I like their bans. I think the Cuckoo last pick is not as scary as the Carl. Just based on the way they play, Cuckoo seems more of a hard tree than anything.
So based on everything, you would put the Lina mid and pick another safe, like a cheaper safe laner. Like a fighting safe laner.
Yep.
Does Chidori play those?
I mean, he plays a lot of cheap heroes like Weaver.
I mean, honestly,
You consider Weaver cheap?
Weaver's cheaper like, if you compare it to a safe lane Lina.
We're against DK's ass though. Oh, they pick Tusk. Okay, Lina carry.
Lina is still carry.
Sticking to the winning formula.
So now do you put the... So do you think the DK is just going to follow the Lina no matter what? So DK offlane, they pick a hero to fight the DK Tusk in the lane.
I think in the side lane, it's very different because the Trian is there and the Hoodwing is there. So it can generally go both ways. I think fighting into HC is pretty hard, but if you get a catch on Lina, it probably does die. Yeah, it's like it can snowball either way, you know? Like one mistake and like the lane just becomes really hard for you.
I mean, no matter what, their last pick needs to be like some hero with damage though. They don't really have a lot of damage now. Like their spells don't do a lot. They need like some...
They're gonna pick Brew.
Brewmaster?
Wait, you're expecting an offlaner or a mid?
I'm expecting an...
Finish the
doesn't matter anymore. I was gonna say offlaner.
Okay.
I
appreciate
the
Winter's vomiting over the Void Spirit pick. Oh, fine. Let's see what Void Spirit's win rate is right now in all of DPC.
Purple monster.
I mean, they need that kind of...
Void
hero,
Spirit been picked 10 times, 70% win rate in all of the DPC.
Damn. What region?
No, all globally. Yeah, all regions. In Southeast Asia, it's probably much lower.
I think it's... And I mean, they need that kind of hero. They just need damage, right? Like you said.
I mean, was there really no other
they need
hero?
They need a support killer. Like their heroes want to kill cores,
Okay,
like the
fine.
4 heroes.
Yeah.
But I think they're gonna have Doom
I mean,
issues.
that's Trian. I feel it's hard to play Void Spirit against the Trian.
I think they're... I think
And
SMG
Doom.
is like outscales and they have better
Like,
lanes.
who does Doom care about dooming other than Void Spirit? And everyone else is just going to be just fine. DK doesn't care.
Yeah.
Prophet doesn't care. Void Spirit is public enemy number
The
1.
Infernal Blade chunks DK too.
Also true. And with the stat gains that Nature's Prophet has, eventually it does a lot against Prophet
I
too.
feel like a lot of people don't think about it, but the Tornado Creep against Clockwork is pretty insane too.
Oh yeah.
It's actually so... You used to counter Doom, now Doom just whoop.
And against Prophet Sprout Leash.
Yeah, it's pretty nice.
But you're still not convinced. I mean, Void Spirit seems to be the main problem for you. The rest of it you were fine with.
I mean, I can definitely see the idea, but I believe there were better heroes. Overall, I don't really believe in the Void Spirit. I think the hero is just absolute garbage. So I think we're just going to have a quick 2-0 for me.
Same.
For you.
Yeah.
What about for Cap and SVG? What do they want?
Well, they're hating on the Warlock. Now they're hating on the Void Spirit. I mean, where does it end? Where does it end? You just want the same 5 heroes every game winner,
Old
huh?
people don't like new things.
Change is scary.
Prove
Avery?
me wrong. Prove me wrong.
Yeah,
I think he just doesn't like robes. That's all I'm learning.
True. Is it the robes thing, winner? Do you
I
hate
don't know,
robes?
man. I just don't like heroes with weird colors and nobody picks the hero.
We are
It
wearing
really
the same
is an
color
old
as
thing.
Warlock.
I didn't know Winter was such a
nowadays are all
colorist.
bright and flashy. What about good old gray? What's wrong with gray?
All right, give me a very monochrome cast for game number 2.
Yeah, back in my day, they only made heroes in 2 colors. It was red or green MMR.
Red or green MMR. Got a lot of reds recently. I'll say that. All right, SMG versus Blacklist. Game 2. Surprise,
correct.
surprise, SMG took game 1.
Convincingly.
And winner, based off of his hatred of robes or purple heroes or something.
Anything fun and fancy.
Anything unique and different. He has decided that it's going to be a 2-0. Do you agree? Do you concur with this
30
analysis?
seconds to battle.
Kind of. I think I would take SMG's draft here. I don't think the Treant really got answered too much. Like, this is kind of a lineup where you got to right-click through these cores in the later portion of the game. You have to gap close the Lina. It gives Doom, Tusk, and Tree a pretty good fight. Not to mention Treant and Dark Willow. Wow, blanked on that. But Treant and Dark Willow are great supports at turning deep dives around. Like, you get punished on the clump and the go, and the brambles and the BKB route, right? If you jump the Lina, you're into brambles in this Dark Willow turnaround. If you BKB, you get overgrowth. I feel like that's just fight over. Mid one has clear Doom target this game. It is this Void Spirit. If he ever dooms the Void Spirit, it feels like that's a pretty free fight. To me, the one upside for Blacklist here is if the game goes really late, this DK can scale pretty hard. Like, Black Dragon seems pretty formidable in this game, with Furion being able to TP on the Dragon stuns. So I kind of like that aspect of it. But
Yeah, but okay. Well, hold up. You think they outscale SMG though? I'm not convinced.
In Ultra Late, kind of, but at that point you also have Tuskar with the dags and the kick and all of that, and yeah, I'd probably favor SMG. We'll see what happens though. I wouldn't rule them out. Like, Dragon Knight is a very weird hero. He makes late games very weird. Sometimes he's invincible. Sometimes he just melts.
Yeah, sometimes he's just a blink stun.
Yeah, it's hard for me to judge this hero in the super late game scenarios. All I know is every time I see Black Dragon, it feels like I can't win, so.
Well, maybe it's just a you thing.
That's probably true, yeah. Maybe Tsunami has my win rate versus Black Dragon, since he seems to have all the others.
Yeah, I feel like Tsunami did more research on you than
yeah, what is this, man? Am I on trial here? I'm going to look up his win rates. I'll tell you what they are. I'm not going to be mean. Never mind. I won't do that. I was going to say 0, but...
Wow, great reveal. Oh, you were going to say 0? That was the punchline? I thought it was something different, Avery.
I felt bad about it. Neil's too nice.
I thought real punchline. I thought you were going to say nothing because he's never played competitively.
That is the punchline. I felt bad about saying that. You know, I'd say that about you. Yours are 0. You suck, but I'm not going to say that about you.
I did play competitively. Mine is still 0 because I lost all my games, but, you know, at least I was there. I got a participation trophy sometime.
There were a lot of people there. I don't know if that counts for much. Well, let's hope this Black Dragon is here. I think they're going to need to get there.
Oh, it's the brambles. You want to know a sad truth about that little tidbit?
Okay.
One of the most famous matches.
I like sad truths.
One of the most famous matches that I played, I didn't play half of my hero. Monkeys Forever played it for me.
God.
It was when we played against Navi and we did the Chen Pudge Beastmaster back with the old fountain hook combo.
Cheesers.
And
nice.
Yeah, and I just gave control to Monkeys and he was controlling my hawk.
Are you just... Oh, okay. I thought you meant you just gave him control of your account. I was going to say, that's bold to just admit the smurfing on a live task cap. My God, what a move.
No, Monkey's just like,
instead,
give me control of your hawk so I can control where I want to go.
You're just admitting to being terrible. I got you. That's much better.
That is exactly it, yes.
So big question here. Back to the game. Yeah. Enough of your distractions, old man. Is mid one going to destroy this Doom lane like he did with every other Doom lane? Because nobody has been able to withstand this Doom Ringer in the hands of this man. So far, Raven's doing pretty well. I mean, this is a pretty favorable matchup early on. I think it gets a little worse over time, but we'll see, man. I feel like mid one has just ransacked the lanes with Doom this season.
Yeah, I mean, he's been ransacking most of the lanes, period. But yeah, that's with Doom in particular.
The more I see this matchup, the more I like it. Like, you get the extra armor now. If you get some good creep, it really messes Furion up. And Furion can win the early levels, but not too hard. Like, mid one's sitting on full HP down here. He's just chilling. Now he has level 2 Scorched Earth that gives you some AoE. You burn the treants down with some extra right clicks. You can actually just kill him.
Yeah, I don't think it's not possible for Furion to keep up with the heal that he stole.
Yeah.
It's 60 mana for 100 heal.
Yeah,
like the HP to mana ratio is pretty insane.
So I think mid one's going to be chilling down here, and Chidori, he's doing fine as well, right? There's not much aggression you can put out on this Lina, unlike the Lina lane we saw last game. He has Tree to back him up too. I mean, this combo is first phase combo for a reason. Throw this living armor and some extra leech seed heal on Lina. Just makes dealing with this hero even harder. So
now they can't pressure, but maybe they can just win the CS war, which is what they're doing in all 3 lanes right now.
Yep. I think Blacklist is definitely happy with all their lanes here. It's not to say they're unhappy with it. It's just going to be a slow game in terms of the pressure that comes online. Sure. To me, it comes down to this mid lane. Like, between Moon and Carl, they're both playmakers on mid. They can both use runes really well. It's a melee on melee matchup, so you're both probably going to get a decent amount of farm. It's kind of a question of like who does something with it first to break the game open. Because you do have lanes you can rotate to, right? If you think about this DK getting to his ult, yeah, that's a very nice lane to rotate to. Kill the Lina, transition into tower. The Furion can join that fight. That's the big move for Blacklist here.
Pretty decent Bramble value here.
Yeah,
body blocking
decent.
AU, and they'll get it first blood for mid one, and they're going to keep the pressure up on Raven too, using last second Shadow Realm. Got to be careful with that fade time. Gets caught in the Sprout though. Oh, a little bit of heal. Nice heal from, was that Fairy Fire or was that the heal from mid one? Or maybe
No,
both?
that was the Fairy Fire because mid one switched back to the Frost attack here.
Oh, okay.
So he's been slowing Raven up. Extra 25% move slow on these hits. Pretty nasty. But this is, yeah, I was gonna say, man, this mid one Doombringer. You gotta watch out. Better take your notes or it'll put you back in school.
Yeah, him and Boomy have certainly found a certain formula for laning success. Not as much success for Moon, once again losing the lane against Carl. He was doing
mid one. Caught out. The Sprout. The battery.
Yeah, Living Armor trying to keep him alive, but he's gonna be forced into the tower, if not die before he gets there.
Overextended a little bit with this Furion healing and coming back, and Haste Rune, not for you, Moon. The Chipmunk says no.
Oh, and he's dead.
He is dead. Wow, that was a lot of damage. I did not expect that. I guess that's the power of Void Spirit here. Single target burst, name of the game. Suddenly you have Blacklist winning 3 lanes, striking back early and hard. Again, this is all for this like top DK move, in my opinion. Like, if your lanes go well and you make this move, you're gonna break the game here early on for SMG. And then Cuckoo is just gonna have free reign. So this is what I'm thinking about if I were SMG here, is how do you respond to that? And if your mid's losing as well, that just makes it even harder.
Afu getting pulled up the cliff area. Bosku
might be dead here.
Slowed down, and with little extra heals, Bosku can still go for it, but no. Breathe Fire level 2, but it wasn't going to be enough.
He's still happy to clean up all these creeps.
Certainly.
Where are we looking? I mean, Raven's almost level 6. This is going to be a scary Furion, depending on how they choose to use it.
Yeah, Carl is actually, he cleared out the creep wave and is running back to Fountains, so there's a chance we could see him teleport to one of the side lanes with this ultimate from Raven, the Wrath of Nature coming through. That
I wouldn't mind it this game. Like, I think getting aggressive on these side lanes is very nice when you have the global power here and you have the double tower pushers. And Tuska's not going to do anything mid, right? But he will just TV back mid to keep up the farm. Doesn't want to kill his game progression.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
You have level 6 on DK, and I mean, Chiori just left the lane. He doesn't even want to be up here. So they're just going to let Afu leech. If I'm Bosku, though, I kind of want to shove this in and start hitting the tower. Like, I don't want to just keep this lane here, let Tree leech XP while I'm 3 levels ahead of him.
Carl kills the creep wave, pushes in, tries to get the 8-minute rune while they kill mid one. So, once again, things looking nice for Blacklist.
Yeah, this is heating up fast. Very fast. More power runes going to Carl. You have your carry jungling. You have a 5 stuck top. Nobody can help Boomy right now. Gotta help yourself, son.
Now, stuck inside the cogs.
Plotting.
That's another kill for Raven. This is not the carry you want to feed early kills to. Because he's like, all right, I'm having this good game, I'll go Midas, son. You think you're going to be fat on Doom. I'm about to teach you a lesson in economics here. One Midas, better than level 1 Devour. There's your lesson for the day.
Very good. Very good lesson. Okay, maybe they've overextended a little bit. Well, Moon actually is being met by Carl, so they don't necessarily have an advantage here.
They brought
just lose AU.
Look at how many, they brought 4 heroes here. Their tower almost dies. They get a clock out of it. He's already level 5, so he's having a good game.
Well, the neutral item. He got a neutral item.
I'm not opposed.
Okay.
How much, in your economics lesson, how much is a tier 1 neutral item worth?
Now, let me do the math. Let's see.
Okay.
Stolen Pig Pole, Furion has Midas, you're still with level 1 Devour, you almost lost your tier 1. Say 50 cents.
Wow. No, not 50 gold.
No, 50 cents. You gotta convert that yourself.
Less than gold.
You don't learn that till 2nd semester, so.
Dissimulate. That's kind of awkward.
Who's trapping who here?
They can't actually fight him, though.
It's just a ceasefire. Agree to a ceasefire and walk away, boys.
Yeah, it is the Chinese New Year, so it's appropriate for the holidays. Uh-oh, mid one. Bushwhacked. Carl will catch up.
Oh, huge kill for Carl.
Yeah.
So much XP for him. And now Tim's gets this full double wave under the tower. Another wave coming in. Oh, man, he's living the life. And the whole time this happened, Bosku took top for free. Didn't even have to ult. So he's still got DK form up. He's just going to rush a blink here. Now, I was thinking this mid move hurts. He kind of just got it for free. Now you can think about making a mid move with the smoke with this blink. Just blink stun someone mid. Void Spirit provides the burst. You're going to have it off the Hoodwink, who's going to get 6 off bottom. In a minute and a half, you could be looking at a dead tier 1 here with the Furion TPing in. And then this map really breaks open if that move succeeds. Again, the counterplay is not going to be there for SMG. Lina does not want to join the fight. The Treant's too low level. Doom is not really in a position to counterplay these moves.
Well, I mean, he does have Maelstrom, so maybe a defensive fight, Lina, could be pretty potent.
Yeah, if she gets to be the railgun in the back.
Yeah.
I still think you'd get aggressive here if you're Blacklist.
For sure.
Next Furion ult up in 15. Moon is just chilling. Up very far.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Well, here's that mid move I was talking about.
Here it comes.
Not exactly how I envisioned, but Bosk is just going to run up and start hitting this tower.
I mean, it's against an Arcane Rune Tusk. He's going to throw out some shards. He'll slow down this push for certain. Oh, no, that snowball. I'm not sure if that's what you want. Maybe it's okay. With the shard block in again. Threatening.
Got stun off.
Can they get Overgrowth actually catches the Void Spirit? Rise, he jumps in. No, actually he didn't. He jumps away the Dissimulate. Shot went through and hit the Dark Willow, but Raven teleported into this white. He's dead. SMG all of a sudden just rolling over Blacklist. What?
Radiant structure.
That wasn't how that fight was supposed to go.
I was about to say, I don't know if this is the way you want to just push this tower. I think you just like smoke and jump with the DK Blink. He has Blink now, but he doesn't have it for that move. Why force it like that? Now you're just giving a decent fight to SMG where they can just shard somebody off and run in, right?
Yeah, why not like smoke and go into the triangle first?
Just take the jump, have the burst follow-up, combine the Hoodwink off the DK stun. It's an easy core kill, almost guaranteed. I mean, that was a nice shot from Tim's, but probably not the guy who wanted out of all that mess anyway. It just felt forced. And then you're like cogging, sharding, your DK stuck in the river. Furion ult comes through, but it's kind of the only damage here.
This whole thing looks so messy.
And mid one gets mech delivered, so it negates a lot of that early damage.
Yeah, that mech was massive because they were taking a lot of damage just kind of being stuck there in the river.
So nice timing for him. That all kind of started with Moon just baiting it out too with like the random hook shot on the creeps. I don't know, that whole sequence was bizarre for me. I think Blacklist just want to put it behind him, look for something else. Aku's gonna break on this Warden. That was a bold TP, sir.
Yeah.
That was a very bold TP.
Don't worry.
He'll regrow back into a full tree in 20 seconds off of those seeds of Serenity.
I feel like Blacklist are missing a bit of a window here. Like,
Yeah.
you rush this DK Blink. He's farming Wildekins with an ult. Does not feel good
Dire's
for
bottom
Bosco,
tower
I think.
is under attack.
If you're gonna play a slow game, you could have just gone Midas on DK2, right? And just farm with the double Midases on Fury and DK. Be like, all right, our early game was good enough. We can just go Midas, greed it up. We're gonna outscale you later.
Oh, AU got spotted there, so I think that ward is known.
I mean, Moon wants to fight for the rune.
Snowball after him.
Nice
Hookshot
hook.
lands on 2. They do manage to pick up that Invis rune, deal with the clockwork. Nice and quick. Mid one takes a lot of damage, but the shards not quite latching there to catch Tim's.
You have Witchblade, Void.
Dire's bottom
You have some
tower
damage
is
here
under
if you're Blacklist. It's just not syncing up. And SMG are bringing all the numbers.
Radiant's middle tower
And
is
with the
under
mech
attack.
and the living armor, if you don't burst somebody quick, they're gonna
Okay.
get saved. Oh no!
I thought he was going to commit on that jaunt, but
Yeah.
Carl knew the extra damage was going to be there.
Yeah. Tick, tick, tick of the Witchblade.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Nice, nice find on that ward.
Yeah, decent. Well, Blacklist strike back a little bit. They do lose a tier 1 mid, and this enemy Dire tier 1 is still standing full.
Finding all the wards. Found 2 observer wards, got rid of the sentry for the 15-minute spawn of the Ancients, so they've cleared open the triangle again.
Efficiency at its peak. They are getting the items. It's not like they're behind at all. But this Chidori Lina is starting to go to work.
Radiant's bottom tower
They know
is under
Chidori's
attack.
here. Or at least, that was weird. The Nature's Prophet teleport was faked out like right on top of him.
Well, there's an Invis Moon here. But doesn't get the save.
Ever seen someone bleed out in a net?
That's another quick kill. Sharpshooter, Witchblade. Didn't even need the Fury on ult. Bosco gets to stay top. I don't know if he wants to stay top this much, but
Look at these stacks that mid one's farming. Meanwhile, though,
he is clearing out the fields here.
so you really just don't go Hannah Minus on Doom now? The Aura build?
I mean, if you go the Aura build, I don't think you go the Midas. I think it's like one or the other.
Okay.
Dire's middle
You
tower
could also go
is
just
under
like Blink
attack.
BKB, but this hero gets a lot of farm. He's denied.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I don't know. This feels like a game that is stalled out
Dire's top
to
tower
Blacklist's
is under
detriment just because there's Alina free farming this entire time. BKB is going to come up. So I guess it's very dependent on what SMG does with this BKB from Chidori.
Yeah, I don't like this last 5 minutes from Blacklist. I think they had a very good early game. They could have snowballed it very hard. And those like 1 or 2 messed up moves hurt them a lot.
Radiant's
Now they're
bottom
kind of
tower
stuck in
is
this
under
type of game
attack.
where it's like, you have initiation if you're SMG now, you have your BKB Lina like you mentioned, and now you have to kind of play the Lina Dota game, where you want to take this tier 1 mid, but you have to take the fight into that.
Radiant's bottom tower
And it's
is
a lot
under
harder
attack.
than it was before. You have the Greaves on Doom, he's tankier. You don't have the real BKBs of your own to commit in through the
Radiant's
supports yet.
bottom tower
So maybe
has
if you're
fallen.
Blacklist, you just have to farm a bit more. Get this BKB on DK, BKB on Furion, and then commit for the fight into the Roche. That's the type of game flow you're looking, but that's a long way away. And anytime you're talking about a long way away and you have Lina farming with Maelstrom and Doom farming with Devour,
Dire's
doesn't
top
sound
tower
great
is
to me.
under attack.
Just sounds like you're going to be out efficiency, but they can get these initiations. Oh, the snowball went off first, and he got the Doom off of the Void Spear,
That's
just
who
what
you
they
want.
wanted. And the
2 minutes
AoE
stun.
stun clipped Bosco as well, so they'll get a secondary core kill off of that one. Moon, once again, offering the bait and luring in Blacklist for a fight that goes SMG's way.
just too juicy. Can't resist, I guess. But these are not the fights you want to take if you're Blacklist. Like, you cannot just go and hit these towers up front like that, especially at tier 2. Just not the play. You want to be smoke and jumping a core and taking the fight off the single target first. It gives you a numbers advantage. These straight 5-on-5s where SMG see at you and get all their spells off are not your friend. Now you're losing Roche. This is deadly.
Tim's, he's gonna try something cheeky here. Overgrowth is a like sort of panic response almost, I feel like.
Yeah, that wasn't too bad if you're Tim's.
Hook shot on the other side. Clockwork trying to. Oh, man, he died fast.
AU, see ya.
Oh, man, fast move on the other side. They're going to catch the Nature's Prophet.
Saving the punch.
The ult went off, though. The Wrath of Nature's going to come clash. Oh, it didn't go off. Trying to protect himself with a tree. And oh, assassinated. Still stopping the TP, gets him in the end with the shard. So it was all worth it. They traded 1 for 1, but a support for a core.
Yeah, Boomy shows up.
Oh, jump forward. A quick hit with the blade, a stomp as well. But the disables didn't last long enough. Chidori was still a little bit too far away.
Starting to see the map counter pressure pick up from SMG here, though. No free lanes for you. Moon had that arcane rune, puts it to good use. Catch is picking up here. Double blinks. Blink stun as well for mid one. Opting to go for this aggressive control build. The space is getting constricted here, and if you're losing space, if you're Blacklist, this pick-off lineup does not function that well.
They're gonna try and kill mid one. That's the bushwhack.
Yeah, he's giving him the high five. Sup, boys? Want to try that again?
15 seconds till Doom is back up, so SMG will be in fighting shape again.
I mean, now you need to play for the BKBs if you're a Blacklist. I don't think you have a choice.
Yeah.
You have the Fury on one, and you're closing in on DKs. And then it's waiting out Aegis and jumping Lina. So it's 3 minutes here that SMG know they're way stronger and decide what they want to do for it. Might be able to push a tier 2 if you're very bold. You do have Snowball save for this Lina, as well as Living Armor. It's hard to just go on her. I think Chidori just mans up here.
Slipping right on by. A nice deep ward for Afu here. They got the successful scan. Smoke's gonna break. Shard trying to get the reveal. Mid one following it up. AU.
Mid one's like, you don't want to go, I'll go.
Hidden in the trees, gets caught. Tims will hit a nice bushwhack though. Nobody here to follow it up, but.
Man, AU is just getting ransacked this game. Feels like he's just insta-dead.
Oh, look at that. Tumbler toy into the Yules on Bosku. Bramble somehow got tanked up by a creep, but it doesn't matter. The setup, just stalling out the hero, preventing him from blinking away. That was the
kind of making it.
He is.
Bad.
They hit him with the fear. I'm not sure why. It doesn't do much. They actually are fighting on the other side of the map and maybe winning the fight. Never mind, the leader is just demolishing people. Pushed back by the Cogs. Raven. Oh no, couldn't get the TP out.
BKB to TP and you don't even get out.
Nope.
That feels bad. That's an Aegis Lina. You're fighting. Yeah, you have a buyback for some mild numbers advantage, but this game is
kind of crumbling right now.
Yeah, and this is like their ticket to Lima, right?
Yeah.
This is not a series you want to drop to as someone at the bottom of the ladder.
They still have to face Geek Slate as well. So like this was supposed to be the expected win for them, and then either Blacklist or Geek Slate was going to get a second loss and be in a tiebreaker scenario.
You can expect all you want, but SMG, another gem for Afu. He's dewarding your wards and
Funk
stealing out of game 2 here.
Oh no, you gotta watch where you're going, AU. He's got a hook shot. You're sitting in front of him though. Ooh. Guardian Greaves healing the Dark Willow back up. Unfortunately, the Shadow Realm will protect him from the Nature's Wrath. Wrath of Nature.
And this game spiraled very fast. I felt like Blacklist had to connect on those early moves, or they were going to get punished, but I didn't think they were going to get punished this hard. This just feels impossible to fight now.
Yeah, they're just getting picked off constantly. Like, Moon's just go, go, go. A hero shows itself for a second, immediately blink shards. Like, at some point, Blacklist's got to be like, okay, we cannot show unless we are willing to fight.
Yeah, but you have to get this mapping. That's the problem. And that's why this Tuskar hero is so annoying. Because he's just one of the best killers on the map right now. And once you start getting ahead, he just takes advantage with it and doesn't look back. He's innately tanky. He can just itemize for blink catch with damage. Moon just has blink deso. He's a guaranteed kill if he finds pretty much anybody now. He's just scouting the side lanes with smoke, looking for this Furion. Raven already out of there. But this is deadly.
The Aegis is going to expire soon, so...
That was a long 3 minutes.
Maybe Blacklist can do something now.
Oh, they agree. Gonna look for the smoke. They're trying to find the counterplay, probably bait Carl down here, try and get people to jump on him and then counterplay it. That's what the call is right now.
Yeah, see if like the Doom is gonna rotate over and try and jump Carl.
Yeah. This is a pretty heads-up play from Blacklist.
Yeah, if they do it fast enough, but they kind of got stalled out. Now Carl has to fight for his life here with a Dissimulate. Does manage to pull back in. Moon, the rest of the team is now here to save him. They should be able to get both of these kills as Boomy slips away into the trees. Oh, the fire burned him out.
Super well played. That is just a beautifully executed smoke counterplay. You don't have a lot of places to go, so you got to show something for SMG to take the bait. And Carl did it pretty perfectly, right? He's kind of baiting that he's there alone, forces him back, gets the deep jump, lives just in time for them to show up. Can't ask for much better. So at least you're finding Slane now. You're going to force SMG back to their side of the map, which means Raven gets to excavate some more camps. You get to farm both triangles here, double Ancients. Chidori had a DD, but doesn't get to use it for anything. I wouldn't mind him picking up bots at this point in the game. I think having the extra global TV power on Lina would help you push these lanes deeper or counterplays like that. Actually, I'm always surprised that these Linas don't go bots more.
Yeah.
When they're this far ahead. I feel like that item ends up kind of paying for itself. With the extra move speed, the mobility around the map.
I am inclined to agree.
But it doesn't seem like it's the case. Like almost every Lina I see just sticks with the brown boogies.
Hook shot on over. The turnaround, they're going to take out Boomy. Is anybody going to get caught? Kept at bay by the Cogs. Trying to hide away into the trees and TP out.
Another good pick for Blacklist. Showing some life.
Flares here.
That's the trick for SEA teams. You just have to yell at them a bit. What are you doing here? Oh. And then they start clawing their way back.
Oh, it's beginning to sound like you should captain an SEA. With all the... I mean, they need the constant go-to of criticism of SEAs. The teams need leadership, Avery. I'm just saying. The talent is there.
Nothing to offer.
Yeah, that's probably true. A dried up husk of a player.
All right, well, let's not take it too far,
juiced.
man. You know, there's a difference between banter and just plain insult.
With you, it's always banter, though.
I'm not going to take anything from a 6 times washed NA caster like yourself.
6 times washed.
Yeah, you guys know Cap's last name was originally Washed, and he changed it to Walsh because he thought the connotation was too bad. He's trying to avoid it.
Oh, no.
He put an extra letter in there, but you're not fooling anybody. Now they know the truth. Austin, washed. Yeah. I know your
I
game.
can honestly say I've never heard that one before.
Of course you haven't. Yeah, keep feigning ignorance.
13-16, 4,000 net worth lead for SMG. But it does feel like, well, they had some momentum going. It's slowed down quite a bit. And now both teams are just kind of playing off the map, looking for pickoffs constantly. And I don't know who is progressing further in items.
This one dodges. Nice dodge. They did get the bots on Chidori. So that's going to help with this playing the map state that we're stuck in. Because now he can just keep up with the Raven wherever he goes. I mean, this does favor Blacklist because I do think SMG are running away with the game. And like that 8K lead, it's down to 4. You got a decent amount of farm back onto to Carl and Bosku during this duration.
Yeah, they've got the AC on Nature's Prophet, which is where I think he starts coming online as a carry.
Yeah, this is the type of fight you want. You just jump,
Smoke's
get
gonna
the
break.
initiation.
Oh, but Moon jumps first.
Oh, he dodged the DK stun.
He still hits the snowball onto the... Oh, no, the overgrowth landed it as well, but there's nobody here. No damage is... Okay, Chidori's here now. He starts throwing it out. Does manage to get the Bramble catch onto the Void Spirit. The hook shot delays Chidori's damage a little bit, but the old Scepter into an LSA, into a stomp, rather, from mid one. will catch it, and it wasn't like a one-sided engagement at all, but SMG are the ones who hold the battlefield, and it's right next to the Roche pit.
Buyback from Afu to try and secure that as well, so kind of decent, all things considered there. Like, if you don't jump the Lina, it's probably pretty hard to win the actual fight. But you do get this big Tuskar kill. I feel like SMG were likely going to get this Roche no matter what. So you're still just trying to claw your way back in this game if you're Blacklist. Yeah, Raven's getting there. We see the single target burst damage is significant. If you jump the right target, I mean, Tusk is a nice jump because otherwise he snowball saves somebody else. That's the problem, but you don't really want to jump the Tusk. You want to jump the Lina or the Doom. And you have to only jump one guy. You don't really have any AoE on this Blacklist Rivalry lineup, so...
With the double damage, oh, nice use of the sharpshooter to get that extra bit of distance away.
Dire's bottom tower is
Do you think that's why Moon is just being so aggro? He's basically saying, like, if I draw attention to myself, it's always going to be good for my team?
Yeah, I think so. Like, if you jump him, sure, he's the save, but then I feel like you just give a free fight to Doom and Lina. Mid one might bail him out with, like, Greaves' pipe anyway.
Yeah.
I don't know, look towards Tajori. Does have Aegis still.
Doesn't land the Remnant. Bosku actually does pop his Elder Dragon form.
He's just gone.
Okay.
Bosku got rooted off the
Now they're going to try and catch him. Oh, missed out on the stomp. Mid one turns around, does manage to get the Doom onto the Void Spirits. Now Bosku stuck in the trees, pops the BKBs, going to try and fly away. Tims throws the damage onto the Dark Willow. Still not quite enough, though. The auras from mid one keeping everybody alive.
Radiant's top tower is
a lot of EHP to fight through here if you're Blacklist. Tree heals, he has that shard now, just scouting you in the tree line.
And that Moon wasn't even involved in that fight. He was pushing out mid.
Yeah.
So he's got BKB now complete.
I don't know where the sustained damage comes from. That's the issue Blacklist are running into. Sure, you can jump one guy and you can try and kill him, but then what happens after that? You just need to get to this 6-slot territory on Raven. Like, maybe if he gets to Satanic with all the other stuff, he can stand in the fight. Maybe you abuse a buyback or something. But I have my doubts, man. This is a scary team to go late game into.
Remember a time when intelligence heroes were just never carries?
I do. Because I was there.
Now 2 of the best carries in the game are intelligence heroes.
It's because they were so bad for so long. And Ice Frog sat there and he watched this and he said, you know, the thing about Ice Frog is he doesn't like anything that people get good at.
What?
So the second you start abusing something really hard, he's like, no, you don't get to have fun, sir. And then he buff stops it.
A hookshot trying to save the Dragon Knight, but these AoE stuns are punishing Blacklist entirely. A shot goes wide from the Hoodwink. They're jumping in, but the BKBs are allowing SMG to push through, except for mid one, who's taken a lot of damage, blocked out by the shards. Jump back in from the Dragon Knight. Immediately Yule stop. He's still got off the stun, though. Mid one's walking away. They didn't have the damage. Now he's turning around. He's at the stun. The Void Spirit's dead. Carl's dead.
Not again.
Carl's gonna have to use a buyback too. Chidori still has his Aegis, so even if they can kill him from afar, he's just going to come right back and start laying into these buildings. Are they not going to buy back on Carl?
And look at Afu all the way in the back. He has
and he found him.
He's stuck here. Everybody's stuck here.
Okay. Get out, get out, get out.
Mid one just doesn't know where to go. Finally finds an opening out of the labyrinth of trees.
Well, that stalled things for a solid 10 seconds.
Yeah, that wasn't too bad. You have buyback on Void Spirit, but is this how you want to use it? Moon's not giving you a choice.
Okay, they've gone in a little deep for this one. AU tries to punish with a hook shot, and it does manage to catch 2 heroes. 2 cores dead.
Yeah, that's a, and they held the Void Spear by.
All for what?
For Tim's buyback, I guess, but the Rax was already dead. I don't know if you had to make that jump.
I don't think so either. I think you could have just started hitting mid because you still had the Aegis.
I agree. I mean, the thing is, Moon had BKB. He just didn't get it off. If he gets it off, maybe that jump's fine, right? But he just got stunned instantly. Maybe he wasn't expecting it out of the snowballing. It's a hefty price to pay. Raven does get a decent amount out of that. He's scaling here. I don't know if only him scaling is going to be enough. He's looking mid. Silver Edge?
Hits him with the Sprout, but it's going to take
there's
too
nowhere to
long
go.
for him to come out. Missed out on the Bushwhack, but it doesn't matter. They've got
Yeah, I was
Carl.
gonna say, like Raven, there's no reason to run here. You still have 2 cores dead.
Yeah.
So good use of the interval. You're up to the blue dragon here. You have a halberd and an elven tunic, so some mischance going Cuckoo's way and some extra utility.
Is he?
Glimmers of hope?
I guess because of overgrowth and brambles, he's going Manta.
Yeah, I mean, the Manta's good at... His game plan is you somehow get the next Roshan, he gets Ags off of it, you get the Manta, it all comes together,
I was going to say, I've
Cuckoo.
literally only seen Dragonite get Manta after he has the Axe.
But see, he knows he can't get both, so he's pre-planning. He's going to rip that away from Carl, who I'm sure would love an Ags in this game. And I just see Satanic delivered for Chidori.
Yep.
He is a god right now.
Lincoln's BKB is Satanic. Like, he has protected his lead. He's 14-0-5. He has a monster streak going on right now. He does not want to be giving away that gold to Raven. So he has protected this pretty nicely with a lot of defensive items.
I don't know how you're killing him right now. Like, good luck. He's got Treant armor on top, Elvic tunic of his own. He's perma-hasted.
How does this hero do so much damage with basically four items that, well, I guess Satanic does do a lot of damage. 38 damage.
I mean, almost any hero does a pretty significant amount of damage if you're 6-slotted. This hero just gets 6-slotted really fast.
Yeah.
Same with Furion.
That's fair.
I feel like it's what most Dota carries have come down to nowadays. Just
who can get 6-slotted fast.
Yeah. It's like, whatever their spells are, who cares, right?
Yeah.
Gold is the best spell.
And why isn't Alchemist picked up more? Riddle me that.
I have to think about that one.
Okay. I'll let you ruminate on that a bit. I mean, you know, if an Alchemist wins Lima,
maybe that hero's not that bad right now. I don't know. We haven't seen him in a while. I do feel like his bonus gold got nerfed significantly, and I feel like a lot of other heroes also caught up. Like we see
Lina and Nature's Prophet at this point in time farm just as fast as Alchemist.
They end the game with 900, 1,000 GPM.
Yeah.
If Alex at 1,100, is he really doing that much more?
So what you're saying is they need to make Alchemist an intelligence range.
Exactly. They need to. If Alc had 800 range,
yeah.
I bet you we'd see him play it a lot more. I'm just saying. If you could throw those akimbo swords.
Like Troll does?
I mean, I feel like if you gave Troll Grievel's greed, now
there's a hero right there. We figured it out.
Tim's
smoking a break. Mid one tries to make the initiation first, but a force staff gets him away.
The Shadow Amulet. Take me into another game.
Get out of there. Moon's gonna find the initiation still, though. Catches Tim's Walrus Punch.
Did get ready to 2-man.
Oh, hook shot on 2. That's nice. But Chidori's just deleting heroes. They both pop their BKBs, but they can't get away. Now the overgrowth is gonna hold them in place, drag them down to hell. Blacklist, bye-bye, are gonna lose their fight right outside of their base. They don't have buyback on so many heroes. They are gonna lose 2-0 to SMG. From top team to losing to the 7th best team.
Man, mid one strikes back. Came ready today, man. I think the drafts were on point. I think a lot of their drafts season have been hit or miss, but today just felt like I liked them both. They were very well structured.
I mean,
well
this
balanced.
one feels a lot more, I would say, traditional.
Yeah.
But like that game 1 draft was definitely a little bit more atypical.
I mean, that draft had like some odd picks like Warlock and stuff, but it all made sense to me.
Conceptually,
like it all came together, right? I really liked their drafts today. I liked how they played. Very on point, playing around Chidori as well, and just popped off. Free Lina game. Get punished.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Like Icarus, you fly too close to the fiery soul stacks, and your wings shall burn.
Blacklist. You're gonna lose your throne before your other heroes come alive here. So Raven, are they just talking about this game? What's going on?
Yeah, I think
GG, finally.
they're discussing game 3, which isn't gonna happen. So
no.
Time to discuss what's for dinner, I guess. Discuss who does the interview here if you're SMG. Who's MVP? I mean, Fedori had a very clean game. There's no way around it. What did he finish at? 15-0? 16-0?
SMG after a pretty heartbreaking...
18-0. Okay.
Wow. SMG heartbreaking loss against Boom, which, you know, almost spelled their doom because they were both kind of tied and sitting in that 7th place slot. They lost to Boom. It was like, uh-oh. Well, now that means you're very likely the team who's going to be locked into 7th place. But, you know, in that dark, bleak moment, matched up against one of the best teams here in Southeast Asia, Blacklist, they come through with a pretty nice 2-0. I mean, I really think there was too many arguments about them being the better team today.
No, SMG was clearly the better team today. All on the same page, coherent ideas about what they wanted to do with their lineups. The early game, a little shaky.
Yeah.
Like, this game was spooky in terms of, I still think it could have gotten out of control between Raven and Bosku linking up with the early blink. But those moves were very disconnected from them. Like, it's definitely a replay to go back and watch if you're Blacklist and figure out why that early game was so desynchronized. But if you're SMG, you're happy to get through that. And then once you're in the mid game, this is like an impossible draft to fight into the mid game. It's the power of Tree Lina. You force the paradigm of the fights. You have to gap close Lina. Good luck doing that. We have Living Armor, Overgrowth, Doom, and a Snowball save to turn it around. And then you're just getting hunted on the map. Textbook way to play this meta, and not much more to say.
Yep, Blacklist now have 2 losses, and they still have 2 series to go, including one against Geekslay, which is going to be pretty interesting. But more to talk about that. We've got Tsunami in the panel.
Thank you very much, Cap and Avery. A loss that may come to haunt Blacklist Rivalry. I think most people would be hard-pressed to consider SMG anything other than underdogs in this matchup, given the performance of the entire season and of Blacklist Rivalry in this entire season. But they pull out a very, very clean 2-0, and win in the early game. They don't actually have to bring it to the late game where they sometimes, you know, get a little too hasty with pushing high grounds and things like that. I don't know what's going on today. Maybe Southeast Asian teams are just hitting their stride here, middle of week number 3, because Talon looking clean and SMG looking shockingly clean against Blacklist Rivalry.
The SMG, they figured it out. Control if we have Greaves pipe and we're winning. When you're ahead and you make your team more unkillable, chances of them dying is less.
This is true. A shockingly fewer number of like blink daggers and desolators that would later be like, oh, maybe we should perhaps be a little bit more defensive.
Barring the one blink of Moon into the...
Yeah, that was the lesson learned.
Can really save
Nobody gets to say anything when CEO decides that he wants to dive. You know? Everybody has to follow.
Keeping the game interesting for the viewers. You gotta appreciate these kinds of players.
Yeah, I mean, it's good that they finally realize what they have to do in the draft. Like the hero, they have to pick for mid one, and the willingness the last couple of series to put the win condition on Chidori. Because I think the first whole week or the first 1.5 weeks, he's usually playing the enabling core.
Oh, he was playing. Is it? He's playing Furin, right? Most of the time.
I think he was playing a lot with like
Weaver, Troll.
What Troll?
I remember that. Bloodseeker.
Yeah, but I'm glad that they actually figured out that they can actually put him still on the win condition and just draft around it. Put me one on this kind of like either Doom. I think he's been excellent on Doom, Beastmaster, and Brute. So he has 3 very, very good heroes. And as long as you have a win condition around it, I feel like they can do really well in the last couple of series. They have one more series against what's the opponent? Boom, right? They have to play correct Boom, right?
No, it's not Boom. It's
Geekslay.
Oh, Geekslay, sorry, yeah.
So you're saying as long as their draft isn't bad, they'll win?
I mean, they have chances for sure. I really like how they played the early game, like except for the laning where I felt like they kind of lost the lanes pretty bad this game. I don't think the heroes should have been that far behind from the lanes, but I mean, they recovered, you know, they made good moves. I feel like they hit a pretty good timing with the mech on the Doom. They took a fight. They killed like, 3 heroes, defended the tower, whatever, and then Lina continued farming. And this game, this is how Lina should have been played the last game. Came to the fights, he helped his team.
He did.
Defended towers, pushed towers. He wasn't just AFK farming, oh, I need this item, this item, I'm not coming at all, you know?
Yeah, 1806.
I know.
Very strong.
KDA shows it as Chidori gets our rivalry MVP for game number 2, and perhaps also SMG gaining more confidence and letting Chidori be the win condition. Maybe they weren't giving it to him early because they were like, no, you know, we
all need to shine.
We all need to shine, yeah, exactly.
No, they were on Moon had to be the last pick, and he had to be some counter pick. You know, Monkey King slug meat.
That's right.
They were on that mode in the first week.
But now we get a chance to speak to our MVP because we got Chidori on the line. Congratulations on the series victory. Hello, hello.
Thank you.
I'm glad to see you smiling because I'm sure that it has been a kind of tricky past 2 weeks, but this result against Blacklist Rivalry, you guys came extremely prepared, it seems. What was it like for you preparing for this series?
Preparing? Actually, after all these lose, we have some team discussion. We figure out how we need to work out as a team. Yeah, I think that's it.
Are our suspicions accurate that did you ever feel like you weren't as high of a priority in week 1 and 2 in terms of your heroes and maybe more sacrificial? Or is that our perspective?
It's true. Like at the start of the DPC, we were playing like I'm a sacrificial. Win condition can be like anyone in the team. So that's why we decide.
Well, I'm glad these decisions with Moon and Mid 1 seem to be letting you shine more because this series was definitely a great performance. Adam, you got any questions for CDR?
Yeah, I don't know if you noticed, but what was the discussion like that you guys ended up picking Warlock?
Warlock? There's
some secret technology? all right, fair.
It's a good hero, that's all I can say. Like, yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Any questions, Winter?
I feel like you should be playing the win condition from first week. Even from the start, you know.
Really?
Like, I feel like you play a really good win condition here. I don't want to see you play. I don't like seeing you playing Weaver, Troll, you know.
Don't pick Troll, man. Don't pick Troll.
Sometimes you have to fight for your hero, you know. If you don't want to play Troll, you have to tell them, no, no Troll for me.
Maybe I don't play it.
No, I'm the one suggesting it, so yeah.
I mean, the hero always looks good, but somehow just, I don't know, it's weird. All right, I have a personal question. Is this your new hairstyle decision or is this your commitment to DPC? The TI ball strat?
Yeah, it's part of it. And, yeah.
All right.
Let's see if you get the power up. Since we do finally get a chance to talk to you, I have been a little bit curious about your origins because you don't have like the longest competitive history in Dota 2. So when did you start taking professional play seriously?
After graduating from university, I decided to try maybe 1 or 2 years in competitive and see how it goes. Yeah, somehow I end up in SMG. Yeah.
That's rare that you're a college graduate then. You didn't drop out.
Yeah, I didn't drop.
Good job, because I hear a lot of other stories of the opposite of players who roll the dice and oftentimes find success, but that's because we don't get to hear from the other side. But you're here on the DPC, so it seems to be working out. How are you enjoying being a professional Dota player? Is it the lifestyle you expected?
Yeah, it's good. Like playing the games you like, and you can earn as well. Yeah, it's good.
Okay. Now, how about an origin story on your name? How much does the Naruto anime mean to you?
Anime. I'm just a nerd, you know. Like the Chidori is actually it's not from Naruto, it's from another anime.
Oh, it is.
At the time I was it's another anime.
What show is it?
The time was what show?
Yeah, what anime
it's
is
like
it?
Kizunaiver. I think it's called Kizunaiver. Yeah. Just simply put a name. That's it.
Oh,
well, it's a cool name. I like your name. Chidori is a nice word.
Yeah, I'm glad. I'm glad you corrected us because we were just assuming it was some Kakashi reference kind of thing.
No.
Okay.
I never watched Naruto. Like to be true, I never watched.
Wait. So then, what are the? So you are an anime nut. Yeah. So then, what are your favorite anime then?
Favorite?
Yeah.
Favorite anime?
Dragon's Blood.
Dragon's Blood. I don't know, Berserker maybe?
Berserker? Okay, that's a very cultured answer. I appreciate that.
Well, then why did you shorten it to CDR then?
I'm not sure. Just make it shorter. Like it's easier to call maybe.
It is.
Yeah,
it is easier. For our casters' benefit, we appreciate it. But congratulations on a fantastic 2-0 victory, and hoping you can make it through these last few series and make your way to stay in Division 1.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much,
Thanks.
Chidori. Our MVP on that, Lena. Man, I was totally misled. I totally thought that was a Naruto
Me
reference.
too.
Yeah.
Glad we got that out of the way.
I'm too old for you guys.
Yeah.
I'm the true old man.
too
You
old
were the
for
one who
most
was right.
people.
We were misleading the public at large. I feel ashamed, but I'm glad that we got a chance to speak to Chidori because, despite he's actually not that young, which is why I was curious. What was he? Because he's 25. According to Wikipedia. And so most of the times I see these players who don't have a long competitive history as being like the 18-year-olds who are like, yeah, you know, I started playing when I was like in elementary school. Homie graduated college. Kids, stay in school. You can do both. You can get a degree and be a professional Dota player.
That is true. I mean, it's all about timing, right? If you get the opportunity to join, like, let's say if I'm 17 and like OG's like, hey man, want to play with me?
True.
Thompson and Seb, you know, I'm like, Mom, sorry, I'm out.
Although, in that same vein, I remember Zai took like a year off to finish his high school, I think.
Yeah, I remember.
And
this,
he was
but
like...
it was like when he was just starting though.
Yeah.
He wasn't like where he was right now.
I mean, he was, he got... It was on some EG that I think he got...
No, it was something
Sad
boys.
Boys.
Yeah, Sad Boys.
Sad Boys.
Sad
No, but
Boys.
he was on EG when he took a break, I thought. At least I'm pretty...
Yeah, I think they already got picked up by EG
Yeah.
at that point.
And that was when he was like a pretty gold standard 4 position, but he took his education seriously, and then he came back, and he's kicking ass.
Yeah, I think it's really hard to stop and then come back.
Yes.
It's like mad respect.
That is a rarity, but yeah, I'm encouraged from SMG seeing this performance against Blacklist Rivalry because, like I said, this may be a loss that haunts Blacklist Rivalry. They still have 2 series left. They still have to play Geek Slate and Boom Esports. So there's definitely still a chance for Blacklist Rivalry to make it to the major, but it just got a little bit harder. Meanwhile, Fnatic is now hella sweating because now they have 2 teams that have 2 wins because Boom Esports obviously got their wins against Fnatic and SMG, and now SMG have 2 wins as well, which makes the gap that much wider for Fnatic to get into some sort of tiebreaker situation, and that is going to be our final series of the day, Execration versus Fnatic, although this was a pretty quick series as well, so we'll have some entertaining material for you before we get into that series, so maybe around 10-15 minutes, have a little break, and we'll be right back here with game number 3.
Three, two, one.
This crowd is actually able to do so for a decent amount of time. Has to take up like the blade cloak, does get a lot of damage, but here comes the black hole.
3, 2, 1.
This crowd is actually able to do so for a decent amount of time. Has to take up like the flame cloak. Does get a lot of damage, but here comes the Black Hole.
Son ya casi 10 años haciendo esto. En ese tiempo he tenido la suerte de viajar, ver los eventos, sentir la emoción. Y yo siempre pensaba, oye, ¿cuándo nos tocará? Será en otros 10 años. Y bueno, los Old School sí hemos esperado. Va a ser lindo cuando se entere la gente que ve su dotita camino a la chamba. Los que se van al baño en la U a ver cómo va la partida. O los que se meten su ranked en cabinas como ha sido toda la vida. Ahora, por fin nos toca.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Southeast Asian DPC, where we're gonna take you through some more culinary lessons. I know how much you guys are enjoying theory crafting. What would possibly have to happen for a four-way tiebreaker? Can Fnatic still be in Div 1? How do I make these delicious recipes happen? Well, I'm gonna tell you. It's some are more complicated than others. So let's start off with Execration, gentlemen. Week number 1, day number 1. Execration were the very first series of the entire Southeast Asian DPC, and they came in swinging. They beat Talon 2-0, and I was like, yo, these are the dudes that we need to be worried about if you are Southeast Asia. They only fell to Geek Slate, which no shame in that whatsoever, and Geek Slate lost to Talon, so it seems like a lot of rock, paper, scissors happening over here. Maybe, is there like a fourth rock, paper, scissors? Can you have 4 rock, paper, scissors?
We have bird.
Bird.
But usually like replaces scissors.
Oh, okay.
So in bird, the paper is water.
Okay.
The water beats stone. Like just, it's kind of the same.
And bird beats...
Bird drinks the water.
Bird drinks water, okay, I see.
And the stone, you know...
And stone hits bird,
yeah.
Okay. I'm picking up what you're putting down. It's a somewhat more violent version of it, but I'm into it. But yes, Execration have, theoretically, at least a pretty secure path to the major. But what happens if they don't make it to the major? It is still a possibility for Execration not to make it to the major. Execration recipe to no major. There are a couple of steps involved. The very first step is going to happen right now. Lose to Fnatic, lol. I don't know. Today may be the day of underdogs, as SMG were able to take on Blacklist Rivalry, and Fnatic had 5 days off. The last time that they played was last Friday, where they lost to Boom 2-1. But clearly, something's in the water because these teams are looking clean. So is it so straightforward? Maybe Fnatic might surprise. But that's step number 1. Even if Execration lose to Fnatic, a lot of other things still have to happen for Execration to not go to the major. Geek Slate has to lose to Blacklist Rivalry tomorrow, because that will give that will give Blacklist Rivalry their 4th win. And then Geek Slate also has to beat SMG, because the goal here is for everyone to have 5 wins. If everyone has 5 wins, that means that we got a big old tiebreaker. So to get more into 5 wins. Talon have to get their 5th win versus Fnatic. And then Blacklist Rivalry have to beat, what is BME?
Boom Esports.
Boom Esports. Boom Esports and Geek Slate. And then they have to, so then that just makes the 4-way tiebreaker, which I'm very excited for the possibility of that happening with 4 teams with 5 wins.
Pretty complicated.
It is extremely complicated. I have no idea how you're supposed to engineer. Well, I guess, yeah, you do. Wait, would it be, it has to be BO1s at that point.
This looks like the previous draft of Blacklist, the Void Spirit draft. It's so hard to win.
So hard to not go to the major.
So hard to not go to the major.
God damn it.
They would have to lose the 4-way tiebreaker between them, Geek Slate, Blacklist Rivalry, and Talon. Seems unlikely. But you know what's more likely is them probably making it to the major. It's not nearly as complicated. It's you get to take your time with this. If you want to make your way to the major, you got to proof the yeast. You got to knead the dough. You got to let it rise. Do you add the toppings before? Yeah, you add the toppings first. You add the toppings first.
Crumbs, you know.
Add whatever you want. Maybe a little garlic crust. Bake at 250 degrees Celsius for 15 minutes. Because that's probably how long this series will take against Fnatic. They only have 1 step left to make it to the major, and that is right now. They just have to beat Fnatic. It's just that simple. Although, obviously, they will beat Fnatic, and I think we use head-to-head to determine other placements?
Yes.
Okay.
If you're not going up, like as in qualifying for a major, going to Div 2, you're head-to-head.
Okay, so that makes a big difference because being 1st place, 2nd place, 3rd place, 4th place has a substantial difference in DPC points, a smaller difference in prize pool. So if you're 1st place, 30,000, 28,000, 27,000, 26, 25, 24, 23, 22. So even 8th place gets just 8K less than 1st place. But the DPC points matter substantially. 300 DPC points for 1st place, 180 for 2nd place, 120 for 3rd place, and then 60 and 30. It's a pretty big gap between 1st and 2nd.
It adds up for sure. Like, you don't really feel it like, oh, just 300, but
yeah,
we've seen what happens, right?
One point. At the beginning of the season, you're like, what's the big deal? And then also, because Southeast Asia has a bad habit of being very competitive in the region, then oftentimes one team can't like farm the region, so to speak. And so last year, there was a very real possibility that like no Southeast Asian teams would get directly qualified to TI because none of them were able to get enough points within the region and then also add majors. And so Execration, if they do good this DPC season, and then they do good in Tour 2, then even if you just get like top 8 at a major, you're feeling somewhat more secure about being able to make it to TI.
We love sharing.
Of course. It's a
hospitable people.
A very communal league, very communist socialist mentality. Everybody gets points.
Yeah, for you.
For you, to make it rain.
The Oprah meme, you know.
But chances are that that first recipe is not going to happen, because it's going to be Fnatic versus Execration. Is there anything that Talon, SMG did, Winter, in these first 2 series that you're like, you know, maybe Fnatic could replicate it? Maybe they could take some lessons from... You're shaking your head.
No? Brumada?
Shaking his head.
Okay, Brumada. Yeah, maybe.
Is this Execration's first 7 p.m. game?
Yes, it is actually. That's a great point. Every single other series that Execration have played. Oh no, sorry. They were the last series on Monday.
Oh.
They played versus Bleed.
All right. So.
And they did win that series.
Ooh. So the early morning risers are playing against the night owls.
The night owls. That's correct.
Fnatic is always... night owls. They're more like the rabbits who come out at night and get eaten.
They're pulling up your vegetables and all that. Wait, they get eaten? I thought they were.
I mean, there are 0 wins, right?
Oh yes, that is true. They are.
Poor rabbits.
They are the prey, not the predators right now.
Fortunate. It's all right. We've seen the Lunar New Year buff. Talon looking like a new team, you know. Fnatic, they might surprise us.
But it's a mostly Filipino squad and 1 Australian. Do they celebrate
That's true,
Chinese?
But Talon's like 3 Thai Indonesian.
Oh, that's
I don't know.
true.
I actually have no idea how it works.
But Talon had Oli.
That's true. We have KP. KP celebrates.
That's true.
Maybe all you need is one.
Maybe all you need is one. I mean, if KP were to take, well, actually no, KP can't really take inspiration from mid one. Those are two polar opposite players.
Yeah, one person just likes to follow his team. The other person wants the team to follow him.
Yeah.
Maybe they should play together.
Yeah, but they're both offlaners.
I mean, one can play anything else, you know.
That's true.
Anything else? I mean,
Maybe I played 1, 2, 3, 4.
No, not
played
5,
four?
right?
He stood in as a 4 for Secret before in
Really?
SG.
So
I think 1 esports.
5 is the only role he has
Yeah,
not played before.
He played 2 on Fnatic. He played 1 and 3 in SMG.
and
I guess the 4 was more of a stand-in than like an actual team role, but he looked good on it. So
and KP has only been an offlaner for as long as I've known.
he played
Did he play carry, right?
in MVP.
Yeah, you played carry.
He was the carry in MVP?
MVP Hot 6?
Whoa, I gotta
It's
look
not
this
even
up.
MVP
Wait,
Phoenix.
was
it
he carrying QO?
No. It was the...
It was the team with Jerax, was it?
Was it? Yeah. From what I recall.
Dude, I'm scrolling way, I have to go way
Hot 6?
back. This is TI 5?
No, it's before that.
I think it's 4 or 3.
3 or 4, yeah. When before the two MVPs
I think Heen
merged.
was on our
you're
team.
right.
Heen, Jerax, KP.
He definitely played with Jerax. I don't remember who everyone else was.
I think
Dude,
it was
you're
Sambi.
right.
Sambi was playing as
I
well.
see KP, it was QO. KP QO was the mid, March was the offlaner, Febby was the 4, and Nuts was the 5.
So it
Oh,
wasn't
one-
the Heen Jerax team. Yeah, there you go. 1 and 3.
Okay.
He and Minwan can
There's some
enjoy
shared DNA.
playing the different heroes.
And I guess not being successful because both of these teams, although SMG did pick up their win, so they're on the come up, but Fnatic versus Execration, what was the even vulnerabilities shown by Geek Slate against
I
Execration?
mean, to be fair, when you're comparing Fnatic and SMG, they both have very, very different problems, you know.
Yes,
Fnatic,
that is true.
the problems they have to fix is not something that just gets fixed overnight, you know. It takes a long time, and whereas SMG, okay, they have problems closing out the game, there's some issues with the draft, so you adjust this, okay, suddenly everything works, you know. But for Fnatic, it's like, I don't want to sound doom and gloom, but it's pretty bad, you know.
I thought you were just going to say their carrier or something like that.
Dude, I said he deserved to win the other day when they lost.
That is true. Winter was advocating. He was like, this is the first time that like Gabby has been hard carrying.
He doesn't want to lose to Natsumi, you know.
That's true. But this time he needs to figure out if he is going to be able to lose to Palos, because that is going to be our upcoming series. It's going to be Execration versus Fnatic, and Sophie's going to guide you through that one. So stick around and we'll be right back.
There are two kinds of Filipino Dota players. Those that have played on Execration and... one second. You know what? Actually, there's just one kind. There's just one kind. Palos is, well, a Filipino Dota player, and he is currently playing as the carry for Execration. Let's take a look at his competitive history. Palos' history as a competitive Dota player is like someone's first fling during university. At first, you just hook up, and it means nothing. Then you try dating for a bit because you like each other, and it should work out, right? But they change, and you aren't ready for that yet. So it doesn't work out. So you try seeing other people, but this only makes you realize that you miss her, and maybe you are ready for change too. So you go back to her, and you give it a very good try. But it doesn't work out. This time, you're really hurt. You put your feelings on the line, and she crushed them. So you try to find someone similar, a rebound, if you will. The rebound fades, and you have an epiphany that your original fling was the one all along. And here you are, 3 years later, convinced that this will be the good one, that you're not going to break up this time. In case my analogy wasn't clear enough, Palos is you, and Execration is your partner. Sorry for digging up painful memories. Palos' stint in competitive Dota started as a stand-in / tryout for Execration. He played in a couple of joint Dota League matches with them, and in one tournament called ENG Game, China vs. C. After a couple of months, they parted ways. This was an incredibly valuable experience for Palos, as he got to play with some of the emerging players of the time, like Carl. He also got to play with Kimo, one of the veterans of the Filipino Dota scene. After Execration, he got scouted by one of the bigger Tier 2 Filipino orgs at the time, Sterling Global Dragons, and competed in many national tournaments with them, sometimes rebranded as Smart Omega. During this time, he would also get the chance to play with Januel, another emerging player. After this, he went back to Execration, this time as a mid player. Now he got the chance to play with Nando, the biggest veteran carry of the Filipino scene. Unfortunately, this squad did not work out and Nando left after 3 months. Palos would remain in the team and become its new carry. Since this was the COVID era, Palos did not get a chance to play any LANs. He did, however, manage to gather a massive slew of experience with tons of online cups, something that would really help him grow. Unfortunately, this was not enough for Execration, and he left the team again in late 2020, before the start of the DPC. He joined a new team called Vice Esports, together with his old mid laner from Sterling Global Dragons, Bob. Vice managed to qualify to the upper division in the first season of SCA DPC, but they were destroyed, only winning a single series against their fellow Pinoy team, Execration. Palos felt bad about that victory, so he decided to rejoin Execration once again, leaving his old teammates behind. They stayed in lower division with okay results, while Palos got to stay in upper division. This time though, things changed. Palos truly connected with the roster of Execration, and they were able to qualify to the wildcard stages of the Animajor. In the Animajor, they performed pretty well, actually, managing to tie against every single team except for Nigma, who later proved to be the most dominant team of the wildcard stages. They exceeded everyone's expectations, even if they were unable to qualify for the main event. Palos and Execration were unable to qualify for TI-10, but he stuck with the team for a while until late 2021 when Neon offered him a spot. At first, he thought he'd be playing with an old friend, Januel, but he was taken by Fnatic before the DPC started. Neon Esports had completely rebuilt their team, and this new iteration featured Palos as the main carry. This Neon was hoping to find a lot of hidden gems, acquiring diamonds in the rough like Mamang Daya and Hustla. Unfortunately, Neon's run in Division 1 was not as successful as they had hoped. They barely managed to avoid relegation through tiebreakers and had a lackluster performance overall. Neon started to bleed players, and little by little, the roster got reformed. Palos was actually the last one to leave, but he had to. I mean, there was another org that required his services. You know who they are, right? Execration! Of course! It was always Execration! Palos joined the team as a carry and played once again with one of his first teammates, Bob, from Sterling Global Dragons. Awesome, right? Palos back to Execration, everything is good in the world. Except, you know, their results. They, alongside Neon Esports, dropped from Division 1, only winning a single series. In Division 2, though, they flourished. It seems like Execration was in that liminal state where they were not good enough for Division 1, but too good for Division 2. This time, though, Execration decided to play the long game. They replaced only a single player on December 10th, Vincenzo for BDZ, and even hired March as a coach. The recent results from this team look really good. Granted, it's the off-season, but Palos is coming into the DPC hot after winning a BTS Pro Series. This is the longest that Palos has ever stayed on a team. He now comes with solid competitive experience, maturity, and has improved massively since his initial DPC performance.
To try and land the hook, but they'll block that one perfectly is Bob. And Execration will be crowned champions. Third time is the charm.
We will see this year if he is able to make this relationship work, or if he will end up finding a hotter new team.
3, 2, 1.
Let's get a lot of damage, but here comes the Black Hole.
some players that I've talked to before in the interviews, they said that when they finally got to be like in the Dota world, right, when they were like a team, they found people that were very similar to them because they all enjoyed the same game and they felt like they felt a family. Did you get that feeling as well when you started the boot camp, perhaps, or when you got to live with Dota players for the first time?
I think so, yeah. Because Filipino players, they really like the bonding from each other. They don't even make a team which is just like for work. They do it because they like the bond. They like playing together.
Nice.
Yeah, it's almost like that in Filipino.
When was the moment in your professional career that you felt like you were starting to make it?
I think when I was in Neon.
In Neon?
Yeah. I felt really good playing with Skem that time because he kind of enabled me on how I want to play, on how do I play my own game.
Right.
He's kind of the guy that started helped me started my career, I think, in the first step, higher tier, because even though we're not yet in the team, he kind of keeps sending me a message that you should do this, you should buy this.
Oh,
yeah.
Helped you out. Oh, wow.
Yeah. I'm actually shocked too, but he's that kind of guy. He started me, and then Fnatic, everyone's just helping me actually. They were all teaching and they were all friendly.
Could you believe yourself when you were Fnatic is a huge org, right? Esports org and everything. I'm assuming you knew about it even before you got into it, right? Was it a big shock when you got to play with something as big as Fnatic?
It's actually like a jump for me that time. Because, you know what they say is like, your idol become your rivals.
Right.
It's actually became real now. And you know, like players like DJ, every Filipinos, they idolize him.
Do you as well?
Yeah, of course.
How's it feel to
the
play?
black hole, man. From the low ground, you know.
So you remember the best play? Okay. What does it feel to play with your idol?
Now it's just normal. It's just still like happy, but you still respect them, of course. You still idolize them, even though we were on the same team.
When you started to become like a professional player, when you started to really gun for it, was there a change in how you saw Dota?
I think yeah, because before I started playing position 5, I was actually a carry player that time.
I know. I love you.
And then
why'd you change actually?
I have this one friend who keeps blaming me in team. And then maybe you can try support. That's what he said to me. And started playing with position 4.
Or serious?
It's actually blame, really.
Okay.
But you know, he just do it in game. After the game, it's just all normal. But you know, I always take criticism as for my future stuff. So I kinda consider it. Started with the position 4. It went okay, just okay. Then started the position 5. Because I'm thinking that time, C players are lacking of position 5 players. So maybe I'm gonna try it. And then I had a tryout before, and then they just take me at that time.
Now that you're a full-fledged Dota player, you've committed to this career. Has there ever been a moment that you've been concerned perhaps about the consistency of the career?
I think it's always been a concern of mine, but I just don't really think about it, anything. I just think about the future. Maybe everyone knows this kind of career is not forever, but you know, you just gotta use the things that you get wisely. Gotta invest or something.
Sure.
So you'll be good in the future.
Finally, you talked about friendships before in the teams. Do you think bonds between players are as important as skill level when it comes to competitive Dota?
I think so, yeah. It's really good if you guys can bond to each other, so it's much easier for you to open good or bad things from each other. You just accept criticism, you consider stuffs, you know, just like that.
Do you think Dota has taught you to communicate more effectively?
Yeah, even socialize with people.
Yeah?
Yeah, because I'm really a shy person before. I can be really noisy, but just with friends.
Okay. Are you glad that you embarked on this journey of becoming a pro player?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, you seem very happy.
This is what I do since I was a kid, so I like it.
What a lovely interview. A big yawn. He's tired. He's gonna wash his face. Oh, what a cutie. So cute.
Xiao 8 would not be happy.
Wash face.
Oh god, I love the mullet though.
Gotta
Classic.
stretch, you know?
It's hard to not love the mullet.
You gotta start doing the jumping jacks.
Someone should have told me it was on camera. Put my boy down.
Well, that's a good start to our upcoming game. We got Execration and Fnatic. We
Doesn't
are
look
back.
that good for
I mean,
They're in for a yawner.
that is true. Oh, I mean, hopefully it's not a Resident Sleeper match. But welcome back, everyone, to DC DPC. I am your host, Sophie, and I'm here with Adam and Ninja Boogie. We are very excited. How do you feel about the last game, Mike?
I was sleeping.
He was sleeping. I can confirm.
Okay.
Definitely on the couch.
Well, no feels then.
Sure, it was amazing.
Amazing.
How do you feel about the last game, Soph?
No feels, just
No
vibes.
feels.
Yeah, just vibes.
Damn, you cool like that.
Yeah, sheesh. But anyways, we got upcoming game, Execration versus Fnatic. This is gonna be a big one because will it be the first game Fnatic wins? The first series that Fnatic gets to take?
We've only asked ourselves that 6 times now.
Come on, man.
Five.
Five?
I've only played
Alright,
5.
alright, 5.
But I mean, there's hope. What, Execration lost their... Did they lose their last? No, they
Only
won the
Geek
last.
Slate.
Yeah, they only lost to Geek Slate.
No, they're
But-
too old, Geek Slate.
Was it?
Yeah, Geek Slate was the team that
no.
only lost to Execration.
Wait, then who... Wait, are Execration
I got
undefeated?
No, they have
lost
one loss.
one, right?
No, they lost to Geek Slate. They beat Blacklist. You got it wrong.
I might be wrong.
They got stomped by Geek Slate.
Yeah, I'm
Adam,
wrong.
you're putting words in my
Just
mouth.
testing you guys.
Okay. Well, I think if any day is the day, I think maybe today's the day for Fnatic. I mean, last game, the underdogs, SMG, did end up beating Blacklist, so...
Nice.
It's the Luna New Year. Orange
Lunar
might
New
be
Year.
in trend now.
Oh, true.
Color of the year. We'll find out. We'll find out.
Yeah.
Adam lost his mic. Emergency.
This battle is so chaotic. But let's talk about the Fnatic players just for a little bit. How do you think the past few games have affected them? I mean...
Horrible.
Horrible?
No, but I mean, like, sure, like, it's not over, but, you know, they gotta try to close out with these 2 wins.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd like to see them win, because then everything starts becoming really spicy.
That is true.
Especially at the bottom, you know.
I would love the 8-team tiebreaker. Up, down, left, right. You know.
No, please, because I have to...
You have to work.
That's my whole day.
Damn.
I have to spend it with Winter.
Oh no, that's true. I won't wish that on to anyone.
But I think if, like, I mean... The thing about the Fnatic games, it doesn't even look like they're that far behind, you know? Like, every game doesn't look that bad.
Similar to, like, SMG, right?
Yeah.
Like, they just... Their games where they're ahead and then they go high ground and they lose. There's just
Yeah.
a bit... They're lacking the smaller things, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's hard to fix, though. Like, it's not something that you can fix in a week or so. It's kind of a habitual thing. I think also the lack of leadership shows sometimes. So, like, just making the wrong calls here and there. I think the better teams, like, when they're ahead, they kind of choke and, like, they're more certain of when they can go. But Fnatic seem to be a bit more unsure.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's take a look at Execration's roster. The famously full Pinoy squad. Kind of killing it right now in the DPC.
Oh, yeah. They're really killing it.
Oh, yeah.
It's not even March yet.
Oh, wow. Good one. Good one. Yeah, I do wonder, though, like, how much of an impact March has had on them.
I mean, clearly a major winning impact. I mean, not,
Yeah.
like, they're pretty much guaranteed, and obviously if they win this, then it's super guaranteed.
That is true. But, like, I mean, what if... We don't really know till we know. Has he ever been interviewed?
No.
I don't think so.
Not yet.
They'll get there. 6th win.
Huh.
If they win this, then I'm sure that.
How come you and Tino have matching necklaces? Oh.
We do?
Ooh.
Yeah, the cross.
Hidden romance.
Come on, bro. What the...
I'm just teasing you.
I'm done here.
I was just teasing.
Someone get the draft. I'm done with these guys.
Oh, no.
But obviously draft's not ready yet, so let's just keep talking about the game.
What game?
No, but I mean, like, sure, Execration is looking on fire, and Yeah, there's nothing much to say about them. Fnatic's got to do all the heavy
Right,
lifting.
fucking on fire too. The house on fire.
You clowns! I'm dealing with you guys. But, I mean, what else is there to say? Like, Execration been killing it, Fnatic not so much. But I really would like to see. I mean, it's so hard because I love Execration, but at the same time,
All
I
right,
love Fnatic.
week 3.
I want to see
You know what I love
Enigma,
more than
DJ.
Execration? I love 4-way tiebreakers.
Yeah, because you don't have to cover it.
Maybe.
You never know. I mean, but the 4-way tiebreaker, we saw before the break, the recipe for Execration no major, there's a lot that has to go on. Like, they have to lose this, and then...
You're talking for Fnatic. Execration.
They need the 4-way tie to happen. Basically, Execration's not secured, the major,
Yeah.
because the 4-way tie could happen, and they could lose the 4-way tie. But, yeah, it's a long-ass list of requirements.
Yeah.
But, you know, we'll find out today.
But what is Fnatic? What is their score?
I mean,
They're 0-5. They need to win both
so it's
games.
like, no.
And then everything else is up to fate. Even
Yeah,
if
they need to win
two
both games. It depends on others' score. SMG.
SMG cannot beat Kickslate.
So they might not necessarily get relegated just yet.
Yeah, Boom and SMG cannot win their next game.
Any games anymore.
Yeah.
I see.
Then it's a 3-way tie, and then they have to win the tiebreaker, and then, hooray, we're still Division 1.
So what are the odds of a 4-4? What's the big tiebreaker?
I think there's no way it's going to be 4-4, but at least 4-3 is likely. Bleed is like really middle pack right now. There's no way they go down or up, I think. Because they're kind of done with their week.
No, Bleed's done. They're 3-4.
Yeah, sorry, Bleed. You're right.
No, it's...
Blacklist has a chance to reach 5. Talon as well.
Yeah,
Execration and...
Talon's 4-2.
Correct.
Math is
So who's the 3-way tie we're looking at?
SMG, Boom, and...
SMG?
yeah, SMG, Boom, and Fnatic. It's the 3-way tie for relegation.
Oh, for
That
relegation.
could happen, yeah.
Oh, no, but what about like major?
That's a 4-way tie. It's Blacklist, Execration, Geekslate, and Talon.
Oh, wow.
Possibility.
But I think Execration look like they're pretty locked in.
I mean, if they win the next series, they're locked in.
That is true. So this is going to be a big one for both teams, I think. Big one for Execration to go to Major, and big one for Fnatic to possibly not go to Div 2.
Every game's a big one for Fnatic.
And we were talking about, like, if Fnatic goes to Div 2, then, you know, they automatically miss the next major.
Yeah.
And then, like, it's going to be so hard to qualify the TI just from points.
It's definitely sucks.
If you have to make it to the major, and I think you have to, like, top 3, top 4.
Gotta win, man.
Here's the recipe, the no major recipe.
No, my door.
Lose to Fnatic, lol. Man, who's the savage?
I can't believe
Who
you
did
said that. So.
Who did that?
Oh my God.
You're savage. But GS loses to Blue.
Blacklist,
Oh,
Rivalry.
Blacklist. GS loses Violet, GS wins SMG. Wow, that's a lot of conditions that I don't think will be met.
Never want to be
so.
I don't think so. I think Execration are
But
going.
I hope so. I mean, I hope they go to a major, but I hope there's a tiebreaker.
Wow, you want the spice?
I want the battle, the interestingness, you know?
You want the spicy levels extra hot.
Yeah. Honestly, I feel like SCA is quite competitive. Maybe like not everyone's like top tier teams, but it's close, you know? All the games are close, and I think it's a nice way to end, you know?
It is true. I mean, I feel like usually, well, I guess last season, like it was kind of obvious who was like the top 3, but I don't know. I feel like everyone's generally pretty like close to each other in terms of skill.
Even last year when Execration wasn't doing the best, they definitely put up a fight against all the tier 1 teams too, even though they we talk about how they went to like Div 2, Div 1, bouncing up and down, you know.
I mean, let's just hope the awesome gameplay that we're seeing during the DPC continues on in the major.
I want to see Enigma. I miss seeing Black Hole.
Black holes. Okay, well, let's see. Do we get to see black holes today? Let's get our draft going.
Get it.
Let's get it.
It's like they have KP and DJ. Bring it out, man.
I feel like you're right, but I also feel like they'd be in a very bad corner if they have to pick Enigma.
What's there to lose? Division 1.
I mean, yeah, maybe you have to pick something like different today to win. I mean, didn't Talon pick Safe Lane Night Stalker and carry Pudge for the first time this season?
Yeah, they had TA though. That's why they did it, I think.
What happens when you pick too many winged heroes?
You can't spell Talon without TA.
Visage and Brood band. That's good. Remove 2 of Tino's.
You know why DJ is so good at Nyx?
Is this another pun?
Yeah.
Okay, why?
Because you can't spell Fnatic without NA. It's Nyx Assassin, man.
That's so bad, man. That's awful.
I'm dying.
But
how's the draft going?
yeah, we got Marcy and NP. That's
Oh, that's a
classic
good
start.
response to the Fury.
They banned the Brew for Marcy too, so I think Execration just kind of planned for this.
I mean, it's KP, right? I think it's the one team that you'll first phase ban
Brew.
Brew.
Fair.
But I'd argue that in their condition, I think.
Damn, it's a quad ban. Alright, so it's an Armel bet.
Yeah, just leaving the option for it to be mid.
Does KP play bet? I feel like I haven't seen him. Actually, I feel like he definitely plays the hero, but I've never seen him play the hero.
He has done Tusk offlane though.
No,
one game.
Please don't do it.
X.
Yeah, X.
That toss offlane was X.
Yeah, but he didn't really have a game to be
Move
fair.
on. X.
Come on, man.
I feel like KP excels at these team fight item buying roles.
Mhm. Yeah, that's for sure.
Protect areas. Like these chunky boys, the Tide Hunters and
Yeah.
stuff.
That is true. Team fight.
I think he's
Enigma?
maybe. Yeah, he was a good
Yeah,
Enigma
he
player,
was,
actually.
yeah.
And I feel like DJ is he enables KP and they enable each other. Like they need to find that synergy between them.
In my time in Mineski, I don't think there was a game where he didn't. If it wasn't banned, he would suggest it.
Enigma, first pick.
The Beastmaster ban.
So most likely gonna be Fury and Carry. Banned up the spec, Naga. No real counter. And obviously, Mirana for Carlo.
Ember's banned though. What are they gonna pair Mirana with?
Ricky.
Yeah, possibly.
And Palos.
I mean, they're just gonna do Kino, NP, and Palos Marcy, right?
Yeah.
If they want to.
Might as well have fun with it, right?
Only the major on the line.
No, for sure.
Wait, did they do off? Oh no, safe lane Marcy. Yeah, that's what they did last time.
Once you reach that point with Marcy, it's really fun to play the game.
It's so dumb.
Yeah, but you were a doubter, man. I told you. You're like, I don't think this Marcy's gonna pop off. And I was like,
I said it's not gonna scale.
who is wrong?
I mean, I wasn't wrong. You had a scaling issue.
But you think it's a Shanks Marcy or?
I mean, I don't see why you don't.
They'll probably keep it open, right, till last.
Yeah.
It's a
They're like
primal beast.
Guys, Ricky's open.
I don't like Fnatic's draft. They have control, but that's all they have.
I think
Bat's control, Primal's control.
KP's Primal's pretty good though.
I feel if Ricky's gonna be open, they're gonna take it. They're just gonna do the same thing. Because wasn't Bob Puck? He was. It's the exact same lineup.
Yeah, you're right. Actually.
Oh.
I will be baffled if Fnatic doesn't ban Ricky.
Is there any cores they need to ban though?
They're thinking about it. Paolo's like, guys.
They need something to break the stuns, right? Some Legion or some.
Are you talking about
for Execration? Yeah.
They don't care.
Even just some Abaddon or something.
You know how you break those stuns?
You just kill them.
Marcy.
That's fair. I mean, smoke screen's pretty nice. Not gonna lie.
Yeah. Team fight's pretty bad for Fnatic. They're, like you said, they're all
It's
very
so
single
catch
target.
heavy and they're very all in on one target, right?
No objective based hero. So if they don't get a kills, you can't really translate that to towers.
They need a Terrorblade.
Ricky's gonna make it through, and they're gonna pick Ricky. Oh my god, I've seen this picture before.
Disaster imminent. Not looking good.
Carry Gabby wanna play.
I see Terrorblade. They need a big boy, right? Like a big boy.
But how do they protect that big boy with their heroes? None of them are pretty, the defensive support.
I mean, I guess it's just snowball.
Yep.
I mean, they have to initiate, right? Their heroes are meant to run at you, initiate.
Sure.
Like you start fighting, your carry kill someone. Needs to be able to push waves, take objectives.
Fnatic's gotta be giga proactive.
Gonna be Ursa, Van Lass, and then Ricky.
Armel does play a very different style of barrier too, I think. He went for some Witchblade Dragonlance the last time we saw him.
Sure, but I did they win that one?
No. Did they? I don't know. They might have. It was a close game for sure.
It was the debate.
Enigma ban.
They were
Oh,
going
man.
for the Enigma.
Picking, man. Yeah.
Execration is overall last pick. I bet my life it's Execration.
Hold up.
Hold up.
What do you say?
I mean,
Ricky?
Ricky, sorry.
On your life?
Yeah.
No slurp.
Dude. It's like they gave us all the heroes. right? That was their last game they played too, wasn't it?
Yeah. They have time to decide though, so it's kind of chill for him.
March, don't give a
I
fuck.
don't know if you want Marcy. Like,
He hasn't wasted any reserve time.
I mean, like, it's what we play, guys. Just has the Dota buff in front of him. He's like, we're getting the same heroes.
March and Hyde have the same hair.
Keen observation. And it's against an Orsa too. Ricky.
Oh my god, not the Marcy Ursa.
Yeah, it kind of surprised you they didn't pick the Ricky, actually. Can the Marcy lane though? I guess it's okay against Primal because you can always get out, right?
Yeah.
Good against touch shards as well.
Yeah, it's gonna be Ricky, man.
Is there really anything else that they can pick here? I don't see it too much. I think it's just a Dispel of the Ricky. Warlock, let's go.
Warlock.
Warlock.
Has that even been picked?
One with Warlock.
What are you talking about?
Oh,
Dispel,
really?
and then you said Warlock.
It's fine. He's putting on his headset. He's ready.
Adjusting. Let's see. What is the big last pick?
What's a big Ursa counter?
Ricky. I mean, in all seriousness,
Yeah,
like the smoke
nice,
is
right?
insane because, like, Jackie got caught. Like, he was so rich, and then he just caught out with Sleep Dart before.
Oh, there it is. You can keep your life today, Mike.
No wonder Dao was yawning earlier.
Dude, how do you like go into this game with the Panther Ricky? You've seen. I'm sure they've seen Dota Ball fan.
Is this really the exact same
Yes.
draft?
Yes.
Oh my
Yes.
god.
All right.
Well, they're in for a treat.
Oh man. This is gonna be rough.
Can they do something special with their lanes? Because Tino, they want the Primal against the Nature's Prophet, right? They just put KP top. Maybe CM or sub.
But I don't think the Ursa can survive bottom with like.
I think it's hard to, but I think they have to, right? Because actually I don't know. Ursa's decent against.
I think whoever they put at bottom is gonna have a rough time because that sidekick.
Just
it's gonna
sidekick
be,
and right click.
Yeah.
Well, I was gonna ask you guys, like, who draft do you think is better? But I feel like it's a no-brainer from you
What was
guys.
Cap's question before? Who do you think is gonna win, the anime girl or the bear?
Yeah.
Well, we've already know the answer
Let's
to this.
go, Fnatic.
I mean, I want to see Fnatic take it, man.
No, I want to too, but it's just like.
But judging by the draft, they'll probably take game 2 entry. Game 1 looks kind of Execration favored.
Yeah, it does. I mean, Execration played amazing on the last time they did the Marcy one. I mean, it was a bit rough at the start, but they eventually got a hold of it. But we get this show on the road with Avo and Richie. I believe they are ready. How are you guys?
Hello.
We're doing well.
Good.
Ready for a full 3-game series. I don't know. What do you think?
60-minute
60 minutes. I mean, we had two really fast 2-0s. That means, and then they sub us in.
They actually called me because they went, we need a 60-minute game.
The Avo and Richie curse.
We got him to laugh.
All right. Well, let's see if the game is 60 minutes. Go ahead, guys.
Thanks. So, yeah.
The hardest part when I get the call is if I never know if it's Gleb that's calling me or some other producer trying to do the bit.
Right.
Because he just sounds like that normally.
He normally just...
He does, yes.
Glem's our, by the way, Glem's our in-game director from Peru, just
Yes.
so
Yes.
you're not...
The reason why I differentiate them is if there's dance music in the background, I know it's Glem calling me from the club at 6 a.m. And if it's not, then it's most likely one of the other producers.
Glem's like, I need you to be here in 60 minutes. I just bought another bottle.
And you hear like, la 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 la. You're like, Glem, where are you?
Way too much in-jokes here. I'm wearing my bright orange today, Abo. You know what? I wore it on purpose.
That is
I
brown.
want... Disagree.
That is
I want
Chat, brown or
Fnatic to take it here. I think they have to. They cannot simply go winless throughout the DPC.
I believe that too.
I want to see them at least force some tiebreakers. It is going to, of course, set us upon our very strange path that we've outlined earlier. We might have some 4-way tiebreakers. I'm not sure if all that's going to play out necessarily, but Fnatic, with a win here, they set themselves up at least with the potential to still control their own destiny.
Yes, but you let the Ricky Marana through.
That's problematic. I have
you
to
let the NP through as well, which has been pretty successful for most teams.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe the Marcy carry is bad, but honestly, it looked pretty decent for Palos.
Yeah, I agree. And it seems like he's willing to give it another go, right? So it means he must have had...
It works with NP and Puck as well, because you have multiple heroes that can work as a win condition here.
Yeah.
So I am worried about Fnatic.
think it's a good, like nice frontliner as well early on.
Chunks.
I'm assuming that's a nickname.
Yes. Who was he referring to is the question. Who's the fastest?
I see Div 2 written there. I don't know what that means though.
Leave lane on 5.
Never leave a lane on 5. What does that mean?
Like as a position 5?
Oh.
Maybe.
Interesting. Okay.
Knowing Gorks.
Unless you're mid, then TP mid. Unless I'm mid, then you TP mid and refill my bottle.
Right. Most cores think that way, of course.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure you. A couple of friendly words exchanged as we get the good to go. Yeah, I believe in the power of anime this time around. Actually, for Palos, I think he's got a pretty decent matchup. It is once again Bear versus Anime Girl. It's pretty funny.
No, it's Bear versus Hippie.
Hippie.
Yeah, because Tino's gonna be playing the offlane.
Right. But the core to core, right?
Oh,
is,
right, sure.
Yes,
Bear versus Anime Girl. Yes. And then there's this goat thing that SVG discovered, Satyr, actually, on Ricky.
Right.
Yes.
He did discover that today.
Did you not see that clip?
I don't believe I did.
They were talking about anime and SVG went, and Ricky, what is Ricky? And it's like, it's a goat thing, because SVG has never watched Disney's Hercules and doesn't know what a satyr is.
Ah. Very. He's never played Hades.
He's also never played Hades.
Good game, he should.
Actually, SVG just goes home and he plugs himself to the computer, and he plugs himself into the CIA servers, and that's all he does in his off time.
Yeah. It's really interesting though because he still insists on using those like 12 pin connectors from like 1997.
Yes. He's the only man I know that still uses floppy disks.
Trying to get him onto that USB-C, but he won't. He doesn't jump. Anyway, speaking of C, DPC, it's here.
Yeah, DPC. Can Fnatic do this? We'll see. I mean, Adam pointed out in the draft that they do have a fair amount of lockdown, which is true. So that's 1 point going for Fnatic.
Yeah, and I think their early damage is maybe going to be good enough. It is DJ support, so they're not going to have that early damage. And Armel on the Bat Rider doesn't really have that much burst damage to write home about. It's more about the repositioning, especially even early. So that's a little bit concerning. But you also don't have, all things considered, the tankiest lineup that you're playing against, right? For the most part, I feel like you catch most of these heroes with the exception of Marcy, of course, who's got a pretty good strength gain. And you'll probably kill them, given your early ultimates like Freezing Field and the Pulverize. I think it's good enough. Question is, can they, continue to snowball that into mid to late game control and allow your Ursa to get online and Gabby can, maneuver around the fights with the right items? That's a whole nother thing, right?
Of course, but like you said, it does look a little bit promising in that regard. I am a little bit concerned as to how they deal with the Ricky Miranda combo. We've seen teams do a variety of things. We've seen the App Adam. We've seen the Nature's Prophet, which is actually Blacklist that did it.
And we've seen Palos maybe taking first death here.
Stomp. Palos is dead. DJ gets the first blood. It's not great. KP should have taken that, but it'll do.
Yeah, level 1, and there's another kill top lane there. Interestingly enough, KP, decides to eat up a Mango as well, or Tango didn't even need that much, but another kill top lane is going to be good news for Fnatic, as at least 2 of their lanes so far, so good for them.
Yep.
Staying top lane for a second, just to look at Gabby's item build, he is going to be going for this Battle Fury early on. Does want to try and go into that. So eventually he'll have to farm, amass the gold net worth for him to eventually not care about this combo, perhaps.
Yeah, it's good against the Nature's Prophet. Obviously, you deal with the treants easily. And like you said, the Ring of Health, it probably should save you from all the physical damage this combo can do. Or you go in, get a couple of creeps, go back to heal, and, rinse, repeat.
I do like how DJ's using that voice line, by the way, as he skips the wave. It's Marana really struggling for now to contest too much against the Tusk.
Oh, I see, because Carlo can't leave the wave. Yeah. There's no arrow on Carlo either. I mean, this is a typical Piranha build, maximizing damage, but it shows how little chances they have of getting kills here. Which is odd. I would expect the Marcy as a carry to have more kill potential in lane. I guess Primal Beast is just too strong in lane for you to be able to do that.
They're fairly tanky lads, and I think like on a carry Marcy, the kill potential comes through on the first point of Unleash.
Every time you say that phrase, it just I feel like a fight from the Scottish to the English.
Nope.
They're fairly tanky, lads. We can't get them. And the Battle of Stirling Bridge is like 1,000 British soldiers. They're all wearing armor. The Scotsmen have like a knife between 500 men, and they still win.
Right. It's incredible.
Yeah. I don't know why you got the lads from, but it's very interesting to me.
Yeah, well, they're very tanky in this lane. Two melee strength heroes. Primal Beast, the highest strength gain in the entire game.
Low armor though, right?
Yeah, top lane. This top is really not working out. You know, I'm surprised actually because it was first points in Earthshock and then he's now doubled up the points into Fury Swipe. But it seems like that was the right move to make. Now that Zhao's hit level 3, he's gone for the sampler, right? 1-1-1. It's just enough harass and enough lockdown to allow Gabby to close the gap and pick off these kills without even points into overpower, especially. So really, really good stuff from Fnatic top.
The CM impact in this lane is really high, something I hasn't really mentioned, but remember in TI when Marcy was the pick, right? And people realized that the CM is amazing because you lower attack speed, and as a result, they can't really fight you in lane anymore. Similar in this lane, man, Riki and NP, the only thing they have is auto attacks.
Ooh. Yeah, this lane hurts. You were speaking about damage earlier. You can see that level 2 sidekick now down bottom with Carlo having the opportunity to as well buff his attack speed with Leap, you know? And then you get those more auto attacks out. You heal more, do more damage with that Unleash buff. Or sidekick buff, rather. It's real darn good, this lane. Maybe there is much more kill threat than I had initially imagined.
Yeah, that's why I think Carl now might deviate into an arrow level 4, or should, right? So you can actually get a kill on the Primal Beast, especially because you're always forced to go deep with Primal Beast and Tusk to gather this kill, and you can punish that pretty well. That's why DJ keeps resetting the lane equilibrium with this creep skipping.
Carlo's going to have the creep wave meet in the small camp.
Doesn't work though. KP already cleared the wave, which is what he wanted to do. He's playing like a mid Primal Beast, right? Clear wave, ignore lane.
Gabby, top lane though. Going on to Tino. Overpower now already used. Just needs one more auto attack and we'll have it.
Power of Phase Boots there. Gabby choosing not to go for just Boots Ring of Health, but instead playing aggressively with Phase Boots, acknowledging the power of John Well.
That really worked out. Not a whole lot Riki's doing in this lane, to be honest. You can see he's got his smoke screen, and, well, that's about it, honestly. You are not going to be able to out-trade an Ursa. You don't really want to use Blink Strike to get within overpower range. You're especially going to get frostbitten. I think the Maiden's doing a lot of work in this lane, making this Shanks Riki look fairly useless, honestly. 2-1, 2 deaths.
Yeah, but the hero is not supposed to look good in lane, right? He's a minute 15 dart.
I mean, I agree, right? You know, you just save your money and grit your teeth until you buy the shard, right? And then you start rotating with Morana, definitely, right? That's the hero's bread and butter. But certainly, it's never a fun time. You can see, actually, they're even forcing him out even further into the jungle. It always doesn't feel this good. Well, not bad, he finds 2 bounties, but it doesn't feel this good when you have almost 0 impact in a lane.
No, for sure, and I think maybe putting the MP and Riki together might have been their downfall a little bit here, because Riki in bottom would be equally as useless, right? But you have a little bit more diversity in your strategies. Riki top just does 2 auto attackers, and like I said, Crystal Nova cancels them both.
All right. More also, though, you know, on top of that, Paulo's going for these early items, or Wraith Band and Falcon Blade, and you can see the NP just going for like stats, not even stats, just attack speed, Lightstone.
There's a smokescreen used. Shanks still slowed, and he calculated that perfectly, so you can Earthshock onto him, still slowed again. But he has Phase Boots. Gabby doesn't seem to care until he gets broken in trees and decides it's better to just get out of there.
And just taking a look mid where we see Bob and Armel continuing to duke it out. Armel with a fairly strong lead here, 36-11 on the Batrider. Puck with an empty bottle going for these Phase Boots first. Sorry, bank that Power Treads first. Pardon me.
Bottom, they are going for KP here. He's forced to activate that Uproar, the help of the Snowball. It's a little bit too late. Palos, he's trying to get away before the Batrider can hurt him. There's the Lasso already as well, trying to mount up the damage. Now finding enough mana for the Lasso, and Lasso should kill Palos. And in fact, Armel wants more. He wants Carlo, but Bob deters this aggression
doesn't
from
have
Armel.
any mana, though, or not really enough to commit a combo here. So Bob really just TPs to
posture,
to look.
No, it's just a posture.
Oh, and then he also gets Carlo's courier killed.
That was weird.
Dire's middle tower
that was not great. And as a result, Tino was actually the one that rotated mid to sap the experience mid, and you left Riki alone top, which means Ursa free lane for now.
Yeah, well, I mean, you say that as if this lane wasn't really all that free for Ursa already, to be honest.
I guess there's less victims in this lane for Ursa.
Yeah, for sure. It's one less hero for him to kill right now.
Yeah.
Jean-Noel even feeling so confident. He's moving into the jungle to double stack. In the meantime, they're just annoying Ursa. I mean, they can't kill him. Look, it's 1v2.
I think he's going to be Shanks. With just one more hit, we'll do the trick. Shanks is down, and Gabby feels no pain. The trees, the tower, everything attacking him, but he feels like a bristleback there.
Oh, he does. He's got himself his Phase Boots with that bonus armor, Ring of Protection, even more armor now on the Wraith Band. Like, he is already a boss.
Ring of Health, not Ring of Protection.
Yes, thank you.
KP went for double Ring of Regen, so he tried to imitate this build. One Ring of Regen already turned into the headdress. Second one, I'm assuming Tranquils eventually. That windlass is interesting. He's going to go for Mechanism first, though.
The only downside about Fnatic's lineup so far is that KP's just off of level 5, as the arrow is going to be avoided, but he might get that here between the wave and the little camp, or the medium camp. Not quite, he's got too many heroes to share it with. That's literally the only bad thing I can see right now if I'm Fnatic.
Yeah, they're looking good. After all, this lineup scales quite well, right? And the concern of the Marcy carry was always there. So if Ursa gets a good laning phase, it feels proper.
Yeah. Yeah, this is going to make Marcy's time even more difficult, right? We heard kind of Ninja Boogie sticking to his gun saying, well, this Marcy is going to struggle to scale, right? And Ursa does not. He's used to be that kind of hero long ago when he would get Blink Basher, and that was about as strong as he would get. Those days are long gone, right? He is pretty powerful. He's got a couple different upgrades he goes into now, maybe even a sack of fine powder if he needs it, right?
Oh, the dust.
Yes. Sure. Against Riki.
Yes, that's the fine powder.
Yes. So I mean, it's scary here because he will continue to scale like crazy. So the faster he gets online, it feels like that window that you already had as this Marcy to take advantage of your early spike, it's already starting to close.
Also, I would generally say that the Puck is a better hero at early rotations if he comes with mana, of course, than a Bat Rider, because Bat usually has to buy the boot to travel.
Oh, that's a nice kill though.
That is a nice kill on KP. And as a result of this, you do have you also have an Armel that's been very farmed, that's going to be able to lead this early game. It's worked nicely for them, who's trying to fight the rune now, but they're forced to commit a lot of resources just to stop Armel.
Yeah.
It's not even, he has his Mucho Trowel before Pucks get his big item, which is Witchblade, only has treads, hasn't committed any rotations yet either.
Yeah, and that's kind of the troublesome part, I think, right now.
Shards, Carlo, he has lead though.
He's just baiting. I think that's the most troublesome part as well if you're Execration. There's two things, right? There's this Bear who is more or less unchecked, and now Armel, who is definitely very enabled here. He might even start farming up this big stack.
Top lane, Gabby could be in trouble for the first time, but unfortunately, don't get dispose off, and Shanks is useless right now until he gets that shard, which he's already trying to achieve.
Yeah, he's not going to get that super quickly, though. He actually even invested into the Orb of Venom. I didn't actually see if he had started with Orb of Venom or not. Yeah, so usually you go for that against range supports because you think you're going to end up winning that matchup. Obviously, that really did not end up working for Shanks, so the 300 odd gold he had invested into this item is going to really start hurting him a bit later on. I mean, these Rikis, they kind of just do one thing, and that is Sleep Dart. I think I've seen Rikis finish 50-minute games with less than 50 last hits, so he's going to be hurting for this money real bad.
Yeah, and Bob sees an opportunity to go for Zhao, who is keeping his distance though. His tower mid is taking a fair amount of beating from Bob, but as a result, KP is also able to recover, take down bottom. Not too bad, and in fact, the Bat Rider is still trying to push out this lane, hopefully kill Bob if he stays too long.
Top lane.
Bob retreats, top lane. They are using a freezing field heal to kill off Shanks and to deter the aggression from Palos.
That's a TP in as well from Tino. Bob's going to TP in. They feel like they can make a play for Gabby. They still have Coil.
They do. There's an Enrage though. You can break it. Gabby's actually going to find the Enrage. Earthshock's in place. That's not going to help him at all. Doesn't break the Coil. Gets hit by the Silence now. As Bob tries to find space, going back into the trees, but a Primal Beast can just go through the trees. Finds Bob now. They start to mash him against the ground. Not even a chance to hit him once. He dies to Gabby. Palos tries to run away with a rebound. Caught in the Ice Shards. DJ with a snipe there, getting Palos and killing him off with his auto attacks.
Nicely done.
Okay, Fnatic.
Yeah, phenomenal early game from them, and I have to say, Execration kind of looking like headless chickens running around the map right now.
Yes.
None of the rotations are really doing anything. Committing the Coil there against an Ursa who's full HP without having like a Snapfire or some sort of immediate follow-up to threaten, you know, with the zoning control. It just seemed like a foregone plan right there. I'm not really sure what the idea was, to be honest. Perhaps it's just a little bit of desperation out from Bob, who knows he's being out-rotated by the Bat Rider, but there's just absolutely no follow-up there.
I agree. It seemed like the original idea of let's kill the CM quickly got thwarted by the immediate freezing field. The extra armor made it really difficult for Marcy to go through them, right?
Yeah.
As I say, the best laid plans of mice and anime girls, they often go awry, right?
Right.
Radiant's top tower
I believe that's exactly what the quote was, if I'm not mistaken.
That's the poem, mind you, and a very popular Steinbeck novel. Lenny, it's okay. Your waifu will see you in the fall.
Ahead of his time, Bob has to commit Coil here just to prevent it from himself rather from being lassoed. Even still, Armel giving chase with the move speed here.
Break.
Does catch Bob. Unbelievable. What a combo.
Yeah, well done. Armel is dominating on this Bat Rider. His impact cannot be understated. We've been concentrating a lot on the Ursa and Zhao, which I think has secured that lane even more so than Gabby. But Armel is just on fire, literally.
Yeah. And this really kind of undermines this Puck's early game, right? I think perhaps part of this strategy for Execration was how early everyone can be online and ready to fight, right? First item, Ag Scepter, still coming along very nicely for Tino, right? But that's the control that you need. Puck with some early damage here on the Witchblade, and of course Marcy, who just naturally is going to be online early.
Carlo.
Carlo in some trouble.
Oh, Flamebreak hits him dead on, and that's going to kill him. Armel really liking his game today. That said, though, Execration still managed to get tier 1 top and tier 1 mid. So they have opened up the map. As soon as they get this Ricky combo, they'll still have the space to play it.
That's true. Fnatic have some absolutely atrocious tower push, don't they?
Yes.
Like, it's really bad.
Yes, yeah, I was gonna say it's just Ursa, but it's not even Ursa.
It's not really even Ursa. I mean, he's gone Battle Fury, right? So that's not what he wants to be doing right now. You really have to win a ginormous team fight, and then even then, with the amount of zoning, you know, smoke screen into arrow potential, Marcy rebounding in, it's not a super tempting idea to sit around and siege a tower this early on.
Look at this, Richie. Armel went for the blink dagger on the bat, right? How long has it been since we see this item on the bat? Genuinely, especially as the first 2 items.
It's usually straight into BKB. Sometimes you even don't see it, right? I feel like I see even
most
drums
times you don't see it.
I feel like I see drums of endurance more than blink.
Drums, Force Staff, for sure. People have gone Witchblade more often.
Aether, right? Witchblade, BKB.
Very interesting.
Yeah, and it's not like his team's necessarily hurting for catch either. Maybe it's just to get that extra +1 that might actually enable a tower or something like that in his top lane.
Thanks. He is going to get found because they have the bag of fine particles.
No, actually, they missed him with it.
Oh no, Shanks. He's actually found a place to live?
Nope.
No. Yeah, died to the fire.
Armel's like, yep, perfectly got him, guys. Knew where he was the whole time.
That dust, useless. DJ, useless. Bottom lane, Zhao just goes there to cover Gabby, and thanks to him, they can't really gank the Ursa. As top, Palos is now in the same position. No support to cover this gank. However, DJ might have shown himself a little bit too early. TP's already coming by from Carlo.
I think Fnatic are in a phenomenal position here to just completely take over this game.
Fnatic,
I'm fanatical over, I don't know. They're looking real good, right? Because you look at what Tino's got now coming to him now. He's got a finished Ag Scepter. You compare this with the inventory of KP, who we have commented on not having the most phenomenal of games. He's already has Guardian Greaves online. Like, Execration are building up these auras, but it's on the pot of.
Oh, Shanks.
Oh, goodness.
He's been found. They tried to use that Pulverize on the Puck, but Puck got saved by the smoke screen for now. Trample almost gets him, but it's not enough damage. The rebound comes in. Puck's already dead. Bob's down. And now the Pulverize comes out on the enemy carry, and their own carry joins them. Gabby will decimate Palos. Shanks being burnt alive, now run over by a Primal Beast. Fnatic, they're taking no prisoners.
They're going to go right in a row.
They're not good at towers, but there's one objective these guys can't take.
It's very true. And his name starts with R and ends with N. And it rhymes with Oshan. It's Roshan. No, I mean, it's real good here from Fnatic. Real quick, I want to highlight something in that fight. I don't know if we caught it, but Marcy had a pretty juicy rebound in following up on that 3-man coil. However, any forced movement is going to interrupt rebound, which means you do not apply that AoE stun upon landing. Armel's got one of those. It's called Flame Break. It killed the Puck and actually just barely canceled the rebound. Palos was expecting to be able to unleash fully onto some heroes, maybe get a kill, and then from there the fight materializes a little bit more for you. Not happening there. Really, really good Flame Break.
Didn't work. Tino, though, now has the Ag Scepter, right? He just he picked it up now for this next fight. He could work out for the Execration and just find that opening, and we are really close to that Ricky shard. Well, we're closing in on it. At this point, just give him 4.
We're getting there. You can see Palos is not super happy with that. I hear a freezing field. It's still farm a little stack.
I see the difference between the two teams. One team appreciates the support, one team does not. As a result, Shanks, he's just stealing the range creep like a real pub. Okay, he got the shot.
Yeah, I mean, and now he never touches creeps again. I mean, now he's at least a little bit more useful, and Execration have a pretty easy point-and-click setup stun. Problem is, Gabby now has Aegis. He's going to farm up, I think, a full BKB here already flying out his way. Should be with that 10k he's already got. Blink Dagger Basher already queued up. I mean, this game's not impossible. Tino just needs to start doing some pretty great lane shoving, though. He needs to really open up the map for his team and force Fnatic back. You can see how much it takes them to push, right? We've commented on that already. If you can look to kind of exert your pressure and make enough space for your Marcy and your Puck to get their items online by shoving in lanes and burning out this Aegis, it's like a penalty kill in ice hockey, right? Maybe you can get back to a bit more full strength.
I have no clue what that means. But I'll
You're right.
That sounds
I'm in the wrong region for that.
Yes, sorry. Some people, there's not even ice here, I don't think, let alone hot.
Shanks?
Snowball. That Snowball went to the middle, switch to the trade, as Walrus Punch does stop him. Do they have a vision of him? They do, and Shanks is close to dying, gets saved. In comes the Primal Beast, but a little bit too late. Armel got caught by the Dream Coil, killed off by the Illusory Orb, and they sent back KP. He wasn't stopped by the Dream Coil, but he's still getting a lot of damage from Palos. Snowball to gain a little bit more time. Wrath of Nature actually stopped Gabby. He can't join him in time. Shanks, he gets the Sleeping Dart. No more Ursa, no more damage. Has to be just DJ and KP, but they can't last long enough. In comes Tino as well. Finally, Gabby can join the fray, but he's been stopped for far too long. They're lacking the catch. Only Shanks will die for now. The TPs are coming out already. Tino leaving the fray as Palos doesn't choose to use his TP. He does have it. He gets hit by the onslaught now. Stopped with a frostbite, freezing field just for good measure. Palos is dead.
Wow.
He chose not to TP together with his offlaner.
That was like night and day, you know, before Gabby joins the fight and after Gabby joins the fight. Execration in two very different modes. Get away with that kill onto Armel. It's something, at least it prevents him from really getting out of control. It gives them about 700 gold as well just off of that kill. Not bad for a sub 20 minutes. But as soon as Gabby joins the fight and gets the Sleeping Dart woken up, by the way, by the Illusory Orb, I imagine on accident by Bob. Yikes! They want nothing to do with that fight. They couldn't stop him. He was like a bulldozer. Oh, maybe though.
Can be stopped now, but he still has 2 lives that to deal with. Sleeping Dart, arrow. Enraged before the arrow. You can do this, by the way. You can get off BKB and enraged before the sleep ends.
He blinked in after them.
Gabby has no chill. He knows.
He
knows he's stronger. They've finally pushed the tower as well. They can't Palos. No. They do have the pulverize. Stop with the Sleeping Dart though. Snowball go a little bit too far. Last to fix this where the Blink Dart was bought, but the BKB gets off of Palos. Gabby's trying to finish off Palos, and the Sprout doesn't actually catch him, so he's capable of destroying her. As the Puck Bob tries to blink in there defensively, still get caught by the onslaught. No, nice little waning rift to get the extra bit of distance he needed.
Never leave lane. Never leave lane on fire.
I gotta say, Gork's intonation that line is fantastic.
Yeah,
it's really fun.
It's real good, and Execration will fire back with a couple of their own voice lines as well. Normally, I think we see them as quite the team to really pop off, right? To throw out a lot of them early on, and they decided not to this time around.
He just literally blinked in, thinking the puck was around. He was right. Gabby might just die.
Yeah, he's fine. He's got Aegis, though.
It's true, it's true, it's true. And the Aegis was about to expire. That doesn't really matter. There's no lasso, though, so chances of you getting the puck is rare. Even with a flame break, they're not even going to attempt it. They know Sleeping Dart is lurking in the shadows.
By the way, I might be mistaken, but based off of Fnatic's 2-0 yesterday, they still have not had a series go to 3, right? I'm pretty sure they've only ever had 2-0s.
No, they've won 1 game. I think it was SMG that they beat. I think I remember the Jaboogi's happiness.
I could be wrong then. Either way, it's not boding well for them. A team that I've known very frequently to have 2-0s or 0-2s.
Yeah, they went to 3 games on Boom, which we casted actually. Blacklist, SMG, yeah.
Never mind then.
You're trying to be like, this is the resurgence of Fnatic.
I thought, yeah.
That isn't the storyline, Richie. This is only one step of a long, hard path.
Well,
you know those like dangerous steps that you can find in Indonesia, people mostly die in?
No?
And, like they are like off a cliff, and they recommend tourists not to use them because they're super dangerous, but people still do.
No, in fact, I was attracted to one very cliff like that in Bali. It's called Diamond Beach.
That's it, Diamond Beach.
They just kind of give you a rope,
Bali?
And they're like, good luck.
Where's Bali? That's Indonesia.
Carlo just got ran over on accident. Hit him on the way over to farm some camps. Him and Shanks, though, they want none of this.
Heaven's Halberd now on the Primal Beast.
How many blinks do we have on this Dire team? 3 right now?
Bad Rider, Ursa. What's the third one?
TJ.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're right. 3. I think CM Blink sounds good, too, but he's going for 4-stat first. Better against Ricky, for sure.
Armel trying to get the jump there as a DD rune.
His build is such an old Bat Rider. Like Blink 4-stat, very classic version of the Bat Rider, honestly. The lasso and walk away kind of Bat Rider.
Yeah, maybe it's got something. I mean, you're totally right. Maybe it's got something to do with like just the way that old Bat Rider used to run over the game with. You know, you just want to be as fast as possible, basically, with this. Because I don't know. I mean, Bat Rider scaling. I think with Aether Lens, Octarine, you scale pretty nicely later. Hold on.
Well, this is why he bought it. Look at the puck.
Yeah,
disintegrated.
No saving him, honestly.
No, they have way too much damage.
Is there a gem already? I wouldn't be surprised. I think it's gem time. Start hunting down this Riki. I think this is how you make this combo look awful.
Yeah, there is no gem yet, but I wouldn't be opposed to it either.
Question is, who's going to sacrifice the money for it? I suppose KP's not a bad target now that he's already invested into the Heaven's Halberd, and he's pretty far off from his next item, being that Lotus. don't think he's hurting too bad, honestly, for the plate mail, which you see some offlaners pick up early, but it just seems like they've got such a handle on everything Execration has got to throw their way.
Yeah. I do like the Lotus a lot, actually. That's obviously the counter to the combo. Gabby still has the Enrage. There you go. As you can see, gets it out before the arrow hits. That's their combo. It's just Ursa is the way to deal with his combo, apparently. Armel tries to dust. It's not really needed. Shanks dies regardless. It's Carlo. They can't get the Pulverize off, but he does do damage. Palos, they can't cancel his TP, unfortunately, because Lasso was already used for the puck earlier.
Yep. Yeah, Fnatic, they want to end this game so quickly, they even dipped into Roche to quickly check and see if that was taken. Of course, it's still on cooldown for another 30 seconds, but they've got basically complete map control. They go anywhere they please and kill anything in their path as they continue to basically just outscale Execration. Really, the only one finding farm here is Tino, and that's only because he's got this Ag Scepter, which reduces the cooldown. Maelstrom as well, like maybe he'll eventually be a little bit of an issue, sure, but he's not even going for BKB anytime soon, which leaves him very vulnerable to this Primal, not only because, of course, of the Pulverize, but also because of that Halberd. Like, it's so hard right now for Execration. They're already basically in the need for some dream fights.
All smoked by Execration. We'll see where they're going to go. So TP from Nature's Prophet as well. Sleeping Dart this time hits the Primal Beast. No Enrage to save him here. They do have a Snowball from DJ, though. Smoke screen to burn the Snowball, but the KP is just too tanky.
Yeah, they don't kill him. He even stays inside the smoke screen.
Because he was confused by the smoke screen.
That's right.
Oh, Gabby. He stayed in the high ground. Gabby wants Shanks. Shanks using the smoke screen to prevent the Walrus Punch from coming out. And comes Paulus as well. And DJ could die here. They do. They kill him off immediately, but Shanks dies as well. Dreamcoil has been committed, but Gabby activates BKB, runs after the Marcy. The objective is Palos. They need vision of him first, though. Moonlight Shadow saving him for now, but finally they get him with a Pulverize, finishing him off as Bob gets away with Illusory Orb. Should be able to. The arrow to cover his escape. Instead, they'll go for the easier target, that is the Mirana from Carlo, and that is going to be another kill for Fnatic.
Yeah, I think something that looks really, really broken right now is all the control that Fnatic have. Because basically, they just kind of kite out this BKB a little bit, use Lasso for the waning seconds, and then just immediately, as soon as BKB's over, you're rooted into Pulverized, into just being snowballed, kicked. Like, it is absolutely difficult. This is like a game that feels very impossible for a carry to play without BKB, and even with BKB, but Gabby?
Gabby has his rage, though. He can dispel that root. He needs help from his teammates. Where's the heals? They force down Gabby and the Blink Dagger. Zhao is happy to die for Scary, and in fact, he's happy to kill for Scary. They're gonna get the Ricky. Shanks puts him to sleep, but the one waking up to a nightmare will be Shanks, and maybe Palos as well. No, okay, sorry, not Palos, Bob as well, but Bob does get away with a simple jaunt there. In the end, Zhao did die, but happy to complete his goal. DJ walking behind them, sees Bob. Bob's trying to distract him with an Illusory Orb. It'll work enough as Fnatic realizes it's time to retreat. This fight is really awkward and weird.
Yeah, Fnatic as well. I mean, they still have their ultimates. They still have Blink. They're up 10K. I'm not sure if they know that, but they can probably feel how strong they are, at least at this stage of the game, especially with BKBs now starting to really get online and make a difference. That Basher now for Gabby completed, immediately into Abyssal Blade. He is leading. He's cleared Tino's net worth by a full 5K, 4K, full 4K at the very least. Tino, with another big item, though, has finished up Gleipnir. So you do have a lot more control now coming from this offlane Nature's Prophet. It's really effective versus the Primal Beast. Even if he does have the Guardian Greaves to dispel one round of his control, there's going to be another soon to follow. I mean, it's a tool. I think the biggest problem right now is that the bear is simply too much for Anime Girl right now. Palos is just never able to enter a fair fight.
No, it's true. Especially, I mean, I wouldn't even say it's the bear as well as stopping him. I think the bat is a big deal. You know, all these scary creatures for Anime Girl. It's like an old Dragon Quest video game, except the main character is not doing well.
Smoke here from Fnatic. This could be, maybe even the killing blow already. It just feels so oppressive.
Blink forward, yeah, because he knows the smoke just broke. He's like, all right, we'll go for Palos. Lotus Orb, well done. Arrow stopping the matter further, but they're still committing for Palos' kill. Armel, however, is dead. It's all Gabby now, who tried to kill off Bob, but caught in the snowball. Instead, Bob was bashed, and they lost their opportunity. And Rage also got committed. This arrow could be brutal. They don't actually have it. The little force down to save Gabby, but they bring it back to the bows, and that breaks the Dreamcoil as well. Perfect combo, which means Gabby's down, and that's the godlike streak going the way of Carlo. KP still trying to deal damage with that pulverize. Sorry, with that trample.
Palos, he's still
but
alive.
he's been stopped with a sleeping dart, which means Palos will get away with it. Execration losing absolutely nobody. Oh no, Fnatic.
And they killed absolutely everyone, and they're going to kill Roshan as well. There's a DD rune outside the pit.
What a loss. That snowball, man. They had Bob. That snowball just literally saved him.
I mean, it was a lot of things really adding up to that as well.
Of course, weird initiation to begin with.
I have to commend, I'm pretty sure, yeah, Carlo's the only one with the Lotus Orb. The Lotus to reflect the lasso immediately. A beautiful combo there on the Dream Coil into the Dispose, which meant that they instantly kill the Ursa because he's going to be stunned through the, or even without the Enrage, they get him.
Ursa has to buy the shard as well because he lost that Roche.
How many times have we seen Execration do that this season? They can't keep getting away with it, but yet they can.
I don't think Lima will get away with it personally if they get to go.
I mean, you say that, but we'll see. So far, they've managed to outfight basically a 6K net worth lead right there and are just about even. If not, now all of a sudden, I'll have the ability to set the tempo in this game with Aegis now on the Nature's Prophet. His next item is BKB. That's only 500 gold.
Yeah, they have Basher as well.
On the Marcy, right?
Yeah. They just got that. Now it's even harder for the Ursa to fight. And Ursa also has to buy his own shard, like we just mentioned, which means MKB is a little bit more delayed.
Look at this.
Okay, yeah, that's a really good lasso. But like, eventually I think they get back into this fight pretty decently, even if they don't go for Bob. And then look, Bash? Abyssal?
Oh, yeah, it just gets pulled into the snowball.
It was like watching one of those like old Cartoon Network shows, you know? It's just ignoring the puck, getting caught in the snowball instead. It was not
They basically use like a shepherd's stick on the...
Yeah. It was... I wish we had the little whistle thing.
Yeah, pulled him off stage, slide whistle. Carlo is going to be killed, however, still by Gabby. But I still feel like they're the ones that can dictate the pace here as they invade the enemy side of the map. They've gotten bottom tier 2 tower, pardon me.
Yeah, I don't know. And those kind of plays, I think you just need to reset your Fnatic, right? Don't let this get to you too much, because you're in such a hard position. I feel like these small mistakes weigh so much more at a 0-5.
Yeah, I think it's much more about not losing in this Aegis duration for the most part.
Sure.
Because speaking of...
He has BKB, so you'll be fine for now. At least they committed Dream Coil. You know, that's more time that you're getting for your team. Not that bad.
Mid lane now. They're thinking about making a play now onto KP.
Now is when Sleeping Dart becomes oppressive. Or stuff. They have rebound though.
Whoa, they really wanted that dinosaur.
They know that he's weak. Oh, KP.
Yeah, that was wise. Yeah, I think it's really just not losing in this Aegis duration because Marcy is now actually pretty darn strong here, right? This Basher, this Crystallis, two really high value items, obviously for heroes like the Marcy. Basher especially, considering now you get 4 attacks per Fury on Unleash is what it's called apparently. Of course, at a 25% chance, you're basically guaranteed to bash, which we've seen beat almost insta-kills against certain heroes. Ursa could very well be one of those if he's unable to get off the ultimate.
I mean, he all has the shard on the Earthshock, right? So I think the chances of you fully hitting him for that duration and him not having Enrage or the Earthshock on, or Earthshock Enrage on, I think is rare. Yeah. I don't think Fnatic is in that bad a position yet, but you're right, they have to avoid the fights during the Aegis.
Yes.
And they also have to take good fights.
I don't think it's that bad for them now. I just think, like, relative to where they can be in the next 5 minutes, you know, they're certainly behind for now.
Yes, I would agree.
And I think if you just wait out these next 5 minutes, lose a couple of towers, it's fine. This is the first time Execration have grouped up for a push. No, they want to fight. Okay.
Okay. How long does Aegis have left? 1 minute, 50 seconds. I guess maybe you just ignore Team. Well, I guess that's not the option. You try to get rid of the Aegis first. You stop Enrage on the Ursa. That's Tino losing his Aegis.
It's a lot of control use, though.
Yeah, that Lotus Orb is actually working against him because of the Blink Strike. Gabby is coming into this. He goes for Tino. The Walrus Punch goes to the BKB, but they stun him with a Basher. Gabby needs to finish up Tino. They couldn't do it in time. He silenced down the smoke screen. He can't get attacks off. He's trying to finish anything he can see, but he gets killed off with the Starstorm instead.
Tino gets out.
Tino does get out as they still continue this fight. Palos want to go for KP because of the Unleash. KP has to be forced into safety. Palos, though, he needs to get back, and he apparently can thanks to the rebound. Shanks will fall at this rate, and the Illusory Orb also allows the puck to get get away.
Oh, no way.
He's not dying.
Again.
He's not dying. The Wrath of Nature rooted Armel. He's gonna get the kill. Palos survives, and Tino survives, Carlo's alive, KP's still fighting the death match against the puck, but Bob doesn't care. There's a Gleitner from Tino. Oh no. Fnatic.
Oh no.
Execration, they can't keep getting away with it.
I don't think Fnatic can keep doing it either.
And that's what I was afraid of, honestly. I think, you know, you catch an NP like that with Aegis, without Aegis, I mean, and the fight's like yours, bread and butter.
But why with Aegis?
That's what I was trying to say. Unfortunately, they couldn't hear us.
Yes, the MKB obviously not being on the Ursa as well, which was his way to deal with smokescreen. Even Javelin would have made a big deal. So actually, if you had taken the Roche earlier and you had Shard on your own and the extra gold, you probably would have Javelin at least by now.
That's a good point. I always forget. It's a pretty mean miss rate on that smokescreen. 75% when you're stuck in that thing.
That's why 30% chance to get rid of the smokescreen is pretty good. That's why he couldn't get kill Tino.
Yeah, because right now you're only dealing with basically 25% accuracy bonus on Abyssal when it's not on cooldown, which has a pretty big cooldown, 1.5 seconds after you bash, right? On an Ursa, that's a long time.
Yes, that's why the Javelin, I think, would have been a huge deal.
Yeah, agreed.
But it's just all crumbling down Fnatic, honestly. They started building this building by the roof. They forgot the layers below the roof, and now it's...
My question, though, is like, how much do Fnatic need to press the gas here, though? Because now it feels like you're in this weird role where the carry was actually Tino the whole time. He's got BKB. He got a free gem. Never mind. He's just dropped
the carry feels like Palos to me.
Got full AC. I mean, I don't know, man. I think Tino is doing a lot of work in these fights. The way he's TPing out and kiting out enemy heroes and then TPing back in to be that extra bit of damage.
Yes. No, I agree, but you can't ignore the puck or the Marky either. Like, they all scale.
Absolutely.
I don't think you want to get to this point in the game losing. They had better expectations. You don't pick a Primal Beast to be in this position, obviously.
No, certainly not.
Nor a bad rider that goes for this build. This is the catch build we talked about. You even said the other build skills are usually a little bit better.
Yeah, because I feel like usually without this build, you probably have full Lotus, right? Without that blink. Sorry, not Lotus, make that Octarine core.
Yes, or even Witchblade, which adds more damage.
Sure, no. Percentage-based damage especially here. It's like Execration might go hunting here for dinosaurs. The biggest game, but not the most dangerous game.
No, the most dangerous game is Marcy.
Yeah, it's true. Anime girls.
I like to call them waifu or Onicha, please.
Okay.
Use the proper terminology.
Man, I pulled you out of the way of the bus there, and you really pushed me over and jumped right underneath it, didn't you? What is KP?
He's cutting the wave.
Okay. What a scary, bold move.
He has Lotus Orb. I think that's why.
He's got Lotus. He's got a ward behind him. He's got DJ, who knows will blink in and save him. DJ now, especially with blink. Or sorry, more than just blink dagger. BKB now on the position for Tusk.
Not bad. Not bad.
Middle tower is under
we also have MKB now on its way for the Ursa. It's pretty decent.
Getting there, for sure. I think we're at a stage of the game, however, where he does need to save for buyback. It's a pretty reasonable concern, so he can't just get this Javelin. That's the problem.
You think he has to save for buyback?
100%.
I feel like without MKB, he's just not that useful.
I mean, I agree, but I feel like they can kill him pretty easily, like just pick off, right? When he's farming between this Riki Mirana, especially if his team's not around him, especially against an NP, and then they just take Roche, and then I think your game is impossible.
Sure.
I think you have to fight for this third Roche right now if you're Fnatic. In my opinion, I don't know. We'll see what they decide. I think they will. They felt like they've been pretty forced to fight here. I don't see why that's going to stop now, even as Execration smoke to their footstep here on the Tier 3 tower and then back off. It's not the first jump they want to make here onto the Primal Beast. Or maybe it is.
Okay.
Oh, arrow.
As Lotus, there's the Wrath of Nature. DJ activates BKB. Maybe a little bit too early, because now Execration will just choose to disengage. They are Moonlight Shadow. They have all the time in the world, and they're chasing after them as DJ's BKB's ending.
Leave lane on 5.
Execration in very serious mode right now. No voice lines in return there.
Yep, they know. They don't need to do boss pass shut up right now.
No, not right now.
They need to concentrate on the game.
I'm gonna find the right kind of pick off here and look for Roche. For them, this Marcy now full Daedalus finished up for her as well, but he's without buyback here, potentially quite crucially. Quite tanky though, clocking in just over 3,000 HP. Depends if she wants to hold on to that Havoc Hammer or not, I guess.
Smoke screen, or sorry, yeah, just a smoke actually used by Gabby. That was Ninja Gear for a second. That was a solo smoke.
You're right. I also could have sworn that was
no, that was Ninja Gear. Okay, he has it in his backpack.
Okay.
That was so confusing.
I was like, wow, that's so greedy.
That is very greedy. There's the real
There's the real smoke. And you're going to run into an Execration who's already in position here.
Okay. Lasso.
is available. Flame Break, run up to the high ground, and Wrath of Nature will stop KP's aggression. Luckily, has Guardian Greaves to dispel it, and Lotus Orb just in case is a second route.
Arrows off the mark, but Fnatic will be able to at least jostle for position over that cliff. Unfortunately, they still do not have control over the outpost here, so advantage still very heavily swinging, I gotta say, towards Execration. They can look at buyback status for them. Right now, it's only Tino without buyback, as well as Palos, actually, because of that Daedalus. Does seem like Gabby's gonna buy out, however, Abo, for that MKB. We'll see if that's gonna be the right choice for him or not, especially as Roche has just respawned. Both teams aware of it.
Okay, it seems like Execration will just go for the Roche. Pretty simple play for them. Let's see if Fnatic can interrupt it.
It's
the Roche is falling.
They don't know where Ursa
fast.
is, but they don't care.
It was way too quick a Roche, and now Fnatic have to avoid them for another 5 minutes.
Reduces Unleash cooldown by 20 seconds, causes Unleash to apply a basic dispel. When Unleash is active, all of her abilities pulse upon cast. Okay, that's what Marcy's just now activated.
The pulse is pretty strong if you go for the silence.
This dispel used to just be built in, right? It used to casually dispel, so back to those days for her now. And also, quick note, I believe Palos actually bought the shard?
Yeah, no, he got it from
He got it from Roche, okay.
He's the carry.
He's the carry. Maybe...
Lotus Orb has been used on the Mirana. Maybe they can now catch Puck, perhaps? They know there's no Lotus Orb. Well, Rice couldn't be used in time, but the magical damage is enough to finish off.
Tino's in.
And Gabby, KP, be in trouble. They Dream Coil him as well. He's trying to tank as much as he can. They did catch Bob, but he does have an Aeon Disc to save him.
Buyback, Execration really want to force it.
Oh, there's the lasso. They're going to go for Bob this time. He has no Aegis. Bob is down. But KP will die as a result of this.
And they can't fight Palos.
They cannot.
Ooh.
Now the double Abyssal. Gabby Abyssal himself activates BKB now. But he's been sprouted. He can't jump into the sprout. Palos is going to get away. That BKB timing is being wasted there by Gabby. As he can jump again, they eat the cheese. Snowball, only killing off Carlo. Palos, though, will die to Ursa that just decimates him. The bash as well. They got him. Tino might use the Hurricane Pike. He's trying to get this kill. And actually with Bob, never mind. He'll be too strong. You were right. Tino was the real carry all along. Paolo was just a decoy.
Yeah, and
John Well, he got caught as well. He's been put to sleep, now smoked. He's gonna try to force himself to safety, but it's not gonna work. The final kill, or maybe not, the final kill now will be for Execration.
Yes, for now, unless they somehow see DJ up here. If he goes for this DD rune, maybe they catch him, but oh, they did see him. Whether or not they'll want to give chase here, it doesn't seem like it. Yeah, and that's what I meant. I feel like NP's got a really nice and easy game. He's almost like able to play these fights like he's a sniper, right? He's got his... Oh, okay, never mind.
With double damage, they got him. They at least got rid of Shanks. DJ, though, he's like, yeah, fight me, Bob. They have Lasso as well. This time there's no Aeon Disc for Bob. But Bob does have enough tankiness to survive this. Now the Dream Coil to the high ground. DJ breaks it. That is not going to help him. That was the Hurricane Pike destroying him.
And that's the gem recovered there, as of course it was originally DJ's, but now back into the hands of Execration.
No teleportation cooldown for Dino now.
Who, by the way, they do lose Aeon Disc there at the very end. I'm not sure what quite procced it. Could have been another last-second flame break, but Aeon Disc now on cooldown again, even as it just came off cooldown. So still not the biggest loss there for Fnatic, but I mean, what the heck happened in this fight?
Actually, yeah, I mean, they even ate the cheese. And Marcy still died, right? Like, she ate the cheese to recover, the Snowball went back in, they had BKB back on Tusk, which was kind of crazy.
I feel like I saw Tino sprout Marcy more than anyone else.
Because he's trying to use her as a decoy.
Yeah, that's what I mean, though. And he's able to just kind of sit back and get the items, or utilize his items and just have the natural range advantage. I'm surprised, honestly, especially after the last two fights we've seen him basically carry, that he's not going for Satanic. It's Sheepstick instead.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, I agree with you. Because it feels like every team fight's like, pss, pss, pss.
Yeah.
Ursa, I have a Marcy for you.
Yeah. Ursa, come here. I've got a tree.
Gabby's like, throw.
And it's not working out for Gabby. I mean, he's had this MKB. Now he's got even more burst damage coming, courtesy of the Swift Blink. Oh,
I think kills are too quickly now. Carlo would be a fight kill here, especially for the Ursa use of the Ninja Gear. Can we get the Abyssal? Oh, no, he guessed incorrectly.
Okay, so there's Sheepstick finish. So he commits into Sheepstick.
I mean, Set the Bites might be better for against the Ursa.
Yeah, and actually that's what I'm thinking, right? Satanic's only good if you... Okay, so you only lifesteal however much damage you actually deal, right?
There's not much.
Which is not much if they're enraged. So...
Oh, okay, good point, actually.
Right, that's where I was going with that. Or if you're playing against a Lich or blah, 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 right?
I mean, or Primal Beast with his massive Greaves, or the Bad Rider who's probably not going to be your main target, right?
Yeah. So I think it's fine. If your concern is fighting Bear, fair enough. I think you're right. That is probably the better item. Oh, the second Abyssal now finished, by the way.
Where is Palos fighting this farm? Oh, he's unleashing to farm. That makes sense.
Yes, he is unleashing to farm. Oh, Shanks. Oh goodness, you madman really wanted that ward before.
He realized I am more valuable than a ward. He has gem on him, which is why he doesn't want to die as well. I love that he went for Vlad's. Like, guys, what do I build?
Yeah, just be an aura carrier.
Yeah.
When you're hidden on the map, you still give out your auras.
No? That was a wild TP. That shows how confident
Tino feels. He's not walking anywhere, man.
Nope. No cooldown.
Yeah, Coil, I don't believe hit anything, or if it did, it was onto an enraged Ursa, so he simply will walk away.
Tino is like a 2006 movie Jumper.
Yes, and?
Now it's very scary to fight against him.
Okay.
Because Ursa has a jump, but it's not quite as good as a teleportation.
Okay. I've never seen Jumper, obviously, so.
I thought it was a very famous movie everyone at the time watched. It was like a massive hit.
Nope, never heard of it.
I hope someone does like one of those meme videos where they just put Jumper's face on Tino. Because he's no longer walking, you're right. I'm kind of concerned though, because I don't know if last fight they just got away with it because they thought they wanted to go for Palos first. It shouldn't be that difficult to catch Tino.
No, I think it's Fnatic's, ample control but lack of damage now really starting to show. It's basically just Ursa. If he can't get on, sure, like you have control to kill people if Ursa gets on top of him, but if there's sprouts to interrupt the fight, if people are getting rebounded around now with the Marcy shard, Riki, of course, always blink striking around, and of course Piranha and Puck extremely mobile.
Every time you see those trees, this is just like fear in the supports. DJ is not afraid, apparently. He is asleep, though. Saved by the Lotus Orb.
He's not afraid, but he is asleep.
The seeds of fortune.
That wasn't what I was going for, but I appreciate you doing that.
He is going for a lot of damage, though, because he has himself a Deso, by the way. He's bought out for it. DJ says, I'll do it myself, guys. We need damage. 0 Treants have been killed? That can't be right. You're telling me 0 Treants have been killed by the Dire?
That cannot be right.
I'd be shocked.
Layers, I demand an explanation.
I mean,
there's no way. Was it just all the creeps that killed him?
Careful.
Even in the lane, Ursa never killed a single Treant.
I mean, he killed the Train Protector, right? Plenty.
Yeah, which one?
What?
Which Train Protector in this game? I can't see him.
What do you mean? Oh, because he's not walking around, or what?
No, because his name is Nature's Prophet.
Oh, Nature's Prophet. That's right. Yeah. Oh my goodness! Did you see Palos? Did you see what he just do to that tower?
Yes.
This even through backdoor scared the life out of that thing.
Now, how many people in chat, whenever he does that, you hear, oh no. It's just exactly what it sounds like. Lasso, not bad. And the fourth time is kind of working. They actually made a custom Batrider on their own. Nature's Prophet now in trouble, and he might just time to snowball. The rebound will save him for now, but DJ, he has Desolator, Richie. He has big AB. DJ cannot be stopped now. It's time to go for Palos. Reset for the fight. Abyssal. No. Goodbye, Palos.
Okay.
Carlo, he does not get caught by the Frostbite, but he does get caught by the Bear. And it was all DJ all along.
It was really all DJ.
It was just DJ. That's all we needed, guys. The true CEO of Fnatic.
I think Execration were about 1 Force Staff short of being able to just completely turn that fight around, but that's not going to happen here. And now that's potentially a major turning point. Roche could be respawning right now. You can see there's an illusion in the pit of DJs that's just died. See how long? Oh, it's the max Roche. 3 minutes long for Fnatic. Absolutely no help from Gaben.
Ice Frog has decided that Fnatic
God.
is going to Div 2, whether they like it or not.
Puck there showing off the brand new 25 talent of Dream Coil piercing spell immunity, hence why the Force Staff, not feeling too great there for the Batrider.
But it was still funny because it wasn't Batrider's Force Staff, actually, right? It was his teammates because he loaded himself. So they just made a custom build for Batrider where everyone Force Staffs him instead. Oh, Gabby went for the what? I don't know how you got so many Urshocks there, or so many Fury Subs. Oh yeah, the Urshock applies 2 Fury Subs. He did go for that. Funny. Anyway, now he has the 3 overpower attacks, which actually increases his push considerably. Not that bad.
Yep. Oh yeah, I mean.
Yeah, look at that. He's better than Marcy.
He is probably better than Marcy. Yeah, what is he looking at? Plus nearly 200? Maybe not, actually. I don't know. We haven't seen Marcy get some alone time with the barracks.
Yeah, it's true. Hopefully for Fnatic, they never get to do that.
Yes, that's the goal here. And now at least through bottom lane, they're going to have at least a little bit of an advantage with how that lane shoves. Tino, though, he's on the other side of the map. He's got Curse the Old Growth.
Armel has BKB, though, and Armel's Blink Dagger. Tino, you better TP soon. Nope, the lasso caught him. And here's DJ, the true carry, with Gabby helping him out or something. And that's going to get the kill on Tino.
That was so incredibly greedy.
It's okay, they got KP as well.
It's not okay.
It's okay, they got KP.
He doesn't have buyback on FP.
Why doesn't he have buyback?
I don't know.
Oh, he bought out before he did this play.
I don't think he did buy out. I think he just lost enough money.
Oh, right, because he had an earlier death.
Yeah.
Right, you're right.
Because
second death was too much.
He's holding on to like 1,200 unreliable gold, which you lose a percentage of every time you die.
No, you're right.
I think he just
miscalculated.
Yeah, and it might cost him here. He's going to respawn as soon as Roche respawns. Execration, however, without him not in a position here to be able to contest for position, you know, to be able to set up for a Roche fight for a potential buyback or a potential respawn to make a difference. Fnatic with a huge advantage here now. That was so greedy. I cannot believe he goes for a solo kill this late into the game like that against a mid laner.
I feel like I've seen more solo kills in the SA DPC than I have in my whole career cast. There's been a lot of attempts here at getting solo kills.
Oh, they're going to go again. They're going to go for DJ.
DJ solo pushing right now. That's Snowball. That's BKB. Okay. I think he gets away with just DP.
That's not bad.
Yeah, he's fine.
Makes it a little bit more difficult for Fnatic. That's one less frontliner they have, right? Now that he doesn't have BKB, so that's actually pretty major for this next fight.
He's also the real carry.
And now, I believe they've picked up a couple of, they picked up one bounty rune. All of a sudden now, they got buyback on Tino, sorry.
It's pretty major. I think he dies again, though. He loses it again.
Oh, fortunately, looks like he's not going to be forced to expend it. Who's Stormcrafter proc? That was Batrider's Stormcrafter that hit the pucks. Still has that passive component. And there's Roche.
He has Refresher, by the way, in the bat.
Yes, he does.
We might see it come into play here.
Does have buyback, and there's Roshan that's respawned.
With everything. Absolutely everything on this Roche. That Axe could do, honestly, the Ursa some well. Even the Batrider, either or. Okay, going for a smoke play first. And they're not really sure where they're going with a smoke play yet. They're checking if it's an illusion. It is an illusion.
Good thing they checked.
Yeah, it was a little bit.
Okay, that's a great catch.
They found Tino. Does he have buyback? I don't think so.
No, he does it again.
Because he lost enough gold. I told you.
I cannot believe this.
He's always on the verge of buying
400 gold short of buyback. He's not checking his...
It's how the poor stay poor, Richie. Just keep on treading on them.
Oh, no. Is it DD, though, on Marcy, only for like 3 more seconds? I think Execration have to give this up.
They do. Sleeping Dart, an arrow. No, it's not even going to work. They're disturbing this. Richie's without words.
I'm gobsmacked. I'm flabbergasted.
Too many years casting it. Gabby will take the Roach. Kind of easily, though, and like I said, there's no way they can interrupt this, right? Unless Bob wants to sacrifice himself. And that's what Armel's preventing. Gabby, in fact, a little bit afraid of Puck stealing this because they don't know where, if there is or no buyback on the engine.
But they procced Aeon disc.
They did. No longer can Bob go for this crazy play. Gabby, go back to the Roche pit. Concentrate on your task at hand. Gabby, the Roche needs you.
Do you think Bob's going to try and snipe this? No way, right?
Shanks? Oh, he got flame breaked almost into the pit. Shanks, what did he steal?
What? Did he get anything? Nope.
He did not.
He had an inventory open for it, though. He was really going for it. He's got buyback. He has not committed the grievous sin of dying without buyback.
Who got the eggs?
I think Ursa Warrior.
Okay, nice. I like the eggs on Ursa.
Yep.
You can now enrage when you're disabled. Also lowered cooldown.
Yes.
Pretty huge against the Ricky Miranda.
Only when you're disabled, though. So if you're scythed, I don't believe you can, right?
No, if you're silenced, you can.
Right.
Which scythe also silences you.
Exactly, and that was the point I was going to make. So this NP... Uh-oh.
That's a dead Mirana.
She's got buy.
She does have buy.
Okay.
That's one last goal.
They're going for it.
Refreshing me. That's a nice drink going to 5. Oh my God! Goodbye, Armel. But Pablos, he might have gone against the bear. Never mind. He actually had escaped on the whole time. He's fine. Bob, he's going to be okay for now, but there's no Aeon disc on him. Coming back. He does get away, but the lasso gets Pablos.
No buyback.
Armel gets his revenge. Snowball onto Carlo as well. Tino fighting back with a Gleipnir. Bob still in the backline. It's hard to catch him, hard to kill him. Bob fighting against Armel head on as the Ursa refreshes and kills off Carlo. They don't need to deal with Tino. He doesn't have enough damage. They need to deal with Bob, and Bob will be killed too.
2 minutes or a buyback. We'll see what Bob has to do. Bob has to buy back immediately.
Okay, certainly there's no way that these 3 heroes can hold, right? Like,
well, we'll see. We'll see. Bob has Aeon Disc. Bob has Stream Coil. Bob has a bear on him. Bob has a sleeping bear on him. It's fine. Gabby goes back. Lower Sword will save him. Gabby goes to the racks. He's going to play this safely. He wants to kill Bob, but not enough to lose the game.
There's a tier 2 up, so Execration, as long as they don't lose any more heroes here, I think they're going to be okay. Because the wave's already pushed all the way out, and I really don't think they could go through back. I mean, look, they cannot go through backdoor. Not in a tier 3 tower, certainly. Nope. Tino, he's farming his buyback. Don't worry.
Oh, they got him with a hex.
No way.
Bob has Aeon
He's got Aeon
Disc.
Disc.
He's fine. That's true. We got ahead of ourselves. Okay. Yeah, he's fine.
Oh, Tino.
Tino even helping. Gleipnir, a little bit of area damage. The Sprat's ignored. The Primal Beast turned to a pig. Tino keeps hitting him. A little bit too tanky. Seems like KP won't die today. They put the Earth to sleep once again. DJ, he activates the BKB. He wants to go for Shanks. They caught him with a lasso. Shanks might die, and that's no buyback for Shanks. Palos, though, is coming back in a couple of seconds. DJ's the target. They try to force him to safety. Lotus Orb to get rid of the Witchblade, but another proc gets applied. DJ dies to the Witchblade damage. He has to. Grab the gem. Go, John.
He's got to run here, though. He's got to run.
Everyone's running away. They're running towards DJ's arms. They know without their captain, without their CEO, they can't do this. Or maybe...
Okay.
Maybe CEO is just a position, Richie.
Maybe
they're overpaid.
CEO is just 3 letters.
Doesn't really matter. You guys can do it without him. Workers rise up.
DJ, is more efficient with the 2 letters. Gabby, they're still, they had wards on the high ground, but a good sentry there. Heads up placement from Execration is going to prevent any more deaths here. I don't think this is going to pan out from anything on Fnatic unless Carlo gets a little bit too bold.
I don't know. That's the play, though. They have Palos. We saw how quickly Armel died. Oh, they're going for the smoke.
No one on buyback on Execration right now, except for Tino, who has plenty surplus now. He'll be fine.
Yes, he will be fine. He got a little bit, shocked by the previous 2 deaths. I think he's never going to commit that mistake again.
Yes. By the way, if you just hover, it'll tell you. You just have to hover. This number here that you see, it tells you if you have enough after your
you told Tino.
Yeah.
What's the Tino?
Are scanning.
They send him a message after the game, Richie. Let's see what he says.
Just surprised.
I hope he goes, boss, shut up.
I mean, honestly, that's what I would tell myself, too. Careful, though. Fnatic, though, they're trying to go into the bottom lane. Yeah, but Bob has another Aeon. Oh, and then just the fastest reactions in the West there. Into Dagon 4.
Everyone knows Philippines is the westernmost country.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the Earth is flat, so that's factually incorrect.
That's exactly what it is. I cannot believe, once again, Execration just barely hold on there. They get a couple of crucial buybacks out from there, right? Let's go ahead and catch up. Armel forced to use buyback. DJ as well bought back, as well as Jean-Well. But Execration still waiting on their buyback from Bob, and Palos as well needs to farm his own buyback. He bought out for Blink Dagger, of all things. That's the reason, remember, when he jumped in, he did surprise Fnatic. They weren't expecting him, but it left him without buyback.
We have Wind Waker now on Armel, by the way. So he has a way.
I think they're trying to bait Palos. They're trying to bait this wave. But the rest of Fnatic are here. This is such a mega bait.
I don't know. Guy might just die quickly enough. Oh, Wind Waker. That's the Wind Waker from Armel. Doesn't seem to matter too much. Never mind. That's the Enrage from Gabby. They make sure to get everything out of the way. Pulverize for the Mirana. And they lasso Shanks. They want Palos. He has no buyback. And they know. They saw his Blink Dagger. This man has no gold. They killed 3. Bob is the next target. He's going to lose the orb. John to it as well. Can they catch him in time? He did commit the Dream Coil for this.
I think this has to be game now.
We were so close for another 60-minute game.
We're so tantalizingly close, and I think we're just going to barely be denied of the opportunity, especially if they catch Tino here. DJ.
Oh, DJ. Oh. The true carry's here. Attacking Tino with this tag team. It's a little pathetic, but it's going to work for now.
No way.
Oh, no. Oh, my God.
Okay.
An obstacle in this man's life. The trees and the ice shard.
Okay, well, Bob does not have Aeon Disc for another 70 seconds, and Fnatic are going for Throne.
Fnatic might be doing it.
I think they are. I think they're about to win.
They're even clearing the trees. That's the trample use now. Gabby has so many overpower attacks at this point. They sprout the Ancient. Woods don't keep bears away.
Tino.
They'll turn Tino into a pig, try to roast him.
Sounds BKB though. Oh,
they got him. And now with a pulverize, he dies. Hawk also gonna come with a frostbite. He does have the
Palos is back in 20, but they're just focusing the throne.
They don't care. They want the ancient. Gabby though, annoyed by the trees, can't see it. Leitner as well with the hex. The damage is lacking. Lasso catches Tino a second time. Can they kill him? Gabby, he wants to punish him.
BKB with the hex.
It might just work. The four steps are not enough to put him into the fountain. Finally, as KP activates his own BKB. Execration. They're gonna survive for now. Bob, he forces the Wind Waker on the Batrider, and they put KP to sleep.
I don't believe it.
Where does the Primal Beast sleep tonight? Hopefully not a grave. They want to save KP. Never mind. The Australian's been left behind. SEA, these people joined together. It's not actually part of the region, guys.
Unbelievable.
Oh my God. 60-minute game.
Execration, they continue to get away with it.
Turn off the lights, guys. It's okay. Our production crew just bamboozled by Execration once again.
Palos now respawning, really making a big difference there. Has 25 after that whole skirmish, so 1.5 second sidekick spell immunity. This used to be the Shard, by the way, if I'm not mistaken. So he's basically back to pre-nerf Marcy, which is very strong to say the least, and almost 6 slotted to go along with it. Just needs now money for the buyback. He is the only person who can buy back on the side of Execration for at least another minute, and then it's only supports, another 2 until Bob has got his buyback. But he's doing work with this Dagon. I doubted the purchase, but Bob immediately went into this Dagon. It's been really working for him.
It has. It's also, I mean, it's giving them the slight bit of kill potential they needed, because like you mentioned, all the damage is Palos. Once he dies, you need a little bit more, right? And Tino deals decent damage, but just not sufficient. Dagon helps there.
Dagon helps. Silver Edge now on the NP. He's, of course, has full liberty to buy out. Oh, look at this. Look at Palos go, man.
Oh, fair. Nearby, though. And they know Palos is the target. Once they kill Palos, the teamfight becomes much easier for them, which is why
There's a Lincolns on top of him.
Lincolns. He has a way to pop in. He does with a Wind Waker. He got him with a lasso now. He has a second lasso just in case.
The fountain.
Yeah, pull him into the fountain. No, pull him into the bear. That's stronger than the fountain. Palos is down.
What?
Frostbite them around. It did lose a lane to rack, but it's okay. It's okay, Richie. That is it. We did it. We need it. Do we have a graphic?
Yeah, 60-minute. Hooray! Another 60-minute game between Execration and Fnatic. And now, you know, we're going to be rolling back the other way. Fnatic moving up. Oh, we've lost the longest game, huh? Bet Boom in 1 move. I can't believe it. What a travesty. Well, now this one needs to go longer.
Yeah, honestly. Execration, you guys need to.
Okay, whoa, hold on. Mirror Shield right now for Execration's pretty freaking huge.
Okay, that is pretty freaking huge. If they can surprise the better with that, because he can see the Lincolns, right? So he's going to concentrate on canceling Lincolns, and then get surprised by the Mirror Shield.
Speaking of huge, did someone order the extra large
Batrider?
No, in this case, it's extra large Marcy. When as soon as she respawns, she'll have that up online for her.
What does she get? Oh, Giant's Ring. You know, I watch this show, but every time
Sorry, DJ taking the 12% Walrus Punch talent, which I absolutely
love. He's the real carry.
He is.
You think anyone polices his choices?
What's he at?
He has Assault Caress, my dude. He has Swift Blink, Assault Caress, Desolator. When your support has to buy Swift Blink as opposed to the...
Yeah, I mean, someone's got to do the damage. It ain't Armel. He's doing pretty good when it comes to catch.
Clearly it ain't Gabby either. Ex Machina, that would help Gabby.
John Wall's like, no, it's mine.
That's a refresher, so honestly, I don't think it's that bad on Gabby. Yeah, there we go. They give it to him. 20 armor. It's not bad either.
I hear a coil.
I do hear a coil, but I hear no victims.
Yep, and it was Bob. He was going to use that to simply escape. He has now the 20 talent, so more Dream Coil damage, I suppose.
Yeah, what did they just get? They just got Giant's Ring.
Nice.
No.
Give that to KP for sure.
Yes.
Hand it over. Okay, where are we at as far as tier 5s? Have Execration been able to find more? Yes, they have 3. So Pirate Hat on the NP, so he's got to be at the attack speed cap. Mirror Shield equipped by Riki? Really?
Maybe it's because it's harder to check his items, so you might get the one surprise against Lasso, because he's invisible, right? So you don't check his items.
Okay, you know, actually, I kind of buy that.
Yeah.
And then Marcy is holding on to the Giant's Ring. So 4,200 HP, and of course the free pathing that goes along with it. With buyback now is nearly everyone on the side of Execration, with notable exception of Tino for 3 minutes. So it's going to have to be Palos who's the first one into these fights. We'll see now as they look to maybe poke and prod at the bear. That's a big dinosaur though, 5,000 HP, oh my.
Yeah, it is very big. Carlo?
Somehow the arrow misses him.
Yeah, I don't
it was like shooting at a side of a barn and he missed.
Yeah, it's like using a shotgun in a barrel of fish. Isn't that the phrase?
Yes, very good.
Yeah, I learned it. Okay, they dig onto him.
They're just poking him.
They're just poking him. You know, I hear if you don't move, Primal Beast can't seize you.
He bought Ags as well, by the way.
Oh, nice. That's
He's
good.
Nearly at level 30 as well.
He might break Ricky's invisibility by accident.
Can you break?
Yeah,
you can definitely break Cloak and Dagger. That's right. Cannot be dispelled?
Yeah, so what happens is if you're not invisible, then you can't go invisible again.
Ah, I see. Okay, understood. Right, but you can't dispel his invisibility.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, understood. Thank you for explaining that to me.
That's why I always buy silver. Ricky in my games. Don't ignore my 30 losses in a row.
I wait for him to attack me, then I break him, and I go, try hiding now, you fiend.
Yeah, well, the new sleeping dart
You
doesn't work.
satyr.
You satyr.
This game is... Okay, we're about to hit level 30 on the puck as well. Oh, arrow. Well, I cannot believe Tino is TPing into that without buyback.
You see the trees, you go,
Yo, Tino, dig up the runes, my man. It's free gold. What do you hate, money? There it is. Look at that.
Tino does not want to engage in this consumer society.
No, he does not. That's some damage, though, to the Ursa. They're keeping him on bay. 2 minutes on this Aegis, by the way. Where are we at buybacks? Everyone on the side of Fnatic with buyback. What's the bots 2 situation, though? That's maybe the better question.
Gabby, you got put to sleep again. Forced to use the enrage.
They have to sleeping dart and smoke screen him. It's the only way. Wow.
Yep. It's a little difficult to get that off, though, because, of course, they'll see you when you go run in.
Right.
And there's a battle air lasso for you. I guess that's what the mirror shield is for.
That is what the mirror shield is for. Gabby's back in.
No, they force-staffed him offensively.
Okay.
Don't go in the smoke.
Oh, they got Bob.
He has Aeon Disc.
He's got Aeon.
He has Aeon Disc. It's fine.
Palos? Palos is in.
They wanted to kill DJ, but DJ still survives this. Gabby,
look at
he's
Tino's
in a
attack
rage. Dino is hitting pretty fast, but not hard enough. Bob is the one that's hitting hard. And now they cut Palos. Get rid of your damage. Goodbye, Marcy. They lose Gabby's Aegis. Immediately, Bob is fighting the backlines. And Bob is actually such a nuisance, they can't quite catch him easily. Hexed up Gabby, in comes the Marcy as well. Gabby though, fighting back, and they going for the dinosaur instead. Gabby trying to create some space. Gabby activates BKB, Gabby's lost. Gabby's dying. Someone help him, they cut the puck though. Bob's down. Bob is dead, and the Wind Waker will save Gabby.
For now.
For now. And the Walrus Punch shanks into a stratosphere. Gabby refreshes. That's the second BKB. KP's still not dead. KP will finally fall to Bob. As now Gabby out of BKB charges, still has an enrage, avoids the arrow by the hairs of his chinny chin chin. Gets turned into a pig and not enraged in time.
I cannot Execration, they're always going to get away with it, Avo.
No, they're not. Fnatic is not getting away with it.
Fnatic almost, excuse me, Execration almost lost the game there, by the way. Throne's half HP.
Yes,
there's a Book of the Dead on someone here from Fnatic. It's on John Well.
CM, yeah, it's the garbage item that you give to whatever support can take.
Good stats, and you can see Throne half HP. They get one more goal like that, they might actually be able to end the game here. The question is, how soon are they going to be able to do that? It cost 2 buybacks there. DJ bought back, Armel both bought back in that fight. Weren't able to make much use of the buybacks. That's being said, you did force Palos and Bob to both buy back. 2 really major ones out from Execration.
I think it's more baller than watching this Marcy walk over hills.
Okay, last couple of tier 5s, by the way, were found in the meantime by Execration. There's a Stygian Deso, so Deso Boogaloo on the NP.
That's a 2 electric Boogaloo.
Yes, and Book of Shadows on nobody right now.
Okay.
So they still have Mirror Shield on Riki.
What's Desolator, sorry?
MP.
Oh, so he has both. Wouldn't it be better to just give it to the puck at this point? Go for the, you have the Aghanim Shard as well.
Yeah, and level 30, right?
I don't think Spell Prism is doing as much because, well, you're not doing anything because you have the Octarine Core. They don't stack, guys.
I'm just laughing at the broken NPs. He's leaning.
They didn't change this, did they? Does a CDR stack now? No, right?
I'm not sure.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I thought they changed it so it does stack, but multiplicatively. It used to stack additively before.
Okay.
So I'm pretty sure it's just a diminutive,
okay, sure. Yeah, I'll believe you. I genuinely don't know. I was surprised by this.
I guess, if he's doing it, there must be a reason. I can't imagine he values the 8 stats and 4 mana regen
of course. Definitely. Yeah. The Stygian Desolator still seems like the better option, but okay, I see the point of puck being a nuisance.
DJ's
Lincoln's on Shanks.
DJ's full carry mode, by the way. He is the carry, 14 stacks of the Deso and the Pirate Hat on him. So he's actually going to be able to put this 12% Walrus Punch chance to use as we approach the 70th minute of play. And the 5th Roshan? The 6th Roshan?
6th, I think.
They proc the Aeon as well of Jean Yual.
Dire's middle tower is under
Actually, I'm not
attack.
sure.
I think it's 6th.
KP, put to sleep. What do dinosaurs dream of? Getting away. Oh my god, yours. I think the Waning Rift effect makes it seem like he's dealing more damage, so it's more of a psychological play there. Because you have the Axe now, so you push him with the Waning Rift.
DD rune on DJ, get in there, big boy.
Oh my god, DJ. He finds someone, he Walrus punches you.
And you're never coming back down. He's gonna juggle you like a clown.
Like a really, really buff clown.
Oh yeah. All right, Fnatic.
Come on, DJ, show us.
Fnatic actually still have wards here somehow. Okay, but everyone's TVing back. They're making the wise move on back. But Courier Shanks is going to die, but it doesn't matter because he already has Lincoln Sphere on himself. Once again, 3 buybacks used already from Execration. So kills onto Bob and Palos especially are going to be game changers here. That being said, Armel is well playing without his own buyback, and DJ at this stage.
I mean, Shank's kill is also a really big deal. It's just really difficult now because his Lincolns and Mirror Shield.
Yep.
But I feel like getting rid of this Ricky is primordial.
And Radiant's thrown for the 3rd time this game, back to full HP. Top lane, continuing to shove in is Tino. He's right back down bottom immediately thereafter.
Has been killed.
You can see there, these creeps are going to start to get to work on these tier 4s. That'll force back Fnatic. They're continue to try and set a trap here and wait for Execration, you know, to walk into it, let it spring, but that's not happening here. Did you see, by the way, that scan? DJ's camping the secret shop, and I'm pretty sure Execration scanned it to make sure it was safe.
Yep. And they got it.
Wait, Bob?
Okay. I don't think Carmel can catch him, though. What does Bob have? He has Lincolns and Aeon. No, he's fine.
I think Bob's trying to catch him, though.
I don't think Bob can.
That's true. Very tanky, 4,000 HP on a Bat Rider.
Yeah, I don't think you kill him. I mean, that's why I wanted the Stygian Desolator for a little bit more consistent damage.
Yeah.
You know, Fnatic, we were joking when we said we had to get the longest game. You don't have to.
70 minutes. What do we need? We only need 5 more? Pull up the graphic. Where is it?
Yeah, pull up the graphic. How long do these teams need?
I don't know how much longer.
I can only keep messaging Powell if I know the number.
It's unbelievable. Execration bringing us to the absolute distance
that's
here.
The graph, guys.
I need to see what the longest game is and how far we are from it. I think it was 75 minutes.
That's what I thought too.
I think we could very reasonably get there.
It's Southeast Asia. There's no concept of time. Did you know that in Southeast Asia, time is not linear? The only place in the world where time is just all over the place.
True. It's true.
Everything, everywhere, all at once was actually based on the DPC.
Dude, we're gonna get there. 70. We just need to get past 74-40.
Let's go.
Roche is up in 40 seconds though, so he's gonna spoil the fun.
Yeah, that's the big fight. But I think Fnatic should have it. I would be surprised if Execration finds a way to combat it because they don't have the best Roche fighting potential. I mean, I guess Palos jump, boom, 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 boom. Ora, and someone dies. Maybe that works.
No one's holding on to the Apex from Fnatic, by the way.
We don't have great Apex carriers.
That's a fair point.
Ursa is not an Apex predator. Right?
Yeah, I guess you probably want the strength more and the movement from the Giants ring. Fair enough.
The Giants ring. Well, that's a good question, actually.
No, I mean, I think it's very valuable for a
the
Primal.
movement is probably better. Yeah.
And also, I mean, he's not going to sell his boots.
Okay, Roche is back.
Yes, he is.
Execration scouted it because of the treants.
And
they know.
Tino is like really starting to shove in these lanes. Mid lane's a little bit more difficult for him to shove in, but Fnatic not going to go back for Roche.
Really?
And the Rack's still full HP here. Execration is the one to smoke outside of the base. No buyback still for Bob for 90 seconds. Palos as well, a minute away from his. However, they know that Fnatic are going to be refreshed on their buyback soon enough as well. Another minute 10 until Armel has it. As you can see, DJ getting to work in the pit. Hell yeah.
Oh no, Execration's taking the long route. The grab took a detour here. They won't get it in time.
No, and Bob is actually stopping to kill the Necro Books. He's better make sure not to proc his Aeon disc here. Yeah, nicely done.
I think you give Ags to Armel, maybe? Honestly, rather than DJ? Okay.
Who doesn't have Ags yet?
Armel doesn't, DJ doesn't, the CM... Oh, actually, most of them don't.
I think DJ took it by the looks of things.
He did take it, but I wouldn't have minded if Armel did it. It's a great way to deal with the Lincolns, right? Because the second one is not interrupted by Lincolns.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, it's a DD rune on Gabby. I think now is the time. The time is nigh.
Yeah, you have 2 cheeses. Like, at this point, what else could you possibly need?
We need to wait another 2 minutes and 20 seconds to set a record. That's what we need.
Don't wait for records, Fnatic. You guys need to win. There's no need.
They're gonna go, man. This Ursa's absolutely 9-slotted right now. He's gonna just run it through the mid lane.
Yeah,
Carlo.
Okay, they got him with the lasso. Ursa punishes him in time. Sleep the Bad Rider, not ideal.
30 seconds until Bob has buyback. Palos is about to get him. Palos, he doesn't have buyback.
Oh, they forced out them. Oh my God, look at the damage. Gabby just got decimated. DJ starts to be the carry, but he just can't. Palos in the backlines are finishing joined well. They save him with a pulverize, but the Earth needs to get away. He's still routed. They will catch Palos for long enough, but lacking the damage. Now the flame break finally finished him off. Gabby is back to his position. They're okay now, Fnatic.
Bob's annoying the backlines though. They can't catch him.
It's true. And also the Clayton what the heck?
Oh,
then later, Gabby's done.
He's just dead.
And now Gabby might be in the same position. Someone save this dinosaur. He dispels it, and he will be alive for now. But he's been put to sleep with a sleeping dart. Ricky goes forward, tricks the trade as well. Blink strike and give vision something, Ricky. But they are a little bit too afraid of being counter-initiated upon. There is still a buyback on the Ursa.
Bob the Beautiful here, absolutely just destroying these Fnatic backlines.
And Tino with the Stygian Desolator as well was absurd.
They cannot support this Ursa anymore. They're having some serious problems here for Fnatic. And we're just 60 seconds away from setting another new record here. Tier 2 down bottom's fallen in the meantime. The Throne's taken just a little bit of a licking here on the side of Execration. It's only about 600 HP from being full healed. Top lane shoved back in as well. This is not ending anytime soon.
Okay, that was a failed dream call. They can't abuse that though because they don't want to use the buyback on Gabby. We know how valuable buyback is to Gabby.
By the way, when these heroes get caught by KP's Pulverize, like...
Yeah, Pulverize does not get affected, by the way, guys, by status resistance. So even with Aeon Disc, you can still punish them.
That makes this 25 talent even crazier. They reflect the Hex.
They do. They have still Lasso. They're going for the Marana, though.
Dieback if they can get her.
The Book of Shadows is saving it, not from the trample, though. Goodbye to Carlo. That is a dieback, like you said, but it's NP. Oh no, he's like our draft NP. He's too strong.
Well, maybe not.
Look at him moonwalking into the fight. The dinosaur is gonna die. Goodbye to KP. Armel also can't last this. Ping, ping, ping. Goodbye.
Oh my God. Wait, but Bob? No, Bob's not gonna die to you.
They're gonna lose DJ as well. Someone stop Tino.
Oh, he brought him into the entire team to stun him.
DJ's too good. DJ's too good. He's DPing. Is the damage high enough?
Nope.
Oh, he miscalculated the BKB.
Oh my God. And now, Avo, congratulate another record.
There we go.
We've done it.
Cheers.
Another new record as we hit the 75th minute of play, and still yet we have much more Dota to be played here. I suspect we're going to get that 7th Roche.
I cannot wait for the game to end and seeing who the player needs to go to the bathroom the most.
Right now,
that's going to be the biggest bathroom rush I've ever seen.
You wait 15 seconds or 15 minutes, I'll probably just about disappear.
And what is the psychology as well of you needing to go to the bathroom in your play, right? You lose patience because all you want is the
Who is the worst hero to be playing for you to need to use the bathroom?
Definitely Puck. Definitely Puck. You know, one messed up phase shift because you're just jittering all around, right?
That's a good point, actually.
I mean, that or any sort of water-based hero.
That's where I was going to go with, actually, on the Pugna especially.
Yes.
No, Pugna, sorry. I meant Morphling.
Morphling, yes. Pugna
also very quite famously water-based.
Yeah, he is water-based. The life drain makes me feel... Yeah, I can see that. I think Puck, though. I think Bob will miss a phase shift because he used to pee too badly. We'll see.
All right, they're going to look to force some buybacks here for maybe the second time this game. Execration getting ready to push up to the high ground 76 minutes in.
I mean, if Fnatic lose this game, I feel like it's not just the game.
Everyone with buyback on Fnatic.
If Fnatic lose this game, it's not just the game, man. It's the morale as well.
Okay, there's Fortify use. That's the only Fortify they're going to get for the next 5 minutes. They have to make it count. This Ursa is massive. He's holding on to the Giant's Ring now, by the way, and I think it's because he's been caught inside these sprouts.
Yes. He knows he has to get away from them. And they go for Palos. Can they kill him in time? They do. Palos is down. They kill Shanks by accident. They stop this DP. Okay. No more Tino either.
Okay.
They got Rapier off this Tino, by the way.
Kind of unbelievable that Execration thought they could literally just push high ground like that.
Yes, well, they really have to go to the bathroom, Richie. I don't think you understand.
And there's 2 more buybacks, and the game is immediately put back on ice.
They're looking around, but they have no bottles because they live in Southeast Asia, so all drinks come in bags, and that does not work.
Don't worry, though. They've got another Rapier on Tino, so he still has his. It's glitched. Don't worry. He has the Rapier bonus damage.
Oh, yes, he does. But we now have one on Ursa, and he has Overpower. I cannot imagine a better hero with Rapier. Yes, he is the king of Rapiers, man.
Yeah. Or maybe PA is the queen of Rapiers?
Yes, the king and queen, yes. And then NP is the Jester right now.
NP is the Jester. I mean, we'll see. Now
they have Refresher on the Tusk.
They're going to try and force buyback. I mean, why not? DJ is getting to really you know, it's a record game for him. Might as well get beautifully 6-slotted here. You got the money. He's actually using this Pirate Hat actively. Tino, of course, his still on cooldown.
Yep. Bob? Oh, I don't know what stopped his Lincolns. It was Heaven's Halberd. Okay. That's smoke screen. If you attack towers, MKB does not work. He tried to blink strike him to force Gabby towards the Ricky.
Okay, that's the only Fortify Execration have. They've used it on the barracks. Paulo's trying to save for buyback here. They're doing a good job of burning a lot of time.
Gabby could not get in range up because there's a smoke screen. There's the Wind Waker to help.
Another Rapier. This one for Bob. 3 Rapiers, boys.
Okay, guys.
They're under the throne.
They're going for the throne.
DJ's trying to end. There's no Fortify.
The smoke screen, though, is stopping them from hitting it. There's the overpower, but they put him to sleep again. Go, little bear. Stop sleeping tonight. He's trying to kill off his ancient. Gabby at the end of the
it's over.
This is the final fight. They're trying to finish it. They don't want to kill anyone. Gabby's dead. Rapiers on the floor. But the ancient will explode. Fnatic does it. They win the game. They save their morale. They're not even going to the bathroom. That is true resilience, Richie. This team. Okay, DJ has just lost 15 of his souls, it feels like, but nobody's happy right now on either team. Yet Fnatic does win the first game of the series, thus allowing them to stay away from Div 2. This is the first step, Richie.
Oh man, Zhao looks like he's just gone through an entire ordeal. Everyone basically with a 100-yard stare right now in their eyes after that game. I mean, that really could have gone any which way there up towards the end. I cannot, but I'm at a loss for words. Yeah. I really am. Just the way that Fnatic come out blazing from the lanes, they kind of eventually, especially on that second Aegis, almost lose control of the entire game, fight themselves back in. Fnatic with like 3 desperate high ground holds and then just walk up high ground and die to lose the game it's unbelievable.
You know, when I came in, I saw Soph and I was like, hey, you know, they called me because we needed a 60-minute game today. And I was joking. I didn't really mean this would happen. But, you know, happy they did. This is the staple for Southeast Asia, Execration, Fnatic. They'll give a little bit of a break now so they can recompose themselves. Hopefully, Zhao can, you know, look at the screen again and not a 1,000-yard stare. And while we have that break, we will be going to our panel to break down this 78-minute game.
The Avo and Richie curse is real, everyone. I can't believe that the game kind of went that way. I think none of us were really expecting that, especially after we hyped up Execration's draft so much.
I mean, I feel like, I don't know. I think it was Execration's, I think it was Fnatic's game to lose, and then they kind of lost it, and then it was Execration's game to lose, and kind of back and forth.
I was just like thinking, oh my god, is Execration really gonna come back the same spot that they were versus Bleed, and it's like the whole situation is just...
Yeah, I mean, there was kind of like 2 turning points. It was the Radiant Triangle and then the bottom push where Execration was pushing without Aegis, and then they all kind of just chain fed.
I mean, there were like 2 times Execration just walked to the high ground with no Aegis, no Lincoln, no Lotus, got lassoed and died for nothing without buyback.
Yeah, I mean, I get what Fnatic, like during the game, I saw like what their draft, like what they wanted to do. Like it was definitely like an early game draft where like they could fight constantly early game, because Execration's draft, you need BKBs to come online. Like your Marcy can't really fight without BKB. What are you gonna do with an NP just kind of standing and hitting? But like, I mean, I didn't think that it would go that long.
I mean, they have no tower push, right? There's no way to like actually go high ground. Execration did quite a good job. Bob was like super annoying the whole game, I think.
Level 25.
Yeah, Nature's Prophet Puck. I think Execration just kind of threw it towards the end. Fnatic had a really good early mid game, and then I think the way they like approach high ground was just weird. Like we saw the Gabby blink up. I think Armel lassoed a Lotus without popping BKB, died, and then there was like some snowball that went through. I think the Ursa was like right-clicking the Ricky, and he accidentally right-clicked into the snowball.
Oh yeah.
And the fight just like, I don't know, it just went downhill from there.
Yeah.
Oh, what a roller coaster of a game. My god.
I know. Just later on in the game, it was literally just back and forth, dying and buyback and die and buyback.
We reclaim our title.
Of the longest game in the DPC. Classic, that's a C moment right there.
Tino had some really costly deaths though, like towards
I don't know what the hell he was doing, man. I would slap him.
Like, good thing they didn't lose then, but it's like, back-to-back deaths.
Yeah.
He tried to solo kill Armel at top, and then, you know, that's I think his fault. And then the mid is just unfortunate with the smoke timing rotation.
The thing is, his dying was not as bad as him not having buyback. Yeah, he was like so close, and you're like Nature's Prophet, like the double life in the late game is like super high value.
Yeah, but man, kudos to Execration for coming back. game. Oh.
The Fnatic also could have ended the game earlier. I think they didn't realize it, but the Batarang could have just burned the trees when he was sprouting the Ancient, and he did it like in the last one.
Yeah, but I mean, like, it's 50-50, right? You go for either the Ancient, or Armel was just like focusing on his lasso cooldown. It was just about to be up. So
This was so clutch by Fnatic, the Wind Waker.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that Wind Waker. I think Armel played really, really good though. Like he had so many good
He
buffs.
dumpstered bomb.
Fnatic played so well early, man.
Yeah.
Like Gabby, like juking and jiving at top.
Oh, that was cool. Yeah.
Looking crisp, but like then they made that horrible
Couple mistakes.
I mean, it was also hard to press advantage, right, with their heroes. Execration, once they reach a point where they have items, I think the game's not as simple anymore. We see like this Marcy go in with this Chrysalis BKB, just kind of kill someone. This Puck was super annoying too, they kind of like catch.
Yeah. Everyone's itemizations were really pog though. There was a lot of really cool clutch saves. Yeah, that one Wind Waker save at top. Ooh!
Yeah, they baited well.
Yeah.
No, I mean, it was definitely a fun game to watch. Very thrilling till the very end.
Almost 80 minutes.
Yeah.
The longest. Longest of
So this
them all.
was so close, I thought they weren't gonna get it.
Oh yeah.
Nah, there's like still three heroes alive.
Yeah, I guess so.
And this is our rivalry MVP. We have Armel, who helped graciously take
No way
down
that was his
Titans.
network.
Who stole his money, guys?
Oh yeah, his network.
Give it back.
He sold all his items or dropped it.
If you
the
sell
last
our ass,
moment.
definitely have more entry K too.
Oh, there. Updated.
Oh there, nice.
Updated.
We back.
We're back. But Armel, we could call him Armel Jaeger because he just took down the Titans. Execration. They are the
Armel.
top of the ladder. They are top of page one.
Just gonna spoil it for everyone.
Wait, what? That's not a spoiler. You're trying to get me flamed. But yes, Fnatic did a really great job this game. Proud of them for taking it. Non-biased, but you know, happy for them for this one.
Fnatic, one win. It was a big win, but
Yeah.
I don't know. After a game, we saw player cams. They didn't look too happy.
Yeah.
I think they felt like they should have had a cleaner path to victory.
I mean, looking at DJ, I think he was pretty upset with himself with that snowball.
I don't think he snowballed. I think the Ursa was right-clicking the Riki and right-click into the snowball.
I mean,
But you have to like kind of see player perspective to know, right?
Yeah.
because I think he was darted at that time.
No, he was hitting the
Oh,
Ursa
yeah, he
was
was
hitting the
hitting the puck.
Riki,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah.
So it makes sense if you're like right-clicking the Riki.
No, he was hitting the puck because he missed the puck.
Yeah, puck, sorry.
I think you're gonna have to ask him if we do get a winner interview.
I hope we do. Haven't seen a Fnatic face.
Yeah, it would be nice to talk to someone from Fnatic. But first, before we ever even get to have that winner interview, we're gonna go for a break. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back with the second game.
Three, two, one.
This crowd is actually able to do so for a decent amount of time. Have to take up like the Blade Cloak. Does get a lot of damage, but here comes the Black Hole.
you just drop the? What is that? An egg?
Yeah.
Oh.
What do you think it is? So?
Oh, that looks tasty.
No, it doesn't.
Is that bibinka?
That's
no
Filipino.
idea.
This is Filipino.
Yeah, was that first one bibinka?
I don't know.
I don't know that it was made like that.
I don't know.
But anyways, welcome back everyone to the CDPC. I'm your host Sophie and I am here with Ninja Boogie and Adam. We are back for game 2 of the Execration Fnatic game. Yes, are you guys excited to see another 70-minute game brought to you by Avo and Richie?
I feel like we should break our own record before some other region breaks our record. So we don't have to go through this anymore.
Oh god.
Stop putting it out there in the universe.
Just get into the hundreds one and we're done.
Man, I think even if we do reach 100 wins, I think next game above and beyond for sure.
All right.
Yeah.
Remind me to be off panel.
But what are we thinking about next game? Do you think after such a long game, Fnatic winning that, they'll be put in a better mental state, or do you think it's going to be kind of tough for both teams?
I mean, sure, but that game was very stressful.
Mm-hmm.
And I think they just remove the Ricky because I don't want to play against that hero again.
I think also they just didn't have a draft that hit Billings well. It was quite hard. They had a very snowbally lineup, very old school. It's like you got snowball Aegis after Aegis and they have a lot of catch, right, to scale.
Yeah.
But Execration, I wouldn't even say Execration did a really good job of keeping up net worth. Fnatic was very ahead, but they took this bad fight. Just one mistake, and Execration's heroes by nature, once they have items, they definitely are able to fight Fnatic.
Mm-hmm.
So I think Fnatic needs to just be a bit more cautious. I think do things a bit more clean. Don't really have to walk up into a triangle where 5 heroes are holding,
Yeah. I mean, the net worth gap was quite big, even near to the end. Later in the game, Marcy had if it was 50 minutes, she still had the Falcon Blade?
No, she switched it up for Nullifier, okay, maybe.
No, it was late.
I don't know, but every carry player holds Falcon Blade. It's like the Ring of Aquila.
Yeah.
It's like a lucky brand.
Remember Ring of Aquila?
You need that mana.
You just hold it, full items, Invis heroes, doesn't matter. You have that one item there. Just value.
Value? Just the lucky Falcon Blade?
Yeah.
I like to have a lucky Quelling Blade in my backpack.
Why?
I don't know.
That sounds...
Just
that sounds scary.
In real life?
Just an act. Just an act. Damn, Soph.
Yeah.
I'm scared.
So what do Execration need to do, though, to win this game? It seems that, typically Execration... I mean, they keep getting away with it, right? They keep getting away with, losing the lanes in the early game, but still ending up, winning. But last game, Fnatic did really good during the laning stage.
Yeah.
So if Fnatic didn't win that game, I still would have been really shocked.
I feel like Execration has never done well in their laning phase.
Mm-hmm.
But I think Bob, especially the standout matchup was mid to me. Armel was doubling his CS, which was kind of abnormal. Maybe he messed up early or something.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's take a look at the draft. What heroes will we have? Will they ban the Ricky finally for Mike's sake?
Oh my god, I see a Martian Furion again.
Oh, here we go. 90 minutes incoming.
I don't like this first pick.
But they have the Lina now. That's a tower hitter. We can work with that.
Fnatic's gotta at least remove the Mirana or just remove the Mirana. They can't do the Ricky thing without Mirana. And Moonlight Shadow's just so strong.
It is pretty annoying. Trian? Is Trian here?
I just don't know why you first pick her.
Lina? I think the way it works is there's Lina, Marcy, and Furion, right? So Execration is gonna go Marcy, Lina, Marcy, Furion. So you have to take away one.
Then take the Marcy. At least you get.
I don't know if they're comfortable though. KP didn't look very good on the Marcy. It's gonna force DJ or Zhao to play it.
He won that one game.
I mean, DJ can pull up that put what he did with Tuss with Marcy.
So I feel like DJ and KP they have this thing right now where KP transitions to a very team thing, and DJ transitions into a very core. I like it. I like what they have.
They've got balance.
Yeah, they do.
Mm-hmm.
Tuskar, nothing very special. Surprised they didn't pick the Bad Rider. Maybe just wanting to value the flex a bit more.
No, it's banned.
It's banned.
Ah, sorry.
How could you let Armel get it again?
That's true.
I'm gonna be so shocked if Fnatic lets the Mirana go through. The Execration's let's run it again.
Do you feel like the Mirana did a lot?
No,
I feel like the Ricky helped the Mirana play the game because with the other 3 heroes, the Mirana was kind of so-so.
I mean, it was pretty good.
Just having Moonlight.
Yeah, and the pairing with the Marcy carry, the range. But yeah, I just feel a good team can always use the Moonlight Shadow to like its fullest.
Yeah, I get you. Strong lane as well.
Yeah, and eventually you get like evasion on it, right?
Yeah, he has like very clutch. He had like few clutch Lotus Orbs too. I think the fight where Execration actually come back, he had like a insta Lotus Orb on the last hole.
Oh yeah. Was that the one at the top? No.
The triangle.
Oh yeah.
Was when
yeah.
First team fight loss. Jao looks stressed out, man.
Who wouldn't be?
You got this, man. You got this.
He's playing with his mullet. Look at him combing it with his fingers.
CM ban. Damn, they felt the lane. Banning for the lanes. CM Primal.
I don't think he banned the CM though. Like it's Lina, right? And it's like very high chances of position 1. CM.
That is very true,
CM,
actually.
Lina kind of. I mean, sure you could run the toss pos 5, but
that's very true, actually. Weird ban, but don't think it matters too much.
I think their brains are just fried after that game.
I mean, the coach is the one drafting, right? Like, you kind of feel a bit different. Especially when it comes to bans, I think the players don't really have too much to say most of the time.
Yeah. I think Mark just asked them for like their input like on specific heroes, and then he bans accordingly.
Looking like a very typical
Has Carlo played any hero besides Brown? I feel like every game.
He played CM, I think.
Like I think like.
And Rubik, he played Rubik.
Oh yeah.
I mean, he is a good Mirana player.
No,
like keeps up his level.
I can see why they keep picking him, but it's just.
No, it's not bad, Mike.
No, I know.
Trian. I like the Trian. He has played Trian too.
Okay.
I like the Trian a bit more this game. Just nice to have overgrowth against their heroes.
Yeah, and if you can catch the Lina after he pops BKB, it's kind of like a sitting duck.
I feel like Execration's mid game's really good too. So like most of the games, the living armor has like super high value because they don't have to like deal with the map.
I think this time around, Execration is going to be going for a Furion carry.
I would think so.
Pair up with a Treant and then Marcy post 4, and then Tino's heroes are still banned.
Visage, right?
Yeah, Visage Brood.
It's pretty good against the Lina too, right? The Visage. You just have some like minus armor strat, kind of.
Yeah. Can go both ways. Lina is not the best hero to get, like, she has no defensive abilities when you jump on her in lane.
They got the 2 trees.
That is true.
That is true.
Power of nature.
It's true. Oh my gosh, what if you had like tree Ags and then Treant ult? It's like you had 2 overgrowths, kind of.
3 eggs and...
Yeah, because that's the leaf.
And then Rubik steals the...
And that's like 3 overgrowths. Holy.
He's talking about the Sprout Leash.
Yeah.
Like double root.
I think she's talking about the Aghanim's.
Yeah, on the Sprout Leash.
The wrath of nature into overgrowth. Alright, moving on.
Sophie's killing my brain. Rubik, DJ.
What, so Tuss mid, I guess? Then they pick up post 5 here.
No, I think he just put the Tuss post 5. Pairs well with the Lina. If you have those like stacks on the...
Yeah, that's true. It's a lot of damage. So what do they pick here? KP hero. No Primal, no Beastmaster, Doom. Saw it today from SMG as well. Doom against the NP. Lost the lane a bit, but...
Won the game?
No, whatever, yeah. Have Tornado to get off Sprout later on in the game.
What does Fnatic need?
I don't know, but the Marcy definitely should be a support, I think.
Why?
Because Doom just dooms you.
Oh.
And you set.
You said.
What's the pick here? I like Centaur. Or something like that kind of hero.
Runs in.
Yeah.
Centaur could be good. Like,
but he has a Marcy in the lane, right? It's kind of weird.
Also against a Rubik, though.
Yeah.
Rubik's pretty
annoying. What else is there? Wraith King time.
Wraith King. Oh yeah, we saw Wraith King pick like 1 game. What was it?
It was Boom.
Natsumi.
Natsumi.
Oh yeah.
The one and only. One true king.
Natsumi.
Do you have Visage here? I feel like you don't. Like, but Visage Nature's Power sounds...
I don't know, I feel like the Doom might not be enough. Like, let's say he dooms a Furion, right? Or whoever's carried.
They just fight with Sidekick.
Yeah.
I get you. I feel like they're looking for like a Greaves hero, right? To match the Doom. Otherwise, Fnatic's gonna have like a really strong timing. They can kind of lane the Lina. I only really see this.
Oh no, Beastmaster's man. I was gonna say Beastmaster.
Yay.
Oh, that's the carry.
I mean, could be mid also.
I have not seen bot play it, and I don't think March would like change it up that much.
No, yeah, and yeah, I guess the Furion and Marcy can go top, and that's already a strong lane and so on. So Tino's probably like, yes, I don't have a Ricky.
Yeah, that's true. That was, I guess CM or
I feel though like he shouldn't just so like blindly skill the tricks of the trade.
I mean, just learns.
Like just save the skill point, and you know you never know. Like the smoke screen could save you.
The thing is, like, even if they go on you and you save and Nature's Prophet walks away like 20 HP, you kind of feel kind of awful.
No, I know, but just like level 1 tricks of the trade is also not doing it.
Yeah, that's true.
Only issue is probably like mana.
So Execration need a Bob hero?
Yeah, you see Puck and Tiny being banned. I'm kind of thinking the same. We see another Void Spirit, I hope not.
Yeah, I'm happy to see this Puck band. It reminds me of all the C-pubs.
Viper, Enigma. Viper, Enigma. That means they think that Doom is mid?
I mean, they've been banning Enigma already just because...
But they have a TA though, right? Like
no, but who knows with Fnatic, since they have like DJ and KP, maybe they'll just, pull
like
it out.
+4, yeah.
And then Viper just for the TA safe lane.
Coddle.
Ooh, it's the legendary Armel, Keeper of the Light.
Is it even a good Coddle mid?
Just a fast hero can buy Vessel, I guess. For the sidekick and 3 armor.
The last time...
Is it good? I don't know.
The last time he didn't get any charges, bro.
That's true. Do need charges to make Vessel useful. Can't say I'm a big fan of the pick. I don't really see the synergy with the heroes too, like Chakra, Lina.
Like
Chakra Doom.
I feel like a Marcy mid for Execration is fucking disgusting.
Yeah, it kind of is. I don't know if they'll go too far.
No, I know. It doesn't seem like a Bob hero, but I like in European... That's their go-to for. You remember that time when?
Yeah, I remember.
I don't have to finish my words.
It was Mickey, right? Who did? They like go Orchid too.
Just trap this Coddle and he's just like help.
What's the pick here? Dude, honestly, I still like Centaur a lot. I like Centaur a lot. Like Palos, Nature's Prophet, TA mid.
Yeah.
I feel like Stampede's like so high.
Oh yeah, because it's free farm for TA mid. And then Stampede, you know, if someone gets doomed, just reset the fight.
I don't know, I'm kind of feeling Fnatic's draft a bit. Like, they're just gonna have to run it down fast.
What do you know?
That's true. What do I know? What do I know?
I mean, we were all wrong last game.
Yep.
CK.
Oh, wow.
Dude,
that's a very bold pick, I must say.
Yeah.
Not a fan of the hero, unless you're Tundra Skidder.
I feel like, I don't know. What do I know?
Pretty good against CK in the lane for a bit.
I think they picked it purely for the lane though.
Is it?
Like he's gonna like be this tanky boy for a front line because they have like no front line-ish hero, right? It's kind of a semi-carry heals. They have like heals.
Wouldn't Coddle be able to like deal with the illusions later? And you have blinding light also.
I mean, they're also good at getting on top of you, right? CK is a natural dagger buyer. He buys Mage Slayer now, doesn't take as much damage, but. I mean, it's a play the map kind of thing. I'm really not too sure. I feel like both drafts are kind of out of the box for them, but...
Have we seen CK before?
I think it's the first.
Probably first in SCA, I would think.
Interesting. And Bob on TA, you're saying that you didn't think March would, you know, mix it up that much?
I didn't think so, but CK conceptually should be good against Lina, right? If Phantasm you pull, it probably just dies. But it's not a popular hero. I think you have to be a specialist to play this hero, honestly. Like a really solid understanding.
Right. So late game CK versus Lina, how do you think that fares?
If Lina doesn't get stun the CK, she's gonna get wrecked by the reality ref.
But if the CK doesn't like burst the Lina, I would think the Lina's able to turn around.
So it's basically who just starts first.
I mean, I guess it's a lot of, maybe.
But it's not just CK, you have to deal with the TA.
And the Mars, they come in.
Scaling.
I will say I like Fnatic's draft a bit more. A bit more.
Fnatic's
They
draft?
can pull it off, yeah.
Me too. Avo and Richie, whose draft do you like more?
I believe in Fnatic. I'm still in the Fnatic orange. I'm going 2-0 for them. I think they're going to ride that last victory high. And they're going, what? Come on, Ninja Boogie. You got to give us some hope. They got it.
Last game of the day. We're casting it. There's no way this is going only 2-0. We're definitely a third game series. Come on, Ninja Boogie. You know.
Don't you say
You know,
another-
Mike. Are you ready? We have a pillow for you outside if you need to sleep between the games.
I would like a pillow.
All right, Alberto, give us the 80-minute game you always give us. Take it away.
Another 80-minute game. I wouldn't mind that. Break another back-to-back-to-back record.
Yeah, exactly. Well, and then we get another tweet from Capcast.
Very interesting. They're just all chatting a little bit. They're saying G after. I don't know what that's supposed to mean.
Let's go after.
Maybe I missed something. Now they're speaking in, I assume, Tagalog, but that was just G after. I'm not sure what that means.
Maybe they want to go after.
They're inviting Palos out somewhere? Oh, right, because they're all boot camping, well,
Manila.
in somewhere.
Yeah, Execration is only like 2 hours away
Palos?
from Fnatic.
Palos? He's going to say hello. I thought they were maybe going to skirmish down here.
I don't think they can. Maybe they drive. Maybe Execration drives cars.
That could be, yeah.
Because otherwise, there's no way you're getting to their boot camp. I tried. Taxi drivers will refuse to take you there.
They're like, Execration boot camp? No way, man.
I was going to say.
That's too far.
I mean, definitely Fnatic is not going there. Fnatic are very close to a couple of nice malls as well.
30
So
seconds to battle.
that's where we filmed the interviews, actually. Very close to Fnatic House.
Yeah.
The exact address.
I was going to say, you want to...
Docs him live on stream.
I'm sure they would love that. I'm sure it was a lovely boot camp, though.
I didn't go in. I actually
they didn't let you in?
No, they didn't let me in.
Oh, wow.
Something dirty. I'm not sure.
something. When's the last time
Did you shower? And then I was like, guys, what do you think? I showered every day like one of those weird people?
So, you know, maybe skirmishing up for this top rune here, but no, it doesn't look like, well, actually.
Dispose of
got brown boots. If they can get this Treant up in front, but no. Even with the Orb of Venom slow, he is just simply too speedy.
The boots are faster than the Treant, who has no boots.
That's exactly why. Great analysis right there.
Thank you. That's why you're the analyst.
That's very true. That's very true. What do you feel about this CK hero right now these days, though?
I mean, if it's not Tundra Skitter, TI winning.
What if it's just Skitter?
I don't know. There's so many Skitters in Dota. You have to specify what team you're talking about.
That's kind of true.
Honestly, I wanted to ask Adam. Oh, what?
Yes.
I wanted to ask Adam about why he thought he was such a specialist hero. Because I guess timing-wise, right? Because obviously mechanically the hero is not particularly complex.
Yeah, he's like kind of an illusion hero, but you don't need to like micro or split any of the illusions or like play it like Naga or PL kind of illusion hero.
Yeah.
I
do think his timings are a little bit hard to master though, so I'm hoping he's referring to that.
He strikes me in my very limited carry experience a little bit more like a lifestealer than anything. You know, like you really want to play around your timings a little bit. You can scale and you got some really good matchups, and you also have some ones where you just do nothing in.
I don't know if I will put him in that position. It's like a Sven that can't farm, is what it feels like to me, actually.
He can kind of farm, though. Gabby? Is he really? Okay. Gets around the other sides of the Treants.
Or maybe like an older Clinks. Like, he's one of those... he can kind of farm for sure.
Clinks.
Right? But, like, the thing is, you want to take advantage, like I said, of his timings to gank as well, particularly to gank. You can't really AFK farm as much. You have a couple of odd timings as well. You have a lot of potentials to kill. The fact that you bring a stun as a carry is actually a very dangerous thing. Because you can actually act as the initiator even you don't want to, right? That's why I think this carry fulfills a very odd role.
Well, I think in that sense, then his game's even easier here, right? Because I think he kind of needs to be the initiator. And in that way, his role is very clearly defined. I see what you're saying, like, I don't want to be the first one in, because then they've used their 4 staffs after I throw my stun in Reality Rift, and then I'm basically useless, right? However, if you are supposed to be that first one in, it's going to kind of change the way you look to use your spells and utilize your relocating abilities, right?
I feel like if you have a TA as well and an NP as your other 2 cores, like you have plenty cores, right, in this game. So I don't think, I think that you're very right. Like you can actually even build as an initiator. I wonder if he's going to build like an early Blink Dagger, for example.
I'd like to see it actually. That's what I was going to get towards. I think, of course, it's still going to be Armlet first, right? As it always is. But I wouldn't mind seeing like a, I don't know, Armlet, BKB Blink, something like that. Just to get on top of this Lina and like really pressure her in that, 23 minutes she usually feels like totally imba. You know, you can get on top of her, and I mean, you will blow her up like very quickly. Sure, she'll get almost max fiery soul off of you and your illusions, but like they were saying, if you don't land that LSA stun onto CK, if he's not going to be zoned away by one of your very many other heroes, which looking at the Fnatic lineup, I don't think they do very well at zoning a Blink carrier. I think can really absolutely ruin her day. Not to mention, of course, Bob and the second range core being this NP, right?
Yeah.
Being able to follow up. I like the sound of that a lot.
Yeah, and I was also imagine there's kind of a difficulty, particularly for the Coddle to deal with you, right? Because Dagon doesn't insta-kill the CK illusions because they're strong illusions.
Right. You can't hex them.
Carl,
you can, but
Carlo is going to get killed by the snowball here, and in fact even deal a little bit damage with Palos, but he goes down to the low ground and guarantees his kill on DJ with the last crit from the Chaos Strike.
Heck yeah, I think that was a little stick usage there, not going to work out too nicely. Yeah, we've been seeing lots of, I mean, with a dual, actually a quad melee strength core matchup lane here, we're seeing pardon me, DJ just kind of constantly escape waves. Carlo's struggling a little bit to contest, but he's been doing a fairly good job so far. As DJ will not TP mid. I thought there's no bottle on a Coddle, so why bother? Never mind.
I'm interested in KP's choice as well to go for the early chain lightning. I don't know if that's because he didn't get any other good options as creeps, or because he actually balanced his creep highly, because that guaranteed him the kill against Carlo. Has so much damage, but now he's forced to, or DJ's forced to bring clarity still.
Yeah, that's a good point, right? That's going to be the biggest downside here. Maybe he wants something to be able to fight and trade into the CK, right? CK is a pretty strong laner, as we can see, especially now with 2 points in that Chaos Strike. They're going to fight here.
Yeah, and they're going to kill the Tusk way too easily. And there's not much KP can do to protect him, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, chain lightning or not, maybe it's one of those abilities meant to whittle him down. I mean, he's going to be able to sustain himself with a little bit more mana, courtesy of the mana boots coming to him soon. That KP, of course, still finding his farm with that second point in Devour, but maybe it's just meant to apply a little bit more lane pressure here. I'm not so sure.
I mean, it helps you last hit as well, right? That's a big point for the chain lightning. I hope that in the mid game, instead of going for the usual stomp, especially before he gets blink, I would like for him to go for the wild wing instead. That aura, I think this game is incredible, especially in the early game.
Does the Ripper still have that aura, or is it on the wild wing?
It does, right?
He does, yes. It's the toughness aura.
Yeah, the toughness aura. That's what it was. In Torrents.
I know that they changed a couple of things. I wasn't sure where that aura lied anymore.
No, but yeah, the endurance, sorry, the toughness aura is really good against the CK, TA, NP, like Tricore, because they only have physical damage. Even Marcy mostly brings physical damage as well with early unleashes.
Yep.
And on top of that, the wild wing can be very good at getting people away from leader.
I don't think that's a kill on Tino. Hey, speaking of things, oh, well, hold on, actually, maybe Junwell.
Yeah, ooh, they missed the rebound, but Junwell, unfortunately, is a little bit too easy to kill.
Yes. Speaking of things that are going to get unleashed early, I was curious if we could take a look at how many stacks we have total. Because, of course, we can see Armel very quickly approaching the mark for that BOTs, already at 1,900 gold. So basically just another wave and another couple blasts in the jungle, and he'll have that ability online. Top lane, they do make a play for Gabby. Shanks will throw him back, but Gabby's actually going to fight versus Tino. The stun's going to connect, and that's just a dead NP.
Shanks could be in trouble, too. He has enough mana, but no cooldowns here, so Gabby will just hit the Dragon Slave and get the second kill as well.
Oh, hey, severely underestimated the strength of the Lina. Or we're not on the same page or something, because that was simply just two heroes running into their death, unfortunately.
What was the recipe again for Fnatic to stay in Div 1? So they have to beat Execration.
Right, so... for Fnatic to stay in Div 1?
Yeah.
So the recipe we saw earlier today was for Execration to not go to the mid.
No, I know, but I saw the Fnatic one earlier.
So for Fnatic, they need to win here. They need to win versus Talon. Then they need Boom to lose versus Blacklist so that there's at least a couple teams tied.
Okay.
And then I think actually there's probably more developments there. I'll look those up here while we see the skirmish down bottom.
As Palos, he's been hit. He couldn't avoid the Illuminate with a Phantasm, which means Palos is going to go down. And DJ survives. Now that's extra mana thanks to KP, who just got an Arcane Boots out. And KP, he might not come with an Infernal Blade, but it comes a lot of Chain Lightnings, which will guarantee the kill against Carlo. Nice rotation for Armel. Once again, the most successful mid-Coddle of this DPC. Not saying much because it's not been played much, and Fnatic mostly tends to lose, but with mid-Coddle, it works.
So Boom loses to Blacklist. Boom are stuck at 2 and 5. Fnatic can equal that at 2 and 5.
Armel? Bob, can he find the right path? He cannot.
And then, of course, SMG, they also rely on SMG quite a bit as we see Tino die. If SMG loses to Geek Slate, you could potentially have up to 3 teams at 2 and 5, which would force a tiebreaker, of course, for that coveted 6th place.
Okay.
So they are, at best, playing for a 3-way tiebreaker, I think, is Fnatic's only way through.
Okay, so Boom and Boom and SMG both have to lose. Even though SMG won today.
Yes, SMG did win today. It was a pretty big win for them. Over Bleed. Sorry, over who they won?
No, over Bleed. Over Bleed, you're right. They made them bleed. Rashi's looking at like,
No,
is this
they
really?
won over Blacklist. They lost to Bleed on the 13th.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, Blacklist was the one that got lost. Oh, yeah, you're right. One of the top teams. You're right.
Yes. So yeah, I mean, Fnatic's still not out of it.
Did it Bleed? Oh, Bleed lost a Talon today. That was what it was. Okay.
So that's why, it's funny. We only have, after today, only 4 best of 3s remaining. Hold that thought, actually. Marcy in trouble.
Checks. John Noel will get stopped by the rebound and killed. And Gabby will just retreat now.
But we have yet to lock in definitively any single team for any destination. Of course, the bottom 3 teams can no longer go to the major. That's mathematically impossible for them.
Yeah.
And the top 3 teams can't be relegated, relegated, pardon me.
They also cannot be regulated.
No,
They're
they
out of the law. Oh, no, that combo of Blinding Light was Strike Array did not work.
No, it did not.
2 lights is too many.
Yes. Too many cooks in the kitchen there, unfortunately, with the
too many
repositioning.
light bulbs in the fridge.
Yes. Then you know how many horses it takes to change a light bulb?
15?
Way too many. I mean, they can't. It's a null answer. They don't have opposable thumbs.
Yeah, but they use their mouths. You never seen a horse change a light bulb with his mouth?
I can't say I have.
Yeah, they're very skilled.
In any case, it's a must-win. Everything is a must-win for Fnatic, and they need a certain match to go their way.
Okay.
Because the problem is, if SMG or Boom wins one more game, then they find themselves, with 3 wins, and all of a sudden it's 2 teams stuck at the bottom.
Sure. So it's funny because right now the only teams that can screw over other SCA teams is SCA teams, as per usual.
As per usual.
The worst enemy of an SCA team is another SCA team. When the Chinese players come to this region, they go, why are you guys not helping each other improve?
Nope, absolutely not. They are going to be really trying to get everything in here. And again, as we saw earlier, I'm pretty sure every single match has to go a certain way for Execration to not get into the major. A win here, not of course a series win, is going to see them guaranteed into the major with a 6-1 scoreline, which is absolutely incredible for them, especially as they come from Division 2.
Yes.
The coach buff, man.
It's the coach. It's also Execration looking very good, to be honest. Even before March, they were looking better. But yeah, March, a lot of credit to him. Fnatic hasn't had this coach buff, but they are looking better this match, particularly.
Indeed, yeah, and it's kind of been that way for a lot of the teams that we talked to today, talking to SMG earlier, and I believe we also heard similar comments in the first series for Bleed, where it was a lot of teams that were struggling, especially early on in the season, and lots of the comments they made were like, we had some very serious talks. We took a look at our games. Once it does start to get to this point in the season where it's quite literally do or die, and even then you still need other things to go your way. You do start, having those really difficult conversations and maybe asking yourself those really hard questions. And eventually, it looks like some things are not working here. We'll see if it'll continue to work as Fnatic will smoke S2. Amel looking for his first 2 earn charges.
Well, let's see if they can find Carlo with this. It's not that important to kill, but like you said, the earn charges what really matters here. And he's going to soon upgrade to Vessel, so he's rotating at the right time. Armel doesn't have Solar Bind, though, and Carlo is right in the trees. KP is not joining him. He's pretending like there's nobody around.
He's one with the trees.
He's one with the trees, and okay, he is now way too far in the trees.
He is.
People have been calling him the Ang Pao buff. I can definitely imagine SMG. They come in, mid one comes and say, I have 3 Ang Paos, guys.
Interesting.
And we have 4 teammates. One of you is not coming to Div 2 with me.
Interesting. The Ang Pao buff. That's the first I've heard of that. DJ catches a whiff of Carlo, but still no immediate
It is supposed to be good luck money, right?
Prosperity, I believe.
Yeah, right? Good. It's luck.
I think so, something like that.
Makes you prosperous.
Mid lane falls, though. In the meantime, Bob is going to clear the entire wave down bottom. Yeah. Oh, wow. They doomed him. KV really, and they fortify even after that. Okay.
He was hot, he was cold, he was dead.
And I think Execration, with Doom being used, they can probably look to push top lane a little bit harder now.
They've already pushed mid, almost by accident, because obviously Gabby cannot withstand the power of a TA. In fact, right now Bob is leading in net worth, even above the Kato, which is crazy. We always knew this matchup was good for TA, obviously, but the fact that you're still out-farming the Kato once the lanes break is impressive.
Yeah, I guess it's a lot to do with Kato wanting to rotate and destabilize other lanes, and the TA is more than happy to just, as we saw, take down the tower and then continue to farm in your jungle after she creates, her own space. Tino has not had to move, by the way. He has got some really decent farm. His lane was a little bit more difficult, of course, against the Lina, but he has turned it still into some pretty good use with the full treads and now the Hooded Defiance. Nearly a Pipe of Insight completed. That's going to be pretty brutal for Fnatic to fight into early. Stun from Fog, Shanks pulled back in with the Stolen Reality Rift and the Snowball, as well as Laguna committed here. Fnatic, they're here to guarantee the kills. You know, 2 ultis used in situations that probably did not exactly demand for them, but you know, you got to respect that they want to get these kills. They want these heroes off the maps, and well, they're going to use their tools to get it done. And now even after that, they're going to smoke. So no Laguna Blade here.
No.
I
don't think it matters though. I don't think it matters. They should have enough damage regardless. First, the Reality Rift actually stolen by Rubik. Well done. Get rid of the refraction charges. Now the Walrus Sponge. Keep the Talon in place. Kill him with a tag team.
There was detection, right?
There was.
Okay.
And they do lose Armel, though, in the process, who awkwardly walked up to the high ground. Didn't really work out. KP's in similar position. Maybe gets saved by Light Striker 8, not in time. And then Marcy still looking for this kill on Gabby. There's the NP TPing in. Tino comes to Sprout for extra vision. Oh, comes that Sprout, never mind. He just comes with auto attacks. And that will be sufficient to kill off Gabby. As they stun off John Well, he gets the leech. You know, that's not going to help.
No, not very much. A little bit of extra damage done, but nothing too write home about. And that's 4 dead. As Execration are going to they just regular punish the overzealousness there from Fnatic. Into the jungle they go. They do at least stop this TA, but they lose heavily as a result of it. However, Armel's still probably the strongest hero in the game right now, especially with 2 Vessel charges and level 2 Solar Bind. So he still has plenty of damage to do to his enemies. Execration, however, of course, are just going to probably, for the meantime, utilize their superior push and siege. You can see now top tower gone very quickly.
Down bottom. He jumps into the waiting arms of an angry CK and a Trim Protector.
There's a Reality Rift the entire time. I mean, he was absolutely not getting out of there. That's now his 2nd consecutive death. That one feels a little bit less good.
Yes.
And probably a little bit scarier, especially as I was saying, your top tower does fall. So your map's starting to shrink now as the Coddle.
Okay, they at least doom Shanks. This counter kill doesn't feel that worth it, honestly.
It's something.
It's something.
I mean, it's I think Fnatic for right now not looking to play in these next 10 minutes, recognizing we just need to create a safe space on our map for our Lina, right? And we need to get her online. We're playing for this Lina BKB timing, maybe a Lina BKB plus Crystallis or something like that, right? Maybe not Crystallis this game, doesn't feel too great versus TA, but you know what I mean, right?
Yeah.
They're playing for that specific timing here. They don't really care what they have to do to get there, because it'll be worth it then, just relying on the strength of the Lina. I can't blame him. I think Execration might need to just kind of... I think they are going to outscale Fnatic here. I think that what they do have coming is a pretty scary probably like 23 to 28 minutes, right? That kind of period where Roshan becomes pretty doable for Fnatic, given that they have Tag Team and Alina. And this Coddle has a lot of sustain alongside a lot of damage when BKBs may or may not be up on the cores that need him to fight. You know, we've seen lots of really early pushes centered not around a Coddle, but certainly with his healing and sustain having to do a large portion with how successful they could be. So maybe that's something Fnatic are looking to play for here in this next next dozen minutes or so.
Sure, I can see that the timing that you're talking about, and it can be scary if they can get online, but it does feel like they still have no clear solutions to either the CK right now, who's way too far. I mean, he's going for the blink tag we talked about.
Right.
They don't have a real solution for the TA either, except for ganking her.
TA who has blink already, by the way.
Yes.
Nearly has a Deso on top of Dragonlance.
It feels like at some point your Coddle will be fodder. Their pick-off potential is really high right now for Fnatic, but it does seem like Execration is leading by a fair margin, even if the net worth does not represent that.
Yeah, I mean, I have to give a lot of credit to Execration.
That's to Illusions, wow.
Oh, okay.
I mean, he did to Bob initial hit with the meld, but minus armor made the Illusions deal a lot more damage. DJ is now in trouble as well, as down bottom they hit him with a Chaos Bolt.
Oh.
And there's Palos getting another kill.
Surprisingly, KP completes that TP, but they're not willing to dive onto him.
But Bob is looking at it. He's in the triangle behind him. Steals farm instead.
He's probably farming instead. He really wants Deso, right? I mean, he could get Deso with the kill, or he can just wait here for a couple more seconds and then get the kill right after. I have to also commend the rest of Execration, right? I think Tino building up a very nice item here. Already has Pipe of Insight. He can just TP into the middle of the fight and basically save his friends.
Got a TP, but they got him a Light Strike Array. Nice little force staff there from Armel to guarantee Gabby could get there in time. Execration, they want to fight this though. They smoked up.
And real quick, Avo, Gabby's decided against the BKB first. He's actually gone Maelstrom after Falcon Blade and now Shadow Blade. Oh. So that's a little curious for me. But
how will you deal with the Chaos Bolt?
Hope that they have no detection and you can I mean, I don't know. I mean, assumingly you're using Shadow Blade to initiate, so you probably won't have the active ready.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of a dangerous play.
It is. I'd say it's quite risky. Maybe it's useful for hunting Tino.
Sure.
Right? You can get the jump onto him, the way the old Linas used to use this item, right? Obviously, it's still used in similar fashion, but I don't know. It is a bit risky. It's could be a good time to fight, though. They've got still 2 Vessel charges. They have almost max Solar Bind with the Arcane Rune. They have Doom. They've got their cooldowns, and now even on top of Doom, Guardian Greaves and a full Heaven's Halberd. Feels pretty good right now for Fnatic. I wouldn't mind them forcing an issue here.
Yeah, they stun the Triple Predator. Harlow.
Oh, Armel.
He might just die quick enough. There's the illusion still hitting Armel. Armel, though, has the healing. And he's going to be safe for now as the Overgrowth stops his initiation. Where's the reinforcement Execration? It seems like they just want to retreat. Ooh. So TP immediately from Palos, and they leave Carlos behind.
Oh, they did Roche in the meantime.
They did. And that's why there's no reinforcements, Richie.
Wow. That's kind of a blow to Fnatic. I really thought they were going to be the ones trying to get that first Roche. I should have noted that with Deso and then like double or even triple meld, you basically clear that guy in no time flat, especially with Treants to tank for you. So that's going to kind of take a little bit of the punch out from Fnatic's timings here, I believe. At the very least, they don't use any huge ultimates and they force an Overgrowth. So you can still potentially look to skirmish here in this timing. Wouldn't be the craziest thing. DJ has Blink as well, so he's got very strong initiation.
Oh, Bob. Thanks to the refraction, you can blink away in time.
Yep. Well, it's the Blink reveal, not as ideal as they were hoping for.
I mean, they should have already seen it in the lanes.
But these two heroes now, the dual cores, maybe even trio core, we can call it for Execration. You know, I'm talking about this 24, 28-minute timing. There's no one really applying that much pressure before that. They've just been farming.
Which is why KP is now in trouble, because he's been found out. They just need one more stun, and it's going to be disposed instead. Displacing him as Bob goes to the high ground, finds John well, and finishes him off in 2 hits. First 2 extra damage for Desolator.
Yes. I don't know. It doesn't really feel like to me this Coddle hero is similar to a what's a good comparison? Maybe like a Storm or an Ember Spirit, or even more these days we see the Pangolier, where they are a playmaker. Like you make plays around these kinds of heroes. This Coddle feels like a nice +1 hero for sure. Overwhelming damage, some slows, really good utility and percentage-based damage on Vessel that gets amped. But by himself, I don't really think he does too much. And I would almost arguably say the same of a Doom. Unless you're in a phenomenal Doom game against like a Morphling or a Faceless Void or a Spirit hero, I don't really think like he is the kind of hero that you can just play around the map with. With these kinds of lineups, I almost always prefer, SMG showed us a lineup like this earlier, where Mid1 played a phenomenal game on the Beastmaster. You can play around. Doesn't matter what. I roar, I stun, we kill, right?
Yeah.
I think Doom is a little bit more situational at times.
I agree. I feel like what's the impact of Doom here? Like you stop the CK from stunning?
Yeah,
he still run away.
He farms and builds aura items. Okay, I would argue you could do the same on similar heroes. I mean, maybe this Doom has a separate purpose. It does keep the TA out of the fight fairly effectively if you can catch her.
Like he has good single target catch, but you do need the supports to always be with you, as opposed to Beastmaster, which is a single man killing machine. So I agree with your point.
I also think DJ's games is really hard here. I think he has to get, on this smoke maybe even, get something out of this Blink Dagger. It's kind of just burning a hole in his pocket. He hasn't really gotten much out of this. Palos though is scouted.
They might find him first. I don't know how. Ooh, wow. DJ, he blinked a little bit far away, so he couldn't get the Walrus Punch initiation he was looking for. If he snowballed, he would have just killed himself, so that was a good choice.
Yeah. And the longer that these initiations don't go right for Fnatic, the more farm that literally almost all of Execration are getting. They're 3 cores, right? Tino still has his couple of his value aura item being the Pipe of Insight. Is anyone going for the mech? Is Tree going for a mech? No. That's fine. But, you know, they're still farming the map. And in the meantime, KP really isn't. DJ sure as heck isn't. It's really only just Lina and maybe Armel blasting a couple of waves here and continuing to scale.
Nope. They found DJ. No. They stunned him. DJ.
Chaos Bolt.
Couple more hits. There's a Chaos Bolt from the Rubik. And they have doomed Palos. This would be an opportunity to kill off Palos. Going to help him out with the Atos. He's trying to heal back up thanks to the Overgrowth, but they didn't catch Selena. They disposed a little bit too late. And so Palos is down. They did catch KP in the process though. Lightstrike can't cover him enough, but the Force Staff will save him with a snowball to get him up to the high ground. KP's not going to die right now.
Okay. Okay, good restraint there by Execration, not really forcing it. Like I said, I think this is still a pretty strong moment for Fnatic to fight. They don't really need to go too crazy here. KP still deceptively tanky between the Greaves passive, as well as, of course, just his general high HP regen. They even give him a salve, or 2 here, to top himself up. Fnatic maybe looking for a second round.
They smoke together with a Shadow Blade from Gabby as well.
They're so close to BKB on Gabby, though.
What are they going to try to do here? They're going to try to go for Shanks. Not the best target, but it's a target, like you said earlier.
It's another kill, and it's going to give the boot here quite firmly, might I add, towards Execration. It'll allow this BKB to safely get farmed up by the little Tino.
Yeah. Tino just went in after they lost his support. They still have the Aegis on him, so hey, they're still stronger. Bob just got a kill as well on Gabby in the backlines. He joined in with Palos, put Gabby out of position, and Palos still has the combo around the Rift plus the stun now. KP cannot get away. That's 2 core kills here after they just lost Marcy. Not that bad. Actually, pretty great.
Yeah, pretty good. I wouldn't really mind seeing it, and it's a pretty major deviation from a hero that I think his problem is, okay, by the way, Palos just dies again, or Palos gets another kill rather onto Jean. And maybe Armel? No, okay, not quite. I think this is maybe a game where Armel might have had to consider the shard. And I know this isn't necessarily a hero that can reasonably do that, but something has to match this global presence of the NP. It just always feels like Execration have strength in numbers, and even though this isn't the strong recall as it used to be, you know, if anyone takes damage, it gets canceled. You just need to have all your heroes in fights. They're really hurting for the numbers in these engagements. Even without Aegis now, Execration confident enough to push up the high ground. They'll be forced away once that second Fortify comes through, without any barracks at least, but the tier 3, as well as maybe the start of this game, starting to crumble open against Fnatic.
A little pause from Fnatic, and it's for a disconnect. Gets him a breather to consider the options this game. I don't know if this is the ideal game, though, for them.
For Fnatic, that is.
Yeah, for Fnatic.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's like an easy comeback potential, because, yes, Lena's very strong, but like we've pointed out 30,000 times, there's 3 cores.
There's 3 cores farming.
And they're all pretty good against you.
They be farming.
They be farming, and they'll be pretty good against you.
Yes, they do.
Yes. So... what are the recourse options? What do they have?
Well, I mean, you have DJ who's moderately farmed, to be honest.
Also, there's the core DJ once again.
Well, fortunately, he's not going for the straight core build this time around. Pardon me. Even though it potentially arguably won in the game last time, late enough, sure, that was the right decision for him. But now he's actually going for the Ag Scepter instead. And that kick out of position, or maybe even just kicking Bob out of the fight, may be enough to give you a couple more seconds, a little bit more space for your Lina to get something done. Doesn't really so much address the CK, which is probably still the biggest concern I have here, especially as the game does get later. CK, certainly a hero with some scaling potential. But, you know, I think that's going to be something. Looks like there's a Lotus, or is that a Shiva's potentially? We'll see what KP decides to turn this plate mail into that he has in the quick buy. But yeah, I mean, it is going to be pretty scary. I think this Coddle, you know, Sun's already, you know, setting a little bit on the true strength, I'd say, of Coddle mid these days. We've seen a couple games where it's been successful, but for the most part, it's super annoying early on. And then as long as you don't manage to continuously feed him Vessel Charge, it seemed very manageable.
Yes, especially because this game, the moving into Dagon or to the Vice, we've already reiterated that it's just not that good. Yeah. There's just not much use to these items. Inside Vice is nice against the TA for sure, but who will deal with the CK?
Yes.
Seriously, Palos just seems like an unkillable machine right now. Especially because Gabby delayed that BKB a lot, so the activation took a while. Now you're fighting into Execration timings.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the best answer that they have right now to these CK Phantasm Illusions is just Fade Bolt, which isn't really saying much. AoE
Illuminate, obviously.
Telekinesis. Illuminate's good, yeah. But like in terms of like mitigating their damage when they eventually are going to tank through Illuminate, that's scary.
Oh, you're right, you're right.
That's more of my concern at this stage, especially as we see what Palos will queue up next. Echo Saber, Blink, BKB, and of course Armlet. I don't know what he wants to go for. Anything cute plays you can do by disassembling this Echo Saber? No, because he probably would have done it already for the Ogre Axe into BKB. So I don't assume he's going to do that. Yeah, he had Heart queued up for a second, but has switched up into the AC. Curiously enough, I thought Tino could have gone for AC again here. He has finished up Gleipnir, sitting on a decent chunk of change. We'll see what he wants to go for next on this NP. Maybe just BKB for him now, honestly, so he can continue to scale and be a presence in the team fights. BKB about to be finished up for the Marcy. I mean, these are some significant items coming online now for Execration. You know, again, I spoke about that 23 to 28 minute window, and it is rapidly approaching its close for Fnatic. That's a scary position for them to be in. Now, they do have full BKB and a plate mail on Lina, so fairly tanky here, should be a little bit more durable in these fights, but they have a lot of solutions to her. I mean, we don't need to reiterate them. She's got a lot of counters.
Yeah, putting her out of the position, obviously being the biggest counter to any ranged hero. There will be a moment, I guess you could argue, that with just Satanic, and then you can't be killed that easily in that position.
That'll be a while, though. You know, going for the Shivas first is the issue, obviously, and
because you need the plate mill. She was like, what item has plate mill and I can build well this game? Shivas is probably the best option.
Very good plate mill game, to be honest.
And is the plate mill game. I actually...
If it wasn't a Doom, it might even be a good Crimson game.
I am surprised, yeah, there isn't a Wraith Pact though on him. Like, I know they can break Wraith Pact relatively easily.
You know, no, I agree. Wraith Pact is much better than Crimson. That's the reason we never see Crimson. Crimson's gotten some like absolutely ridiculous buffs, by the way. If you think it's a good Crimson game and for some reason not a good Wraith Pact game, I would look into buying that item.
Yeah, I would buy either. I would buy both actually.
Yeah.
Or maybe even just Vlad's, because the armor from Vlad's is very necessary.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to at least the armor from Guardian Greaves, which is a little something. It's not much, right? But 3 armor is something. It's, I think, equivalent to that, which Vlad's gives you, honestly.
Yeah, but Vlad's is half, right? So
yeah, it's true.
That's why, like, stack armor, I think, is the play here for KP, because you talked about, as an initiator, this guy's meh.
Yeah.
But you add to him this aura build.
Sure. Oh. Speaking of meh initiation.
I think you need to Doom. I need to at least, well, maybe taunt to Doom. They caught him with the telekinesis, but they couldn't send him back to the Walrus Punch.
Though. No
now
follow
DJ, he might be in trouble. Force Staff, and don't let them rebound him, or sorry, dispose him, but he's gonna die regardless to the auto attacks from the TA. Where's the CK is the question. Palos is just hanging about in the edge of the team fight, which allows him to get a Doom off on this Lina. Sorry, on this TA. And now Palos finally joins the fray. He's going for the Coddle as a Ghost Center. That will save him for now. KP's dying though to the Marcy, and Armel will be the next victim of Palos.
Okay. I mean, kind of a rough fight there, especially as it's going to lead Execration directly into Roshan. They don't pass go, they don't collect $200, they don't even look for bounties or capture the outpost. Well, actually, the outpost is already theirs. Yeah, I mean, I think this is pretty clearly now in Execration's favor. I think if I'm Fnatic, I'm looking for another hopeful high ground defense, but fortunately, you know, if I'm them, I'm thankful that we won game 1 and we have game 3 to look forward to. This is looking really difficult already.
Yes.
Not a terrible chance at an initiation there, but I'm pretty sure when DJ blinked in, he was expecting the Doom immediately as a follow-up, but it seemed like Doom was still on cool, or the blink rather from Doom.
I mean, it was weird because he blinked in Walrus Punch, you couldn't telekinesis her back, so you couldn't take the fight in even better terms than you were hoping for. It was maybe a little bit hasty. I would have waited just a second more, right, until you can Walrus Punch him.
Yeah, I think that's also a fair bit of analysis. I think either way, you know, Execration had ample time to basically choose their response, right?
Yes,
Palos,
Tino was only there for half the fight.
Yeah, Palos eventually chose violence, and he opened up a can of whoop ass onto this Armel Coddle, who, you know, again, is really struggling to find a place in this game now that we're this late. What does he have? He's got Ghost Scepter, so maybe he doesn't die next time as quickly, but this is looking like a phenomenal game to go for a Nullifier on someone. We'll see who decides to queue that up eventually. Maybe Tino, who's sitting on 4,000 gold.
Tino, honestly, any of the 3 cores can go.
100%. It's phenomenal items for either of them.
I actually wouldn't mind if Palos did, but he's building for AC. Yeah, he actually finished AC. Wow.
Okay, not bad. And there's Tino's full BKB. Let's check in on Bob, who is going for Butterfly. Okay, the Butterfly of Bob, that's what BOB stands for. Right, it's recursive.
It's recursive? Yeah, okay. Butterfly of Bob, which stands for Bob.
Which stands for Bob of Bob.
Which stands for Bob again.
Yeah.
Which stands for Butterfly of Bob again.
Yeah.
This man's an endless pool of knowledge. It is my favorite name in Dota 2 after Cat Feces. Which is the OG of good names.
I'm still quite a big fan of Toronto Tokyo, to be honest.
That's a really good name as well. But as a support, it just doesn't feel the same.
You're right.
It's like, oh, Toronto Tokyo's coming in with the Invoker. Great. Toronto Tokyo, he fade bolted. Who gives a shit?
It's true. I mean, who knows? Maybe he's got some plays left in him as a support, as maybe like a tree. Like that.
I feel like Toronto Tokyo went like the Toronto residents, and because rent is too high, no longer has any money.
Okay, not bad. The rare scenario where Tino was hoping that he actually had Curse of the Old Growth. Alas,
but he had Gleipnir. If he's not right, he's left, right?
Oh yeah, I mean that's a good point. Yeah, Gleipnir, you don't need. Yes, okay.
The thing is, he got stuck in the trees. Like, guys, what happened? I getting stuck in the trees? No. It must be a different Tino.
A lot of tree walkers. Oh, I guess 2 of them.
Who's the what? Is Train Protector in?
Yeah, he's a tree walker.
Yeah, but who's the other one?
Train Protector.
Nature's Prophet is not a tree walker.
They can walk in trees. TP's in them, walks, destroys them.
He destroys.
Hoodwink does it, doesn't she?
Yeah, Hoodwink does, yeah. Because she's a squirrel. She actually, jumps from tree to tree, but you can't tell because Dota is it's a bird's eye view, right?
Much like Tarzan. Swings from vine to vine. She's going from tree to tree.
That is true, but Tarzan's a human.
Yeah.
Who can barely speak, and Hoodwink is a very eloquent squirrel.
I don't think so. I remember Tarzan being very eloquent to Jane.
This is why your Tinder days don't go well if you think that's eloquent.
Maybe I'm misremembering the movie, but...
he goes, I, Tarzan.
Yeah.
How is that eloquent?
Why make many word when few do good?
Saya Tarzan. I mean, maybe in Bahasa it sounds a little bit.
Maybe. This game, though, is looking real good for Execration, so, as we can see. So, win percentage, what are we at right now?
Nah, you'd still say Namasaya. You wouldn't even, no, you wouldn't say it. Tarzan is an idiot.
Well, see, the thing is, Saya is already so close to Sayang, which is what he calls Jane anyway. So, he's already got it.
That's the first word this man learned in Malaysia.
It's not true.
The first word I learned was
Terra
chicken.
Mikasa. This is a sneaky play, by the way, by Carlo. He's managed to get in here unnoticed. Hello.
Okay. Bye-bye, DJ.
He got off the halberd. Someone got off the halberd, though.
They did dispose KP. They also Gleipnir him, and they realized KP's not worth anything. The towers are much more worth.
Yes, and that is, of course, the top barracks being deleted. All those tier 2 towers are down already, so nothing really stopping Execration from looking for more.
Oh, okay, they cut the Marcy.
Not bad. Did use BKB and the Doom.
Yeah, they do him on the TA. However, the CK's still alive, and KP will die for this. Gleipnir as well. Gabby's forced to retreat. He's out of BKB timing.
Yeah, there's still
TA's moving forward.
There's still 8. I mean, she kind of wants to die here. Maybe not. She can just look to reset. Oh, no. Okay, Palos is going to... Yep. I had no choice.
Kill me, sir. Kill me, please.
Had no choice.
Bashed her face in.
And he did. Well, it's a hold. They're going to lose KB for it, but Execration sent back. The issue is, normally here is where I would use my words and analysis to be like, yes, and now Fnatic, they can do X, Y, and Z. However, Execration are just fine with this. They're just going to get their next volley of items and then just... I don't even know if they need to wait for Rush. I think they're just completely outscaling all of Fnatic. I think Lina cannot 1v5 this.
I don't think there's an XYZ that Fnatic can do. I think they have to change alphabets at this point because there's... What can they do, genuinely? Like, besides wait for Lina and hope that she solo carries your game, is there really a win condition here? Caudal Scythe, maybe?
Well, we have the Tusk kick, so maybe someone's going to be kicked into Fountain here.
Ping F, and then Palos goes, yes. And then Gabby does a crazy amount of Haas, right? And then Palos...
We're back to this stage of analysis for this game, are we?
I just want to point out, if you're a Haas, that you actually mess up in the typing them, you have like 2 H's together, and you end with an H, that is a psychopathic amount of
I think they're inviting him to Hot Pot. Hot Pot Tayo Gab.
Yeah. But it's only Gabby that's being invited.
Yeah, it's a little rude, isn't it?
They're just ignoring the rest of Fnatic.
I feel like there should be rules against that. If you're going to invite someone from the opposing team to Hot Pot, you got to bring them all. Look, and Gabby's like...
Also, with all the good food in Execration, there's better food to have.
In Execration?
Sorry, in the Philippines. Yeah. They definitely not find any... For people that don't watch from Philippines, Execration is the equivalent of kampong. You look at the street view of their team house, and one part is team house, one part is chickens and jungle.
Oh.
Yeah. And the other part is the studio where the Philippine cast is happening.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's right next to it.
Shout out to the Philippine cast, the Tagalog cast. We got a lot of streams running, by the way, guys. So if you want a local stream, check it out. Or stay here on the English.
Actually, yes. If you speak English, stay here. Because we need you.
Yes. Stay here. Stay.
Okay.
Please don't leave.
Richie.
They're leaving.
It's okay. They're not your dad.
No, they're being right back. They're just going for a quick trip to pick up some milk and eggs.
And cigarettes.
Yeah.
If you want to be the milk and egg sponsor for Richie's dad's stream, reach us out at Eeples Gaming.
Yes, there it is. There it is. For now, Execration looking for a pickoff. Looking for a way, probably looking for Armel, honestly. I mean, he just seems like a free kill at this stage.
Yes, Armel is the easiest of kills. They don't have Nullifier, though.
Not yet.
So what's their solution? If he goes Septus.
2-hitting him if you're TA.
Right, the solution is, will Armel have enough reaction time?
I mean, genuinely, the way that they've snuck into the base a couple of times has impressed me from Execration.
TA is going for the Nullifier.
Oh, and they're trying to set a trap down bottom, dare I? See,
Dare I say?
Dare I say? Gabby? Dares he stay? He does not. Nay.
Nay, Gabby does not stay here today.
All right.
Gabby will find another way, Richie.
And he lives to fight another day.
You can't run day with today. That's
yes,
that's
I
the
can.
Kanye West level of rhyme.
I mean, I think Kanye's got some different rhymes these days that we best not mention. Because that guy's a whole different type of entertainer. He's a clown now, Alvaro.
Yeah, what a weird arc he's going on right now.
Honestly. Fnatic? Oh, I thought that was a blink on it.
Oh, they got him with the Wrath of Nature, though. And Armel's like, guys, maybe they're nearby. I have to just go to the high ground.
Okay, but a couple significant items picked up now. There's a Silver Edge on the Lina and a Sight Device for Armel.
Yes, it's true. Significant.
Oh, okay. KP, though, is going to be able to purge himself. Does not get held down by that Gleipnir.
Yellow, guys, this is KP. Another video playing, too.
Oh, I see. Remember when you used to be able to purge and kill Chaotic Offering?
Oh, yeah. That's Dota 1 days.
It was in Dota 2.
Was it?
Yeah, it was in Dota 2 when I started playing.
Back when Diffusal Blade had charges.
Back when Diffusal Blade had an upgrade.
Oh, yes, true.
Yeah, you could just like, I remember playing that hero. I was like, hooray, I pressed my button, guys. And then the enemy Riki would just press a button on it and it would just disappear.
But you can no longer do that.
You can no longer.
More balanced game.
Yes. That was one of my favorite clips of all time, though, when Purge read that patch note and when Purge can no longer instantly kill Demonic Offering, and he went, really?
That was very, very fun.
Little Purge deep cut. For now, though, Execration, just wait for
10 seconds.
I mean, they're happy. They're chilling.
They're existing. They're like, what can Fnatic do?
They be farming. They just played a 75-minute game. They know that if this game goes that late again, they're not really going to be all that scared. I think that unless KP gets BKB and an Acceptor, which is another 4,200 gold to farm.
What is this? Gleipnir doesn't stop channeling me.
No, it doesn't.
But Stun will, and Death also stops channeling, which is why KP, gets saved by the Guardian Greaves. They throw Tino, though. That was the rebound working in his favor as DJ also dies. Pummeled to death. That TP is not going to complete.
I think that was Walrus Kick.
Oh, that was Walrus Kick?
Yeah. That was Walrus Kick. There is a shard on this Marcy, but I heard a kick. Oh.
Okay, could have been.
Donwell is going to be nuked down. I mean, this is... Okay, Gabby is Scout.
They caught him with a Gleipnir.
He's got BKB.
They have Sprout as well. He's leashed.
Does it leash?
It does? I think that's rebound, though. I think that was rebound as well. Well, that's fine.
Yeah. It does leash. Sprout does leash. Fortunately, double buybacks forced up from Fnatic are going to prevent this Lina from having to pop and use that BKB. It's hard to get in that stage here where I need to look at buybacks for Lina.
You know, it's a mental reset for Execration when they start spamming lines.
Oh, yeah, they're feeling it again. Good patience on them, though, waiting until, they had a 22K net worth lead and the game's more or less...
Yeah.
It's about halfway in the bag for them.
Vlads will come out earlier on Execration than he will on Fnatic. And now DJ's still going in. Oh, with the Walrus Kick, Shank's in trouble.
Where's the follow-up?
The follow-up was nice by Correa, but Palos is also follow-up. He kills off DJ. So support for now as Carlo gets an overgrowth before he dies. Now Bob wants to fight head-on, and Gabby cannot last against two cores. KP's trying to kill a third, but the two cores are here to save him. They even have a rebound just for good measure. That's going to kill off KP as well.
And Tino's going to live.
DJ dead, Zhao dead, KP dead, all without buyback. Only Gabby has his.
Only Gabby and only Armel is going to be the survivor here for Fnatic, and not much he can do, but maybe nuke one creep wave, and that's about it. That's not nearly going to be enough for what Execration's throwing at your high ground right now, especially if Palos just blinks in and murders you.
They threw Apollos at your high ground.
Cool guys don't even look at their Phantasm kills.
Wow. They knew Armel was dead no matter what. Fnatic now should just call it GG.
Yes, and they will.
There we go. All right, we have to get a 3-game series. Execration added a bit of emotion in the first game. Now the third game is the real game changer. This is the real series changer. It's a best of one, as we like to say sometimes. DJ has shown equal emotions for his win and for his loss, which is staple for him. And KP's talking this time, and he actually feels happy now. It seems like they feel like they can fix a couple of things.
I think so. I think this game wasn't completely out of their control. I think there was a couple of moments early where, again, you just need to, in these kind of lineups where you don't naturally have something to force an objective, I think you need to kind of make your own, and you need to make it work. It never really felt like Fnatic, like I was saying, they maybe thought that they'd be strong in this 20-minute period, basically, with the Lina, where we normally see her start to dominate games, but they just couldn't even secure her that farm. Or they never really forced Execration's 3 cores out of jungle, and they were just going to easily outscale. I mean, 3 cores to 1. Even no matter how strong a hero is, they cannot 1v3 that early in the game.
Yeah, we'll see what our panel has to say. Some of them were believers in the Fnatic draft, some of them were not. So at least one person was wrong. Will they be able to admit it? We'll find out soon.
Thanks, Avo and Richie. I mean,
both of you were Fnatic, dude.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
To be fair, I feel like they didn't lose because of the draft.
Yeah.
I feel like they had a 12-minute Greaves, and Coddle was like so farmed. Like just go hit the mid tower.
Yeah.
Take a Frost Creep. They have CK, TA, Nature's Prophet. What the hell are they gonna do?
I feel like they were on the right track though, because they did like try to get Bob at the top triangle, but then Armel died twice in a row mid. That's kind of where it started to slow down.
Tell me, how is Fnatic supposed to run in and start fights?
Just hit the tower. Why do you need to start fight? What deep push do they have?
What are they gonna do if CK comes in?
They have Greaves. At 12 minutes.
Greaves is not gonna do anything against a CK Marcy.
Are you crazy? CK is like armlet at level 8. Do you care? No way, no way you can fight. No way you can fight Nucall Blast with Greaves, and if this
So you're
Doom gets
expecting
like a
you're expecting the Lina to be a part of this fight.
I think you bring 5 heroes and you play the game with Greaves. I think if you buy Greaves to AFK, you should buy Midas.
I think
what did this Greaves do? He bought it and they did completely nothing with his Greaves.
I'd argue the Coddle did nothing this game. Like,
I think the Coddle like enabled. I guess he fed twice, right? Like you said, which was right.
Because it's like I feel like the way you're seeing the team fight is like it's one-dimensional. Like,
I mean that's their draft though. It's one-dimensional.
No, I know that's why. But it's like if Fnatic just show that they're 5-man, pushing a lane, Execration is gonna smoke and wrap around. They know where the key heroes are
but I'm
gonna
saying
be.
they can't fight. They're fucking CK, TA, Nature's Prophet. How do you fight?
Yeah, but the TA won mid because it's free farm against a...
No, the call was same net worth as the TA.
Yeah, but
he free farm, but he has Dragonlance against a 12-minute Greaves.
He goes Dragonlance Dagger, and then it's like he can cut the backline too, and like...
Can you fight into Greaves with Snowball, with Coddle, Blinding Light?
I mean, I know Greaves is a very strong item, like especially when it's that early, but I just feel their skills, like as a whole, like there's nothing like that stopping like Execration just running in.
Maybe.
Because let's say best case scenario, you doom the CK and he doesn't get the Phantomize off. Then you have the Furion and the TA to worry about.
Yeah, but they're fucking creeps if you have Greaves.
Frost
armor Greaves, like they have 3 physical damage.
Yeah. But here's our Rivalry MVP, Palos, with the kind of Monka-esque GPM score.
Liu.
Yeah, kind of
Liu.
spooky. But yeah, I mean, you play CK carry. You don't see that very often in CDPC. You play something
He did
so
well.
flashy.
He like the thing that impressed me the most about Execration is they were so anti-troll. Like you see how they like backed off. It was like so
That's
disciplined.
true.
Like all of them were so disciplined. They like waited for Aegis. They're like, we're not gonna lose this game.
Yeah, they were playing really careful.
Yeah.
But I think if you play CK and you do this well, you deserve the MVP. It's like you play something flashy.
I mean, he was the one active core and he got kills. I think the kill on Armel mid was super clutch.
Yeah.
It was their grief timing and he like killed the caller and then he killed caller again.
That's my point. It's like the Fnatic has to play like perfection. One misstep from Rubik, Lina, Coddle.
I mean, that's Dora, right? Like you hit that timing and if you go die before your Greaves Doom walks over, then well.
But it's like they can just ignore it. Like
Was
I feel like they
it
can just.
you that was like, I was like, oh, this team has to aim for perfection. You were like, well, Sophie, if they're playing on the pro stage, then you have to aim for
No, I
perfection.
mean you aim for it, but you shouldn't like draft in a way that
Yeah.
you make
Then
one
you have-
mistake. It's like it's so hard already. And I feel like with those kind of heroes, you need like a tide, like something that you can just like play behind and
bit more brain
Team
dead.
fight.
yeah, like protect the backline.
it's just some
Doom is
Beastmaster.
not Doom doesn't protect the backline at all. And I get the Greaves is strong, but it's just like sure, like you doom a target, then Marcy just sidekicks him and.
I mean, it's a pause forward Marcy. Dude, if this brown boost Marcy can come and kill my hero and I'm a Greaves Doom, I will alternate F4.
Yeah, I mean, I did think also that like the Greaves would be enough. Because it's like, what, 12 minutes?
But both of you are wrong.
We're wrong.
we were
What do we know?
What do
we
we
don't know
know?
anything about Dota.
We know we have a game 3.
We do know we have a game 3, and this game, last game was not a 70-minute game, so thank you, Alvaro and Richie, for not cursing us again. I mean,
They were
viewers, if you
saving
want
it for game 3.
Oh, yeah. So game 3, I mean, who knows? The stakes are even again. I would say the stakes are maybe higher for Fnatic because we don't want to drop the Div 2, but I mean, Execration basically have a sure shot to Major. Basically. It's a lot of conditions that have to be met.
Base.
Yeah, basically. But yeah, I mean, third game, it's gonna be tough. Gonna be very intense.
I just don't agree with Adelina first pick. Take that Mercy, man.
You don't think it was the call? Yeah, I guess I can see that, yeah.
It just, I don't know, like...
I feel like the Furen was super annoying too. I feel like Execration, once they reach mid-game, they are really, really good. It's like the first 10 minutes that Fnatic seems to have the advantage as in these past 2 games.
Like, Fnatic has to try to draft like how they drafted game 1, where they won their lanes and they could like push.
Scale.
Push and not feel like they're at a time limit.
Yeah, I get what you mean.
Well, that is game 2, so that's in the past. Now we're looking forward to the future. We got game 3 coming right up after a quick break.
Three, two, one.
For a decent amount of time. Have to take out like the blame cloak. Does get a lot of damage, but here comes the black hole.
Sarap! Tingnan mo yung pansit. That looks delicious.
So what is it, Sophie?
Pancit? It's like noodles.
That's really...
What about this?
What is this?
I don't know.
Fried
I've
banana?
never... No.
Is that a banana?
Oh, that is banana.
Yeah.
We thought...
Saging, no?
It's
Saba?
banana Q. It's
So
banana.
Or saba?
We thought it was potato.
Oh, dude, it's so huge.
Come on, bro. You even Pinoy.
Are bananas in Philippines that huge?
There's like a different type of banana. It's like a shorter, chubbier, and it's a little like stickier, firmer. I don't know. But it's delicious. Yeah. But anyways, welcome back to the CDPC Division 1 Winter Tour. I am here with Ninja Boogie and Adam again. So we're back for Game 3. It's going to be a very exciting end of the series because, I mean, we got Execration, top of the leader board, and we got Fnatic at the...
We could potentially...
Also the top, but
from the other side, yeah.
We could potentially have our first major team and first relegated team.
Oh, that's
That is
true.
true. Oh. Or we could have our first not relegated team and our first not yet major team.
But they won't be first.
So we could have our not relegated team and our non-major team. But yeah, I'm quite excited to see how this game goes. I'm really hoping, not to be biased, but I'm hoping Fnatic can take a series win because I think, you know, they need something. They need a little love.
Oh, that's true. They gotta get visa. I forgot about that.
Oh.
Yeah,
They need visa for...
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Like, because
For Lima?
Yeah.
South America...
I'm not sure, actually.
I know, like, for Malaysia, I don't think we need... It's visa on entry.
Oh. Huh.
Oh, well.
Oh, well.
All right, back to game 3.
Back to Dota.
Yeah.
You're talking about how Fnatic need to, like, change their draft?
Yeah, I just feel like they need to focus on winning lanes and, like, heroes that can do something because, like, Coddle, like, again, he has all that network, but
he couldn't convert into something.
Like they have no first move, like, and the first move was like they had to wait for DJ to get his dagger, and you know Rubik sure, but it's still like you want a more additional threats. Like in game 1 they had the Primal Beast, they had the Bat Rider, you know, so Execration was just scaling like 3 cores in different places.
No pressure. Yeah, I think Shanks tanked like 5 ganks to the game.
I think Fnatic are really gonna have to like put their foot on the pedal though, because as we saw last game, let's get the draft up here first. As we saw the first game, like even though Fnatic destroyed the lanes, like they still had a rough game. They need to play clean.
Oh, NP's banned. All right, so it's the Marcy Lina thing again, right?
So
you go Lina or Marcy?
Because if they don't take Marcy here, Execration is gonna go Marcy Visage. And then what are you gonna take? Like I'd go for like Trian.
Yeah, the Lina first pick Lina again.
Guys, it's so predictable.
I mean, I feel like they should.
Now you go
right?
Trian. Just go Trian. Like I feel they need that kind of hero at least. Like
yeah, they do. The armor's really nice against the burst too. The Fnatic used to run this Undying. Not with Lina, but they did Undying Sniper against Visage a lot.
Like, it's against Visage. Like
yeah, I would have preferred Trent too.
Like you just the birds can find the tome and hit the tome down and.
No, but I guess it's a different kind of protection. I do agree that I think I see the Trent a bit more, but oh well.
But they didn't hesitate to pick up the Undying. They didn't even wait. They know what they want.
They waited like 2 seconds.
Oh, 2 seconds. Holy.
But he was looking for it, you know. Not a drafter, probably. You know, where's Undying? You type UND, click, it's 2 seconds.
So Fnatic's obviously gonna ban Mirana because I don't think they'd want to give that hero. And
they should ban Mirana.
Yeah, and then now it's like, do you remove the Treant? Because I also don't think you want to give Treant to Execration.
What do you want to give Execution? Rubik looks annoying too. We can't really ban pause 5s, right? If you're in Fnatic spot.
But yeah, Rubik does look annoying too.
Yeah, right?
Oh, I just don't see the, like...
Don't see a reason behind their picks.
No, this isn't the first Undying. I remember SMG picking Undying once.
I feel like when you play drafts, you need timings where you come together and like ball up. But I felt the same about their draft last game, and it just... I mean, maybe like you said, they didn't feel like strong enough, and I'm like overrating it. But I feel like their draft had to like be played like that, otherwise they would just like slowly lose.
I also just don't know why they high value this Lina so much. Like Ursa, like Gabby played such a good Ursa.
Yeah, I would have liked what you said. I would have liked to see him just take the Marcy. Not sure the reasoning behind it. Because on second pick, the Marcy is super high value as first pick. Because you Marcy into a range core on 8, then you ban for it, right?
Yeah.
Maybe Lina's just overhyped.
It is. And Fnatic hasn't won with Lina. So I don't know why they value it so high up there.
I mean, I think Gabby's, like you said, look more comfortable on the side.
He's definitely been playing, you know, really well. Like even the laning phase in Lina, like they both went on Lina and he killed both of them.
That was Cap. He literally didn't do anything.
No,
he just hit his stun and just hit both of them.
I mean, he didn't die, so you know,
that's true.
Give him props, man.
Understood his power.
I mean, it could be an Armel Lina.
Alright, Execration's gonna pick Arc Warden on the 8th slot.
Oh god. Who did that? Who was it?
Not
was
me.
it Boom? Yeah, not so.
I've seen Execration run this before too. Visage Marcy Arc Warden.
Oh.
It might have been quite a while ago, but yeah.
Yeah, see, it's like Execration.
Damn, Mike.
They're just giving Execration all the heroes they want, man.
You're in their head. The Puck or Arc Warden.
Now like Fnatic needs like a Rubik, but it's like I wouldn't want to play Rubik against their.
If they pick Rubik, they'll pick it with Doom again, right?
I think they need to go like something like Centaur or like Mars.
I can see a Centaur.
Tide even.
Rubik Tide, Rubik Centaur. I can see that. One hate a Hoodwing as well. Hoodwing Tide.
Yeah.
Hoodwing Centaur, pretty strong lane.
DJ likes that hero a lot too. Yeah, some spicy plays. Ember. Okay. I like this pick.
What do you pick with it though? I feel like he has no like... Is this a block pick? I guess it kind of is a block pick too.
It's good against Visage for that until a certain point. But obviously, you know, you're picking ahead of the mid, so it could Bob can counter him. I think I'd rather go for a Hoodwink here.
I agree. Rubik doesn't offer that much damage, right?
And it's just so scary because, like, I'm picturing the fights. It's always gonna be like Moonlight Shadow.
Oh, what is this? Not a fan.
They have no lockdown.
I also feel like
stun, like instant. You know, like, because I don't count Lina as like a
stun,
a reliable stun.
I hate that draw.
Because you're out of.
For now. How do you pick Disruptor with like no team fight? Into like Visage, Burst, Marcy, it's hard. I mean, they pick it for the Mirana lane, right? Like supposedly good at trading against Mirana, but I think so is Hoodwink and so is like whatever else they could have picked Rubik.
You know one hero I would like Fnatic to pick, but I don't think they will.
Naga?
No. Tanking. Like, but it's just not a. It's just not an in hero.
Yeah.
You know?
Dead hero.
The dead bug.
But, like I can see like their team fight, like, you know, it's not ulti dependent, and you could do a lot.
Just fast.
Yeah. It's also not really a KP hero.
Not what I would have expected. This did well against the Ember though.
Yeah.
The Dragon Tail and the arrow is kind of annoying.
Yeah. Like I just feel like.
Do they have the Dragon Blade drop?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
The anime
Dude, it's
drop.
over, dude. It's over.
They need
Season 3 coming
Invoker.
soon.
Oh man.
But it's like you compare the two drafts, right? Like the ease of execution that Execration have is so.
That was a tongue twister.
I mean, I could be stretching here, but I mean, KP plays a pretty good offlane and dying, but I don't think anyone does that anymore.
I agree with what you said.
It's like you don't see the carry, right? So you don't want to just blindly put him in the offlane and then what?
I don't know, what do you pick as Fnatic?
And it's like you're playing against a Mirana, and it's like.
So I feel like Fnatic need to last pick some fucking Naga Siren offlane or something to win.
I mean, sure. Song
I
set
don't
up.
see what else they can like really.
Yeah, see, like now
do
they're
change.
just.
I like Darkseer too, by the way. I don't know if KP plays it. I know it's not the best with their supports, but the wall against DK is really nice shell against Visage as well.
You get the auras and stuff.
I think you're allowed to pick Darkseer if you see DK. Like, it's just too strong, the wall. But the lane might be rough. No last pick.
I'm assuming this is Disruptor's position.
Plus 4, right? Yeah. Some vacuum static storm combos. Let's go.
Do it. I want to see them all on Execration use the personas.
I mean, I'll give credit to DJ because both games he's been, you know, even the Tusk game where it was really rough, farmed. He was farmed. So like if he can manage to get this eggs and scale with Disruptor, but.
Thing is, they don't have like a setup for him, so he needs eggs and dagger probably. Like stack chain to stack storm isn't like real.
Yeah, DJ was giga fat. What did he have? Like Swift Blink?
That's game 1, yeah.
Yeah, game 1.
Game 2 he had dagger eggs, even though like they weren't winning any team fights.
He had the Philostone.
The Money Rock.
Luna Ursa ban, Tide Legion. Just banning save. So I like the LC ban. So nice save against Dragon Tail.
Yeah, it's
Lina.
Something that they need and the dispel.
What's KP gonna play, man? Underlord?
I feel like it's either Centaur. I really dig the tanking, but it's just not an in hero.
I feel like you need some like Blink-in-ish.
And it's like anti-mage becomes so good.
Yeah. But I also feel like Fnatic have never last picked KP's hero before. Have they? I don't think so. It's also not much of a big last pick.
It's okay, Adam.
Damn it, Sophie just left me. Left me to die.
I can't deal with you guys.
Darkseer.
Underlord seems also okay.
Underlord.
DP.
They did win with this hero. It is a DK killer. It does give them team fight with the Disruptor and dying.
It's just...
It feels like something's missing though.
It's just like...
Yeah, they're missing this button where you click on people and they stop moving.
Yeah.
Like, what are they going to do to a BKB DK? Like, they
don't need BKB, they have no stun.
I mean, you Aghanims, right?
Or if they do well in lanes, they have like really scary snowballing heroes. And they definitely can punish Execration. Is it good enough? Can they stop the Arc Warden that Execration will pick here? I do not know. Come on, Execration.
That's like before the next episode of the anime. Can they do it?
Dude, the Arc Warden was in the anime
Sniper's
too, right? Yeah, Sniper's banned.
Spoilers.
I mean, he's in the anime, that's all.
I haven't seen season 2, not gonna lie.
I liked it. A lot of people say it wasn't nice, but I liked it.
It was a lot better than season 1. The pacing was.
I agree.
Better. Maybe I should watch it.
Not as good as Arcane though.
Oh, yo!
I mean, dude, give credit to where credit's due.
Yeah, that's true. It's a good show. But it's the last pick. Bob?
Range carry.
Bob the Builder? Or, oh, that's a mid Bob then. I mean, DK mid.
No drone, no sniper.
Yeah, DK mid.
Let me see.
Palos isn't the best.
Oh, TV, then it's anime!
Yeah. Vector.
Oh,
I was thinking of this, but I don't like it against Undying DP. Tombstone like stops your Desolate, which is a lot of damage, and I think Fnatic do have pace on their lineup, so.
But it enables them to have like cleaner team fights, right? You can always like find this
Vision.
Lina, and then you know, from Moonlight Shadow Haunt, and then jump to Lina.
I feel like Fnatic's draft is gonna do well in lanes, like all 3 lanes. Maybe not mid, and they're gonna like kind of snowball an advantage, and this Tombstone and whatever Mech KPs buys is gonna be a big timing for them against Execration.
Yeah, the draft is definitely a lot better than game 2, but I just feel like the lack of stun is gonna kind of bite them in the butt towards the later end.
Yeah, I feel like Fnatic do have a huge disable issue.
Marcy BKB, this DK BKB.
Yeah.
Like, run away!
Yeah.
All right.
But I would like to see Fnatic win.
I'll go with Fnatic. Let's go.
I will go with Execration this game, just because, like, I don't know, they have so much more lockdown.
More stun.
Yeah, it's so hard to
More
play.
than one.
Yeah, I mean, you have the Arrow, you have the Visage Birds, you have the Dragon Tail. Who else do they have on their team?
Arrow. Did you say Arrow
Yeah, I
already?
said Arrow. Oh, the Marcy Rebound.
The familiars.
More stuns.
Yeah, they have a lot of stuns. So. It's gonna be a stunning game, that's for sure.
Not for Fnatic.
No, I mean, you never know. But Avo and Richie, can I get your predictions? What time are we looking at for this one?
What time is it right now? It's 10:05, 5 past the hour. I predict we're going to end up throwing it back to you. What do you think? 11:03?
11:03, that's exact.
We won't come back before then. Good luck.
It's okay. We can do the panel, Adam. You're kind of okay.
Wow.
Look at this man posturing. He thinks he can beat the casters? Come away from here, Adam. Get away.
Come away from
here. Okay, my English is my third language. Just get away.
Yes, guys. Okay, get away now. Actually, get away.
Bloop the screen. There we go. Production is really not on the ball with these bloops and these blue and all these other stuff. They've been dropping it a lot.
Have they?
I have.
Much like you've been dropping your standards of English whenever the camera turns on.
I was listening back to some of my old casts and I go, the cast is good, but the grammar's not very good.
Grammar's, the words, they sound nice, but they don't make much sense.
Anyway, yesterday I downloaded Duolingo. Let me tell you, what an app. I now know how to say...
Indubitably.
15 big... No, it's actually more dubitable than I would say.
Oh, I hate that that's actually a word.
Yes, I've proved it to you multiple times. And Gareth, shout out to him, who was very wrong about this word.
I don't blame him, honestly. I didn't believe it was a word either.
He speaks one language and he was wrong about it. How sad is that? And he's lived in Germany for 4 years.
For 4 what? For 4 languages. He's lived there for 4 languages.
The duration of one language.
Never leave lane on 5.
Okay, now they're talking to the other people. They're not just talking to Gabby.
Yes.
Do you think every game, the first game they talked to Zhao, second game they talked to Gabby. So every day Execration, they choose one guy to harass and one guy to invite to hot pot.
Mental warfare, right? Who's getting the hot pot treatment this time if you're Execration? Who are you taking out to hot pot?
Out of Fnatic?
Out of Fnatic, yeah.
I mean, if you win the game, I think you invite all of Fnatic. You know, pre-div to hot pot.
Yeah, I mean, not to mention, this would be the game that, of course, is going to condemn Fnatic, but it would also, you know, on the other hand, secure Execration as the very first official representative from C to the Lima Major.
That's true. That's true. So hot pot celebration for both, right? Lima has good hot pots, though.
Does it?
Yeah. A lot of Chinese culture in their food. They have this food in Lima called chifa or chaufa. Well, chaufa is a kind of chifa, but chifa is the general kind of fusion between Chinese and Peruvian food. It's very tasty. Very, very good. In fact, I was going to bring some, but there's no South American food in Malaysia.
Yes, it is a bit of a struggle, and I can't wait to eat some South American food, as my teams can't wait to do a bit of fighting.
KP
is dead.
There we go. He got killed by Bob's auto attack.
Yeah, Bob didn't even have to skill anything.
No, that's what I was surprised by. I was checking, no need for Dragon Tail or not even Dragon Blood, so he's pretty free right now.
Never leave lane on 5.
Sorry, there's something about the intonation out of the line. Gork really got out of the park with that.
Yeah, and a very rare fast first blood as well in C. We don't see too many of those. I'm, again, still incredibly shocked that the fastest record is -47. That's 10 seconds even sooner than we've had ours.
Yeah, I actually don't know how teams
I
get
have no idea how that's happened.
Someone send us what that game was?
Yeah, maybe if I check my Overwatch replays, I'll see it tonight. Jean-Noel?
Jean-Noel almost got killed there by a single soul assumption. Instead, Gabby also tanks it. Jean-Noel's coming back with a salve. Oh, salve cancelled. Gabby might die.
Yeah, he is.
They die. Oh my god, Gabby got killed. KP got killed. First blood the way of Execration. This is not going to be a game where the lanes go their way.
How did game 2 start? Because as I recall, game 1 had a really good lead for Fnatic out of the lanes.
Game 2 also had a good lead. It took less time for Fnatic to drop it. And game 3, straight up no lead for Fnatic. It's a progression.
Well, not yet, right? It is progressing here for them. Gabby, of course, just going to be TPing back to the lane. Not the costliest of deaths. And it does mean that Tino has to TP to lane with basically no mana. We'll see what's in his courier if I could click it, and I can't.
Okay. We were talking about this, by the way, in the pre-draft.
Yes.
When the panel was blabbering on, honestly.
Yes, as they do.
As they do. And we thought that the Undying would actually go bottom as a Spectre to start top against the Visage, right? Because it was the better lane matchup for both of them.
Yes.
So I'm a little bit surprised when I chose this iteration instead. I don't really know what the Undying does against Marcy, honestly, because you don't really carrying his slow, so if they catch the Lina, you're kind of screwed. And I don't think he does much against the Visage either.
Yeah, maybe he wants to go Soul Rip, right? And this is a lane that you want to go Soul Rip in anyway, because like you're saying, you might as well heal if you can't do much else. But it does leave you without an early fight utensil, which I think could be pretty nice here, right? You have Exo, you have Tombstone. Feels like pretty overwhelming early game team fight, especially because you look at the side of Execration, and like outside of the Spectre Haunt, which isn't scary for like at least 25-30 minutes into the game, I'm not really all that scared of any particular combo that Execration's going to throw at me, other than like Stun Arrow, you know, from like Blink Stun Arrow. It's just like, sure, something, but...
No, you're right. I don't think they have much kill potential. I mean, they don't want to anyway, right? Their timing is later.
Yes, much later. However, the Siege is very good from Execration, right? Especially without having to commit like any big ultimates. I think like, yeah, sure, it's a lot faster with Elder Dragon form, but even just with Familiars and Sidekick, we've seen that even today, how strong and how terrifying that push can be, really. Pardon me. So, you know, I do really like that about Execration. Like, this is a lineup that, to me, even without overwhelming team fight, can like exert area control, and can force fights and objectives. And Fnatic can do the same here, I have to say. That's one thing much better about their draft. I always think that having some sort of condition in fights, although it can be used against you, for example, oh, they've used Exo, just disengage, wait out the Exo. Yes, that can happen, but it's a clear go time for the rest of your team, for the rest of your team to play around. And I think that just ties together your draft and gives you a strategy to play around, which I think Fnatic lacked last time.
That's a good point. It's actually one of the best strategies if you play pubs, right? Oftentimes there's very clear initiation. Tells your teammates, so you're usually not communicating with in pubs, especially in C, to just go in, right? Other heroes that are more nuanced, that are very bad in pubs. I think Visage is a good example, because there's never a clear time when Visage is neither strong nor like should be going in.
Sure.
So for a team that, like you said, the second game didn't go
too hot
their way, this having a very clear go time really helps.
Yeah. For sure. They've got some pretty good long-range poke and harass as well, right? Between
Tombstone's the same, by the way.
Yeah, absolutely, right. And it gives you phenomenal Roche control here, not to mention.
Yeah.
What was I going on about? Oh, right. I really like the long-range poke and harass that Fnatic have as well. I think like their high ground defense looks pretty solid, right? Basically, everyone can contribute a little bit from relatively safe distance, right? Not you know, outside of rebound and range. Marcy will still catch you. But you know, given that everyone else can be pretty far behind and still do some good damage, it does make like going high ground a bit hard. Just ask Palos.
Yeah, bottom Palos is dying to the Thunderstrike, and that's going to be DJ getting the kill. Even if he dies for this, he already killed the core. He's more than happy to sacrifice his life for this kill. And he comes back with a bunch of regen, I hope, for KP.
Yeah, maybe Ormal actually doesn't really need it, especially because he can maybe yeah, get this bottom. Actually, there's 2 water runes in the mid lane, given DK, I guess, does not need or want to bottle. Yeah, no surprise, just double bracer for him. Relies on the region of the Dragon's Blood. Available now. Book 2. Book 3. Book 2?
Book 3.
Book 3.
Yeah, Book 3 is the good one.
Is it?
Yeah, pretty solid.
Yeah.
You have to kind of get through Book 2, but once you get to Book 3, it's pretty worth it.
I'll give it a try.
And we're actually so fast. We made 3 seasons in the time that League of Legends made 1.
And in the time that we're going to get through this series, the 4th book will come out.
Honestly, as I say, quantity over quality, right?
Absolutely.
DJ is trying to go for Carlo now, by the way. Gets a Thunder Strike off. Glimpse, though, not max damage because it wasn't that long, and now Carlo might have an advantage here. But it seems like Disruptor hits too hard, and Carlo, he took too long to leap away.
Top lane, Shanks, though, also in trouble, being chased down by a couple of zombies. The head honcho himself and a little zombie as well. Shanks juking into the trees, caught by the creep wave, trapped, going nowhere, door stuck, he's dead.
Nice.
Why won't this tree open? Someone open this tree for me.
I beg of you.
There's a zombie around me.
No, it's okay. It's a Counter-Strike reference. It's an old one.
I do not know what that means.
That's a good video. I'll show it to you sometime.
I do not know what Counter-Strike means. Sorry.
Yeah.
But the counter to the zombies is definitely not juking into the trees. Those will follow you anywhere. It's actually really difficult to play around with vision with the zombies around you. That's why the early levels of Tombstone are actually going to be very valuable against Shanks. It's later on, once the Unleash comes out, that is harder. However, Armel is not even going to wait that long. He comes in with Searing Chains and Flame Guard. He's been slowed. Doesn't seem to care too much as the kill on Tino's already been completed. Shanks stunned Gabby instead, making sure that the carry could not get the kill, but Armel is more than happy to take it instead.
6-minute runes will spawn in. Bob already getting to work, though, in the meantime. Fortify immediately used by Fnatic, though. They don't want to take too much tower damage here, but it is always a risk you take, right? That is going to happen. Whenever you rotate away from a DK lane, he's going to, get onto your tower a bit, and even aggressively fortify here. Fnatic are going to respond.
Yeah, Bob waited a little bit too long as he gets Glimpse back, put in the kinetic fuel, tries to TP now. Do they have anything to cancel this? No, because he used Searing Chains and Glimpse.
Yes.
Not ideal use of spells there.
Unfortunately not. A tough kill regardless at any stage, but, it does hurt because as Fnatic, you rotate your mid laner, or sorry, your off laner for that, right?
I mean, they cancel TP, honestly, with Searing Chains, he was dead. Yeah. There was no need to use the Searing Chains early.
Yeah. What I'm saying is, KP's rotating there because he feels like he needs to make a play to do something. Ideally, he gets a kill. Instead, he loses, not too much. He pushes the wave up pretty far, but he still loses 3 melee creeps in their experience as top lane.
Top lane. There's a fight going on. Gabby, though, taking his fight head on. Chao will drop that tombstone. Right. Shanks, chased by 1 zombie, but the auto attacks will be sufficient.
From the zombie.
Oh yeah, it was a zombie.
That's a level 2 tombstone right there. And Gabby, not so scared of this Visage for the meantime that he has infused range up charges. Down bottom, though, Palos not having a very big and chilling time versus the DP. Is eventually going to fall here. Can they get KP in response, though? No, because he still has 1 last Siphon for the road.
And he has a Wraith Band to make sure he can tank these tower hits a little bit better.
Shanks, maybe thinking about going over.
Armel's back top, by the way.
Yeah, he is.
He says hello to Shanks.
Goodbye.
Activated the Flame Guard, level 3 Flame Guard. Too much burn damage from poor Shanks.
This is a tower top, by the way.
They are. The Catapult's still alive here. Mid, though, Armel came back. Bob is just auto-attacking him, confused as to why Armel is here. He thinks maybe there's another gang coming for him.
Gabby has the tower already.
What can you do with this tower, though?
Nothing. It's down, Abo. That's the whole point. It's been destroyed.
Not Execration. What can you do with this tower being destroyed, Richie? Oh, wait. Mid, the tower's being destroyed, too.
Yes.
Okay, but is there a way that Fnatic can play around the map taking advantage of a tier 1 top?
Well, the way that Armel's been playing, I suspect so, right? Seems like it'll be an early orb of corrosion for him.
Usual.
Opens up a lot more of your map this time for Gabby. I think I like this aspect as to Fnatic. I think this is what they were thinking they were doing last game when they were just kind of throwing ults and securing kills. Didn't turn into any objectives for them, right? Now, of course, with more control on the map, they can more easily defend this tier 1 top tower, which is going to make the push that much harder for Execration, as Bob throws a stun.
Oh, no.
Now an arrow into DJ and Haunts.
Yeah, everyone wants to kill DJ,
though.
And they have to protect him now as DJ walks into his own kinetic field to prevent some damage. That's not going to work to save him.
Oh, boy.
They're trying to get rid of the tombstone as well. Bob's is getting away for now. It's gonna be Carlo who dies. The futile attempt to kill the Tombstone.
The zombies are here still.
Palos is in trouble because they didn't destroy this Tombstone, man. George Romero lives, and Palos might not here. Activates one Black Magic Stick. A little bit more damage to Armel with a Spectral Dagger. Where's the rest of the reinforcements? They're finally coming by. Shanks is here, and with a stun, they can set up on the kill on John Well. The big zombie now in trouble. No help from his minions. One last DK to keep him alive. That's not gonna help enough.
Nope, it will not. He will fall eventually, but nice job there defending, again, the little makeshift objective, which makes the fight untenable there for Execration. Curious thing about Armel, of course, is because he's gone for the 3 points in Flame Guard. I was expecting that DD to do a lot more work. Not really the case here, but he's definitely made up for his lack of damage with his early rotations. He has completely kind of demolished this top lane. Tino finally has level 6 with the drums, so he'll be doing a little bit more, as they will find another kill here onto DJ, glimpse or not.
DJ
still gonna go down. Oh, maybe to neutrals? Yeah, to neutrals. Very nice.
Yeah, not bad. Is that intentional? Or was that connected?
Oh, 100%, yeah.
Okay.
That was very well executed. So nice little save out from him. Right now, the name of the game for Armel, now that he has maxed this Flame Guard, is going to be running down some supports and hopefully trying to... I don't know, it's not actually kind of a risky strategy, isn't it, with your lack of stun? Going for, like, Flame Guard. It's for the lane, obviously, against DK. But I feel like now all he can do is just farm. Just fine. Not much else you want to do on an Ember at this stage of the game anyway.
No, yeah, I mean, that's what the issue with the Flame Guard build is. This is the first time I think we might see it in the CTPC.
Yeah, it's a while since I've seen
like maxed Flame Guard, right? Usually it's just the 2 points.
1-1 forward.
Yeah, it's a very old build for sure. And it doesn't really go well, obviously, with the Orbital Corrosion that you not buy, etc., etc. But I think it's fine for this game where you're playing a little bit more relaxed anyway, because Lina is your win condition.
Maybe they're going to try something here onto the mid lane for Bob.
Seems
bit difficult.
hard.
Glimpse is level 2.
Okay, this time they want to prevent the potential TP play from Bob. They know he has it.
Here goes the Flame Guard.
Yeah, here goes the stun. Still doesn't use the Searing Chains though. They're forced to use it, but now he's low enough that he can't TP. Very well played. They learned as well from the earlier play.
I mean, if Fnatic are going to be using this, right? Max Cryptstorm, which is the normal build anyway. Now with a Mechanism, level 3 Spirit Siphon, which is going to get even more busted at level 4. Yep. Gabby, who is, just maxing Fiery Soul and taking stats, so he doesn't care. He's going to be their late game solution. But it's really good magic damage early on, right? You're not going to get through a DK with, chipping away at him, Orb of Corrosion or not, with this little Sleight of Fist damage.
I'm actually surprised that Gabby's taking points and stats over Lightstrike Array. Usually it's Dragons that you skip for sure, but Lightstrike Array, less cooldown, more stun time, odd that he's doing that.
Yeah, maybe he just wants to hit some creeps, man. I don't know. I mean, I agree, right? Smoke play top lane. Tino is directly in the firing line for this one. He's gonna just unfortunately catch this one for Shanks, wishing that. Oh well, actually maybe not. Instead, they're gonna find another kill into the DK. He is very dead. Exo used.
Yeah, they commit everything. He's gonna kill Bob as soon as possible so they can go into the top lane. They're already TPing there. Look at DJ, aggressively posturing.
Yep.
Has Glimpse, so Shanks trying to get away. It's not going to be easy. Shanks maybe stayed a little bit too long. Tino's also behind him, by the way, and they're not expecting this play at all as they glimpse back Shanks.
Yep.
He's the first killer going
KP
for.
as well from behind.
Yeah, they can't cancel his TP though. Oh, never mind. Crypt Swarm's good enough.
Dude, it's just too much magic damage. And I feel like they're doing this because Tino is not a pipe builder. Like, well, not him, the player. This hero does not enjoy building that item.
No, it doesn't work well with Kraven's Cloak. Tino sent back, and he is going to die. If I'm not mistaken, reductions are after the pipe, right?
Yes.
So the barrier is kind of useless there.
Yeah. Of course, because you get normally, well, when it's maxed, 80% on each, well, on your first hit of magic damage, right, that you reduce, but it tanks that before, the pipe tanks it first.
Yes, so you get the full 400 damage, and then you get the reduce.
And then you get, I mean, so it's like still maybe decent if you're against magic nukes, but there's just way too many instances of magic for that to be worthwhile for you this game.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and it's really working out for Fnatic. They feel incredibly strong right now. 3 points now in Tombstone, so they have this annoying-ass objective to fight around as well. Lina, once again, foregoing the BKB early, now putting points back into LSA. Hold on, thought mid.
Okay, they're going to get a kill now on the Emperor. Nice. Armel's down. DJ could be in trouble himself. As he gets a Thunder Strike, there's the Blade Mill. DJ going to die to both Shanks and Palos. That's a little combination there.
You know what that was off the back of?
What?
The Blink Dagger of Bob. VOB. That's what it stands for.
Ah, once again, this recursive function that is Bob.
Yeah.
Truly the most beautiful functions for software engineers.
You know, and Bob definitely sounds like a simple, my first Hello World robot name, Bob.
No, Bob sounds like the final version when you have like 1,000 versions called Control 2.5, Control 2.6, and you go, you know what, Bob, just to differentiate. Yeah. It's either that or
And then for some reason, Bob just works. Like it fixes all your bugs.
Exactly, honestly.
You know why?
Because it's Bob?
Because Bob stands for Bug Outs Bob.
Oh. I was going to say because he's a builder. He makes sure that things work together.
Could have been. Either way, Fnatic, they are going to lose the Ember. That's fine. That's the Blink reveal. That tends to happen the first time around. That's why, of course, you respawn in the early game. So Armel now going straight into this Maelstrom. So just not much more damage as he does go back to max that Sleight of Fist. Tino, curious what he decides to build into next as they catch Bob yet again. Flame guard up in a couple of seconds. Nice stun is going to prevent anything. Nope, just kidding. There's Glimpse. Do they have detection? Yes, they do.
It sounds him. The Spirit Siphon him. Bob is coming back as he knows he has to just auto-attack. The Static Storm will kill Bob. DJ actually surviving through this. DJ still not dead, despite the Familiars and Tino going on him. DJ will live and Tino will not.
Yeah. I mean, this feels a little too early for Roche for KP.
No, he doesn't mean to.
Yeah.
The Ghosts just went on their own.
Yeah. They've got a mind of their own. But what I wanted to say was DJ plopping down that Static Storm was really, really nice. It actually catches 3 different kinds of units in there. Obviously, Bob perfectly executed onto Shanks, prevented him from doing anything. But he also caught the Familiars in there. And, you know, a couple different bonks. Maybe that goes a little bit better there for Execration. But, of course, there's also silenced by Static Storm. So they cannot go into Stoda form and get that all-important stun off. Nice smoke play from Fnatic, albeit as little as it was. They continue to farm up. And yeah, again, quite curious, by the way. I do want to point that out. Gabby did go for 1 point of attributes, and then he's like, actually, LSA is pretty good.
You know that the cast is delayed, guys. This is the 5 minutes coming into play. Yeah, honestly, I think this is a much better build. That's why the single point stats is surprising to me. Yeah. But you know carries, they value stats over everything else. If carries could go 0 skills on just stats, they would.
So I remember when Lina used to be a support and you had to care about your mana because Falcon Blade wasn't really a build back then.
Sure.
You had to be, you had to be super mana efficient, right? And you would want to always max LSA because it's much cheaper.
Yes.
The cooldown's better for maintaining your stacks. And now that I look at it, it still has actually more damage if you can hit things. And you just use the Dragon Slave for your quick pick-me-up on your stack. So it is definitely the most still efficient item, or skill build, pardon me, on Lina, despite her having some significant changes. Bob here, in some trouble. Maybe.
No, not yet.
No.
Bob is staying in the trees. But you're right, Dragon Slave is probably by far the worst scaling ability on Lina, because none of the things but the damage scales.
Yeah, it'd be a little bit too imba if everything on her scaled as beautifully as all of her abilities.
Static Storm. Okay, the Blade Mill's been forced already on Spectre. Doesn't seem to matter to the Ember Spear as he gets glimpsed back. A little bit of damage to Palos. One more. Junwell activates the Tombstone. Gets rid of the trees.
Oh, the Death Lust. Get him, zombies.
Are going to get him with a Sleight of Fist as Carl tries to pick a Tombstone. Once again, he dies. This man is the first to die in any zombie movie as they also catch the Dragon Knight. Bob is stuck. Bob has been turned to mincemeat.
But he has. You know, Bob stands for, right?
Expectation.
The butchery of Bob. I mean, the way that they cut through him, obviously.
I love that his name stands for his name perpetually.
That's exactly, you listen, at the end of the season, I'm going to go through and it's going to be the bottle of Bob, blah, 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 blah. It all makes sense, okay? It's a long con. We're in it for the long run here. I think Execration, they need to have some more respect on this Tombstone. Either that thing goes down immediately at the start of the fight while you still have resources and HP to fight on your heroes, or you bail immediately. Fnatic, they're just way too strong around the map right now. They've got full Greaves right now on Death Prophet. Level 2 Exo, which they, by the way, did not have to use to take down Roche there. That's how comfortably they won that last fight.
True.
Execration, I mean, it's only a 3K net worth lead. Okay, so actually, I've just noticed that they have full mech and almost, actually, not quite almost Greaves, but they're getting there towards Greaves on Carlo. So once again, he's kind of had to sacrifice maybe some more aggressive items on this Mirana for going for the mech. That's fine. I think this is a hero that can do that. That's a Spectral Haunt because they're killing her top, and they have. She's died.
Good job. KP's dead. However, Gabby's unscathed, and he's the main target anyway. Honestly, KP with this build doesn't feel like he needs to be as important as a usual DP.
And I really like Palos using Spectral Haunt like that. Like, it doesn't feel amazing to just join pardon me, for a simple kill, but it leaves him on the part of the map that he wants to go to. And honestly, as we've just clearly seen, he's not strong enough to be haunting in to really make a difference in fights. Like, either his team's going to win the fight without him, and it's Spectre just playing cleanup duty, which sure has some usage, but I don't think, I make that Execration, rather, I don't think Execration are really in any positions for the next, at least, haunt cooldown, where he's going to make that big of a tangible difference.
He also is about to complete Shadow Step, so even if he was needed, he would have that that second haunt per se to a single target, so they can still get ganks now as soon as the Ags is completed. It's coming to him in the courier, so it's not a bad position for Palos to be in.
I wonder if you, well, probably not with Lincoln's being the item of choice for ML. And also we've seen this item build really fall off on the Spectre back when she would go basically this build and then immediately, sometimes even Urn and Vessel into then Orchid, right? And Bloodthorn, blah, blah, blah. But it seems like that item's fallen out of favor just for more stats instead on the Spectre.
It seems like you need Basher, honestly, this game, because your main objective as Spectre is not dealing with the Ember, because you already have DK, but rather dealing with Alina with the fighter.
Yeah, and she doesn't care if she's silent, she'll still kill you.
Exactly.
Yeah, very good point.
Maybe Scotty's another option that's similar to Basher, right? In the same vein.
And we're definitely going to see a Scotty this game for Palos. I think it's...
If it gets that long.
I wouldn't... I don't think it's that bad for Execration.
I mean, you did say 11:03. You still have 30 minutes to go. 35.
Yes, 35, right. Yeah, I mean, for sure. I think we still might end up getting there. Fnatic doing some really good work here with this first stage. As we can see down bottom, they will take down this tower.
Uncontested.
Execration have something to say about that, though. More specifically, onto the backliners. Armel will see his courier here.
Difficult play, though, because just lost vision down bottom. You know the enemy team has a set of boards. So this smoke is going into a hard position. They realize this. The voice of March in their head is telling them.
And by the way, Visage did go back for a pipe. I like to see that item.
Yeah.
Again, not his favorite first item, but it's something that they definitely needed with the builds that Fnatic have opted for early on.
It's good against Spirit Siphon, it's good against Flame Guard, right?
Yes. It's good against Static Storm, good against Lina, at least for a while, right?
I mean, like all this DOT magic damage that they have, right, which Visage struggles against. Oh, they fight Karn.
That's not so bad for Execration.
Doesn't even use mech. He doesn't even care.
He's fine with that. I think he used the Starstorm, and he's going to crack his knuckles and get ready for the next one. Bob also going for a Midas here. So Execration, again, this is the region. I've seen this build before. I can't remember the team, unfortunately, Abo. But I do know we've seen a mid lane DK played in a very similar fashion here.
Let's say maybe Carl?
Could have been, yeah.
Might have been Carl.
It could have been. And I remember we were talking about what kind of scaling he would be able to do and whether or not he could do it.
DJ? Oh, they just used a Shadow Step onto him. Oh, he just gets away.
Yeah.
Was it just to distract him so they couldn't get Bob? But Gabby has no chill. There's a hunt now. Bob, they missed Light Strike Array. And the Spectre is running circles around them. Still going for DJ. Palos?
What?
Palos?
What is Palos?
Hello?
I'm not sure what Palos was thinking there, especially because I'm not sure.
The first Shadow Step was really clever. And
yeah, I was fine with it.
Too excited.
I'm not sure, unfortunately.
That was interesting. That was interesting.
Yeah.
It's okay, it's okay. It's this is like the TI-11 for C, right? We just rewind it.
Yeah.
We move forward.
It never happened.
It never happened. Exactly.
BKB, now for the Lina, BKB is soon to be completed, however, as well. For this Death Prophet, Ember was killed in the result of that exchange, but is not going for BKB. Let me see here. Any other really big items? DK is still a bit further. Oh, right. I was talking about DK, right? And I have to remember Stockholm Major specifically. In the group stage, I think it was Talon at the time that were playing a lot of carry DK. And I believe the build was something incredibly similar to this. With Manta style eventually after this BKB and then the Ag Scepter, right, to get the ultimate Black Dragon form. Ended up being pretty strong. Top lane, Shanks.
Yep, Light Strike Array, caught him. Laguna Blade's available. There's Laguna. Shanks alive though. Gabby's forced back to BKB.
But now you back up, right? Tombstone's pop. That's BKB on Lina. Like very good stuff from Execration. This is exactly what they need to be doing. Birds don't deal very well with Tombstone, but it is safer than sending in the heroes.
Now they finally send in the heroes. Because these birds are already dead, right? They're already skeletal familiars.
Are they? I thought they were like gargoyles.
No, familiars, right? They come from your family members who died.
Is that what that means?
They carry their ashes. You see those little donk songs?
No,
that's where your grandma's ashes are.
They're bells. Those are the bells that the gargoyles always starting to drop on you when you enter build.
Yeah, and those are ashes in the bells.
Really?
Yeah.
What? I had no idea. I think you're lying to me.
That's where I put my grandma's ashes.
Not playing. This is just Armel being a little bit of a badass. He'll be out of here in no time. There you go.
Tino? Okay, he has drums. Yeah, he knew as well.
He's pretty fast. He knows DJ's on the prowl. DJ, who, by the way, is finding some decent farm, nearly matching the farm. In fact, I would just say matching the farm that Carlo's been able to get on a bottom.
Yeah, DJ has decided this series that he's the troop.
He is the carry.
And I'm okay with that conclusion, honestly.
Yeah, and I think they've given him a much different hero, right? Because he's had 2 games on the Tusk here, which have had mixed success, I would say. But now they've given him a ranged spellcaster. Ranged spellcasters, if you're a man of true merit, skill, and of course a wizard, you can be absolutely incredible when you get gold on these kinds of heroes. I mean, a fast BKB this game is going to absolutely just ruin some days from Execration.
Right, because you can go for full utility, whereas melee heroes, at one point, you have to become fodder.
Yeah,
and so
or you have to try and be a carry.
Tank, yeah.
Or some sort of hit me, whereas on Disruptor, it becomes, yeah, you need to hit me because I can kick your ass with my button.
Exactly. John will die, though, bottom lane, as Gabby considered going in. No Silver Edge yet. Once you get Silver Edge, it might be a little bit easier. His teammates are here, but Gabby realizes this is not the play to make. He is very...
KP, though, is being chased. Okay, not for long.
I would say Gabby in the previous series we've seen is very aggressive with Lilina carry.
Yes.
That's it.
Oh, I thought that was
it's just a little bit. When I see him running towards his place, I go, "Is that the play?"
You go, "Wow, he's aggressive."
No, it's because his aggression has sometimes put him in difficult positions.
Oh, I see. There was more there. I thought it was just
like dying without buyback.
Yes,
right.
that was very regrettable experiences for him. I think
they happened 3 times in the one game.
I think that was wasn't that. Was that Gabby?
I think it was Boo.
I think it was Execration, wasn't it? Oh, no, I see what you mean. Top or bottom, though. DJ killed off.
No Boo. Or Mel. They don't know Gabby's here, but if they've watched his previous series, they know he's here.
Well, maybe they'll have vision now, and the rest of Fnatic as well are also
just
here.
Used all the remnants now. Oh, but the rest of Fnatic is here, so that's why. Bob's dead. Turned Baron into a pig. Oh, no, she turned herself into a pig, even though she had a leap charge.
Yeah, bought out for the Greaves, though, so not too bad. It does suck to continue to lose Bob around the map, but he's still getting his Midases out, and he's still buying a decent amount of time and space for Palos to get his farm online. Almost has now the Manta style, and that's when his Spectral Haunts, his Shadow Steps specifically, start getting a little bit scarier. Speaking of scary, this high ground push is scary. KP could decide to release his Inner Demons and go for the Exo play. Maybe he was waiting out the 4 to 5. Guardian Greaves used as well, and even a counter fortify. They want to try and keep this wagon alive.
Gabby together with KP trying to push his tower, but not committing the exorcism. We do have BKB on KP, but they realize this is not their moment to push high gun. Just wanted to deal a little bit of damage before DK comes back. Wise play, honestly. Fnatic don't have a timer this game as much as last time.
Yeah, agreed.
Mid. Palos is going for the same play. He really hates DJ.
He's gonna pay for it, man.
He's gonna die. That, once again, DJ, he creates so much anger in the Execration team.
He needs to, it's not the first time he's been caught. Like, he needs to respect DJ's disruptor plays.
Did Palos kick a DJ? Or sorry, did DJ kick Palos?
Well, he's looking it up right now.
I haven't played the game.
Exo used as well, so it's not like KP got spooked into.
Oh, he was the stand-in for Fnatic. Maybe this makes sense. I omitted that from the history video.
There it is.
I didn't think it was relevant.
Avo, the lore master here, informing us live midcast, especially as Fnatic are going to be able to secure second Roche, as I believe it's a shard now in Ember Spirit. Indeed, it is. He's now consumed that, and Aegis, of course, on the Lina. Great first usage of the Exo. KP is going to be able to convert that immediately into a further objective. Execration, though, they feel like they want to fight some more. Well,
he'll die before he can get the tombstone down. Not the best place to fight. DJ, he can't get the glimpse off. Now he has to use it defensively. They don't get a stun on him. He is being hit by the Dragon's Skill and the Dragon's Fire.
I don't know. He'll die. Another Spectral, or a Haunt, rather.
This time a Haunt. They start the Shadow Step, by the way, to go for KP. KP's forced to activate BKB. TP's in the middle of this. This is why you want like a Basher on Palos.
Yeah. And
which he's going for.
Ember's a bit too hard of a catch right now. You have no vision on Alina, and there's an Aegis. So I think that's Execration executing on the next best thing that they could have done in that scenario. Good recovery. Bob now almost at, okay, so he's going Heaven's Halberd, so still very much a utility, but again, he will still put decent farm on a hero that, I'm surprised that we still see Midas prevail over Fireball. Did that ability get nerfed that hard? I thought this Fireball thing was still pretty good.
I mean, the damage per second got nerfed by 25, right?
It's still a lot. I'm sure you almost clear a wave with that.
I think the extra experience Midas gives you, though, is a pretty big deal.
That's a good point. No. I actually think that's a good point. I don't always think about that component of the transmute.
Also, you do have a couple of nice lane shovers. Like, Spectre doesn't shove lanes necessarily, but she plays away from your team. Mirana does the same thing, right?
Yeah.
So DK might not need to do that too.
I think the only issue I have is I think with this Ag's shard, you can be like a lane cutter as well. Whereas without it, I think it's much more difficult for you to do that.
Yeah, only Mirana can in this team.
Yeah.
I agree. I still value the shard very highly, but I see the point of the Midas first.
Just surprise.
Once
Is
again,
that for DJ again? No, it's for
John Well, which is why he doesn't commit to it. And John Well's like to
you
take the outpost.
You thought, Albo.
Yeah, they thought too, but he actually went away before they could actually catch him.
Okay. And
Carlo? No? Shags? No? Okay, just dusted them.
Carlo, mijo. Empújalo.
Sorry, Carlo. Carlo tried to get it to run away. He commits. Shanks instead. Gets shanked.
Yeah, and
America enough for you?
Whoa, Bob, he's gonna go in. There's
Aegis. Gets fireball
there's
now.
fireball. That's what we need. Heck yeah.
There's still Aegis though, and BKB when he comes back.
The EXO is ready. BKB as well for KP and a BK. No, yes, there's
Ember's
BKB.
joining, but it's way too late. They don't have an outpost there.
Again.
They do Static Storm now as Junwell walks in the middle of the fray. They glimpse back the Spectre, getting rid of her.
What?
Goodbye.
She's gone.
She is gone. That's a Ghostbuster right there on DJ as Junwell has that Ogre Seal Totem allowing him to get away himself.
Yeah.
They don't get anything and use a lot of resources there though, so it's not a win for Fnatic as Armel is finally behind them, taking the outpost he could never TP to.
Good hold there for Execration. They do force the BOB, which is the BKB of Bob, of course. But he still has Elder Dragon form and this Blink Dagger.
The BKB of Bob.
Yeah.
And the BKB goes from acronym to word in that situation.
Well, of course, it's the Black King Bar of Bob.
Okay. Macabre.
Yes. And he's still got his Blink Dragon Tail. Execration eager to find more, only playing with the Haunt and the Shadow Set. That's not a bad jump, though.
They cannot get Tombstone off in time, which means no counter initiation, though DJ considered it. But the Static Storm is also on cooldown.
Okay. Good stuff from Execration. Now, they're feeling a little bit more punchy now, right? And I think this is the Execration that I...
Because Marcia's BKB.
Very true, right?
Oh, no,
very...
not yet.
Oh,
He's a little bit
you've
far.
lied to me.
I'm sorry. I'm the liar of Bob.
In any case, and we'll get back to that. What's
blasphemous of Bob? The blasphemer of Bob?
Not bad. Not bad. But what I was getting at is Execration, they're now weighing and much more measuring their team fights that they're actually taking here, right? They're kind of noticing what's on cooldown, what they have. Oh, this is awkward.
KP. Oh, no, he's fine. Static Storm. And there we go. DJ once again.
Oh, they disposed.
Being the deciding factor.
They disposed him out of the damn Static Storm.
I did not know you could do that.
And now DJ's dead.
DJ did die. There's still one for Tino in the backlines. The Spectre, though, is leading them astray. They can't catch the real one. Tombstone, the high ground general, got there. Clayton as well, trying to set up this team fight properly. Armel might just die, saved by the Soul Rip. Zhao helping his teammate out. Laguna Blade, all the damage in the wall from Gabby. Finally gets rid of Palos as Bob is fighting him alone.
Yeah.
Bob can't deal with his leader.
No.
He's going to get sucked to death. Goodbye, Bob.
And he couldn't even deal with the Tombstone either. I mean, that was just an impossible fight. Great Tombstone placement there from Fnatic.
Dude, Zhao was incredible. He literally walked up to the high ground through all the heroes, goes, this is where my Tombstone goes.
I mean, that's the only thing you kind of have to do on Undying. I'm not gonna lie.
No, he straight up squatted that team fight, man.
When the team fight, or when this Undying hero feels really strong, it's just really about where you put Tombstone in your fights, especially against a lineup that just can simply not deal with it. No Unleash at the time. Really brilliant play here. You'll take a look. Oh, this is immediately after the dispose. Pardon me, Armel finds himself a bit too deep, and without a BKB or any remnants, he's basically just tanking here. And he tanks now, doesn't he? He's got full, I don't know if he must have had a full SNY in this fight. You can see that really actually quite pays off for him there.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. The Soul Rip was also massive. I think it probably was max HP Soul Rip at that moment.
Wait, Fnatic. They're making a siege here, by the way. Bottom lane of barracks have been deleted. That's not what Bob stands for, by the way.
No, because there's lane as well.
He tries to stand in the way.
Yeah, bottom lane of barracks.
Good job there. You can move and Gravekeeper's Cloak active at the same time. Little known fact, so you can actually blink stun someone with it if you're fast enough. In the meantime, though, DJ, of course, he's got to die.
I
mean, that didn't work out that badly for Fnatic. They still took a lane of racks. I guess they maybe took a little bit too long to use Exorcism, but obviously they had a second glyph anyway. And then KP just did as much damage as they could to the racks, the range one specifically.
The only way I feel like they really get punished from this is if Execration are able to fight their way onto the Fnatic side of the map. And as you can see, Fnatic now recapturing the outpost and probably going to be pushing this top lane. The only way this goes really bad is if Execration really postured nicely for this next Rosh. It'll be third Rosh, right? So it might have an Ags or a Refresher. They're probably hoping for an Ags for this DK, if I had to guess.
Dire's middle tower
If not that, nah, that's probably, to be honest, their best bet. I think that's what they're hoping for. Refresher's like fine, I think, but you've only got the one BKB on DK, so I'm not sure if it's all that worth. So I think this next Rosh is really important for Execration, especially because at this stage, this Lina feels very fightable. You have the Spectre now, has full Basher, no Eye of Scotty quite yet, which is maybe the next item I'd like to see to help reduce the efficacy of some of these heals that we're seeing.
I will say Refresher could give you double hunt, so it's not entirely that bad for Palos either, right? So there's that option, but I agree with you that Ag is probably the best.
Oh, I was waiting for you to finish.
It's probably the best. That's it.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, no, I mean...
Why do you do this to me? You know what's happening.
I think that one's going to be pretty good as well for him. Yeah, I mean, we'll see what he ends up deciding to go in for. Blink Dagger now for KP. Interesting. Into Aeon Disc next. So he feels like...
Just surviving and being the tank.
Yeah, making sure he can get off his big ultimate abilities. Gabby as well approaching his final form, as he's got the Reaver for the Satanic now all finished up.
That's when the Scotty would be nice, right? To have it around the time of the Satanic.
I still think you won it yesterday. Spirit Siphon heals, Mech heals, Max Soul Rip heals now. You've got a Wraith Pact as well, so you also have a lifesteal on the physical attacks. Like, I'd want this item yesterday, but I understand the importance as well of Basher Abyssal on this Spectre.
Yeah, maybe the Abyssal's overkill, right? Maybe just the Basher to Scotty would have been nice too. That's a consideration, because I do agree that maybe Abyssal is not
long rush, by the way. And Execration, of course, nor Fnatic know about this, but Fnatic have managed to maintain some pretty decent position here as they hold the high ground ward near the Radiant Secret Shop.
Allies disappear.
The smoke from Execration. The Spectre doesn't need to show it, but then it makes it really difficult to guess where the smoke is going to happen, because obviously Spectre's still killing the creeps around them. KP would be an okay target, but I think too hard to kill, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, so for now, Fnatic, they're going to be able to wrestle back control of their own high ground, and that means for them, they put themselves in a decent position here. We'll see which team is more eager to fight. We got Boots of Baron now. Oh, seemingly it's Execration. Oh, and what a jump they've got. They broke the Lincoln Sphere, and they've gotten a kill onto the Ember. Does not have buyback here. This is going to be pretty costly.
Dire's middle tower.
It's a perfect kill because he was the one that was distracting the team fight enough for them to be able to get the Tombstone in the perfect place with the Static Storm. He was the perfect bait for them, as KP still doesn't have the A on this, so he's not the ideal bait in a 5-on-5 scenario.
They also find him in the perfect spot, which is specifically in range, or I guess out of range, such that Desolate is doing full damage. He gets absolutely shredded. I mean, not even close. Compare that to the last team fight where Desolate is still maxed, but he's next to his allies the entire time, receiving heals most importantly, but like they just nuke him that much more quickly. And through the Lincolns as well. Very, very efficient. They've forgotten a gem on deck. Hello, Carlo? Oh. It's okay. It's not a looking glass. It's just a gem.
Okay, once again for DJ, but this time they know. They're playing around his hatred for DJ.
Wow.
DJ doesn't get a close to the Static Storm. DJ will still die, and they've lost their most important team fight spell as Gabby goes invisible, pretends like he was never here, and walks away.
I can't believe they've forgotten the gem there. They get Gabby if they just pick up that gem. It's just chilling. It's like cheese.
It's big chilling.
It is big chilling.
I'm part of your generation.
Yes. Talking to you, Twitch chat. That's not my generation. He was actually the one watching TikToks before we got started.
It's Instagram Reels. It's different. Spell Prism now for Execration, huh? That's actually, maybe Spectre could pick that up. More haunts, more shadow steps. He is.
Yeah.
I like that.
I think that's fair. No one else really, I think, really needs to cool down. Hold on. Down bottom. On to Gabby.
Gabby?
What's an Abyssal, by the way?
What did Gabby lose at that bottom lane?
Okay, they didn't want to go for more, as they're going to respect the level 3 EXO of KB and the BKB. They feel like that's good enough.
Yeah, because they also don't know how close the rest of the heroes of Fnatic are.
Well, I think more importantly, it's got more to do with Roche, to be honest. They know that Fnatic can't really fight in a Roche. Whereas if they force a fight now that they're not ready to take and they lose it, they give Fnatic Roche for free, and then by the time they respawn, Exo's back. That's just like, I think that's really amazing shot calling, actually.
That's very true. Thank you for pointing that out. That's incredible. Old Execration would have never done this, honestly. This is called growth, Richard.
Yeah.
I think they can take the Roche really easily now. Fnatic just committed a lot in that bottom lane, which was odd, by the way. I don't really know what they were planning.
I don't know, especially because, like, boys, you got the barracks there. Then if we're not League, they stay dead.
Wait, they respawn?
Yeah. Well, they're simply inhibitors. You wouldn't understand.
I don't know what that means in the context of that game. It makes no sense. They have Wraith backed, huh?
Yeah.
John well.
It's a good item for him. Like I said, I really like it. I brought it up earlier. You've got lots of physical damage being dealt, and still no Eye of Scotty, no way to really reduce that healing. I thought, does DK ulti at some level reduce heals or something like this? Am I going crazy? No, it's attack speed and move speed, so which I always conflate with Scotty.
Yes. It's also ice, which seems like Scott.
It do be ice, yes.
It do be ice.
He do have that icy breath.
But he does get a side resistance later, magic resistance as well. That's the Black Dragon.
Yes, and I think that's what he is looking for. Maybe next, does he have... Yes, he's got his 3 components of Ag Scepter flying towards the secret shop, and he'll be very quickly the last piece.
Just magic resistance, not static resistance.
Oh, right.
It's the free pathing.
Well, he's got status resist from the halberd, so...
He does, it's true.
You weren't wrong about that.
Thank you for that, Richie. Nice save, nice save.
Curious move that Tino is trying to pull here. He is holding on to his Aeon Disc in a locked form. So, of course, everyone knows this trick by now. If in case you don't, you can right-click that VIP booster and unlock it while you're stunned to be able to get that buff from Aeon Disc and manually trigger it, quote-unquote, your first time.
Yes.
Problem is, you can only do that if you're not muted. And there is an Ag Scepter.
Oh, really? You can't do that if you're muted?
Yeah, because if you're muted, you can't interact with your items.
Oh, which would include unlocking them.
Of course.
Oh, I never thought of that. That is fascinating.
So this is not the get out of jail free card that he thinks it is. That being said, he has managed, like every time he's getting glimpse, hold that thought. Palos, he's alone here. The Power Ranger TP's behind, they're gonna force this.
The DK activates BKB, they're going for DJ once again. He gets like start off. No, DJ might just die in the middle of this fray. John Well's dead as well, which means no tombstone set up properly. Oh, sorry, it was already done here in the high ground. They can get rid of it in time. Gabby's fighting head on. He's trying to finish up Palos. Palos stuns too long. Palos will fall. In finally comes Bob. Now the Dragon Tail, but the hell from Armel. And it's just all about Gabby versus Palos here. And Palos will get his revenge in a sea of fiery flames. Gabby goes down. KP finally assembles that Aeon Disc, but KP will get bashed. So no chance for him to TP back home either. As an illusion from the Spectre is chasing after John Well, but he got Static Storm, so he actually can't reality to it.
No, he can't.
So he can't finish off the support, but that doesn't matter. They lost 3 heroes on Fnatic. None of them have buyback. Actually, sorry, DJ died twice, which is why he has no buyback.
What an impressive call there from Execration. I'd be curious, like, what the comms were like, because I wasn't expecting the fight, and Fnatic sure as hell weren't either. It seemed like a fight where, I don't know, Fnatic were like, it's fine, we'll mirror the map. They're obviously going to push down bottom for tier 2. We'll mirror that movement, push top tier 2 tower. It's the best next move we can make, and it also threatens we can force back TPs when we go up to high. And then they got like immediately rebounded and killed. Yeah, it was very nicely done. Not only that, maybe part of this is Fnatic not really responding in time, because that opened with a shadow step, you know? That's not exactly like a stealthy way in. Everyone else, Bob had like 3-4 seconds left on his TP. I mean...
And they always knew that DJ was the most important hero they had to kill.
Yeah.
And they finally succeeded there. And that's what happens. DJ versus not DJ, right? In your game. So Palos was right on the money the whole time.
That's a buyback as well. It's a pair of buybacks from the supports. DJ's gonna die. Jean-Noel lives. But it's now 2 less lanes of barracks for you to play with. So
luckily the tier 2 was still alive.
And luckily for Fnatic, they have supers in the bottom wave. You can see this big wave starting to push already towards the Radiant high ground.
Okay.
And there's a tier 2 still for them remaining. So the Megas weren't on the table right now, which is at least a sigh of relief for Fnatic. Because let's remember what's at stake here. It's not just Megas. It's not maybe just losing this series. It's relegation guaranteed to Division 2. Other side of the coin, though, of course, for Execration, they're feeling it. You know, they're 5-1, but almost guaranteed, right, from going to that Lima Major, being the first C team to do it from Division 2 last year. And that they just need this one to officially stamp their tickets.
Yes.
And they're in.
It's like two magnets are fighting against each other, right? And if Execration wins, they will both propel, one to Division 2, one to the Major.
Oh, magnets.
Yes.
Yes, I
Not
see.
magnetism.
Well, only if they're the poles, if the poles are facing each other.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Because
so right now, they're like fighting to each other to see who is the stronger magnet. And the reality is, they're both strong enough to catapult each other into opposite directions.
Yeah, that they are. That they are.
I believe Fnatic will be in Div 2. Wow. What a world we live in, Richie.
I mean, it's look, I mean, it's okay, so Fnatic, they need a win here. They need to turn this game around first and foremost. They also need a win in their last series, which I believe is versus Geek Slate. And they need another match to go their way. Specifically, I think they need Boom to not win any more matches, right? Already a little bit of hopium. But, they have the tools to get it done in this game. That's what I was going to say.
Okay. BKB on Armel. He didn't get a time to use it, though. Armel might just die before he gets his BKB off. No, he finally did. And now he can get away with the Remnant. He's fine. And thanks to Static Storm, they didn't kill Gabby quite there. They do bash him, though. This Marcy is too annoying. Gabby is going to die. Shanks actually was the one to collect the kill. As they also finish off DJ in the backlines. Now there's concentrating. Final Armel. Without his BKB, nobody can beat Shanks. BKB Basher. And this Marcy's good to Ona. You into Division 2.
I think that's it. It is. That's GG well played. Fnatic, they will throw in the towel. And Execration absolutely just celebrating, jubilation for them. There goes the blanket. Look at this, the team embrace. I mean, congrats to them. They're the first team. They're going to the Major.
Did you see the last comment Gabby made?
No, I didn't.
Palos went TY, and then Gabby gave him the middle finger.
Oh, wow.
what a nice way to end the series.
It's crushing for Fnatic, right? You have to be happy for Execration, a team. What you said the last time that they were at a LAN, this major, was Animajor, right?
Yes.
Already quite some time ago, and now for them.
You watched the video, yes.
I did.
Yes,
I watched it a couple times. It's very good.
And then in the Animajor, actually did pretty well for themselves. They seem to get a little bit of a buff at LAN because back then Execration was not looking that great. They still did pretty well for themselves, taking one game off all the top teams. Nobody gave any credit. And this time, they got to go to Lima, another region that also plays very similar to how Execration plays, where you're not really sure anytime who's going to win, but you're sure going to have a lot of fun.
Yeah. For sure. Unfortunately, I think not having a lot of fun is Fnatic still managed to not find a win here, unfortunately for them, and that is going to be the one, the nail in the coffin for them as they fall 0-6, which is going to see them relegated to Division 2, regardless of their final match versus Geek Slate. That's going to do it for you and I, Avo, not the 80-minute barn burner that perhaps we are usually cursed with. However, we are blessed to have a lovely panel to break down the series.
And Mike.
Thank you so much, Avo and Richie. What a game to end off the series. My heart goes out to Fnatic, but also I'm so happy for Execration, really making that smooth run from Div 2 last season to Div 1, top of the leader, and now to the Major. They're going to Lima. That must feel awesome.
Damn, 6-0.
Yeah.
That's real strong. They look real clean in a lot of their games.
Yeah. Mike, any...
I'm mad at Avo and Richie.
Why?
Nothing, I'm just teasing. Hopefully they have no visa issues and they can secure it without any problems.
Yeah.
But yeah, they played really well. They're in the back foot and they just waited for the Spectre timing. And like I mentioned before the draft, like as soon as the BKBs went out, like they just run in and start the engagement, and it's really rough.
So I feel like Tino was in top lane like 80% of the game.
That was
farming.
That was the only lane.
I couldn't do anything.
Yeah.
Armel tried to deal with the lane and Shanks just like jumps in. He has to remnant out.
I feel the biggest mistake from Fnatic was that risky play that Gabby tried to like get a kill at bottom.
I thought they won after this.
Yeah. It was risky in the sense that Roshan was spawning and they were forced to use EXO and BKB to help save Gabby.
I think the other one you mentioned too was the wards. Execration like smoked out, but I gave up 2 heals, and then Armel walked into the hill that was dewarded and got stunned and picked off.
Yeah.
That was rough. Dude, this fight looked like it could have gone both ways. The arrow from Carlo coming in super clutch. Gabby still had Satanic here, no BKB though.
Yeah, if he was able to get his Satanic off.
Yeah, that might have been a chance. I also feel like this Death Prophet, he went for some like dagger on this. I would really like to see him just go for some Shiva's, Singe and Kaya kind of scaling build. I feel like he was kind of ignored in most of these fights. But I feel it's a really strong DP game.
Oh, it was rough. Once Execration started having the lead, there was no way for like them to have a clean fight because Sports out of position. The Spectre just goes on him, and yeah.
The DJ died to haunt like half his deaths, I think.
Once Marcy and Spectre had Basher, it was just like so hard for any core to play.
Dude, there's so much going on in these fights. Like the frames keep dropping every time things are dropped.
Man, I feel so bad for Fnatic. Every game they came so close to winning.
Yeah.
Like it's not that all the games were like super one-sided, even though they're 0-5, 0-6.
Yeah, 0-6 right now. They have one last game against Kickslate.
MVP Tino. Pretty stable games, just chilling in top lane a lot of the time.
Yeah.
I think he itemized well too. You know, he had this Aeon this. I think this is not the first time we see Tino have an Aeon this. He doesn't assemble it for like 30 minutes.
Just to be sure, just to be safe.
Just to be safe.
Tino's a very consistent player. Like he's very.
I think they all look much more consistent when they want to be.
That is
When they're not losing the early game.
Yeah, the animal definitely comes out sometimes, you know, but
that is true.
when they want to be serious, like they look very clean.
Yeah. I mean, it must feel amazing to be Execration right now, though. I mean, you're the first to get your slot out of the CDPC.
But, you know, that's half the journey. Now it's like preparation for the major.
That's true.
Now the big boys are coming in.
That is true. You're playing against the best of every region.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's nice. It's always nice to go as a new team because you get to learn more from, and it's an experience that these teams that you don't get to play usually. You get like big experience plays, Liquid, whatever, Gaming Gladiators, all these kind of stronger teams. And Meta is very different too. And you take that experience and you bring it back here and you grow as a team.
But for Fnatic, it's got to be really tough because I don't think the team has been in Div 2 since...
Ever. No, never.
Yeah, ever. That's really rough.
I mean, I think they started off really rocky. They do definitely look better than they did in like week 1.5, but
yeah.
I mean, they're playing against Execration, 6-5-0.
Yeah.
And rough. They did put up a fight, I would say. They look pretty okay. I wouldn't be like too hard on themselves, but yeah, it is definitely very sad to see a team drop.
Yeah. Especially it being Fnatic. Man, that's the thing. It's like every game they play, it really doesn't feel like it's that far apart, but for some reason it just kind of crumbles at the end. Like they were ahead by, what, at least 12K at one point, I think?
Yeah.
8K?
I mean, they're definitely in a strong position, but like Mike said, 1 or 2 mistakes, risky moves, and you know, things happen.
It all comes falling down.
Yeah, I mean, Execration definitely had the better late game lineup. I think it was more on a timer, especially with the way they itemized. They went a bit more all in with like our Lena carry us, you know. And well, if you lose 1 or 2 fights, sometimes it's like every Execration series, they're back.
They needed to really identify that Aegis was too crucial. They couldn't make mistakes when Roshan was spawning.
Some team items, Tombstone, you know, Lena, I guess that's what they needed.
Yeah, well, Execration is going to go international. The big boy Pinoys are going to be flying to Peru. Hopefully their visas are all okay. I mean, what do you guys think, though? What will they have to do to kind of fight on this higher level of Dota?
I mean, it's hard to say. Maybe they are the higher level. You know, it's really until you meet. It's a rock paper scissors. Sometimes your style works better against certain region styles, and I think the difference, like compared to EU, for example, I think they're a bit more proactive when they have timings. I think in SCA it's a lot of, it's a bit slower. It feels like sometimes.
Is a patch gonna come out before the major?
I have no.
Because that's also gonna like change.
I hope
like
there's
a lot of dynamics and whatnot because the strategies that you're going to be going for is like all of a sudden get switched up.
Yeah, that's true.
You won't have time to really...
I mean, I do hope we see a patch, but Div 2 is going to start real soon, so I'm not sure if they'll patch through it.
I mean, I really hope we see a patch. I'm tired of seeing Lena, man.
Change my map.
Yeah, I saw there was like a tweet where someone said like, oh, if there's no new patch, it's going to be called the Lima Major. The Lena Major, yeah.
Lena lost both games.
That is true.
I mean, people are starting to figure it out. I think SVG called it like week 1 Lena, like OP. Now it's like kind of half-half on the win rate, I think.
Hit or miss. But I think if we look at like previous lands though, you know, as much as I love C, don't get me wrong, love this region, but we haven't seen much success internationally. Why is that?
I would say like lack of captainship in most C teams. You know, like I'd argue that Mushi was probably like the last great captain.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, he was the most consistent, right, result-wise.
Yeah.
And I think, at least from my experience, like the learning on LAN, and adapting to a series is like a really big deal. And sometimes I think it's more important on an international level because the teams the boys are playing now, it's like they're scrim partners, you're kind of used to it, how they play. When you go to like the major, you're playing against teams you've never played before, you have to like identify real fast and fix it. You only have one series to do it most of the time.
And usually in majors, there's like a meta that develops within the major itself.
The groups sometimes have different play styles. Who your scrims kind of
all of a sudden one team like starts picking a hero that's kind of out meta. And
yeah, it's also a bit weird because I think the top teams try to want to scrim each other. Like top one region try to scrim top one region. You want to scrim the weaker teams. So like between yourselves, you kind of develop an understanding of something.
You guys know who the captain on Execration is? Do they have a captain?
I'd say Carlo.
I would think it's Carlo, but I have no idea.
Speaking of Carlo, we do apparently have an interview with him right now. Carlo, congratulations!
Hello, thank you.
How do you feel?
Thank you. Of course, we're happy. We're qualified to the majors. Also excited as well to play.
Well, I mean, I'm so excited for you guys. You guys are adorable. I'm a big fan, but you guys have any questions?
Wait, I just want to ask, is this your first major, Carlo? Or have you participated in a major?
I would say it's my second. The first one was in Animator, but we're just playing the wildcard. So
I wasn't sure.
I think this is the first.
Huh.
You guys are always so good vibes. I love it. Please do all your 5-man interviews.
How are you guys going to celebrate?
I was going to ask
What are you guys going to do?
We're planning to go to Okada right now after this interview.
Go to where?
That's like a hotel. Like
damn, all right, you guys deserve it, man.
Like casino hotel.
Casino hotel.
Don't blow all your winnings.
Yeah. Play responsibly.
No, I want to ask.
Guys, play responsibly.
I want to ask. I feel like this whole DPC, we've seen the animal execration and the clean execration. How do you guys just switch it up like that?
I would say the biggest factor that we really had was March. He was the switch for the team.
Aww.
This guy. See?
Shy March.
Yeah.
Oppa.
He was really the switch for the team, I think.
That's really good to hear.
Yeah, I wanted to ask how March impacted their journey this season.
Yeah, I wanted to ask March some questions.
Yeah.
Boy, man's hiding.
He's hiding, he's shy.
Alright, can't run forever.
Are you gonna take a break, or are you just gonna continue the grind and like all the way to the major?
Maybe we would take maybe 3 days break. After that, we're gonna start streaming again. We want to aim higher a higher place in the majors.
That's good. Do you guys know if you need to get visas for Peru?
We already saw we don't need visas for it. So
oh, nice.
Go.
That's good to hear.
Is March gonna be staying?
One problem away.
Is March gonna be staying in Manila, or he's gonna go
March?
Back?
He's gonna go back. He's gonna go back to Korea, and we're just gonna meet in Peru.
Oh.
Okay, that's cool. Well, that's a very well-deserved break. 6-0.
Yeah.
Do they still have one more series?
No, they're done.
They're done, right?
6-1.
6-1? Yeah, they have one loss. All right.
How about you? You personally, what are you gonna do in your break? I assume
gonna
you
go to the beach.
Which beach?
I still don't know. Maybe
Wait.
La Union or Batangas or Zambales.
Okay.
Any last words to your fans?
Thank you for supporting, guys. Shout out to my family and all to my friends, and also to the supporters of our team. Thank you. Hope you guys keep continuing or continue supporting us going to the majors. Thank you, guys. And
Thank you
also,
so much.
Bob says hi to you, Sophie.
Hi, Bob. Thank you guys so much, and congratulations again on your slot to Lima.
Well deserved,
Well
boys.
deserved. Have a great day. Good night. Wow, I love them so much. They're so cute and wholesome.
Yeah, I agree. It just feels nice, when the camera comes on, I just want to smile.
Yeah, they got good vibes. They're all like standing behind, like always doing the score. Oh, so wholesome.
And
I'm so happy.
And they
for
feel
them.
awkward, like after 2 minutes, just start leaving.
Oh, I'm so happy for them. I hope they do spend responsibly at Okada, though.
Well, I hope they don't set such a high expectation going into it. You know, it's like what Adam said. It's like a learning experience. You know, like if you go in there thinking you're gonna win, that's usually a mindset that's.
Yeah, as long as you don't put pressure on yourself.
Yeah.
Generally, you do pretty okay. It's also a test, right? Like I see a lot of teams they do well and then they go overseas and they kind of get broken by other teams because teams know how they play and they come back and they're just kind of lost, you know.
Yeah.
So we are ready to close today's shop, though. Here's the sign coming in. We are done for today. But first, before we close, we'll do a bit of recapping of the entire day, what we've got so far within the season. It's quite a way to end. Wait, oh my God, today's Wednesday.
Yeah.
Quite a day to end the Wednesday. We still have more matches on Friday and possibly Monday if there's tiebreakers.
We definitely have one series on Monday and tiebreakers.
Right.
If there are any.
Yeah, so what a way to end the day.
There's definitely gonna be tiebreakers.
I mean, there's 100%. What do we have? Like, what, Talon, possibly Bleed, and who else?
No Bleed.
Blacklist?
Blacklist,
Like
Talon.
Boom and SMG can be
Blacklist.
tiebreaker if SMG loses, and then that's like for the last slot to Division 2. And then obviously the last 2 remaining slots for the major, because a lot of teams are at 4 right now.
Well,
and Blacklist has like 2 more games, so it's like.
but here is our standings for today. Our results. Bleed versus Talon. Talon kick butt, clean 2-0, followed by a clean 2-0 by SMG as well. Kind of a upset, I guess some would say. And then the last game was a 2-1, won by Execration, securing their slot to Lima. What a way to end the day. Securing the slot to Lima, but also sad for Fnatic getting relegated to Div 2.
Yeah.
It is hard to be them.
It is hard. I don't feel bad for them, but you know, it is what it is.
Not the end of the world.
They improved, yeah.
That is true. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. So let's take a look at the overall standings. Who we got on the first page and who we got on the second.
Check.
Check!
I like that.
They got the check to Lima.
Sold out.
That's pretty good. Oh, no, that's so sad. But we got Execration in first with their slot to Lima, followed by Geek Slate, Talon, Blacklist. And on the second page, Bleed, SMG, Boom. And sadly, Fnatic is all sold out.
Adam, who do you think the last 2 slots gonna go to?
Talon, Geek Slate.
Let's hope you don't jinx.
Blacklist don't look like convincing to me.
No, yeah, it's a shame. Because I would like to see them on the main stage because you know they deserve to deserve to be there, but they just haven't figured.
I agree.
Their,
but they do have time to figure it out.
Oh yeah, sure. It's not the end of the world. They still have 2 more games left. But like I said, it's gonna be like tiebreakers.
Oh no, my 4-way tiebreaker dream is dead.
Well, let's take a look at Friday's schedule, see if Blacklist, I mean, they're going to have to clean up the rest of their games to be able to get to the tiebreakers even, no?
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
Because both our teams have 4. Talon has 4.
4-2.
And Geeksay has 5.
4
as well?
4-2.
4-2, 4-1, 3-2, correct.
Yeah. Well, here's our Friday schedule. We have Geek Slate versus SMG as the first game of the day, followed by Boom and Blacklist. And last, Fnatic and Talon. So those are going to be some exciting games because that could also decide whether Boom are relegated as well, I believe.
Yeah, it's Boom and SMG both kind of fighting for their fate. Boom needs to win more, I think.
I wonder what Fnatic's approach is.
Yeah,
gonna be.
right.
Like, are they just like out? Because like, I would just pick techies and just have fun, or are they gonna like try to, you know, talk block Talon?
I feel what they do, like you can kind of guess whether they're gonna stay together or not. Because if you want to stay together, you will try to take games a bit more seriously, I think.
Yeah, well, that's 100%. I mean, the Fnatic Talon game is like a friends turn to foes, though. You have KP and Hyde on Fnatic now.
Against Jabs.
Yeah.
Ex-Fnatic, 23 ex-Fnatic as well.
Gabby also ex-Talon.
No, he was in T1.
No, Gabby was in Talon
Season 1.
Yeah.
With Fly.
Oh, I remember.
So there's a lot of overlap there.
That's true.
Yeah.
But yeah, like Mike said, I don't know. It's rough. You're already relegated, you know, like.
Yeah.
You want to scrim tomorrow? Not really.
No, they're definitely not going to scrim, but you know, you got to play that game. 'Cause it's an important match.
Yeah, you might as well go out fighting, go out with a bang, possibly.
I mean, ideally they don't want to end with a 0, right?
Yeah.
But again, it's like, how do you...
You want to win without putting in effort.
Yeah.
That's probably the right way to put it.
All right.
But Talon's like looking like the strongest team.
Yeah,
too,
they do. They look really good.
Well, we will find out if Fnatic ends with a 0 or a 1 on Friday. And that is it for today. We have no more games. We're going to close. It's closing time. You know, that song from The Office. But yeah, I mean, it's been fun. Once again, congratulations to Execration and Sag for Fnatic. But yeah, that's basically it. That's the rest of our day. We hope to see you guys again Friday. So stick around, stay here. Not now, but in 2 days. And we will catch you guys on Friday. Bye.
Adios.
For a decent amount of time. Have to take out like the blade cloak. That's get a lot of damage, but here comes the black hole.